When the natural disaster suddenly struck without warning, everyone was drawn into the wasteland world and placed in an extremely dangerous test of life and death. The acid rain was like the devil's tears, falling madly. The flood was like a beast out of the cage, rushing and flooding wantonly. The fire from the sky was merciless, turning the city into a sea of fire. The world was tightly wrapped by thick glaciers, and the terrifying super radiation permeated every corner. No one could escape this catastrophe. In this doomsday scene, nearly 10 million people died in the world in one day. If humans want to seek a glimmer of hope, they can only build shelters. However, Suemo was extremely lucky and actually awakened the Doomsday survival system. His shelter has the magical ability to upgrade infinitely. From the vulnerable wooden door at the beginning, it gradually upgraded to a solid iron door, and finally became an indestructible alloy door. The weapon in his hand is also constantly evolving, from the ordinary wooden spear to the more powerful wooden spear, and finally to the invincible electromagnetic spear. Even the generator is constantly upgraded, from the traditional diesel generator to the advanced biological generator, and then to the magical thermoelectric generator. While others are still busy and desperately preparing for the upcoming disaster, Suemo has already been fully equipped and can travel freely in this wasteland world. In a vast wilderness, Suemo frowned and looked at the survival manual in his hand, with small black words floating on the first page. When he turned to the second page, a dazzling light suddenly broke out. When the light disappeared, the book was gone, replaced by a tortoise shell emitting light. Watching the azure screen in front of him shaking and moving with his sight, Suemo began to realize that he had entered the Doomsday survival game. Picking up the tortoise shell in his hand, Suemo looked at it carefully, and two lines of small black characters appeared. After looking at the wilderness next to him and giving up the idea of placing it immediately, Suemo remembered the previous prompt and called out the game panel with his mind. Similar to the game function, there are different options on the panel: chat, trade, manufacturing, items. When Suemo focused his mind on the number of days, a line of prompts popped up. Countdown to the next disaster event: 5 days. Disaster event: acid rain. But don't place an underground safe house at this time, because there is no lighting, no ventilation, and no drainage. Staying in it when acid rain comes is like a grave. But Suemo currently has only two choices. The first choice is the wooden house on the ground. This option should be able to safely survive the early novice disaster without worrying too much about the subsequent development. The second choice is underground. When disasters such as beast tides and cold occur, the underground safe house has a certain degree of protection, which is likely to be extremely difficult to survive on the ground. Sumo once, after a long while, he finally chose to generate an underground shelter. At this time, a tortoise shell burst out with red light, jumped out of his hand, and fell to the ground. As the light became stronger, the stones on the original sand dunes slowly melted, and the terrain changed drastically. The originally slightly high terrain became steeper, like a small hill. As the red light gradually disappeared, a wooden door embedded in the ground formed in front of Sumo's eyes. Congratulations, the underground shelter has been generated, and it is detected that the host already has a complete shelter. Then Suemo pressed the button to bind the Doomsday survival system. Then a series of illusory green scanning lights extended from Sumo's feet and spread far away. While binding, Suemo opened the wooden door and looked inside. Go! With the help of the weak sunlight coming from the cave entrance, Suemo could barely see the structure inside. The floor and roof, paved with wooden boards, formed a stable foundation, ensuring that the huge pit underground would not collapse. Suemo was delighted. Choosing the ground certainly had its advantages, and it could gain some convenience in the early development. However, he never forgot one thing. With the tools for making pages, it was not difficult to build a house on the ground. But if you want to build a shelter underground, you need not only tools, but also sufficient construction knowledge to ensure the stability of the underground structure. Seeing that the binding progress bar of the Doomsday survival system was still rising slowly, Suemo simply sat on the stairs, saving energy while opening the chat panel. Maybe others also have this as so-called Doomsday survival system? I watched the World channel for a while, and then opened the regional channel for a while, but no one mentioned it. Suma concluded that most of the people who actively spoke on the World channel and the regional channel at this time chose the shelter above ground, and only a few chose underground. However, those who chose underground only complained about the misery underground, and then began to communicate and look for supplies. Without a reference, and not knowing what it was, Suemo had to continue waiting. After more than 10 minutes, the green light finally stopped scanning. After returning to Sumo's body for the last time, A crisp prompt sounded. Doomsday survival system binding was successful. First binding reward, 100 survival points. Scan the host's living environment. Survival points are being evaluated, and 5 survival points are obtained today. Finally settled, you have a total of 105 survival points today, and the remaining survival points are 105 points. As the prompt sounded, a large section of scattered memories was transmitted over. Originally, the Doomsday survival system was a product that he could bind to on Earth before. Unfortunately, at that time, his personal strength was limited, so Suemo had to hide in the official shelter. Naturally, he did not have time to dig a personal shelter, so he missed the system binding. After coming to this world, if the survival game panel is the game panel, everyone has it and everyone can use it, then the Doomsday survival system is a modifier, which only Suemo has. According to the Doomsday survival system, every day of survival can gain a certain survival point. As he learned more and more, Suemo suppressed his excitement and looked at the simple underground survival base. But what he didn't expect was that the extremely simple shelter, without any survival facilities, could only be regarded as a small tomb in the Doomsday. But then, Suemo can rely on survival points to upgrade, such as upgrading a wooden door to a stone door. If he can provide 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood, the survival points required for the upgrade will be reduced to 5 points. Therefore, as long as enough similar substances are provided, the survival point can play a role of transformation and assimilation, which can greatly reduce consumption. After understanding these situations, the survival pressure that has been weighing on Sumo's heart has finally been reduced a lot. But to create a strong enough shelter, you must first solve the problem of drinking water and food, which is the primary issue to be concerned about. Fortunately, now that there is a survival system, a general development route has appeared in Sumo's mind. First, he came to a small tree, and Suemo used his own weight to break the branches and put them into the inventory. Then Suemo looked for solid stones on the ground and stored stones of different sizes in the inventory. With these 2 items, Suemo used the manufacturing function in the game to successfully create a 60 centimeters long stone axe. The sharpness of the stone axe is certainly not comparable to that of the iron axe, but it makes it much easier to chop trees with it. Under the scorching sun, Suemo chopped 15 units of wood and 4 units of plant fiber, and finally returned to the underground shelter along the original path. But then, Suemo felt more anxious. After all, a person can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Especially after intense labor, if you don't drink water for 2 days, you will die of thirst in this wasteland. So now you have to find a way to make a water collecting tool. When the whole set of tools was ready, Suemo picked up the wooden shovel and started digging in the hole he had dug in the ground. As soon as Suemo saw the second solution provided by the system, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored the complaints of the survival system, and his face was full of excitement. In rural areas, there are still many places using primitive wells until 2022. Now, with the survival system, as long as he can make a model of the item, the survival point can replace the subsequent work. Suemo carefully studied the upgrade plan for the well. If he upgraded directly, he would need to consume 130 survival points. However, he could only accumulate 5 survival points a day, and it would take at least 5 days to accumulate enough. This made him anxious because he might have died of thirst long ago. Suemo thought about it and finally found a way. He touched the upgrade plan 2 with his mind and quickly obtained the 2 required materials, 10 units of stone and 6 units of plant fiber. Then Suemo picked up the stone axe, left the shelter with great enthusiasm, and began to collect materials. After more than half an hour of hard work, he gathered enough resources. But at this time, the survival points he needed dropped to 75. He immediately chose option 2. A green scanning light emanated from his feet and connected to the pit. As all the supplies were consumed, a new attribute appeared on the well panel. Micro well water extractor, normal, with a daily water output of 2,000 milliliters. Afterwards, Suemo opened the trading panel and found that water on the market was extremely scarce and was almost sold out in seconds. He decided to use his own resources and put 200 milliliters of water on the trading board, hoping to exchange water for food. But at this time, the world channel immediately exploded, and many people began to ask about the source of Sumo's water. He ignored various private messages, including threats and temptations, and finally chose the buyer with the highest offer to complete the transaction. In the end, I got 350g of bread, 200g of beef jerky, a lighter, and a huge block of iron, which plays a very important role in the game. After getting the iron block, Suma did not hide it and quickly made an iron axe. This improved his efficiency in cutting trees, And at the same time, he was also thinking about how to improve the comfort and safety of the shelter to increase the daily survival points he gained. The conditions in the shelter were very primitive, except for a well. The rest of the environment was like a tomb. Soma decided to improve these conditions. He used freshly cut wood and plant fibers to make torches, bringing light to the dim shelter. As night fell, Soma felt hungry. He returned to the shelter, lit a torch, and tried to make another well. But there was no system response, so he had to make a simple lighting device using hemp rope and wooden sticks. As he began to feel safe again, he began to build basic furniture. A wooden bed, a chair, and a wooden round table, which would make his shelter look more like a habitable place. At dinner time, Suma took out bread and beef jerky from the supplies and enjoyed this simple but satisfying meal with water. He began to miss his family and hoped to prepare a safe shelter for them before they arrived. While lying in bed resting, Suemo also realized that the challenge of survival was not over, and food and water were still the biggest needs. On the game's trading platform, Suemo noticed a seller named Chen Pingon who was trading a monster encyclopedia. Although this caused a lot of discussion and abuse, Suemo thought that this encyclopedia was very useful to him. After a day of activities, Suma prepared his defense tools and fell asleep on his thatched bed, dreaming of building a fully automated luxury shelter. But what he didn't know was that nearly 10 million people died around the world that day, and he was able to survive in this environment because he was well prepared. On the second day of the Doomsday game, Suemo had just woken up when the survival system sent him good news. After settlement, he had obtained 73 survival points today, a total of 103 points. This information made him very happy. After all, he had used 75 points to expand the well water extractor yesterday, and there were not many survival points left. After receiving this information, Suemo quickly realized that as long as he took enough actions every day, he would be able to gain survival points steadily, even if it was just to linger on. But soon, the lighting and ventilation problems of the base troubled him again. In order to completely solve these two problems today, Suemo opened the wooden door, carefully looked around, and after making sure there was no danger, he completely opened the door to let in fresh air. After breathing some fresh air, Suemo returned to the shelter and checked the wooden boards set up at the entrance of the shelter yesterday to confirm that there were no mutant monsters attacking. He lifted the bucket and found that after a night's accumulation, there was a total of 920 milliliters of water, plus the 970 milliliters of stored water, a total of 1890 milliliters. Sitting on a wooden chair, Suemo drank about 3 mouthfuls of water and thought that only by using water to exchange for enough resources in the early stage could he be ahead of everyone. So, he decided to trade some of the water in exchange for more resources as soon as possible. Suemo clicked on the collection panel and found that after a night of fermentation, the price of the monster encyclopedia worth 1 liter of water had dropped to 700 milliliters, and the water pairs had also dropped from 100 milliliters to 50 milliliters. He was very happy, so he decided to use 800 milliliters of water to buy the encyclopedia and 2 water pairs. After the transaction was completed, Suemo took a bite of the pear and felt the fragrance in his mouth. At the same time, in the World Chat channel, other players had a heated discussion about his transaction. Some were amazed at his tycoon behavior, while others envied his good luck. Suemo ignored these comments and started to check the monster illustrations, which not only marked the characteristics of various creatures, but also provided information on their weaknesses. But when he used the illustrations to scan the surrounding environment, he found a mutant camouflage chameleon 265 meters away. This made him very nervous. After a brief thought, Suemo decided not to risk going out to hunt chameleons for the time being, but instead chose to upgrade his weapons first. Sitting in the shelter, he discovered that there were 2 ways to upgrade the wooden spear. The first method was cheap and quick. The second method was more expensive, but added an electric device that could increase the attack speed. Although Suemo preferred the second option in his heart, he remembered the description of the chameleon in the illustration book. Although the camouflage ability was enhanced after the mutation, the mobility was sacrificed. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of increasing the attack speed is obviously not as good as the first option. Moreover, the electric device also needs electricity, and there is no charging equipment in the base at present. Finally, Suemo chose the first weapon. Soon, he saw the spear turned into red and yellow under the system's transformation. This material is not metal or stone, but a precious kind of elm wood, which has excellent toughness and is very suitable for people with no combat experience. Next, Suemo browsed the trading panel again and found that he currently had 1,000 milliliters of water resources. He finally decided to use 200 milliliters of water to buy a set of ceramic armor. Although this armor is heavy, it performs well against small creatures. After purchasing it, He also exchanged 50 milliliters of water for 300 g of bread to replenish his energy. After equipping the pottery armor, Suma opened the gate of the base, holding the elmwood spear, and began to look for the chameleon. Soon, he used the monster illustration to find that the chameleon was hiding in an uncut tree. In order to quickly hunt the chameleon, Suemo approached cautiously, then suddenly accelerated and sprinted, successfully piercing the chameleon's body with the elmwood spear. After the chameleon was injured, it began to attack the surroundings crazily and sprayed poisonous liquid. Suemo was so scared that he quickly retreated, but when he found that the chameleon did not catch up, he used a new wooden spear to continue to fight the chameleon. Finally, the chameleon fell to the ground after struggling for a while. Suemo was worried that the chameleon was just pretending to be dead to trick him into going up to check, so he threw a severely corroded elmwood spear to confirm. The chameleon tried to fight back, but after a series of struggles, it finally fell down and a silver-white treasure chest exploded. According to the information Suemo has collected so far, treasure chests can be obtained after killing monsters in the wild, which are wooden treasure chests, iron treasure chests, and copper treasure chests, respectively. Although he guessed that there might be silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and even diamond treasure chests, the best he had gotten so far was a bronze treasure chest. The monster encyclopedia he obtained from the trade was a precious item obtained from a bronze treasure chest. Suemo licked his cracked lips, walked carefully to the silver treasure chest, put it in his pocket, and quickly returned to the base along the way he came. On the way, he found that the monster encyclopedia had 3 chances to be used every day, and the last one was used when killing the chameleon. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. After returning safely to the base, he immediately locked the wooden door, sat at the small table, and took out the silver treasure chest. This silver-white treasure chest flashed with charming light, as if it had a kind of magic that was irresistible. Soon, with Sumo's operation, the treasure chest began to glow, accompanied by a dice-like sound. He obtained psionic energy, an unknown pet egg, a design of an energy bicycle, 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, and 5 kilograms of black bread. Seeing these items, Sumo was very excited. He placed the items except food and water on the table in order. Look carefully. Psionic energy is a top-level clean energy source and must be used with the corresponding design drawings. Unknown pet eggs require drops of the player's blood to hatch. The energy bike design can convert any energy into driving force, including food, wood, gasoline, diesel, and psionic energy. Psionic energy is the energy that Earth scientists dream of, and it has a wide range of application potential. Although scientific research on Earth is only theoretical, now that Soma has this energy in his hands, he sees the possibility of upgrading the shelter. Through systematic checking, Suemo discovered that he could indeed use psionic energy to upgrade the shelter into a psionic shelter. Once it evolved into a psionic shelter, it would have extremely strong disaster resistance capabilities, and one day it could even be upgraded to an interstellar shelter, but it would require 5 million survival points or 5,000 psionic crystals. Seeing that he only had over 100 survival points, and that his current mission was to upgrade the base's infrastructure, Suemo looked at the upgrade options for the microwell water extractor, and ultimately chose to upgrade to the psionic direction to significantly improve water production efficiency and quality. Soon, the micro-well water extractor was upgraded. After tasting it several times, Suemo found that the well water not only became clearer, but also had a slight therapeutic effect. Long-term drinking could also enhance physical fitness. Just as Suemo was about to drink a few more glasses of water, he discovered that the microwell water extractor's water output per hour had risen to 300 milliliters. This news made Suemo very happy, but although the drinking water problem was completely solved, food supply was still a big problem. Although Suemo obtained the design of the energy bicycle, it was temporarily impossible to realize it because the required materials were too complicated. In order to prevent the shelter from a crisis, he decided to solve the problems of safety, ventilation, and drainage of the base first, and then consider other developments. Suemo sat on a wooden chair, recalling the knowledge of the civilized era and the shelter designs in Doomsday movies. He knew very well that underground shelters required large-scale air filtration and conditioning systems. The ventilation ducts opened outside would pose a safety hazard. It would be best to use an internal circulation system, but the prerequisite was that there must be electricity to electrolyze the water to produce oxygen. Of course, it cannot be completely sealed. Ventilation holes leading to the outside world are necessary but must be small and sealable. The ideal location for the vents is under the rocks at low water level in the riverbed or on uninhabited islands, but the current conditions can only be imagined. After checking the trading channel, Suemo decided to continue using the submarine periscope structure and open a ventilation and lighting window in the center of the shelter. Specifically, a hole was hollowed out on the top to install translucent glass, ventilation holes were drilled, a Z-shaped turn was made in the hole, and a plane mirror was installed to reflect light. Explosion-proof glass was installed behind the first layer of ventilation glass. But the implementation is difficult, and construction 5 meters underground without tools is a huge project. Suddenly, Suemo thought of his system. Without materials, it can be created out of thin air. The materials are consumed a lot. When there are materials, the system is like a construction team. It can be upgraded by spending a small amount of survival points. Moreover, water has a high purchasing power in the current market. He can use psionic water and mineral water to exchange for explosion-proof glass and iron blocks. After some operations, Suemo put these items on the shelves, first bought a mirror with excellent reflective performance, and then bought some iron ore. Just as Suemo continued to purchase, he found someone selling explosion-proof glass while screening private messages. So, Suemo quickly found manhwa, a young and heroic woman with short hair, but she wanted to increase the price for the explosion-proof glass. After some bargaining, manhwa exchanged 2 pieces of glass and the information on how to obtain the explosion-proof glass for 300 milliliters of psionic water. The transaction was completed, and Suemo immediately extracted the information about the explosion-proof glass. Manhwa's ethereal voice echoed in the shelter 3 times before stopping. Suemo remembered the news that the wilderness would randomly refresh the ruins. Then, he took out 2 pieces of explosion-proof glass and checked them. He found that the quality of the 2 pieces of explosion-proof glass was different. The first piece of explosion-proof glass was excellent, and the second piece of excellent was rare, and the rare one was of stronger quality. After a brief thought, Suemo decided to put rare-quality explosion-proof glass on the periphery and use fine-quality glass as baffles to put down in case of disaster. After confirming the construction plan, Suemo took a wooden shovel and dug directly above the center of the base. Explosion-proof glass is strong, but the soil cannot withstand the impact, so iron processing pipes are needed to fix the glass. After digging a pit half a person's height, Suemo put down a unit of iron blocks, 2 pieces of glass and mirrors, and the remaining iron blocks, and returned to the base. But at this time, the upgrade options for ventilation and lighting facilities appeared in front of Suemo. There were 2 options in total. The first was a periscope structure, which required 15 survival points. The second was an electric exhaust structure, which required 700 survival points. Suemo thought of his only remaining survival point and decisively clicked on the first option. After deducting the relevant expenses, a flash of light appeared, the earth roared, the ceiling cracked, the iron melted and rushed into the gap, and the coating changed color. At first there was a little light, and after 5 or 6 seconds the light beam went straight through, and sunlight and air came in. Standing under the pipe, Suemo looked up and his eyes were immediately hurt by the light. However, Suemo, who was filled with joy, didn't care about these things. He opened the wooden door of the shelter and came to the earthen mound directly above the base. The hole he had dug disappeared, replaced by a small hole that was naturally formed. Then, Sumo's 50 cm x 50 cm explosion-proof glass was set up on the ground and coated with a special camouflage coating. After finding that all the light converged on the glass, there was no strong refraction or scattering. So Suemo collected the remaining scraps, walked back to the base along the steps, and after feeling the cool breeze from the light source, he finally felt relieved. After all, on the second day alone, he had completed most of the work to prevent the first disaster, and the only thing missing was drainage facilities to survive the acid rain disaster. At 5 p.m., Suemo did not plan to go out because the number of scans in the monster encyclopedia had not been refreshed. After eating the black bread soaked in psionic water, he continued to browse the trading system. At this time, Suemo found that every time he put up a batch of psionic water, he could immediately exchange it for double the iron blocks from the trading market, which was more than 1 unit at noon. This made him very confused. After a series of transactions, he found out that the supplies they needed would be in the shelter. Unfortunately, the area around Soma's shelter was mainly wood and plant fibers. There were no scarce resources like minerals. However, he thought that as long as he could exchange the psionic water for double the iron blocks, he would not have to worry about these material problems. So, Suemo continued to browse the trading system and purchase some items with unknown functions, such as exchanging 100 milliliters of psionic water for a generator rotor. But soon, Sumo's attention was attracted by large vegetable culture medium. After checking, he found that the item was being auctioned by the seller, Li Xiaofeng, a middle-aged man with ordinary looks but full of muscles. However, he did not mark the price, but instead left a message saying that anything of value could be offered, because this was the only item he had worked so hard to get from the silver treasure chest. Li Xiufeng's message caused an uproar in the entire trading market, with both the regional and world channels boiling over. Some people lamented their luck, some begged for the source of the silver treasure chest, and some questioned the practicality of growing vegetables. Some of them calmly analyzed the practicality of the culture medium, pointing out that growing vegetables requires time and water, but most people disagreed and made bids one after another. The bids in the auction column were varied, from 800 milliliters of water to remote control toy cars. All kinds of supplies were put up for auction. Suemo secretly observed and judged the psychological bottom line of the bidders. In the end, Suemo bid 400 milliliters of phantom energy water, becoming the highest bidder in one fell swoop, and the system's score far exceeded other bidders. The comments in the auction area exploded, and everyone discussed the powerful effects of phantom energy water. Li Xiufeng saw this and asked Suemo to raise the price. Suemo sneered and thought that Li Xiufeng was a black marketeer, but in order to make friends with him, he finally changed the offer to 500 milliliters of phantom water. Li Xiufeng urgently needed phantom water due to his leg injury, and finally agreed to conduct a private transaction with 500 milliliters of phantom water. After Suemo successfully obtained the large vegetable culture medium, he inspected it in detail. Then he understood why Li Xiufeng could not continue to ask for a higher price. Because the daily water requirement of 1,750 milliliters is not something that most people can provide, it is better to exchange water for supplies. But Suemo is concerned about the quality of the culture medium. It can grow vegetables of no less than excellent quality, which has become a powerful tool in his hands. As long as he invests survival points to upgrade the culture medium, the vegetables will also be upgraded. So, Suemo excitedly used 10 milliliters of water on the trading system to buy enough seeds for 35 square meters of sowing. After some operations, Suemo successfully sowed tomatoes, garlic, and Chinese cabbage. Then, Suemo calculated the existing supplies. He found that the psionic water had accumulated to 1,000 milliliters, and the iron blocks had been traded to 130 units, and he only needed 70 units to fully upgrade the shelter's material structure. As for food, there were only 9 pounds of black bread left. The sundries included pet eggs and blueprints. After counting, Suemo went to the trading market again. But at this time, the trading market was very quiet. Suemo had nothing to do, so he went to the chat channel to collect information and found that there was only one chance to explore the ruins. The time to enter was limited, and the dangers were unknown. Many players chose to wait and see, and a few people explored, revealing a time limit of about 2 hours. No one mentioned the specific dangers in the ruins, probably because no one who encountered danger came back alive. After all, only one day had passed, and there were only 762 people left in the regional channel. More than 200 people died in one day, which made Suemo feel an unprecedented crisis. But if the ruins appeared next to Suemo, he still decided to take the risk and explore. After all, the rule of survival in the apocalypse is that if you don't advance, you will retreat. Suemo is confident that he is unmatched in terms of materials and shelter development, but he must also keep up with his individual strength and character. In order to protect his family, he must constantly improve himself. At night, Soma lay down holding the wooden spear and gradually fell asleep. In the dark night, human shelters in the wasteland were constantly breached, and screams and roars of beasts could be heard one after another. But there are also brave people who set traps to kill mutant beasts. In the mining area, people are still mining resources. On the second day of the apocalypse, human survival is at stake. As the system sounded, Suemo sat at the head of the bed with 2 panda eyes and fell asleep in the early morning. Looking at the bright shelter and yesterday's survival point calculation, Suemo found that his survival points had reached 120 points. At the same time, it also proved that the more you do every day, the more survival points you get. Afterwards, Suemo first came to the psychic water well and collected 3L of psychic water overnight. Adding the remaining 800 milliliters from yesterday, the total was 3.8L. Suemo used 1.8L to water the vegetable culture medium. After eating black bread and drinking psionic water, he put on his protective gear and prepared to go out. After opening the wooden door of the shelter, Suemo found a foggy ruin on the barren plain in the distance. The ruin was about 300 meters away from the shelter. Suemo decided that he must increase his combat power and explore the ruins. Back in the shelter, Suma took out the pet egg and prepared to hatch it. He carefully cut his finger with the iron axe, and a few drops of blood dripped onto the pet egg. A bloody pattern appeared on the eggshell, and a cyan light illuminated the shelter. With a loud cry, the pet egg cracked open, and Suemo saw a black and white dog, which excitedly jumped at his feet. It was a puppy. After checking the system, Suemo decided to name it Oreo. Oreo patrolled the shelter playfully, and Suemo felt a sense of closeness, and his loneliness dissipated a lot. He bought Oreo half a pound of mutant coyote meat, and it ate it with gusto. After Oreo finished eating, Suemo prepared to start exploring the ruins. After checking his armor and weapons, Suemo called Oreo, opened the wooden door of the shelter, and walked out. Suma still has some survival points left, but the purpose of this trip is not to fight, but to explore the ruins. From yesterday to today, in the information about the ruins that Suemo collected, no one mentioned the monsters in the ruins, which made him more alert. The unknown is always the most terrifying, and he decided to be extremely careful. The mist of the ruins obscured the view, and even if one got as close as 100 meters, one could not see clearly inside. Suemo asked Oreo to stay within a 5-meter radius and warned him of any danger. Oreo nodded sensibly. After entering the fog range, Suemo became extremely alert. The system prompted him that he had entered the ruins and temporarily sealed the game panel identification function. Suemo circled around the perimeter of the ruins and found that the ruins were very large. He decided not to go in too deep and explore the perimeter first. During the exploration, Suemo found low earth walls and charred traces, as if they had been through war. He walked along the earth wall and saw a memorial archway with the words Liangfang Town written on it. Seeing these Chinese characters, Suemo felt something was wrong and decided to retreat. However, he decided to try to drill through the earthen wall to see if he could find anything valuable. Oreo was on guard, and Suemo used an iron axe to split the earthen wall, revealing an old rural-style brick house. After Oreo confirmed that there was no danger, Suemo entered the courtyard carefully. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by and hit Sumo's ceramic armor, knocking him to the ground. Looking up, he saw a terrifying wolfhound growling and approaching him. After Suemo was knocked down, Oreo immediately flew over to block him, and the two sides confronted each other. Taking this opportunity, Suemo gradually woke up, climbed up, and took a closer look, only to find that this creature that looked like a wolf dog was rotten all over, revealing rotten flesh dripping with black blood, and had a fierce look in its eyes. Escape or fight? Just as Suemo was hesitating, the monster pounced on him again. Oreo quickly counterattacked and knocked it to the ground. Suemo seized the opportunity, stood up quickly, and stabbed the black dog with his spear, bringing up a piece of blood and flesh. Suemo hit him several times, finally breaking his spine and causing him to fall to the ground. When Suemo let out a long sigh, the black dog suddenly jumped up and bit him. Oreo prepared to fight back, but Suemo was faster and stabbed the black dog's mouth directly, pinning it to the ground. Suemo spat out a mouthful of blood. It's quite intimidating. Putting down the spear, Suma checked the wounds on his body and found that his palms were covered with small wounds. Oreo was whimpering beside him. Suemo stroked its head, forced himself to stand up, and decided to continue exploring. Suemo used an iron axe to break the door lock and entered an old brick house, where he found an old TV and tea sets. He put the items into his inventory and continued to search the room. The other room was almost empty, but the last kitchen gave him a surprise: various spices and half a bag of flour. After confirming that there were no other valuable items, Suemo and Oreo evacuated. Oreo was on guard at the gap in the earth wall. When he saw Suemo, he shouted hurriedly, signaling him to leave quickly. Suemo realized that he had to leave as soon as possible. After returning to the shelter, Suemo put down his belongings and recalled the thrilling experience. He knew that this world was full of unknowns and dangers, and he had to stay vigilant to survive in the apocalypse. After leaving, the ruins returned to peace again, but in the gaps split by Soma, a human-sized shadow wandered anxiously and finally disappeared in the mist. The ruins shrouded in mist gradually faded after Suma stepped out, as if they had really turned into mist. The corpse of the black dog that Suemo had stuck on the elmwood spear also became illusory and turned into dust in a breeze. Suemo regretfully summoned the game panel to scan and confirmed that there were no mutant beasts within a radius of 1,000 meters. After dragging his exhausted body back to the shelter and closing the door, he finally felt the long-lost sense of security. However, the pain also came with it. Suemo took off his ceramic armor and found that his chest was bruised by the black dog and his palms were covered with wounds from holding the elmwood spear tightly. Oreo lowered his head and circled around him, obviously very worried. Suemo calmed it down and drank the psionic water, and the pain in his chest and the wound on his hand were relieved. After this exploration, Suemo realized the importance of fighting in the apocalypse. In peacetime, we must fight, and in the chaotic apocalypse, we must fight even more. Although the psionic water can heal wounds, it also has its limits. Suemo decided not to avoid fighting blindly. Back in the shelter, he sorted out the items he brought back from the ruins. The first was the TV, which unexpectedly had the function of monitoring 1,000 meters around the shelter. This made Suma's desire for electricity reach its extreme. He speculated that there might be a generator in the town, so that he could rely on the ruins to quickly develop the shelter. Other items such as moldy bedding, tables, tea sets, and seasonings, although ordinary, are also helpful for current life. In particular, the half bag of flour obtained from the kitchen was identified by the game panel as excellent, refined flour with long-term preservation function. Suemo realized that the ruins contained huge opportunities and risks. He must make good use of these resources to improve his own strength and the defense of the shelter in order to survive in this apocalypse. Suma's requirements for food are not high. He only wants it to be able to be preserved for a long time without spoiling. The special ability of flour is just what he wants. At this stage, everyone's food is extremely simple. Sumo eats bread with plenty of salt, but others are not so lucky. Some can only eat grass, tree bark, or even soil to survive. Many people are reluctant to eat mutant beast meat because it is dry, hard, and lacks fat, but Oreo enjoys eating it regardless of whether it is raw or cold. Suemo decided to treat himself to celebrate his successful escape from the ruins. He had 3.8 L of psionic water, which was definitely the top reserve among survival players around the world. Searching the trading panel, he found that almost no one was selling meat products. Finally, he found the bacon. Although it was expensive, he exchanged 200 milliliters of psionic water for 600 g of bacon. Suemo decided to use the bacon to make a delicious meal. He built an iron stove and cleaned the pot with psionic water. Oreo was guarding the door, following the smell of bacon, greedily wanting to get closer but not daring to leave his post. Suemo looked at it approvingly and asked it to wait a while to eat together. He used wood to make a fire, poured in the dark energy water, and boiled the bacon. He added salt, fermented soybeans, cooking wine, and black pepper to season it. After a while, the aroma of the bacon soup spread. Sumo's gluttony was aroused, and he had not eaten any food with seasoning for 3 whole days. He bought another pound of mutant coyote meat, made 2 small bowls and a pair of chopsticks, and gave some of the bacon soup to Oreo. Oreo, come and eat. Today's meal is a reward for you protecting me during the battle. You must do your best in the future, Suemo said with a smile. Oreo turned around in circles because of the hot soup, looking very cute. Suemo did not wait any longer, picked up the small basin, and drank the bacon soup in big gulps. The nether energy water was sweet to begin with, and the delicious bacon made the soup taste even more mellow. After finishing the delicious meal, Suemo and Oreo collapsed on the ground in satisfaction. Oreo's belly was round, and his funny tilted head expression was extremely cute. While digesting the food, Suemo opened the private message panel, and sure enough, several private messages from Feng Manhwa had been sent. He quickly browsed the content and learned that Feng Manhwa was before entering the ruins. There was fog outside, and she could barely see the situation inside after getting closer. After entering the ruins, she found herself in a building surrounded by explosion-proof glass. She tried to look out the window, but was blocked by fog and dared not go out. She could only wait for 2 hours before automatically exiting. She was sure that the ruins were not a place on Earth. Suemo frowned when he saw this information and felt that something was wrong. Although the time and the appearance of the ruins were the same, the details were very different. Other people who entered the ruins were in the building, but he was in the wasteland and had to break the wall to enter the farmer's yard. He became more and more certain that the ruins he entered had some connection with the Earth. At the same time, Feng Manhwa gathered 4 people in her underground base. 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were tall and strong, with determined faces. Feng Manhwa speculated that Suemo was very powerful and had explored outside the safe house, showing extraordinary caution and wisdom. After discussion, everyone decided that Suemo was obviously a person worth winning over, but the distance and transportation problems at this stage made actual cooperation difficult to achieve. Suemo continued to check Feng Manhwa's reply and confirmed that her ruins were completely different from those on Earth. He decided not to rush to form a team for the time being, but to focus on improving the safety of the shelter to deal with unknown disasters. He knew that only by ensuring the safety of the shelter first could he explore the ruins with more confidence. After sorting out the supplies, Suma continued to build the shelter. He realized that although the iron shelter had a certain strength, it was not the best choice, and ideally reinforced concrete should be used. He decided to use the existing resources to optimize the structure of the shelter as much as possible. He used the psionic water to buy a large amount of stone, bread, and other supplies to ensure that the food supply was sufficient. Although relying on the system is not real strength, Suemo is still full of hope. He firmly believes that as long as he is alive, humans will not become extinct. He is determined to continuously improve his own abilities and the defense of the shelter, strive to survive in this doomsday, and even create a super shelter that is difficult to shake no matter what natural disasters. Oreo also felt the determination of his master and was alert to the surrounding environment. Suemo smiled and felt the firm belief of the man and the dog in their joint struggle. He understood that in this world full of unknowns and dangers, only by constantly making progress can we truly find a way to survive. January 4th of the last month of the calendar. You slept very soundly, and your spirit and condition were fully restored, survival points +2. You discovered a ruin, survival points +2. You have your first companion in the apocalypse, Oreo. You are very happy, and your depression is swept away, survival points +20. You explored the ruins, which gave you some understanding of the unknown, survival points +5. You killed a powerful ruins monster, and your combat power increased, survival points +10. You have gained a lot in the ruins, survival points +5. Your meals are very comfortable, and your sense of happiness is greatly improved, survival points +2. Scanning the host's living environment, evaluating survival points, 36 survival points were obtained today. Final settlement, survival points +82. Remaining survival points, 202. The morning sun shone, and Suemo woke up in warmth, because the coldness of the night was swept away because of the three-piece set of clothes he had received on the Kong yesterday. Oreo, who was lying beside Suemo, saw Suemo wake up and put the dog's head obediently on the bedside, motioning Suemo to pet it. After touching Oreo's dog head, Suemo stretched and sat at the head of the bed. After 2 days of accumulation, the survival points finally exceeded 200 points, which was the minimum requirement for the material renovation of the shelter. Opening the chat channel, after getting through the confusion of the past few days, the remaining survivors began to face reality and survive in the wasteland. First, enter the World Channel chat. The first round of acid rain disaster is coming tomorrow. Are you all ready? Prepare for the hell. I wish it would rain acid today. This damn weather is so hot. My throat is smoking. Are you serious, brother? You dare to drink acid rain. I respect you as a warrior. Can't acid rain be boiled and drunk? Why not? For scientific popularization, it's not that acid rain is not drinkable. It depends on the concentration. For example, acid rain is sulfuric acid at an extremely low concentration. Even if you boil and precipitate the impurities and harmful substances in it, there will still be residues. If the concentration is low, it's okay to drink a small amount after processing. If the concentration is high, I suggest you take good care of yourself. God will keep us alive. Compared to the crowded World Channel at the beginning, the comments on the World Channel are now sparse, and you can see everyone's comments clearly without scrolling. The content has also changed from despair and pessimism in the beginning to occasional sharing of little knowledge now. Tomorrow will be a disaster. Time flies so fast. Arriving in the wasteland world, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After switching to the regional channel, Suemo first looked at the number of survivors on the far right. 774. Well, not bad. This number is much better than expected. During the novice stage, there will basically be no crazy mutant creatures that attack at night, so the surviving humans can at least survive at night. But on the last day of the disaster, everyone has to consider how to survive it. I got up, took out the psionic water that had been stored overnight, and carefully watered the vegetable culture medium. After storing all the remaining psionic water in buckets, Suemo began to prepare a delicious breakfast for the 4th day in the wasteland. Taking out the earthen pot that had been cleaned last night, Suemo placed the pot on the stove, lit the last piece of wood, and put it under the stove to make a fire. Pour the sweet and rich psionic water into the pot and start heating it. Smelling a faint aroma, Suemo continued to take out the black bread and began to break it like he was doing with mutton soup steamed buns. Finger-sized pieces of bread are put into the pot, and as the water temperature gradually decreases, they become soft and melt into one piece. After breaking off about 1.5 pounds, the water in the pot began to boil. In an instant, the rich peach kernels and hazelnuts on the black bread mixed with the psionic water burst out with a unique fragrance. It smells so good. This water is like a natural seasoning. Suemo took a deep breath of the fragrance. If last night's meat soup was satisfaction, then today's bread soup is enjoyment. Although it has been less than a week since he entered the wasteland world, Suemo felt that he had not eaten something so delicious for at least a month or two. The saliva in the mouth also began to secrete crazily. It would be better if there were some vegetables. Suemo controlled the temperature while opening the trading channel. Search for vegetables. Brush. There are dozens of pages of vegetable packets. Prices are generally inflated. Some people got these vegetable packs from treasure chests, while others got them from instant noodles and leftovers. Suemo originally wanted to trade with the Phantom Water, but then he changed his mind. Why not try the World Channel? With a sudden thought, I opened the World Channel. Since coming to the wasteland, he has never used his trumpet once. Soma. A bowl of fragrant bread soup cooked with Phantom Water in exchange for a vegetable bun. The highest bidder wins. Only serious bidders are welcome. A message slid by in the World Channel. Now Sumo's personal homepage has millions of followers, and as soon as the news came out, it was immediately noticed by many people. Fuck, is Sushin so generous? Boil soup with psionic water? Hiss. Although most people have accepted Sumo's generosity, there are still a small number of people who don't pay much attention to World Chat who are extremely shocked. In just a few seconds, Suemo received thousands of transaction messages. Some did have vegetable packs, and some were planning to exchange them for other supplies. Sushan, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please, give me a sip of soup, please. I have a kerosene lamp. Can I have something to eat in exchange? Boss, I have a pack of vegetable dumplings from Kangshufu sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles. Can you exchange them? I have a portable vegetable bag here, full of 100 grams. Can I exchange it, Sushan? So many people came to trade. The scene was so grand and lively that even Suemo could not have expected it. As Suemo brought out a bowl of bread soup of about 200 milliliters, the trading channel exploded even more. 200G bread soup, excellent. Description. A bowl of bread soup mixed with special water, rich in aroma and full of happiness. Special ability. After consumption, the satiety will be slightly increased and the injuries will be restored to a certain extent. Review. Can you remember how many pieces of bread you've eaten? DIO. After adding psionic water, the artificial bread soup reached excellent quality, causing an even more frenzied scramble in the market. Naturally, Suemo would trade with whoever gave him the most vegetable packages. After choosing for a long time, Suemo spotted the one that seemed to be the most willing to pay the price. Alan Brando, hi, Mr. Su. I have 2 small bags of dehydrated vegetables, 250G each, and 200G of gunpowder. I want to exchange them for the bread soup you're selling. Is that okay? Not only was there the vegetable package that Suma needed now, but there was also an unexpected gain. Most of the buyers basically adopted the method of vegetable package plus resources, but it turned out that this guy actually had this kind of strategic level supplies. Although it is impractical to manufacture guns and cannons with the current level of technology, it is always better to be prepared. Immediately, Suemo designated the trading partner and selected Alan's 3 items as exchange items. For this kind of designated transaction, others can only watch and cannot participate. Within a few seconds, Alan sold the goods and the transaction was completed. Gunpowder is a delicate item, and Suemo hasn't found a place to store it yet, so he has to put it in the inventory for now. Take out the vegetable bag and pour a 100G bag of ingredients containing 4 or 5 kinds of vegetables into the remaining bread soup. Gugugug. The small shelter was filled with a mixture of subtle fragrance and the aroma of vegetables. Oreo was already lying obediently beside the pot, staring intently at the vegetable bread soup in the pot, with a long drool dripping from his mouth onto the ground. Sprinkle some seasoning and serve. As a native of Shaanxi, Suemo is not used to such light food. Taking out the chili powder he had looted from the ruins, Suemo poured a little of it down with a pained look on his face. Suddenly, the spicy aroma of the chili peppers mixed with the fragrance of the bread soup, forming a spicy and fresh taste. Suemo took a deep breath and moved the pot to the stove next to him, ready to serve. Ha ha ah woo woo woo. Oreo loosened his nose and lay on the ground, already impatient. You little foodie. Suemo smiled and shook his head, picked up the pot, poured a small half into the Oreo bowl, and took the rest. The soup cooked in a clay pot has a flavor of local life that is hard to find in the city. The soft breadcrumbs melt in your mouth. Suma chewed very carefully, including every vegetable strip. When he closed his eyes, he felt like he had returned to the civilized era. It would be great if I could have a meal like this every day. One person and one dog had a hearty meal. By the time we finished eating and cleaned the pots and stoves, The sun was already high in the sky outside. All the morning chill had been dispelled, and it was a good time to go out to work. We must drain the water today to prevent flooding. After eating, he picked up a shovel and rushed out. It was 10 o'clock in the morning in the wasteland time, and the workers sumo went to work on time. It may be that during the novice protection period, wild animals are not so crazy yet. After a scan, no mutant creatures were detected near the base today. What a shame. I thought I could receive a package today. The mutant beasts that others feared like tigers became express deliveries to Sumo. I have to say, in the end times, as long as you can change your mindset, it will be a different kind of experience. Standing on the small hill of the shelter, Sumo looked around and saw that it was still desolate and vast. The continuous exposure to the sun has turned the land, which was previously slightly green, into a scorched yellow. I walked to the cut bush. The place where I encountered the chameleon before had all its traces washed away by the noisy evening wind on the plain. Apart from being a bit messy, it is not possible to intuitively tell that a battle had ever broken out here. Taking out an iron axe, Soma began to chop down trees. Wood is very cheap in the trading market. Even 100 milliliters of water can be exchanged for dozens of units of wood. However, Soma's purpose was not this. Just like a certain ninja on Earth, even if he already has chakra, he still has to start from the most basic tree climbing and water walking to practice the application of chakra. This is what Soma is doing now. Controlling the axe, Sumo strives for ultimate precision with every strike of the axe. Controlling the force, with every strike, Sumo tried to control the force within a range, neither too big nor too small. Even if I have hot weapons in this world, I can't avoid close combat with others. The more Sumo wanted to control it, the more he felt the difficulty. I don't have the kind of power that can break all obstacles with one force as described in fantasy novels, so I can only pursue speed and precision. The key is to hit the vital points quickly, with sufficient force and high precision. Looking at the second fallen tree that was half a person's height, the cut marks were much neater than the first one, and Sumo had a glimmer of understanding. It's better to dodge than to block, and it's better to attack first than to dodge. Before you start, you must be like chopping down a tree, and know where to chop to be more efficient. If I can get rid of the enemy before he attacks, I won't have to worry about not being able to dodge his attacks later because I don't have professional training. The more Sumo thought about it, the more precise the axe in his hand became. In just less than an hour, I was able to maintain the strength and accuracy within a large range. At this time, the accumulated wood has reached 20 units and the plant fiber has reached 8 units. After returning to the base, Sumo took a few sips of cold water and gave a portion to Oreo who was patrolling nearby. Then he began to look at the drainage design. There is no sewage treatment pipe in the shelter now, and people have to go to the toilet outdoors. So there is no need to worry about how to get the sewage out of the shelter for the time being. The safe house slightly changes the hill terrain after being placed. It has become a gently sloping design. According to common sense, there will be basically no normal drainage problems. However, this type of terrain is most likely to form potholes. In the event of heavy rain, lake-like water will form beneath the shelter's foundation. Over time, moisture and water pressure will damage the shelter's structural stability. What's more, acid rain will corrode the surrounding landforms, making it barren, which is not conducive to the subsequent development of the base. A simple drainage ditch is not enough. I need to dig a terrain that can divert the water out immediately. It would be best if the water can be diverted 400 or 500 meters away. After roughly planning the route in his mind, Sumo started to work. Fortunately, in this world, the shovel made of game panels has a certain auxiliary function, and it can move a piece of land with just a little force. Even so, it took 3 or 4 hours of digging, and by dusk the drainage ditch was only dug a little over 50 meters. The 3 drainage channels that looked like scratches were crooked and had no cement or concrete to hold them in place, so they looked extremely loose. But the effect is certain. Calling upon his survival system in his heart, Sumo looked fixedly at the dug drainage ditch. Simple drainage facilities. Upgrade Direction 1. Strengthen facilities and change materials to greatly improve drainage efficiency. Survival points, 150, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Use underground pipes for sewage treatment, which is more efficient, more concealed, and less likely to be destroyed. Survival points are required, 550. Introduction. Don't even think about using this drainage ditch to round the bend. I promise you'll get stuck. Try putting in 1 unit of stone and see. Looking at the 2 paths given by the system, Sumo took out a unit of stone and piled it on the drainage ditch. Sure enough, the upgrade direction given by the system reduced the requirements by 3 points. The description becomes: Upgrade Direction 1. Use stone reinforcement to increase drainage efficiency, increase durability, and make it less susceptible to corrosion. Survival points, 147, are required. There are 200 units of stone in the backpack. This thing is cheap, so Suemo doesn't feel sorry for it. 10 units, 20 units. After placing down 47 units of stone, the survival point requirement given by the system will no longer change with the increase of stone. Fixed at 9 o'clock. Choose upgrade direction 1. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light emanated from Suma's body, merging more than 40 units of stone into one drainage ditch. Starting from under Suma's feet, traces of stone began to appear in the drainage ditch, which was originally made of soft soil. Every time the green light swept back and forth, more and more stones appeared in the soil. After 3 or 5 seconds, the stone drainage ditch. Done. The drainage ditch made of gray-black rocks looks neat and orderly, like the Great Wall on the barren land, which is shocking. It looks like a complete stone surface paved by a machine, with no traces of artificial excavation, and the whole thing looks like it was created by nature. The more he looked, the happier Suemo felt. It has been detected that the player has a probability of passing the first natural disaster of over 99%, and is the only player in the world to have achieved this achievement. Get a chance to draw a lottery. Standing on the top of a small hill and gazing into the distance, Suemo suddenly felt doubly happy and quickly opened the game panel to check. At this time, behind the Azure Blue game panel function, a new function with colorful and shining lights suddenly appeared. Lottery. I didn't expect digging a drainage ditch would lead to such an achievement. If I had known, I would have dug it out on the first day. Looking at the big lottery wheel in front of him, Suemo looked at it intently. The turntable is divided into 5 areas: pets, blueprints, tools, props, resources. There's no thank you for your patronage. This is definitely not a game developed by the Ma family. All 5 options are extremely useful. With Oreo in hand, and now sufficient resources, even if Suemo wins a pet, he doesn't mind having one more mouth to feed, and directly presses the lottery button. The turntable started out very fast, but as time went on, it inevitably slowed down, and the pointer eventually stopped in the drawing area. Record. Congratulations to the player for drawing the hunting compound crossbow manufacturing diagram. As soon as the prompt on the game panel ended, a design drawing with a red glow appeared in the inventory. Hunting compound crossbow manufacturing diagram. A long-range combat tool with slow loading speed, high initial velocity, and considerable lethality. It is an essential tool for survival in the wilderness. It's actually a long-range weapon. Sumo's eyes lit up. Long before he went out to fight for the first time, he had thought of making long-range weapons. However, this idea has been shelved because there is no good production direction and the survival points are scarce. I didn't expect that there would be a crossbow that is more advanced than the bow. The biggest difference between a bow and a crossbow is accuracy. A crossbow does not require aiming while pulling the string, so it has lower requirements for the user. Although the loading time is much longer than that of a bow, generally speaking it has a longer range, greater lethality, and a higher hit rate than a bow, making it a powerful long-range killing weapon. If a woman is given a bow, she can only shoot 20 to 30 meters at most because of her arm strength. But the crossbow is different. Once you learn how to use it, you can basically hit whatever you point at within 50 meters, with terrifyingly high accuracy. After crushing the crossbow manufacturing diagram, a stream of light merged into the manufacturing function of the game panel. Suemo couldn't wait to open the manufacturing list. View the material requirements for crafting a hunting compound crossbow and crossbow bolts. Scroll to the bottom of the production page. Suemo clicked it with his mind, and the material list popped up. Hunting compound crossbow. Wood 0/8, iron block 0/8, copper block 0/4, nylon 0/2, composite nylon 0/1. 5 matching crossbow arrows. 0/2 wood, 0 to 1 iron block. After unlocking the blueprint for the compound crossbow, the blueprint for making the matching crossbow arrows comes with it, and Suemo does not need to obtain it again. The iron block is easy to deal with. Now, all we need is nylon, composite nylon, and copper. I don't know if anyone has nylon, but copper should be relatively easy to get. While thinking, Suemo called Oreo back and walked back to the shelter. When exploring the game panel, it is easy to ignore the environment around you. So when browsing the trading market, Suma usually does it in the shelter. When checking the trading items before, Suemo had seen a lot of strange little things. After a search, I found the trace of the copper block on the trading panel. Currently, the price of a copper block is 100 milliliters of water, while nylon is nowhere to be found. The prices these people are selling for are too high. Suemo took a look around and suddenly found that there were only 2 people selling copper bars. Before he could buy the newly listed copper bars, they were taken away by these 2 people. These players, who are similar to game merchants, hoard resources that are currently in short supply and raise prices accordingly. It's better to collect them yourself. It's more cost-effective to exchange the psionic water for materials. Suemo pondered for a moment and put up several sets of trading methods. Seller, Sumo. Trading item, 50 milliliters phantom water. Requirement, 1 copper block. Stock, 200 ml. Trading item, 100 milliliters phantom water. Requirement, nylon 2. Stock, 200 ml. Trading item, 200 milliliters phantom water. Requirement, composite nylon. Stock, 200 milliliters phantom water. The acid rain that is coming tomorrow is not a disaster in the eyes of most people, but replenishment. The purchasing power of water has been decreasing since morning. Not only the exchange of materials, but also the exchange of equivalent food are greatly discounted. Fortunately, the purchasing power of psionic water remains strong. The materials acquired can just meet the material needs for manufacturing hunting compound crossbows. Less than half a minute after the copper block replacement was posted, the 4 units were traded. Boss, where can we dig the psionic water? Don't worry, we'll split the profits 19:1 after we dig it up, okay? Sushan, I still have some copper ingots. Please take them from me. I haven't had any water for a day. Sir, I have nylon, but the price is not enough and it will go up. Private messages came one after another. This was the nth time that Suemo had put psionic water up for sale, so almost everyone guessed that he had a fixed gold mine and an endless supply of water. Most people who buy psionic water don't use it solely to quench their thirst. They are basically stored as strategic medical supplies. If you get injured, you may be able to survive with the help of the psionic water. On the World Channel and the Regional Channel, a large number of people started talking again, discussing the 2 types of nylon that Suma needed. After the test just now, Suemo has learned that nylon is not in short supply, but some people are unwilling to sell it because they want to raise the price. Looking at the increasing number of private messages, Suemo set the keyword of composite nylon and ignored them. There is no fatal threat at the moment, so the compound bow is not needed for emergency. Perhaps if we wait a while, someone might sell it for a low price at night. After sorting by price, Sumo received another 50 units of stone, making up for the loss from the previous canal construction. After slowly taking out all the construction resources and piling them up in the shelter, Suemo was excited. Living in a wooden shelter is okay in the early stages, but as time goes by, the wood will eventually lose its rigidity and it is really not very safe. Now that the conditions for upgrading the stone shelter have been met, Suemo did not waste any time and began to upgrade manually. The first thing to be upgraded is the gate of the shelter, which is also the first line of defense in the wasteland. Shelter gate. Effect: slightly anti-theft, slightly anti-radiation. Upgrade direction 1. Increase the thickness of the wooden door, increase the solidity of the wood, and slightly prevent fire and water. 10. Upgrade direction 2. Change the material, upgrade the wooden door to a stone door, greatly increase durability and other properties. 5. Comment: you wouldn't want to live in the apocalypse leaning against a wooden door, would you? Click on the second upgrade direction. The stones on the ground are scanned with green light. 10 units of stones are melted and turned into stone water attached to the wooden door. After a short wait, the original wooden door disappeared and was replaced by a quaint stone door. After pushing open the stone bolt, pulling the wooden door handle, and slowly pushing open the stone door, Suemo was surprised again. The thickness of the stone door is more than 20 centimeters. With such thickness, even a bullet would have difficulty penetrating it. As long as he closed the door from the inside, no matter how many people were outside, they could not break in. Of course, the premise is that these people don't have explosives. The workmanship outside the stone gate is very rough, and the system also paid attention to concealment during the upgrade. Although it still looks out of place in the wilderness, at least ordinary creatures will only treat it as a rough rock. After closing the door and returning to the base, Suemo began to upgrade one by one. With every scan of the green light, the original wooden floor would undergo a drastic change and turn into a light gray stone floor. After upgrading the foundation, Suemo began to upgrade the load-bearing system and the ceiling. As the last piece of wood changed color, the shelter took on a brand new look. First is the internal environment. There was no longer a damp feeling, and the dirt on the wooden boards from days of activity had also disappeared. At this time, the ground was neat and tidy, and the whole surface was light gray. because it was polished extremely smooth and flat. At first glance, it looked a bit like gray tiles. Some of the potholes have now been filled up thanks to the system upgrade. The stone color of the wall is a slightly rustic dark brown, with a hint of stone grain from time to time, making the shelter seem less dull. The ceiling above is the same color as the walls, making it look more integrated. Good. Suemo looked around inside and out, then opened the game panel to view the entire shelter. Personal shelter. Description. The shelter is made entirely of stone, which is extremely strong and safe. It is unique in isolating moisture and keeping warm. Space. 100. Height 4.2 m. Completeness. 100%. Facilities. Iron stove, bed, large vegetable culture medium, psychic well water extractor, dining table. Introduction. Everyone has to pay for their youth, but you have to build a house for your youth. This is the greatness of human civilization. Suemo clapped his hands and sighed. The biggest advantage of the shelter made entirely of stone is nothing else but two words: safety. The security that everyone in the apocalypse had been striving for was now achieved by Suemo in just 4 days. Walking around, touching here, looking there, and taking in the newly renovated shelter, Suemo couldn't help but feel happy. What a pity. It would be great if there was electricity. Living in this stone house is not as comfortable as living in a reinforced concrete house. I'll install a bathroom, no, a bathtub, and watch a movie and drink some red wine. Looking at the ceiling, Suemo sat on the stairs, daydreaming. Every time he came to this world, the environment in the shelter became closer to that of Earth, and Sumo's mood became more complicated. It took mankind more than 5,000 years to develop from nothing to something, from the Stone Age to the Electrical Age. A person's lifespan is only a few decades at most. In these doomsday situations where life is uncertain at any moment, will there ever be a day when electricity will be restored? Suemo clenched his fists and put the gloom in his heart behind him. Now is not the time to sigh. He couldn't even walk 3 kilometers into the nearby wilderness, so how could he talk about the future? After taking inventory of the supplies, the reserves of the psionic water, not counting the 400 milliliters sold on the market, have recovered to about 2.5 L. Leaving 1 L of water as a backup, Suemo began his last wave of shopping before the disaster. Chapter 21. Acquiring materials. Crossbow completed. Among the things that needed to be purchased, the first thing Suemo thought of was cloth. At present, cloth is not used in many places in the shelter. For example, for washing pots and pans, they are just covered with straw mats made of plant fibers. Considering that in case of water leakage in the base, plugging the hole with cloth is also a reliable choice. There is a lot of cloth in stock in the trading market, whether it is from old clothes for sale or from treasure chests. There is a lot of miscellaneous things. Just buy 2 rags and some ordinary cloth to fill the hole. After a deal, he spent 50 milliliters of psionic water to buy 2 rags, 1 gray and 1 dark blue, as well as a piece of cloth the size of a human head. We have the cloth, and the next step is various resources. Just as Suemo was about to continue checking, a private message popped up in the lower right corner. News from Chan Pingon, who had previously sold monster encyclopedias. After the 2 people completed the transaction, they were automatically added as friends by default. So when Suemo opened the game panel, he could directly see the message prompt. Chin Pingon, Sushan, do you want some composite nylon? I happen to have one here. Suma, yes. Do you want food or water? I can make food for you. When Suemo saw the words composite nylon, he was delighted. The composite nylon that was put up for purchase in the trading market in the afternoon had still not been reported by the evening. Unexpectedly, Chin Pingon actually had this thing. It seems that he has good fighting ability. This thing can't be found in the wild. Suemo pondered secretly. After traveling to this wasteland, it is not known whether Chin Pingon relied on luck or force to be the first to obtain the rare item monster encyclopedia. His strength should not be underestimated. Judging from the frequency of exchanges, Chen Pingon should be living a pretty good life. At least with his combat power, he will not die unless there is a large-scale natural disaster. Chen Pingon, I want water. I want phantom water. I want 1 composite nylon in exchange for 500 milliliters of water. Is that okay? Suma, yes. Chen Pingon, damn. Is it so horrible, brother? You don't even bargain? The last time I put the monster encyclopedia and water pairs for sale on the trading channel, there were so many trolls below that it was terrifying. Not to mention the various people who come to him for knives. There are thousands of dragon-slaying swords at best. Some people even directly asked, can you please give me some face by giving me this monster encyclopedia? Therefore, during the transaction this time, Chen Pingon specifically quoted a high price, but he didn't expect. Suma, you can regret it, but our deal ends here and I will block you. To deal with such people, Suma knew a basic rule. Principled. This is also the rule of thumb I learned during my daily shopping. The same vegetables, the same price. In the vegetable market, no matter whether people buy them or not, they always want to bargain a little to see if they can get the price down. On the contrary, if it is placed in the supermarket, no one can bargain and they have to pack it up and take it away. Even if the former succeeds in bargaining, he will still feel a little unhappy when thinking about it carefully, because the buyer can never figure out where the seller's bottom line is. Although the latter did not bargain, he believed that everyone was paying the same price, so he could not feel how much he had lost. If Suemo agreed to Chen Pingon's price increase at this time, it would plant a seed of having no bottom line or principles in his heart. Subsequent transactions may not be as smooth as they are now. Chen Pingon, Su Shun, stop it. I'm just kidding, you're my brother. Don't be mad at me. 500 milliliters is fine. I urgently need the psionic water to survive. This wilderness is too dangerous. There are monsters everywhere. Suma, have you gone out to explore? Chen Pingon, well, I chose a shelter on the ground. I can only survive by scanning the map for resources. The monsters in this wasteland are more ferocious than each other. I can only pray that there will be no biological mutations in future disasters, otherwise, it will really be a disaster for mankind. Looking at what Chen Pingon said, Suemo was a little curious. After suppressing his urge to ask Chen Pingon about the outdoor environment, Suemo posted the transaction and specified Chen Pingon as the seller. In a round trip, 500 milliliters of psionic water were successfully exchanged for a rare composite nylon. In just a short period of time, water prices continued to plummet. Even the price of food is falling steadily. On the contrary, those minerals that are usually cheap are slowly climbing and appreciating in value. The ups and downs of the market seem like an invisible hand controlling the fate of humans in the wasteland. Suemo was silent. He had already guessed the reason for this development. But at this moment, with a mouth full of bitterness, how could he calmly tell this cruel fact? All humans who travel to the wasteland are not without water or food. The real reason is those who can't survive the early stages and have no means to obtain stable water and food in the wilderness. Already dead. It was already the fourth night of the Doomsday calendar. For days had passed. Those who had no way of getting water had fallen forever on this wasteland. Without a specific number, Suemo couldn't guess how many people there were. We can only judge the fate of humanity as a community with a shared future based on current market prices. In the trading channel, seeing the increasingly chaotic market price fluctuations, Suemo had no choice but to take action himself and start recycling materials. This time, the recycling will still focus on base development materials, and we will try to collect as many materials as possible, such as iron and copper, which appear frequently. Oreo is out watching the door. I have to make dinner. Calling silly dog. Oreo received the order and rushed to the door, squatting down obediently. The stone door couldn't block the smell. Oreo's role in this environment is no less than that of a monster manual. Suemo carefully cleaned the iron pan with a rag, added 600 milliliters of water into the pan, and then put in the black bread according to the recipe in the morning. As the fire increased, the water began to boil. Add some seasoning and vegetable pack. 2 bowls of hot bread soup are served. After dinner, the sky in the wasteland had completely darkened. In the entire wilderness, only a little warmth remained in the shelter. Before dinner, most of the iron and copper blocks that were put up for sale were sold. Good luck. Most people have not yet reached the Soma stage and have not yet realized the importance of stockpiling basic resources. Unfortunately, no one chooses to sell ordinary nylon. Just when Suemo thought that he would not receive any ordinary nylon today, the 100 milliliters that he put up for sale on the trading channel was sold out twice in a row and was successfully sold, obtaining 2 pieces of nylon. In this way, the materials for the hunting compound crossbow are complete. It's all ready. Suemo was delighted and opened the manufacturing page. At this time, in the weapon column of the manufacturing page, the blueprint for the hunting compound crossbow has been lit up, and the hammer symbol behind it is the sign that it can be produced. Click on the drawing with your mind. Choose to make a hunting compound crossbow and 5 matching crossbow arrows. Confirm to build. The little hammer hit the blueprint with a ding-dong sound, and the materials in the inventory gradually disappeared. The iron block turned into molten iron and began to be cast into a crossbow shape. The copper block rose from the ground and began to change its plasticity from a standard square. The 2 nylons are stretched straight, and the composite nylon is pulled and tightened on the crossbow shape. Record: you lost wood, tin. iron block 9, copper block 4, nylon 2, composite nylon 1. Record. You have obtained a hunting compound crossbow. Record. You obtained crossbow arrow 5. Watch the progress bar to complete. Suddenly, there appeared in the inventory a crossbow that emitted a cold light just by looking at it. A thought came to mind. There was a crossbow in Sumo's right hand that looked ingenious and natural, and there were 5 crossbow arrows on the ground that were flawless, as if they were copied from a mold. Wow, this structure may be crude, but its accuracy is quite good, right? After carefully examining the structure of the crossbow, Sumo couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 22. No one can sleep peacefully tonight. The crossbow on Earth is a standard regulated knife that is basically out of reach for civilians. That is to say, in his previous life, he was taken for entertainment by Partier's father, and occasionally went to the shooting range and came into contact with modern crossbows. The crossbow made from the blueprint at this time is yellow, silver, and black in color, with a hint of coldness and mystery. 2 small discs polished from brass are hung on both sides of the crossbow, responsible for supporting the nylon string. The simple opener and closer in the middle is responsible for lowering the crossbow arrows. Sumo tried it and found that he could put down just 5 at a time. Although the crossbow cannot fire continuously and needs to be restrung after one shot, the ammunition storage compartment is quite impressive. After positioning the crossbow, Sumo began to use the winder to string it. The first crossbow arrow slid smoothly into the launch chamber. Restraining his excitement, Sumo took out a unit of wood from his inventory, made it into a plank, and placed it in the corner of the shelter. Aim at the board and pull the trigger. Call out. The initial velocity was no less than that of a small police pistol, and it pierced the wood in an instant. Fuck. It's really cast directly. The power is a bit abnormal. Looking at the crossbow arrow that was still trembling slightly, Sumo quickly approached the wooden board on the ground. Flipping the wooden board with a diameter of 6 centimeters, the strong crossbow arrow penetrated the barrier of the board, with half remaining on the front and half on the back. Although this power is not as powerful as the high-precision crossbows manufactured by major military companies in the civilized era, it is definitely not bad. Like the chameleon mentioned above, if it were hit like this, it would probably die on the spot. Try again. Sumo was extremely excited to suddenly obtain such a powerful weapon. However, he also knew that although the crossbow was extremely powerful, this was based on steady accuracy. Just now, Sumo aimed at the center of a 1 meter by 1 meter wooden board. But when it came to firing, his hand shook and the crossbow arrow hit the upper right corner, almost missing the target. It's only a distance of 10 meters, but such a deviation can occur. Not to mention the accuracy of 50 meters or 100 meters. From accuracy to power, trajectory, and shooting feeling, to how to string the string, Sumo began to slowly fire and try. Crossbow arrows are not consumables. Basically, one crossbow arrow can be recycled more than 5 times by shooting at a wooden board. Only after many times will the crossbow arrow undergo slight deformation. Besides, 5 crossbow arrows only require 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron, which is completely affordable. Whoosh, whoosh, call out, shooting again and again, studying and judging the hand-raising angle, and aiming accuracy again and again. Sumo's proficiency increased rapidly. Such luxurious training in a shooting club on Earth would cost tens of thousands a day, but in the apocalypse, people can squander money without restraint. Every time he shot, Sumo did not try to be fast or ruthless, but only seek accuracy. After thinking about it over and over again for 20 or 30 times, Sumo turned his attention to the strenuous work of upper string. Stringing a crossbow has always been a big problem, not to mention the compound quick-loading crossbow in his hand. Since the earliest crossbows, that is, the stirrup-type stringer, all crossbow enthusiasts have been on the road of researching how to string the bow more easily. Later, there were hand-cranked gear-type and pulley-type special winders. The efficiency of winding is getting higher and higher. After winding up the string 30 or 40 times in a row, Sumo felt the numbness and weakness in his arms, and at the same time he measured his current maximum speed. For the first 3 arrows, the stringing, aiming, and designing actions can be completed within 1 minute. Going forward, each arrow will require a separate half-minute to a minute to prepare. After shooting 10 arrows, each arrow will take at least 1.5 minutes to complete this series of actions. It would be more comfortable if it could be changed to an electric winding machine. Thinking of the powerful upgrades in the Doomsday survival system, Sumo's heart was burning with excitement. Concentrate your attention, call the system in your mind, and look intently at the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow, normal. Description. a long-range combat tool with slow reload speed, high initial velocity, and considerable lethality. It is an essential tool for survival in the wilderness. Shooting speed, 140 meters per second. Range, 80 m. Maximum damage, 165 m. Effective damage, 330 m. Farthest damage. Upgrade direction 1. Upgrade the crossbow material, increase the crossbow poundage, and reduce the string pressure. Survival points, 180, are required. Upgrade direction 2. Upgrade the crossbow material, add an electric stringing device, change the design mode, add an automatic shooting burst mode, increase the bullet capacity, and require survival points, 400. Introduction. Liberal arts students use Cupid's arrows to shoot girls' hearts. Only science students use powerful crossbows to express their love. Praise the machine. Fuck. But I am uneducated and can only say fuck to everyone. At this moment, looking at the second attribute in front of him, Suemo was slightly shocked and excited. Before this, the option of electric device had popped up when upgrading the wooden spear. However, the difference between the wooden spear's electric device and the crossbow in front of him can be described as worlds apart. After adding the electric device, the crossbow completely changed its shooting method. It can not only fire continuously, but also be electrically strung. As long as there are enough crossbow arrows, Suemo is confident that he can fire a Gatling gun with just a crossbow. And this upgrade only costs 400 points. According to the current progress, as long as he can survive for about 10 days, he can almost collect this number. By then, combat effectiveness will increase dramatically. What a pity. We still need electricity. If we can't develop electricity or find a device to convert electricity, this thing will be useless. A long sigh. Suemo once again truly felt the importance of restoring electricity. The biggest reason for the sudden and rapid progress of technology in the civilized era is the invention of electricity. Electricity has allowed every ordinary citizen to fully experience the charm of technology. But at the same time, there is no electricity. Seeing Suemo in deep thought, Oreo ran over and shook his head, as if to say, "If you have any difficult problems, leave it to me. Oreo, I order you to generate electricity for me right now. This is the master's mission." Suemo laughed, called Oreo over, held him in his arms and rubbed his head wildly. Poor Oreo didn't know what electricity was. He just heard that it was his master's mission, and a gleam of wisdom appeared in his eyes. From an angle that Suemo couldn't see, Oreo seemed to be thinking about something. When Suemo turned his head and looked over, Oreo's slightly clear eyes became cloudy again. No mutant beasts were detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Today's time 0/3. After using up his last chance of the day and detecting that there were no mutant beasts nearby, Suemo walked out with a torch. Tomorrow is when the acid rain disaster will come. He needed to make one last check on the drainage system to see if any of the waterways had been blocked by sand blowing in from the plains. We must ensure 100% safety. To alert Oreo, Suemo rolled out 3 torches in a row and stuck them into the ground. The originally silvery white moonlight now turned into a strange red light as the disaster approached. The red light sprinkled on the ground and merged with the firelight, creating an indescribable, strange, and beautiful feeling. In just half a day, the plain was almost covered with a thin layer of sand. Taking out a shovel, Suma began to clean the waterway. After everything was done and the blockage was confirmed, we returned to the shelter. Lying on the bed by the firelight, looking at the solid stone gate and the extremely smooth, polished stone walls and stone floors. On the last night before the disaster, Suma covered himself with the quilt and his breathing gradually became calmer. Suemo had enough confidence to face the impending disaster. However, it was late at night and the temperature had already started to drop. There were also countless people running around the land with torches, begging for the last bit of time to take disaster relief measures. Only a small number of people sat in the shelters with complicated expressions, waiting for the disaster to come. There was a strong sense of crisis, except for Suemo that night. No one can sleep peacefully. Chapter 23. The Great Terror. Acid Rain Disaster. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As the night deepens, everything becomes silent. Birds with black bodies flapped their wings, flew over the earth, and dived down. The noisy wind on the plain seemed to calm down, and the sky and the earth seemed to be covered by a layer of black cloth. The light of the red moon also began to dissipate and gradually disappeared into the black clouds. Water. It's water. We are saved. We have water. Thank God. Thank Jesus. Thank you for the new life. Countless dark shelters began to gradually light up with sparks as the sound of raindrops grew louder and louder. The next moment, some people excitedly rushed out of their shelters, stood under the sky, and enjoyed the caress of water wantonly. Boom! A bolt of lightning that pierced through the sky and earth appeared in the sky, suddenly illuminating the earth and the crazy expressions of these people. The roar that followed was like a warning, shaking the heavens and the earth. Crash! As time went by, the drizzle suddenly became heavy. In the dark night, the sound of rain became the only solo. The dry earth greedily absorbed the nutrients falling from the sky. The cracks in the ground that had been exposed to the sun for days gradually began to heal under the touch of rain. Everything seemed to have come alive again. But, my face, how did my face become like this? When holes began to appear on the first person's face as if corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, the crowd who rushed out rashly were stunned. With the light of lightning, a quick glimpse, people who were outside in the rain suddenly discovered the exposed skin has been burnt black and has tiny pits on it. It doesn't hurt, but there is a strange feeling of numbness. The most terrifying thing is, all of this happened silently. In the World Channel, countless meteorologists and chemists who traveled through time also experienced abnormalities in acid rain. Everyone be careful, don't let the rain get on you. This rain is abnormal. It may not be sulfuric acid. I have done experiments and it has no corrosion to wood and soil. If you have the conditions, you can collect some and study with me? Professor Lee has run out of speeches today, so I'll say this. Professor Lee said this acid rain may contain a kind of neuroacid. You must not let your body come into direct contact with acid rain for a long time. If you get wet, wipe it off quickly. No wonder I've lost consciousness in the places that have been corroded. Please, save me. I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. I want to drink water. I don't want to stay here. Please save me. My stomach hurts so much. I just drank some rainwater. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. More and more numb remarks occupied the World Channel, bringing about a doomsday-like dead silence and panic. Water droplets have begun to seep into the dilapidated house. The poorly sealed underground hole shelter began to leak water like crazy. The terrain is so low that the potholes have begun to accumulate rainwater. More and more people are beginning to understand the meaning of disaster. It turns out that this is not just a disaster for a small person, but a disaster for a small person. A catastrophe for everyone. Acid rain is so terrible. Woof 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 woof. Oh woo. In the dim shelter, Suemo opened his tired eyes and looked at Oreo who was frantically lying on the bed. His sleepiness immediately disappeared. What's wrong? Supporting the bed with one hand, Suemo sat up and touched his chest. After several days of hard work and the injuries left by entering the ruins, he finally recovered a lot over time. Following Oreo's line of sight, Suemo suddenly discovered that a lot of water had seeped into the stone door of the shelter, wetting a piece of stone slab. Oh no, there's something wrong with this rain. Seeing Oreo's grinning face, Suemo suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Subconsciously, Suemo opened the game panel and checked the World Channel while putting on his clothes. As the game panel opened, prompt sounds began to sound. Record, attention all players, attention all players. Record, the first acid rain disaster is coming, newbie protection. All players please be cautious and don't be careless. Record, this disaster lasted for 36 hours. Record, please note that the system announcement will cease operations after the first novice disaster ends. Record, congratulations to player Suemo. We have detected that your shelter's disaster resistance attribute currently ranks first in the world. Do you want to make the ranking data public and simultaneously start the shelter's disaster resistance live broadcast? Record, please note that starting the live broadcast will not broadcast the interior of the shelter. It will start a surround broadcast above the shelter, which can only allow other players to observe the ground buildings. Record, if you live stream for more than 15 minutes and survive the disaster, you will receive a random survival airdrop of 1. Record, do you want to open it? The chaotic prompt sounds exploded in Sumo's ears like the buzzing of hundreds of birds. The disaster has already begun, and there is still this live broadcast? It took Suemo a few seconds to figure out his current situation. The acid rain disaster has indeed begun, and the water that seeps into the shelter is definitely acid rain. However, even his shelter, which was already leaking, was ranked first. Suemo didn't dare to think about how tragic the other shelters were at this moment. Ignoring the system prompt, Suemo chose the Advanced World Channel to investigate. As soon as I entered, the overwhelming World Channel seemed to have restored the grand scene of the first day of traveling through time. My shelter is about to be flooded. When will this rain stop? I hate it. I hate that I didn't dig a drain. My feet. My feet have been corroded by the rain. I have no feet anymore. Aya. Remember not to let your skin come into direct contact with rainwater, otherwise your nerves will be corroded immediately. If possible, use plant fibers to absorb water. Never let water touch you. This is not a natural disaster, this is a baptism. In the heavy rain, we humans can find the direction to move forward. Amen. God, can your believers go to your heaven after death? Countless insensitive comments occupied 99% of the chat box. Suemo only looked at it for 3 or 5 seconds before he was so shocked that he was speechless. No matter how terrible the acid rain on Earth is, there are traces to be found, and the material composition of the rain is clear. However, according to what is said in the current world chat channel, the acid mixed in this acid rain is harmless to objects, but once it touches the human body, it will cause severe corrosion and silently. It's actually new acid. With a look of horror on his face, for some reason, Suemo suddenly thought of the black dog he had encountered in the ruins before. There were countless disgusting rotten spots on the surface of the black dog's skin, and it was completely unaware of it. Even when Soma poked it with a spear, it did not react at all. Turn off the world channel and turn on the regional channel. The number of members in the regional channel seemed to be stained with bright red blood at this time, which was hard to accept. 323. Before going to bed yesterday, Suemo specifically memorized the number of survivors in the regional channel. At that time, there were still 645 people. In just one night, half of the people disappeared in the rain. The remaining 300 people were also in danger at this time. It's fine for those who chose the ground shelter, as long as the terrain is not too low-lying. At least for now, they don't have to face the sure scene of acid rain rushing into the shelter. The smart ones used wooden shovels and buckets to carefully ensure that water would not backflow into the shelter. The brainless people simply made simple raincoats and umbrellas out of plant fibers. Wearing a raincoat and holding an umbrella above his head, he climbed onto the roof of the wooden house shelter and then made a small attic out of wooden boxes and boards to escape the disaster. Those who wanted to drink enough acid rain to satisfy their thirst remained in this wasteland forever and never lived again. After observing for a while, Suemo closed the game panel and looked at the leaking place. If the rain outside is really that terrible, then it makes perfect sense that his shelter is ranked first. As an underground shelter, there was not even a puddle of water underground at this time. Thanks to the good sealing of the stone door, we can avoid the first wave of disaster. There is great hope. Oreo, don't touch that water. After asking Oreo, who was grinning at the leaking rain, to move away, Suemo took out the scraps of cloth he had stored before the disaster and began to study a rainproof plan. Chapter 24. Troubled times are coming, many heroes are coming. When most people collect supplies, they don't think of using cloth scraps that are more absorbent. So at this moment, they can only use lower-grade plant fibers as a substitute. Suemo took out a handful of cloth from the corner of the cabinet, counted them, and felt relieved. That should be enough. Lighting a torch, Suemo carefully came to the stone gate to check where the water was leaking. After lying down and watching for a while, Suemo felt relieved. The place where water is seeping is the lower right edge of the stone gate. Perhaps because the terrain is not very flat, the shelter is actually slightly higher on the left and lower on the right. This directly leads to acid rain being able to penetrate through the lower gap on the right. And because the left and right sides are uneven, it's a good thing that there was no leakage on the left side. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if it had seeped inside as well. If that's the case, it's not that serious. Staring at the leaking place where the water was seeping in little by little, a bold idea came to Sumo's mind. If this kind of acid rain can be collected, it would be equivalent to a poison, a strong one at that. While others were trying to figure out how to survive the disaster, Suemo, who was in the luxurious shelter, became more active. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this could be done, and he said excitedly, "Since this acid rain will not corrode anything except the human body, then I might as well make a guide rail and use a water tank to collect the leaking acid rain." He did it right away. He spread the cloth flat and carefully placed it in the place where there was water. Seeing the water on the ground being quickly absorbed by the dry cloth, Samoti felt relieved. Oreo, who was standing by anxiously, seemed to sense that the danger was disappearing, and his grinning expression relaxed. While absorbing water, Suemo began to check the harvest from yesterday's survival point. Last month, calendar January 5. You have safely passed the first night of the disaster without being harmed by it. Survival points +5. With your unremitting training, your combat effectiveness has increased slightly, survival points +2. You have opened up the first small building facility affiliated with the shelter, water supply and drainage channel, survival points plus 30. Your base has undergone tremendous changes, from the wooden age to the stone age, survival points plus 50. You have obtained your first long-range weapon, which greatly increases your combat power, survival points plus 10. Your long-range shooting ability has been improved, survival points plus 2. Scanning the host's living environment, evaluating survival points, 52 survival points were obtained today. Final settlement, survival points plus 151. Remaining survival points, 153. 153 survival points. Seeing the statistics later, Sumo was slightly surprised. Yesterday, I basically used up all my survival points by upgrading the shelter, and now I only have 2 points left, and my sense of security has dropped sharply. Unexpectedly, thanks to drainage facilities and stone shelters, the survival points were restored to 153 points. This way I won't be afraid of the disaster suddenly magnifying itself. Compared to this shelter, the restoration of the survival point will undoubtedly make people feel more secure. Sitting on the stone bench and looking at the safe shelter, a sense of security came over me, and then my stomach began to growl and protest. "You must be starving too?" Touching his belly, Sumo laughed. Oreo beside him also realized that dinner was about to start, and he walked around with such joy that he seemed to be flying. After pulling out the psionic water that had been stored overnight and confirming that there was no problem with the water quality using the survival system, Sumo poured all the water into a wooden barrel and stored it. Using a wooden basin, he scooped out about 1 L of psionic water from the bucket and poured it into the pot. Then Sumo started to make a fire and cook. It's still the same old bread soup, with a rich soup base, slightly white in color, and a flavor that's unforgettable. When others are desperately trying to escape disaster, it is really comfortable to drink such a hot soup in the underground shelter. After eating, drinking, and washing the pot, the cloth had absorbed all the acid rain on the ground, leaving only a little bit. After carefully poking the cloth aside with a wooden stick, Sumo picked up the torch and burned away the last bit of water stains. It looks like just a slight seepage. This much water has accumulated in just one night. After observing the crack in the door, Sumo had a clearer understanding of the current disaster resistance of the shelter. Acid rain is terrifying, but it is considered a novice disaster in the disaster classification of survival games. This means that as long as everyone uses their brains and is careful, it won't be difficult to get through the first disaster. Facts have also proved that for those who can survive, basically relying on their own methods, it is not a problem for them to survive another day. Use the storage space to conveniently move the water tank to the bottom of the steps. Sumo began making rails to collect acid rain. After using 2 units of iron to make an iron plate with an iron edge, Sumo took out 2 units of plant fiber to make hemp rope and used it with the wooden box to fix the rails. All the rainwater that seeps in through the cracks in the door will slide down the stone steps, eventually fall onto the iron plate, and slide all the way into the water tank. According to the current efficiency, it should not be a problem to collect about 1 L of rainwater before the disaster is over. After completing all the disaster relief work and scooping out water to water the vegetable fields, Sumo sat in a chair and continued to collect information. Unable to go out, almost everyone gathered in the chat channel. Skipping the world channel that was dizzying to watch, Sumo clicked on the regional channel where heavy casualties had occurred. The regional channel, which used to be quite lively, was now deserted, with most of the comments being about trivial matters. Alas, when will these hard times end? My situation is not bad. I chose a high ground, which is not bad. It seems that there will be no problem in surviving this disaster, but next time, Xiao Lu, who was next to my base, has lost contact since yesterday. I don't know what happened. I heard that some people in the wilderness have abandoned their shelters and are now roaming around committing crimes, relying solely on robbing others. When you are fighting the disaster, be smart and don't let these beasts attack you. Yes, in this chaotic world without law, I don't know how many lives will be lost. If they dare to come, I will not be a pushover. I will make them pay a price. Besides, these people must have stolen a lot of things. Maybe I can make some money? Don't be ridiculous. There are several of them here, and you are alone. You can't beat 4 people with your 2 fists. After watching for a while, Sumo silently exited the regional channel. He had guessed long ago that some people would abandon the shelter and choose to wander around, collecting supplies by attacking their own kind. I just didn't expect that this kind of human degradation would come so quickly. It seems that in the future, we should not only be careful about mutant monsters, but also be careful about these wilderness wanderers. After silently adding one more rule to the rules of conduct in his mind, Suemo began to examine the newly emerged function. At this time, under the chat function, in addition to the World Channel and Regional Channel, there is indeed an additional Disaster Relief Channel. Click into the Disaster Relief Channel. It is a bit like the live broadcast room in the civilized era, with 10 live video pages evenly arranged from 1 to 10 on one page. Even the titles of the live broadcast rooms are different. The first refuge in the universe. No need to send gifts. Just come in and you're my friend. Today's live broadcast of first-hand acid rain disaster relief. The host personally explains the shelter design specifications. Huaxia Shelter is recruiting strong members, any members with professional skills, and nearby disaster victims, providing food and lodging. Top ideas, looking forward to future disaster avoidance trends from the perspective of offense and defense. The Lone Wolf Survival Guide. Zeus Sanctuary is looking for strong players. Requirements. Currently, among the top 10 shelters with live broadcast rights, only 4 are domestic, ranking 3, 5, 6, and 9 respectively. There are 6 overseas. Seeing this number, Suemo was slightly surprised. In his estimation, it would be very good if there were 2 shelters in the country ranked in the top 10, but he didn't expect that there are now 4. After all, in terms of hands-on ability and combat capability, foreign countries have vast land and sparse population, so there are more opportunities for training. The domestic situation is relatively stable, so naturally many people don't have the opportunity to actually practice outdoors. Chapter 25. The Beginning of Conflict, Cultural Concepts. After clicking into the live broadcast room of the first place Zeus shelter, the picture changes suddenly, as if it is a real simulation, and you feel like you are there. The sky was gray, and the rain was pouring down, hitting the ground with a rustling sound. Looking down along the camera, you can see an endless stretch of mines. It extended from one end of the sky to the other end, and it was extremely shocking. As the camera zoomed in, at the foot of a mountain, Soma saw a group of wooden houses called Zeus Sanctuary. Built against the mountain, the wooden house is oriented from north to south, with about 20 to 30 rooms. Apart from the 3 main houses in the middle, which look beautifully built, the other rooms seem to be hastily put together and are crooked. Due to the terrain of the mountain, the acid rain automatically flowed down along the terrain after falling, and did not pose a threat to Zeus's refuge. The person who chose this terrain is quite capable. Seeing such a huge complex of buildings, Suemo was surprised. This terrain is close to the mine behind it, so even if there is no major disaster, some minor disasters can be survived without any damage. With the addition of the dozens of people who have been gathered now to form a combat force, the efficiency of exploring the ruins is definitely much higher than that of one person alone. It seems that the owner of Zeus Sanctuary does not care about the structure of his sanctuary being made public, and has opened up all viewing permissions. Trying to control the camera himself, Suemo moved it closer. In the center of the main house sat a blonde and bearded man, talking incessantly. After switching the perspective, the picture in front of Suemo became fixed and turned into a fixed shot like that of a host. Everyone is welcome to our Zeus Sanctuary, which is the safest sanctuary in the world. There are currently more than 80 people in our shelter, including more than 12 wilderness survival experts and 30 highly skilled fighters who have served in the military. We can absolutely guarantee the personal safety of the members who join the Zeus shelter. Of course, the shelter doesn't keep idle people. To sign up to join the shelter, you need to meet the following conditions. Men must be no less than 175 centimeters tall, and women must be no less than 168 centimeters tall. Weight must be kept within a healthy range. You must possess a skill. As long as you can help build a large shelter, we welcome you. Of course, for the technicians, there is no need to participate in the hunting team's outings. They only need to stay in the shelter. The bearded man who looked taciturn actually spoke eloquently. With the help of the translation on the game panel, Suemo naturally sounded stress-free. As he was talking, the bearded man also specifically demonstrated the current configuration of the base. Following his camera, when we arrived at the supply room, what came into view was a mountain of mutant beast meat. About 1 or 2 tons of animal meat were processed and piled together, which looked quite shocking in the apocalypse of food and water shortage. That's not all. As the bearded man opened the lids of the 3 half-person high vats next to him, he saw slightly turbid yellow water inside. Looking at the water, the bearded man was obviously a little greedy, but he still chose to purse his slightly peeling lips and close the lid. Once again, we came to the weapons room next door, which contained a whole row of wooden spears and 3 bows that looked like they were handmade. Finally, the bearded man came to the largest room. Although the rooms here have windows on all sides, the fire in the middle of the house dispels all the cold. 40 or 50 members of the shelter, both men and women, sat in the middle of the house and sang loudly, and from time to time someone would stand up and dance. Seeing this scene, no one would think that they are in the end of the world. The bearded man puffed out his chest, extremely proud. This is the strength of our Zeus sanctuary in the United States. We have enough food and water, and the security you dream of. I saw someone in the comments say Huaxia? No way. You want to go to a shelter where you have to work more than 15 hours a day? You want to go to a Chinese shelter where you have to support others after you work hard outside to bring back supplies. The bearded man's words caused the men and women sitting around the fire to burst into laughter. Don't say I'm being harsh. Everyone should have their own awareness when they come to this wasteland. Look at your Chinese shelters, haha. They are just a bunch of rabble. They are still thinking about saving so many burdens. The next disaster will destroy them. Hearing the bearded man's arrogant words, Su Mo turned his stiff neck and left the live broadcast room. It seems that these people's philosophies of shelter have conflicted. Skipping the second live broadcast room, Su Mo directly clicked into the third-ranked Chinese shelter live broadcast room. It began to fall from the gray sky again. Unlike the mine where the bearded man was, the terrain of the Huaxia shelter this time was the same as Su Mo's own shelter, both of which were endless plains. United as one, we fight against disasters and provide relief. As his eyes looked down, Su Mo noticed the banners hanging in this huge building complex that was similar to the one with the bearded man. The banner was made of white cloth from somewhere unknown and was hung in the middle of the low wooden house, with a line of text written on it with charcoal. 1, 2, 10, 15, 25. After counting them one by one, Su Mo was surprised to find that there were as many as 43 houses in the Huaxia shelter. And more than 10 of these houses are wooden houses generated by the shelter that comes with the survival game. Unlike the bearded man who relied on the terrain to resist disasters, the Chinese shelter chose to build dams to resist rain damage. There were many winding canals on the ground of the shelter, and it seemed that hundreds of people wearing extremely heavy straw raincoats and holding straw umbrellas were trying their best to clear the drains. On the faces of these people standing on the land and working hard, Soma did not see the same joy as in the members of Zeus's sanctuary before. But Suma saw another kind of emotion. Hope. There is hope on the face of every working person. It is the hope for life. Only Chinese people can feel this shock, and only Chinese people can understand the sense of responsibility required for this hope. Switch to the host's perspective. The camera turned and came to a house with torches next to the outermost house. Hello, everyone in China who is watching this live broadcast. This is the frontline headquarters for earthquake relief. We are affiliated with the 79th Regiment of the 13th Chinese Army. The maximum distance of the live broadcast is 50 kilometers. Every Chinese citizen within 50 kilometers of this rescue point can contact the shelter center after the disaster. The shelter will come to your rescue point soon. Please be patient and don't give up hope. Repeat that. Huaxia has not given up on rescuing every citizen. Please stay in your own shelters and survive the disaster. A bright future awaits us. For those who are not near the Huaxia shelter, please do not worry. Currently, there are 42 shelters known to have been built by the military. Please do not go out rashly to look for them. Protect yourself and wait for the military to expand the search area for rescue. Do not go to the wilderness without permission. Repeat that. The black-haired woman in charge of explaining was young, and she kept repeating these 4 sentences back and forth. She didn't even notice that her lips were dry and cracked with blood from talking. Shengku. With a heavy heart, Sumo remembered the woman's name and exited the Chinese Refuge live broadcast room. Compared to Zeus Sanctuary, which only recruits talented people, the way China's sanctuary handles things is indeed difficult for people from other countries to understand. They definitely won't understand. In the apocalypse, why should we protect these ordinary people who have no strength, no ability to work, and no talent? But at this moment, Sumo believes that every Chinese who watches the live broadcast can feel a surge of hope in the apocalypse. Natural disasters are merciless. People have feelings. One day, China will rebuild its homeland in this wasteland. After looking through all the live broadcast rooms one by one, Sumo gave up the idea of topping the disaster resistance rankings. Although there will be unknown airdrops when the live broadcast starts, which looks tempting, but the top 10 shelters are undoubtedly not a small group. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. It was obvious that there was something wrong when he was able to build a shelter that surpassed those built by other groups by himself. In the absence of modern firepower, Sumo decided to rely on forbearance. Always bear in mind the strategic policy of Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty. Build high walls, store up food, and slowly claim the throne. Don't learn from Yuan Shu, a big warlord in the late Eastern Han dynasty. After getting a jade seal, he dreamed of becoming an emperor every day. Finally, he couldn't resist and proclaimed himself emperor. As a result, he immediately became the target of attacks by almost all warlords, and eventually failed and died, becoming a laughingstock. Now I am exposing my coordinates within 50 kilometers. If there is no one here, it's fine. But if there is someone here, it's too risky. This is not appropriate. After thinking it over again and again, I simply closed the live broadcast interface for the sake of out of sight, out of mind. After watching the construction of the top 10 shelters just now, Suemo was deeply touched. The so-called thinking of the common people, after coming to this unknown world, all they think about is how to save their lives, how to upgrade their shelters, and how to survive natural disasters. This resulted in neglecting the most important improvement in combat effectiveness and exploration and cognition of the outside world. Chapter 26, Patrol, Mysterious Figures. In this disaster, all the top 10 live broadcast rooms, without exception, chose to build ground shelters, mainly ground wooden houses. Only the Lone Wolf Guide live broadcast room, which is ranked 9th, is composed of a team of 7 people. They did not live in the shelter provided by the survival game, but instead chose to move directly to the foot of a mountain. For 5 days, these people dug the whole day and night, and finally on the last day, they dug out a cave that could accommodate 7 people. Backed by the mountain, it is extremely stable. I don't know whether these people have given up the refuge provided by the game, or whether they have never been released. Suemo pondered internally and began to consider how the shelter would develop. Previously, based on the prompts on the game panel, he subconsciously paid more attention to the shelter generated by the game panel. As a result, the current development is trapped in the shelter. This is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing to some extent. I am only one person, and they have 7 or 8 people, and some even have dozens of people. I am definitely not as fast as them in accumulating supplies in the early stage. If I want to catch up with them, the only way I can go is to climb the technology tree. I never thought that a social animal like me, who only needed to study and memorize since childhood and rarely used my brain, would one day be able to start planning a base properly, but my hair. Suemo laughed bitterly at himself. Simply saving resources and upgrading the shelter will only turn it into a solid tomb. When the day comes when the speed of upgrading cannot keep up with the severity of the disaster, you will have no choice but to surrender. The good things in the ruins require combat power, and exploring the wilderness requires combat power. Without better equipment and weapons, it won't work at all. The most urgent task is to find a way to develop electricity. I have an advantage, and I must use it. Sumo's eyes were solemn. I can only take it one step at a time. It was still raining heavily outside. Suemo stood up and began to carefully weave a straw raincoat and a straw umbrella. He had to go out and take a look around the shelter to make sure nothing unexpected happened. After weaving, maybe my weaving is too poor? The system doesn't recognize it at all? Seeing that the system could not display the properties of the grass raincoat, Suemo curled his lips and spent another 4 units of wood to build a wooden box. I put the straw raincoat in there and silently hypnotized myself in my heart. This is a wardrobe. This is a wardrobe. Repeat it silently 3 times. Concentrate your attention and call on your survival system in your heart to look at the wooden box. Simple wardrobe. Description: made of wood, used to store clothes. Reserve: grass raincoat. Please select the upgrade item. 1. Wardrobe. 2. Grass raincoat. Really? Seeing the properties of the wardrobe, Suemo raised his eyebrows. After the grass raincoat is made, the call for survival system cannot see the attributes and upgrade direction of the grass raincoat at all. Obviously, the system does not recognize this item at all. Just like the table and tea set taken out from the ruins, no upgrade direction has been developed so far. After I built a wardrobe and placed it in there, upgrade items popped up. I choose 2. I said it silently in my mind, and when I looked over, the properties of the grass raincoat were already revealed. Grass raincoat. Description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers with a weak ability to protect against rain. Upgrade direction 1. Change the material, change the shape, have greater comfort, need survival points, 25. Upgrade direction 2. Change the material, add electric power, have stronger impact resistance, radiation resistance, corrosion resistance, requires survival points, 300. Introduction: an old man in a straw hat and raincoat is fishing alone in the snowy cold river. Why these 2 directions? Suemo frowned. If he wants to go outside, he definitely needs better waterproof capabilities. However, the 2 upgrade directions suggested now do not clearly state what has been strengthened. It's a waste of money to spend this kind of survival points. While trying, Suamo silently said in his heart, "System, can you change the upgrade direction and replace it with a stronger waterproof capability?" As Sumo's voice fell, a flash of light passed by, and the two upgrade directions originally given disappeared in a flash, turning into a new interface. Grass raincoat. Description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers with a weak ability to protect against rain. Upgrade direction: strong raincoat. Branches: waterproof, 10. Material: 10. Heat insulation: 10. Corrosion resistance: 10. Introduction: a strong waterproof raincoat that can keep you cool on rainy days. Avoid direct sunlight and dry in the shade. Can it really be changed? Suamo was shocked. Apart from the upgrade method of the psionic well, this was the first time he saw this kind of independent attribute upgrade method. Compared with the vague and comprehensive upgrade, this upgrade method is more expensive, but you can choose the attributes you want, which is more suitable for use in the current scenario. It seems that there are many ways to play the system that I don't know. Suamo silently memorized the information and spent 20 survival points to upgrade the waterproofing and material. A moment. The straw raincoat placed in the closet began to change. The original grass-woven waterproof layer began to become tighter and the material began to change. Gradually, it changed from grass to a material similar to the waterproof cloth in the civilized era. The color also changed from the initial yellow-green to a mixture of black and white. After the upgrade was completed, Suamo took out the strong raincoat and began to look at it carefully. It's worthy of being a raincoat upgraded by the system. This kind of workmanship can never be made without a machine. Waterproofing requires precision. After putting on the raincoat, Suamo discovered that the powerful raincoat was actually a pullover type, covering the entire body including hands and feet, so he didn't need to hold an umbrella. From head to toe, the raincoat seems to be tailor-made for the body and fits extremely well. On the face, there are tiny pores for people to breathe, and it is coated with a water-repellent layer to ensure that no water molecules can escape. No mutant beasts were detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Today's number, February 3rd. After telling Oreo not to come out of the base, Suamo opened the gate, pulled up the bolt, and walked out. A hot flash came over me. The crackling raindrops hit the top of my head and then fell naturally to the ground along the material of the raincoat. Even with the wind blowing, many raindrops hit the face protection of the raincoat. Reaching out his hand, Su wiped the water off the mask, looked out, and couldn't help but gasp. Outside the shelter, it seemed as if it had suddenly turned into a swamp. Standing on the halfway point of the hill, the dry earth that was about to crack absorbed all the water and turned into mud. The scorched yellow vegetation also began to turn green. It's raining so hard here. Luckily, I have a special raincoat. Suamo felt a little uneasy, shook his head, and checked the soil around the shelter. The amount of rainfall in each place is different. This is the information he collected in the live broadcast room. Nowadays, even in the number 1 ranked Zeus sanctuary, the rainfall is not as terrible as it is now. 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. Soma came to the back of the hill. At this time, the 3 excavated drainage channels were working at full capacity to ensure that water would not accumulate under the hill of the shelter. 60 meters away from the shelter, a small lake has accumulated. Seeing this, Suamo also felt a little regretful. If he had known this earlier, he would have just built a drainage ditch and tried to build it as far as possible. But who would have thought that the rain would be so heavy that it would form a small lake about 10 meters long and wide behind the base? Oh my goodness, the rain has stopped. I am now right next to the mountains and the water. After checking that the drainage facilities were not blocked, Suamo walked around the shelter and checked for any loose soil. Fortunately, the continuous exposure to the sun has made the land extremely lacking in water, so it has not turned into hazy. Otherwise, after the disaster, the roads will be dry for a day or two and you won't be able to walk. After patrolling for half an hour, Suamo began to return. Relying on the water-repellent property of the raincoat, his body remained dry and comfortable. Return to the main entrance of the shelter. Suamo opened the door, but just as he opened the door, he turned his head inadvertently and saw the grass more than 10 meters away. An abrupt trace attracted Sumo's attention. After taking a closer look, Sumo's pupils shrank instantly. This is Footprint? Chapter 27 Confrontation. Wiping the rain off the mask, Suamo pretended to shake his head and looked again casually. This time, I saw it for real. This is a human footprint. These are not my footprints. 2 thoughts popped up quickly. Suamo frowned, and his face darkened. There's someone near the shelter. In the past 2 days, Sumo also dreamed that there were people near the shelter, and everyone worked together to create a harmonious home. However, when traces of real humans appeared near the shelter, in Sumo's heart, at this moment, there was only disturbed. He didn't know where this person was hiding, nor did he know what his purpose was. The end of the world. Humans are the natural enemies of humans. If you store grain but not guns, your home will be the granary. If you store guns but not grain, everywhere will be the granary. In such an extreme disaster, it is only normal for some people to go crazy for resources. At this moment, Sumo no longer lingered, opened the door of the shelter and went in. The rain curtain fell on the plain again and began to destroy all traces left by Soma. Standing in the corner of the shelter, Sumo opened his arms and waited for the raincoat to dry naturally before gradually taking it off. The heavy rain blocked the smell, which is why Oreo didn't give any warning. After being careless for days, Sumo suddenly discovered the traces of human beings. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I just saw them saying that there are wanderers in the wilderness attacking ordinary civilians. I didn't expect that they would find me. No wonder. My drainage canal is too obvious in this wilderness. I wonder if this person saw me upgrade the drainage facilities yesterday. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Sitting on the stool, Sumo took a deep breath to suppress the uneasiness in his heart, and his eyes became fierce. Oreo, come here. He called Oreo, who was sleeping soundly in the corner, over and rubbed his soft head. Use your sixth sense to sense if there is any danger nearby. Oreo understood the command, lay on the ground, pricked up his ears, and began to listen slowly. A full minute or two passed. Oreo, who was originally smiling foolishly, suddenly changed his expression. He began to lie on the ground sniffing around, and finally barked at the southwest corner of the base. You mean there's danger in this direction? Seeing Oreo nodding his head, Sumo quickly began to recall the scene he had just seen in the southwest. That is the direction of the base's drainage ditch, and there is a small lake behind it. In the distance, it is a shrub forest. The color of the forest is very green. The more he recalled what he had just seen, the more Sumo looked at it from a third-party perspective. Black. A touch of black. Suddenly, Sumo thought of the black color in the woods. This was a black different from the color of the trees. If there had been no warning, he would definitely not have taken it to heart. Now that he was alert, he immediately discovered the clues. The black shadow just now was about 100 meters away from me. I didn't see him, but he must have seen me. Oops. Slapping his thigh, Sumo subconsciously wanted to put on his equipment and go for a friendly exchange. This person must have discovered the fact that he was alone. It can build a safe underground shelter and have such a huge drainage facility. I'm afraid that in the eyes of others, I am already a little fat sheep, waiting to be slaughtered. Taking out the crossbow from the inventory, Sumo smiled at himself. The pitch-black surface of the crossbow seemed to exude murderous intent, and with the refraction of light, it revealed a hint of black light. I didn't expect that the first creature I had to face with my crossbow would be one of my own kind. If you don't provoke me, I'll let you go. If you dare to come. Standing up and rubbing his eyebrows, Sumo walked to the bed and placed the crossbow on the bedside table. The left side of the bed is about 1 meter away from the stone wall. Summon the crafting page. Iron pickaxe, normal iron block 2-2, wood 101. The materials are satisfactory. Select the iron pickaxe. Confirm to build. Record, iron block -2, wood -2. Record, iron pickaxe, ordinary, was successfully crafted. In Sumo's hand there appeared an ordinary-looking but extremely practical iron pickaxe. After swinging it once, Sumo began to hit the stone wall near the bed vigorously. It is difficult from the outside in, but easy from the inside out. After a while, the originally smooth stone surface was chiseled open, and as time went by, it gradually turned into a large hole half a person's height. Silently reciting the survival system in his mind, Sumo looked intently at the big hole. Access channel. Description. An access channel that has not yet been fully opened. Upgrade direction. Safe channel. Branch. Expand 5. Open 60. Material 40. Strength 200. Passageway 40. Introduction. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If you want to ambush me, you will have to pay the price in blood. Seeing the properties of the channel, Sumo couldn't help but smile. Having been exposed at this point, rushing out through the main door would undoubtedly be like sending food to the table. If there is an ambush, I would probably be pricked like a hedgehog the moment I open the door. Thanks to his wild imagination, Suemo came up with a stupid idea to open up a second path in the underground base. Relax your gaze, and the upgrade option disappears. At this moment, it is not the end of the road yet, and the time to reveal the real purpose has not come. When it comes to his own kind, Suemo always maintains the final bottom line. I will not offend others unless they offend me. At the same time, he also hopes that everyone can encourage each other and overcome the difficulties of the Doomsday together without fighting. Watching Oreo still walking around the base anxiously, he would prick up his ears to listen from time to time, and then lie on the ground to sniff from time to time. Suemo felt both distressed and pitiful. Be good. Wake me up if there's anything unusual. I'm going to sleep for a while. After buying 2 pieces of mutant beast meat from the market, Suemo placed them in Oreo's bowl and added some psionic water into it. He returned to bed and slept in his clothes. During the day, it's not scary. Night is when the bloody horn is blown. He had to be in the best condition and keep watch at night to prevent any sneak attacks at night. The heavy rain was still pouring down, as if it was going to submerge the entire sky and earth and destroy the world. Between the whole world, under the cover of the sound of rain, no other sound was heard. Squeak. Half asleep and half awake, Suemo dreamed that today's incident was just a false alarm, and no one came to covet the shelter, and no one had any intention of targeting him. Gradually, the sky outside began to darken. The sun began to set, and darkness began to gradually approach from the horizon. Under the cover of night, somebody is coming. 5 dark shadows sneaked up from the south of the shelter, from the direction of the drainage ditch. The 5 of them walked along the stone canal, cursing quietly. Damn it! This guy is so lucky. I don't know where he got such a blueprint, but he is sleeping in the shelter. Why don't we have such good luck? Keep your voice down, Lu Ba. Don't expose yourself to me. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a young man with some luck. If he dares to come out, I'll be the first to cut him down. The man who was replaced by Lu Ba not only did not restrain himself, but became even more ferocious. If he doesn't come out, there's nothing we can do. The little guy sitting on the far left with the sloppy hair could see things clearly and pointed out the difficulties that several people were facing. Soma's shelter is too solid. It was so stable that the 5 people were shocked when they saw it for the first time. The stone gate is engraved with ancient patterns, which looks natural and embedded in the soil. The drainage ditches scattered across the hills from top to bottom were made entirely of stone, which shocked the 5 people beyond words. Boss Huang, don't you think it's a bit unkind of us to do this? Why don't we knock on the door and ask him to give us the supplies, and then we can just continue wandering? The man with glasses who was left at the back of the team looked around as he walked. His face looked calm, but the words he spoke were quite brutal. For eyes, I said that when you were slashing people before, your hands didn't even shake. Are you panicking now? Are you scared? Lu Ba has done a thorough investigation today. There is only one wimp in this shelter, and he lives here because of luck. As long as we can get him to open the door, we can go in and this place will be ours. The leader, Boss Huang, smiled contemptuously, and with the spiked mace half a person's height in his hand, he could stop children from crying at night. How much supplies can we get in a day by killing mutant beasts? Have you forgotten how much supplies we got in the past 2 days? Use your brain to calculate this amount. Is this person harder to kill than a mutant beast? In the shelter, Suemo had been awakened from his sleep by Oreo. After 3 or 2 breaths, Suemo woke up and got out of bed. He picked up the psychic water on the bedside table and drank it all, then grabbed the crossbow and entered combat mode in an instant. Chapter 28. Dark and windy, doing justice for heaven. Is it a human or an animal? Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Suemo looked at Oreo. After getting a positive answer, Sumo's heart completely cooled down. Walking down the steps, Suemo put his ear against the stone door, trying his best to catch the sounds coming from outside. Through the stone gate, one could only hear the sound of rain hitting the ground outside, and muffled thuds coming from the stone gate. Suddenly, a sound completely different from the sound of rain came through the stone door. Huang, da, I, knock on the door, to intimidate him, or find a way to break the door open? Intermittent sounds came through the stone door. Suemo couldn't help but clench the crossbow in his hand. He comes with bad intentions, and there are quite a few people, definitely more than one, outside the shelter. It was now the end of the first day, and the rain had not only not subsided, it had intensified, pouring down even more violently. It wasn't completely dark yet. Despite the presence of dark clouds, a ray of light still managed to remain on the horizon, allowing people to see the ground clearly. Occasionally a flash of lightning would strike, illuminating 5 men wearing raincoats and holding black umbrellas. These raincoats are different from ordinary straw raincoats. They are equipped with colorful rags on the outside to cover up some places where air may leak. This kid is really lucky. I wonder where he found such a shelter, and the door is made of stone. Boss Huang spat and threw it beside him, then summoned a stone axe with his other hand and knocked on the stone door twice. Hearing the dull sound, Boss Huang looked a little unhappy. This door is very thick, at least 10 centimeters thick. Even if we knock on it until tomorrow morning, we still won't be able to open it. Why don't we try digging the foundation next to it? It can't be made entirely of stone, Lu Ba on the side said, looking very experienced. By the way, he also took out a shovel from the inventory and waved it in his hand. After hearing this, Huang Laoda nodded and gave orders. Okay, Lu Ba, Shuzai, Sun Matzi, the three of you, find a place to start digging. Glasses, light a torch for them and keep an eye on the stone door. Don't let him rush out suddenly. I'll go and see if there's any other way to get in. It can't be that he doesn't have ventilation. After hearing Boss Huang's arrangement, the few people had no objection and began to act according to the plan. Bang, bang. The 3 men found the spot to the right of the stone gate and began to dig the soil with their shovels. My goodness, this guy's shelter is as tough as the underground treasure we found before, very solid. If this was a team, I really wouldn't dare to mess with them. The soil near the shelter is so solid. If it hadn't been soaked by water, it would have been impossible to dig it up. After digging for 3 or 5 minutes, Lu Ba was sweating profusely. He was lazy and complained at the same time. I say these people are stupid. In this world, they still listen to the instructions of this crappy game. I don't believe in evil. At most, I will die with a big scar. I can be a hero again in 18 years. I will deal with this guy today and rest for a day before leaving. Dig it quickly, otherwise Boss Huang will be dissatisfied. Shuzai said without raising his head. Do you think there are women in this shelter? We brothers finally caught a woman these days, but I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. Otherwise, she would have lived a good life with us brothers. Sun Matzi smiled lewdly and seemed to begin to recall the results of the battles of the previous 2 days. The 3 men were talking nonsense while working on the mud, pulling it out shovel by shovel. Boom. After more than 10 minutes, when the few people reached their physical limits, they finally dug into the wall of the shelter. At this time, a big hole had been dug out. Boss Huang, we have dug it out, we have dug it out. Lu Ba shouted excitedly and called out to Boss Huang, who was standing on the top of the hill. After hearing this, Boss Huang above also rushed down the gentle slope and came to the deep pit that had been dug. At the same time, Glasses raised the torch to illuminate the objects in the deep pit. Just one look and the 5 people were dumbfounded. Fuck, this wall is also made of stone. What is this? Did this guy travel through time with an excavator? Waji, I tolerate a stone drainage ditch, I tolerate a stone door, but you're going to give me walls made of stone? Lu Ba and Sun Matzi were covered in mud and stood in the pit, staring at each other. Move aside, let me see. After asking the 2 men to make way, Boss Huang flipped over and jumped into the pit, splashing mud and water all over the ground. He took out a stone pickaxe and knocked on the exposed stone. It was still the familiar muffled sound, indicating that the thickness of the stone was definitely not low. Dig. Dig for me. Dig open the whole area around the door. I don't believe he has so many resources to replace everything around it with stone. Boss Huang became ruthless and took out a stone shovel to join the digging trio. In an instant, mud and water flew everywhere. In the heavy rain, the 4 of them were like hard-working little bees, tirelessly collecting honey. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. After digging 3 meters to the left and seeing that it was all yellow-white stone, the 4 of them came to the left side of the stone gate and started digging as well. Another 3 meters, and the 6 meters near the stone gate of the shelter were all dug out and exposed. There were some natural patterns on the yellow-white stone, as if mocking the people's overestimation of their own abilities. Fuck, I'm still digging here. Lu Ba threw the shovel to the ground, sat up, and started to sulk. There was still some light in the sky before 6 o'clock, and the moon was halfway in the sky at 9 o'clock in the evening. For 3 whole hours, the 4 men dug like coolies at the door of the shelter. What kind of sin is this? You said this guy's shelter is so powerful. Why didn't he make it to the top 10 shelters? Is this a crappy game you're playing to tease me? Sun Matzi also looked at the stone wall with a gloomy face and cursed under his breath. It took several people 3 days to dig out the breached shelter, but it had never been as difficult as it is today. Let's not talk about the gate of the shelter, just talk about the wall. There are only two words. Outrageous. Could this be the same underground treasure we found before? I clearly saw people living in it. Glasses chimed in. Fuck, listen to me, you bastard in there. Open the door quickly, otherwise, I, your grandfather, will go in and make you suffer all kinds of torture. Lu Ba, who was furious, climbed out of the pit, smashing the door with the shovel in his hand while cursing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every strike creates a low hum. However, the stone door of the shelter was still extremely solid, without any cracks showing. All right. This shelter is not on the top of the tin shelters, so there must be a loophole. Everyone, get up and hold torches to find it for me. I don't believe that this dead shelter can still stump the living. Boss Huang's face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out of it. Putting away the shovel, Huang walked along the dug hole, covered in mud. Boss Huang also looked at the stone gate with an unfriendly look. At the same time, his heart became active. This shelter is made entirely of stone. There must be some kind of adventure, or something good must have been dug up to make it so rich. If I can pry open this shelter, I can deal with this guy and get the secret out of him. Maybe? As he was thinking, Boss Huang raised his head and glanced thoughtfully at the four people who were still near the pit. Hurry up, look for the leak. This door is so well sealed. He must need a place to ventilate. Look at the ground. After a greeting, the five people started to act separately. With an umbrella in one hand and a torch in the other, he observed the ground carefully. Boss Huang, I found it. There's a piece of glass here. It should be the place where he breathes. Glasses has better eyesight, and he immediately caught the explosion-proof glass in the middle of the hill. Okay. Burn some plant fiber for me and smoke this bastard to death. See if he comes out. Boss Huang walked over with a look of surprise on his face and looked at the glass embedded in the ground, overjoyed. At the same time, the look he gave the other four people also carried a hint of hostility that was hardly noticeable in the past. A wisp of green smoke gradually floated in along the ventilation duct. In the torchlit shelter, green smoke began to spread and gradually reached the nose of Suma, who was sitting on a stool with his eyes closed. Did you finally find it? The next moment, Suemo opened his eyes with a hint of murderous intent on his face. It was a dark, windy, and rainy night, and it was the perfect time to kill people in order to enforce justice. None of these beasts can escape. He walked to the wall, put on his raincoat, returned to the table, picked up the crossbow, and looked at the hole from which smoke was still spreading. I chose to top the leaderboard and turn on the live broadcast function, fixing the camera's perspective from above the shelter and prohibiting viewers from observing the shelter at will. Opening the game panel, Suemo said coldly, Record. Congratulations, Suma player. It has been detected that your shelter's disaster resistance attribute is far higher than other shelters, and it has automatically reached the top. Record. Keep live broadcasting for more than 15 minutes, and you will automatically receive a random survival airdrop based on your ranking. Chapter 29. Annihilation. I just want to survive. The game panel flashed, and Suemo entered the game chat panel and clicked on the Disaster Relief live broadcast page. At this time, a page that was very different from other live broadcast rooms appeared first. A few flickering lights can be vaguely seen in the picture. At the same time, the foreign live broadcast room that was originally ranked 10th was squeezed out. A live broadcast room marked with Hua ranks first on the page. Moreover, the disaster resistance score below the live broadcast room is more than 3 times higher than that of the second-place Zeus shelter. Without paying attention to these details, Suemo quickly clicked on the live broadcast page, casually titled it, Carrying Out Justice on Behalf of Heaven, and began to watch the following content using the host authority. In the darkness, the 5 flames were very obvious. In an instant, Suemo determined the positions of the 5 people. Okay, we're all going to squat in the ventilation duct and wait to die, right? Suemo laughed out of anger, and while continuing to observe the live broadcast room, he came to the hole next to the bed. With focused thoughts, the properties of the big hole were immediately revealed. Access channel. Description. An access channel that has not yet been fully opened. Upgrade direction. Safe channel. Branch. Expand 5. Open 60. Material 40. Strength 200. Passageway 40. Introduction. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Choose to expand. Choose to open up. As soon as he finished speaking, his survival points dropped by 65 points, and a green light emanated from Sumo's body. The originally rough entrance of the cave began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The large hole that could only accommodate half a person's height gradually melted into a height high enough for an adult to bend over and pass through under the power of the system. The surface of the cave began to become smooth, and the cut surface of the entire stone wall turned into a complete circle. Walking inside the cave, the soil inside seemed to melt and disappear rapidly. After a few seconds, the green light returned, indicating that the transformation was complete. Lowering his head, Suemo walked tentatively. Although there were no steps, the soil in the safety passage was very hard after being compressed, and the slope was very gentle. After a while, Suemo reached the end. At the end was a simple wooden board. With a little effort, Suemo pushed open a hole. Turning his eyes, Suemo found the location of the wooden board on the live broadcast page. It happened to be located in front of the acid rain lake. If you didn't know the entrance to the cave and didn't observe carefully, you would never find this place. Push open the wooden door and step out of the shelter. The crackling acid raindrops fell on the surface of the raincoat and the crossbow, giving the crossbow arrow a hint of killing. Crouch on the ground and move forward carefully. While watching the bright spot on the screen, keep your eyes on the road ahead. Suemo walked extremely cautiously. Wearing a raincoat with a black back, in the dark rainy night, he looked like the Grim Reaper holding a death scythe, which was chilling. 1 step, 2 steps. Gradually, the fire was not only seen in the live broadcast, but a dot of fire also appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. The one with the glasses? With the help of the firelight, Suma in the dark saw the face under the firelight. Without making any sound, Suemo began to move to the left. The first attack was the most deadly, and he had to make sure he could attack the person who looked the most capable among the 5. As the sight turned, a second fire spot appeared. He has a scar on his face, a thick neck, and looks very arrogant. The best way to judge a person's fighting ability is to observe his neck and arms. Anyone with a thick neck is either a martial artist or has great strength. Such people are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary people. You are the one. Hearing the scarred man cursing from afar, Sumo's eyes became even colder. He lay prone on the ground, carefully placed the crossbow on the ground, aimed at the scarred face that was shaking his head, and gently pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! Thump! A sharp voice exploded in the sound of rain, before Suemo could savor the beauty of the sound. I saw the scarred man in the distance holding his chest and stumbling to the ground. With the help of the torch that fell to the ground and was about to go out, Suemo saw the crossbow arrow stuck in the middle of the scarred man's chest. This is a crossbow arrow with acid rain. Even if it hits the chest, one blow is enough to be fatal. Ah! Screams sounded from a distance, and in the rainy night, because of the environment, they sounded particularly beautiful. On the live broadcast page, the 4 torches suddenly became panicked. However, the 4 people's movements were very consistent. No one chose to save the scarred man. Instead, they all hid themselves. One person was even smart enough to extinguish his torch and hide in the night. You are so smart. It seems that you have forced me to deal with you second. It was the man with glasses who extinguished the torch. The man with glasses immediately rolled over and threw the torch near his teammates to divert their attention. It's a pity that the red cloth behind him is so conspicuous on the live broadcast page. Without making a sound, Suemo began to lie on the ground and string the bow with both hands. With a strong raincoat in hand, he didn't have to worry about raindrops falling on him. On the contrary, the 4 people opposite him had to hold their umbrellas all the time and squat on the spot, making them a real target. In 15 seconds, Suemo loaded the second crossbow arrow and began to move slowly on the ground. The man with the glasses thought that his hiding place was excellent, but as Soma moved, it slowly began to appear in his field of vision. Draw the crossbow. Aim. Shooting. Another pitch-black crossbow arrow shot at the man with glasses below the neck. The huge impact force knocked the man with glasses to the ground in an instant. A flash of lightning flashed by, and it was a fleeting glimpse. When the man with glasses saw where Suemo was lying, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and he wanted to stand up and speak loudly. Unfortunately, the trickle of black blood that kept flowing from his neck made his words stuck in his throat. Within 3 to 5 seconds, the man with glasses was declared dead. At this time, all 5 torches had been extinguished, making it difficult to tell where they were. Lying on the ground, Suemo wound up the bow while using the convenience of the anchor to adjust the viewing angle and zoom in to observe the positions of other people. I've got you. Under the mask, a smile appeared on Sumo's lips. Perhaps I can understand why some people need to turn on the full map perspective when playing shooting games. A slightly funny thought flashed through his mind, easing Sumo's tension from having to kill 2 bandits in a row. After 30 seconds, winding is complete. Move position, find target, aim and shoot. Another cold light flashed, and the pockmarked man was hit by an arrow in the back of his kidney. The huge kinetic energy penetrated his abdomen and went straight into his belly. The huge pain made the pockmarked face stand up and shout, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I don't want to die. Go kill Huang Biao. He killed 7 people. I didn't kill anyone. He forced me to kill. I want." On a rainy night, the pockmarked man ran and fell powerlessly on the hill. The acid rain attached to the arrowheads and shafts corrodes and penetrates the fragile internal organs of the human body almost instantly, causing fatal bleeding. The remaining 2 people, hearing Huang Mozi's shouting, knew that they would only die if they hid there, so they stood up and ran away. Under the cover of night, 2 figures walked away in opposite north and south directions. As luck would have it, at the same time when Soma was winding up the string, a cunning man rushed towards him. The man was running in a panic and didn't notice Suemo, who was not far away. It was not until Suemo raised the crossbow that the man realized what was happening and wanted to scream. Whoosh! The words got stuck in his throat, and he fell down helplessly. Chase! Looking at the figure moving rapidly on the live broadcast page, Suemo stood up, without even looking at the man, and chased after him while pulling the string with both hands. This should be the Huang Biao they mentioned. He is indeed a thug. Even his escape is so methodical. Huang Biao was not familiar with the nearby terrain. While running, one step was deep and the other was shallow, but his speed was extremely fast. Suemo was familiar with the terrain and had the live broadcast page for reference, so he was not slow. As the 2 were chasing and fleeing, Suemo from behind soon caught up and chased them to about 50 meters away. He jogged while aiming the crossbow. A black arrow shadow flashed by, and the crossbow arrow failed to hit Huang Biao during its high-speed movement. Instead, it accidentally hit the umbrella pole, breaking it into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Suemo quickly lay on the ground, took out 5 crossbow arrows from the inventory, and began to press them into the crossbow, preparing to string it. Huang Biao's umbrella was broken while he was still running. He could only turn back and pick up the umbrella, shouting, good man, don't believe what Sun Mozi said. I am a good man. I have never killed anyone. He was the one who killed the person and framed me. Let me go, please. For the sake of us all being earthlings, please spare my life." A flash of lightning flashed by, and Huang Biao saw Suemo lying on the ground with his bow wound up, and cold sweat broke out in his heart. It was not until now that he saw clearly the murder weapon that had taken the lives of 4 people. With such a weapon, he felt that there was no need for him to escape. I left all the supplies behind. I know a place with a lot of supplies and ruins. I also know where there are people. I will tell you everything. Forgive me. I will tell you everything. Huang Biao raised his hands high and shouted repeatedly, looking like he wanted to surrender. However, Suemo, who was lying on the ground winding up his strings, clearly noticed his small steps on the live broadcast page at this time. Keep moving forward and getting closer. You said there were ruins? What ruins? Where are they? Huang Biao, who was still moving, did not change his pace when he heard Suemo speak, with a hint of joy on his face. It's not far away, just a few kilometers away. I found it underground. There are many good things in it, but we brothers can't open it, so we have to wander around helplessly. But I know you can do it, big brother. Your base is so big and great. You're so handsome and so powerful. It won't be a problem for you. While he was speaking, Huang Biao moved about 20 meters without making any sound and came to a place 30 meters away from Suemo. It only takes a normal adult 3 to 5 seconds to run this distance. Huang Biao was naturally no exception. After moving forward 5 or 6 meters, Huang Biao raised his voice. There are a lot of good things in that ruins. In your head. After saying the first word, a mace appeared in Huang Biao's hand. On the rainy night, he threw away his umbrella and ran away without caring about the damage caused by the rain. 20 meters. 10 meters. A dazzling flash of lightning flashed by, and at this distance, Sumo's face under the mask could almost be seen clearly. However, in an instant, Huang Biao, who saw Sumo's face clearly, suddenly had a look of sorrow on his face. The next second, a crossbow arrow pierced the middle of his stomach. You are Suma? Holding his stomach, Huang Biao knelt weakly on the ground, speaking in a trembling voice. You know me? While distancing himself and stringing the bow, Suemo said in a cold voice. Unfortunately, Huang Biao couldn't finish his words as another flash of lightning flashed across the sky. Suemo saw Huang Biao's expression clearly. That was a touch of. There was an expression of disbelief mixed with regret. Under the night sky, 5 bandits with evil intentions fell forever near the shelter. Blood is the only trace they leave behind to prove their existence. I just want to live. If you don't want me to live, I can only ask you to die. Putting away the crossbow, looking at Huang Biao who was still struggling on the ground, Su Mo turned back coldly to check for the finishing blow, not at all greedy for the secret of the so-called relics that Huang Biao was talking about. The heavy rain is still falling, slowly taking away the traces of what happened. The encounter between the two sides lasted only 3 to 5 minutes, and billions of players who were watching the entire live broadcast in the live broadcast room watched it in its entirety. It's totally blown up. Chapter 30. The clouds are moving in all directions, and the whole world is discussing it. When will this kind of day end? The rain here still shows no sign of stopping. Acid rain is so terrible, I can't imagine what it will be like in the future. Fuck, hurry up and check the live broadcast page. Our Chinese refuge has reached the top. The Huaxia shelter has reached the summit? No. It's Soma's sanctuary. Damn it, it's directly crushing Zeus' sanctuary. The crowd that was originally crying about the end of the world on the World Channel was suddenly brought into the rhythm. For a moment, the world chat that was still swiping the screen, it's quiet. Instead, countless people poured into the disaster relief channel. The first page at this time was Sumo's live broadcast room. Title Doing Justice for Heaven. A ferocious Chinese character, Hua, is marked next to the room name like a giant dragon, which is shocking. After clicking into the live broadcast page, you can see the entire picture of the shelter below through the overhead camera angle. Wow. In an instant, the barrage of comments came surging in like a torrent of water. Fuck, am I seeing right? This is a shelter built by us Chinese? Oh my god, look at the drainage pipes above his shelter. There are 3 of them made of stone. How many people are there in Sushan's sanctuary? I want to join Sushan's sanctuary before I die. Now there is finally an underground shelter among the top 10. I thought no one would choose the underground one. Suddenly, the new audience that came in was talking a lot. The underground shelter that suddenly appeared was extremely novel, causing those who had been visiting the above-ground shelter for a day to sigh in admiration. However, an inappropriate barrage suddenly appeared on the screen. Haha, is this China's shelter? In this kind of weather, they still force shelter members to go out on duty. What rubbish. The rubbish Zeus shelter upstairs, you are so sour. I will give you a knife? Haha, I'll tear your mouth apart, but you don't even check the ratings. How much higher is our Chinese shelter than your rubbish shelter? Rubbish America, get out of our shelter live broadcast. You are not welcome here. In the sanctuary of Zeus. This Chinese guy is so despicable. He must have been prepared a long time ago, just waiting to suddenly rise to the top, gain popularity and recruit members. Seeing so many grumpy guys swearing, Zeus's spokesman, the bearded man, got defensive. His thoughts quickly typed on the screen. However, every time he sent out a message, hundreds or even thousands of counterattacks would appear in the barrage. Shit. Such a rubbish shelter will be destroyed by natural disasters sooner or later. The bearded man threw the wooden cup in his hand to the ground and was so angry that he almost fumed. It's not just that netizens are broken down, but more because they can't believe that there is a shelter that is built so much better than theirs. Basil, don't worry. His refuge is on the plane. He might have been lucky and found some props, which is why he developed so quickly. When it comes to building shelters, he can't even compare to us. Look at our scale. No one knows how to build a shelter better than me. Sitting next to Basil, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and an elegant face spoke softly. I'm just mad shit. Bearded Basil was just about to speak, but the next second, when he saw the screen in the live broadcast room, his words got stuck in his throat. On a dark rainy night, all the viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed a figure coming out from the back of the shelter, like a ghost. He quietly approached the 5 people on the ground who were mistakenly believed to be members of the shelter. Although the viewing distance could not be increased, from this direction, everyone could clearly see the weapon in Sumo's hand. It's a crossbow. A fast crossbow. It's outrageous that someone can make this thing by hand. No, I believe you when you said that Su Xian is an 8th level fitter, but it's only been a few days. How can he have such a powerful weapon? It seems that these 5 people are not from the Sushan shelter. You all focus on weapons. Am I the only one who noticed that there is a small path out from the back of Sushan's shelter? I kneel down. How big a team is needed to build this super shelter? The raincoat on Sushan is much more advanced than ours. Woohoo, comparing yourself to others makes you so angry. Looking at the scene in front of them that looked like a blockbuster movie, In Sumo's agile figure, the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise. It was nighttime, and no one had joined the live broadcast page except for some people in difficult situations. At this moment, billions of people around the world were watching this live broadcast of the killing. When the first crossbow arrow pierced through Scarface's body, until the final confrontation with Huang Biao, when he was killed effortlessly, those who witnessed the whole process in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. Clean and crisp. Kill without blinking an eye. Executioner. Devil. China's #1 refuge. Well-equipped. Grace. Dream lover. Cross this out? I've confirmed with my eyes that I've met the right person. When countless labels appear on the same person, Sumo's identity seems to be shrouded in a fog, making it difficult to see the truth beneath the fog. Which one is Soma? Maybe both, maybe neither. As Soma walked back to the high ground of the refuge, step by step, the camera was also moved synchronously, and everyone saw with their own eyes what a real underground shelter was. A solid stone gate stands on the ground, with a sophisticated structure and ancient patterns that cannot be created by human power. Through the hole dug next to the stone gate, the thick stone wall lying on the ground gives people a sense of security at first glance. 3 scratch-like stone drainage channels are scattered on the back of the hill, draining all the acid rain into the acid rain lake below. Several dead bodies were lying around near the shelter. All this happened in less than 20 minutes. The next moment, as the camera zoomed in again, everyone excitedly thought that Sumo was going to speak and explain the shelter and pull people together. The shelter's live broadcast page went dark with a crackling sound. The prompt above also changed to "The host is temporarily unavailable," and further notice will be given after the broadcast starts. Oh? Is Sushin so aloof? So this is the attitude of a hermit. I worship him. Is there something missing? I am willing to join Sushun's shelter unconditionally, even if it means working 18 hours a day. Tom, will just burst into action. I am willing to work overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. I just want to live in a shelter like this. What do you think? Could it be that Sumo is the only one in this shelter, so he has no intention of recruiting new members? No way. Such a large and sturdy shelter can be built by one person? Does anyone remember that on the first day, Sushin hung up the water and put it out to sell, and also bought Chen Pingon's old dog's illustrated book? Chen Pingon, you old dog, don't behave like a human being. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Sumo shut down the live broadcast room without saying a word. In most private chat messages, the word Soma became a hot word, and almost everyone was discussing what they had just seen and heard. The only underground shelter. Murderous devil. For a moment, if Weibo still existed, what happened tonight would definitely soar to the top and firmly occupy the top spot on the hot search list. Chapter 31, Absorbing the Damaged Core. Record. Your continuous live broadcast time has accumulated for more than 15 minutes. Random airdrop rewards will be issued one day before the next disaster. Hearing the prompt on the game panel, Sumo decisively entered the management interface and chose to turn off the live broadcast. During live broadcast, every move is monitored by billions of people. If it were in a civilized era, he might have laughed a few times and been happy that he had become famous. But in this doomsday world where people are eaten without leaving any bones, the more you are exposed, the more danger you will face. Sumo walked quickly to the hill where Scarface died and looked around. Well, these people are really hard to deal with, troublesome. Killing someone only requires a simple pull of the trigger, but dealing with these people requires a lot of thought. It's okay on a rainy night because the smell can't spread far. But if it were exposed to direct sunlight, it would probably attract a large number of mutant creatures in a day or two. There might even be an outbreak of plague. Opening the manufacturing page, Sumo rolled a new stone spear. Holding the stone spear, Sumo suppressed his nausea, hung the tip of the stone spear on Scarface's clothes, and breathed a sigh of relief. In the civilized era, he was afraid to kill a chicken. He didn't expect that he would kill 5 people as soon as he arrived in the apocalypse. Although these people are bandits, the moral concepts established in the civilized era still slightly restrain human nature. Hey, what is this? After dragging Scarface's body away, Sumo was surprised to find that a tortoise shell emitting a faint glow appeared where Scarface had been lying. Isn't this the shelter that was going to be placed at the beginning? Picking up the tortoise shell, Sumo was surprised and began to look at the properties of the tortoise shell. Broken safe house core. The safe house is bound to the player. Once the player chooses to place it, it will be bound to the ground and cannot be moved. When a player destroys his safe house, it will automatically return to being damaged and cannot be placed until it is repaired. After the player dies, All of their belongings are stored in the safe house core. Record. It is detected that the player has a complete safe house core. Do you want to absorb it? Can you actually absorb other people's safe house cores? Looking at the properties of the game panel, Suemo quickly walked over to the other three people. Sure enough, the man with glasses and the man with pockmarked face also had a broken safe house core under them. When they reached the rat-faced man, this time, they found a complete safe house core that had not been placed before. Very good. Looking at the three broken cores and one intact core in his hand, Suemo laughed repeatedly. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. These people have robbed and killed so many innocent poor people. Now they are in my hands. This is just retaliation. Throw the four cores into the backpack. Walking quickly to the acid rain lake, Suemo began to dig a hole. With the harvest, Sumo felt a little relieved even though he was working in the dark rainy night. He couldn't wait to deal with the bodies of these people and return to the shelter to absorb and examine them. A day of rain made the soil on the ground much softer. After half an hour, Suemo dug out a hole that was 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. After turning around and using stone spears to pick up the bodies of the bandits one by one and throw them into the pit, Suemo walked briskly back to Huang Biao. Huang Biao, who had been struggling on the ground before, was now silent except for leaving a deep handprint on the ground. After poking with the tip of the spear, he found that there was indeed a broken safe house core under Huang Biao's body. Since you've come all the way here to deliver equipment, I can't bear to see you die in the wilderness. Be a good person in your next life. Soaked in acid rain, Huang Biao's face had long been corroded beyond recognition and looked weird and terrifying, just like the creepy zombies in an American Doomsday movie. He didn't dare to look at it carefully and poked the straw raincoat on Huang Biao with the tip of the stone spear. Step by step, Suemo dragged the man to the big pit. After pushing Huang Biao in and putting him away, Suemo began to fill the hole. Gradually, as the soil covered them and the rain stuck to them, the 5 people stayed in this pit forever. After doing all this, Suemo inserted a branch as a mark and followed the same route he came out of, and returned to the entrance of the tunnel. The wooden plank tunnel door was quite convenient to come out of, but by the time Suemo returned, a lot of water had already seeped into the tunnel. Looking at the tunnel entrance, Suemo had an idea in mind. If I want to go on a long journey, it would be a good choice to come out from here. I can upgrade myself. Silently recite the survival system in your mind, and the channel attributes emerge. Access channel. Description. The access channel that has been opened. Upgrade direction. Safe channel. Branch. Enlargement, 20. Material, 40. Strength, 200. Passage gate, 40. Introduction. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The passageway door can be upgraded to stone. I have a lot of stone here anyway. As the stones were gradually laid down, the survival point requirements of the passage door began to drop rapidly. Until after 20 o'clock, the changes stopped. Choose to upgrade the passage door. Spending 20 points, a green light emanated from Soma's body, and within 2 or 3 breaths, the wooden door, which originally had a large gap, suddenly turned into a stone door like the front of the shelter. It looked tightly closed, and rain could no longer penetrate. After picking up a shovel and shoveling some soil to cover the stone passage door, Suemo returned to the main entrance of the shelter with satisfaction. This passage used for surprise attacks was usually forgotten as much as possible except when used for long trips or surprise attacks. It's best to use it as a trump card. At critical moments, just like today, it can produce a charm that is no less than a dimensionality reduction attack. As for the issue of exposing your defenses in the live broadcast room, you don't have to worry about that right away. Returning to the gate, I looked at the bare stone walls that had been dug on both sides. Suemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was originally a good underground shelter was turned into an above-ground shelter by these people after spending several hours digging. That's fine too. We won't fill it up yet. We can wait until the rain stops to renovate it. After turning around and looking at the dug area, Suemo shouted to the shelter, "Oreo, open the door. I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of frantic scratching on the door from inside. Then, with a bang, the stone door opened a crack. The cunning Oreo first looked around through the crack in the door before moving aside. Good boy, you are really smart. Wearing a raincoat, Suemo couldn't touch Oreo's dog head. After signaling Oreo to stand away, he closed the door and took off his raincoat while standing in the corner of the shelter. He had made 2 plans for the raid just now. Plan A. He rushed out from the back door, taking advantage of these people's unpreparedness and killing them suddenly. Plan B. If there is really no chance, we'll let Oreo make some noise on the door to attract people over and create an opportunity to kill. It's a pity that these people were a motley crowd with extremely low combat effectiveness and little vigilance. They never expected that Suemo would suddenly emerge from behind and launch a sneak attack. After taking off his raincoat, Suemo turned around and sat down on the wooden bench, looking at the stone base flickering with bright flames, and Oreo running to the table and acting coquettishly. Suemo suddenly felt relieved. No one expected it. An hour ago, he was just an ordinary person who traveled to this wasteland world and struggled to survive. An hour later, he had become a hero who was responsible for 5 deaths and enforced justice on the side of heaven. Taking out the spoils, Suemo held the cloth against the tortoise shell in his left hand, picked up another piece of cloth in his right hand, and began to wipe it carefully. The tortoise shell with a simple shape looks more and more like jade as the cloth is touched. After wiping all the cores, Suemo picked up the broken tortoise shell that he had obtained at the beginning, and with an idea in his mind, he triggered the fusion function of the game panel. Then start the fusion from this broken core. Chapter 32 Big Harvest. Diesel Generator. Record. It is detected that the player has a complete safe house core and meets the absorption conditions. Do you want to absorb it? Looking at the words that popped up, without hesitation, Suemo concentrated his mind, controlled his thoughts, and clicked OK. In a moment, the tortoise shell on my hand began to vibrate violently, or to be more specific, the tortoise shell produced resonance. The entire shelter seemed to pulse with tiny vibrations. 1 second, 2 seconds. The frequency of the shelter's vibration was getting closer and closer to the frequency of the shaking of the tortoise shell in his hand. Visibly, the tortoise shell began to crack and melt piece by piece, turning into a stream of blue water that flowed from Soma's hand and slid all the way to the stone floor. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and the entire shelter began to shake rapidly as if it had been hit by an earthquake. The next moment, Suemo was stunned by the magical scene in front of him. Record. You have successfully absorbed the damaged safe house core. Record. Your shelter area has increased. Record. The current shelter area is 110 square meters. The familiar shelter suddenly changed, as if it had gained weight and had 10 more square meters out of thin air. And in the extra space, a bunch of things were neatly placed. Woof woof woof. Oreo, who was originally lying on the ground to rest, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. He barked nonstop at the extra space and the unfamiliar smell. Walking quickly to the extra space, Suemo began to look at the things on the ground. There are more than a dozen things in total. First, there were 3 pieces of colorful clothes with blood stains on them, and even a pink bear mask was seen. Next to the clothes were 2 tools, a stone axe and a stone shovel. Compared to the wealthy Suemo at this time, this man's equipment was pitifully poor, and no one knew where he got the confidence to raid the shelter. Fearing that there might be some conspiracy or poison, Suemo did not dare to take action. He carefully used a stone spear to pry open the clothes, letting out the supplies underneath. There are more than a dozen things in total. The beef jerky I bought at the market on the first day of trading looked quite large, at least around 300 g. There were also 4 boxes of pure milk, a whole loaf of bread, 2 corn sausages, a bottle of old yogurt, and an unopened bottle of Pepsi. 2 bottles of mineral water that have been opened but not finished. It's developed. After confirming one by one using the game panel that there was no problem with the properties of the materials, Suemo was delighted. No wonder these people didn't choose to develop their own shelters and come out to rob. How can a worker like this earn more than stealing batteries? Just these supplies, if put up for sale in the trading market, would require at least a few liters of water to exchange, and there is no demand for them. The food currently sold on the market is mostly bread that requires drinking a lot of water after eating, and mutant animal meat that is dry and difficult to swallow. After days of shopping, Suemo was unable to grab this kind of enjoyable level of food from the market. I didn't expect these free boxes of supplies to drop from the sky. Since fusing a damaged core can increase the area by 10 square meters, let's fuse them all. After taking out the remaining 3 damaged cores and selecting them one by one, the safe house began to vibrate again. Record. You have successfully absorbed the damaged safe house core 3. Record. Your shelter area has increased. Record. The current shelter area is 140 square meters. Record. The shelter level has been upgraded. Please enter the game panel to check. After a shake, the shelter had an additional 40 square meters of space at the previous location. The shelter, which was already empty, now became even more secluded. There were a lot of things scattered on the ground. Just by looking at them, Suemo felt dizzy with happiness. At the very back, squatted a device that looked like a big-ass television. This device was not unfamiliar to Suemo at all. It was exactly what he had been thinking about day and night and dreaming about at night. Dynamo. At this moment, Suemo could no longer suppress his excitement. He walked quickly to the machine as if he had seen his lover, covered with sky blue paint. 3 thick black iron pipes surround the main body of the generator, and a side skirt serves as a dust-proof function. After lowering his head and seeing the main body of the generator, Sumo's originally enthusiastic heart suddenly cooled down. This is a diesel generator marked with Wuxi Siemens. It should have been obtained by these people when they killed mutant beasts or robbed others. But the problem was that the fuel tank of the generator was hit by a spear, and a large piece of iron was directly shoveled away and exposed inside the fuel tank. Squatting in front of the generator, Suemo began to carefully recall the principles of the generator he had read in the miscellaneous books in the university library. It is very simple for a generator to generate electricity. In the diesel engine cylinder, the clean air filtered by the air filter is fully mixed with the high-pressure atomized diesel sprayed from the fuel injector. Under the squeezing of the upward piston, the volume shrinks and the temperature rises rapidly, reaching the ignition point of the diesel. When the diesel is ignited, the mixed gas burns violently, expands rapidly in volume, and pushes the piston downward, which is called work. Each cylinder works in a certain order, and the thrust acting on the piston is converted into a force that drives the crankshaft to rotate through the connecting rod, thereby driving the crankshaft to rotate. By installing the brushless synchronous AC generator coaxially with the diesel engine crankshaft, the rotation of the diesel engine can be used to drive the rotor of the generator. Using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the generator will output an induced electromotive force, which can generate current through a closed load circuit. After recalling it, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the most important current control device that broke down. If it had been hit by this device, the generator would have definitely been scrapped. Now the fuel tank just has a hole and is damaged, which can be repaired by spending a small amount of points. Focusing his eyes and concentrating his attention, Suemo called the system in his mind and looked at the diesel engine. Diesel generator, damaged. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour, 82L/H when fully loaded. Description: a diesel generator produced by Siemens Group in Wuxi, Jiangsu Province, which has not yet been put into use. The circuit functions well, but the fuel tank is damaged. Upgrade Direction 1. Replace and repair the core components of the generator, enhance the generator power supply efficiency, and reduce the power consumption of the generator. Survival points, 1680, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Change the generator's working method to biomass power generation, requiring survival points, 6,500. Introduction. What am I to you? You are my Yomai. No, no, no. I want to be your generator. Damn, it's so expensive, 1680. It will take me 10 days or half a month to save up to upgrade. He shook his head and gave up the crazy idea of accumulating survival points to upgrade the generator. Suemo began to call for changes in his heart. Changing to a single-category small-function upgrade method will slightly increase consumption and is not as cost-effective as an overall upgrade, but in today's world of scarce survival points, it is a good way to solve urgent problems. It's a little expensive, but as long as it can be repaired, the base's development speed will double. A flash of light passed by, and the original upgrade method began to develop and change. Diesel generator, damaged. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour, 82L/H when fully loaded. Upgrade, repair, 130. Expand capacity, 50. Increase conversion efficiency, 300. Change material, 420. Change energy supply method, biomass, 4450. It costs 130 to repair it. The price was reasonable and not high, but Suemo couldn't afford so much now. After today's harvest, I have 153 points. After spending 20 points to upgrade the raincoat and 65 points to upgrade the safe passage, I only have 68 points left. We can only wait for it to be repaired tomorrow? Suppressing his inner excitement and anxiety, Suemo began to collect supplies and count the gains from this battle. Chapter 33. Shelter Upgrade, Commission Design Drawings. The supplies exploded from Huang Biao's core were obviously much more than those from the other three. It almost filled up the 10 square meters of expansion. At a glance, Suemo saw 3 large bags of biscuits weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. The biscuits were very similar to the loose biscuits sold in supermarkets. After eating one, Suemo nodded with satisfaction. The taste of the two was not much different from the bagged biscuits. The storage space has a refrigeration function. Putting things in it is equivalent to entering a Schrödinger state. It will only materialize when Soma is observing it. Close the cookie bag and pack it. Suemo saw two large barrels placed in the corner. When he walked up and took a look, Suemo was delighted. It really is a one-size-fits-all package. When Huang Biao got the generator, he also got 2 barrels of diesel, totaling 200 L. I thought I was going to make my own biodiesel, but I didn't expect this to be possible. Homemade biodiesel can easily damage the internals of a generator, but you have a system, and if it gets damaged, you can just spend some survival points to repair it. However, if we can have diesel to get through the difficult early stage, we will surely be able to trade diesel in the later stage. After spending 2 hours sorting out his belongings and taking the unneeded items outside to dig a hole and bury them, Suemo opened the chat channel and randomly found a dead person with a gray avatar to start posting messages. A generator, 200 L of diesel, 6 kilograms of biscuits, 2 kilograms of bread, 2.5 L of unopened purified water, 800 G of beef jerky, 7 boxes of pure milk, 3 corn sausages, 1 old yogurt, 2 bottles of Pepsi, 2 packs of Lay's potato chips, a bag of salt that has been opened, confirmed to be non-toxic, a small bag of chili oil that has not been opened, a rechargeable flashlight, fully charged, an extremely heavy mace, and a pair of unworn sneakers, size 43, 15 units of wood, 19 units of plant fiber, 30 units of stone, 3 units of iron, 1 unit of copper, and a map that seems to show the surrounding terrain. Important. After recording all the supplies with great effort, Suemo felt extremely satisfied just by looking at the statistics. Of course, at this moment, Suemo was not stingy in sharing his happiness. He took out 2 corn sausages from the pile of supplies, opened them, took a big bite of one, and threw the other to Oreo, who was drooling next to him. Good fellow, if I support you now, you must earn double the money back for me in the future. Oreo on the side was eating with his mouth full of oil, and he didn't forget to howl happily twice. There is a bad taste in the mouth, but the work is not tiring. Suemo is in a good mood and calls the game panel to check how to upgrade the shelter. Absorbed 4 damaged safe house cores, triggering the upgrade system. The shelter, which originally had no level displayed, suddenly displayed its current level. Personal shelter. Level. LV1. Description. The shelter is made entirely of stone, which is extremely strong and safe. It is unique in isolating moisture and keeping warm. Space. 140, height 4.2 m. Completeness. 100%. Facilities. Iron stove, bed, large vegetable culture medium, psychic well water extractor, dining table. Currently available permissions. Reconstruct the shelter layout and automatically generate partition walls. One time. Please adjust carefully. It's actually possible to create partitions. This is a shelter. This is life. Looking at the prompts on the game panel, Sumo's eyes sparkled. The empty shelter is still a large flat. When you enter it, the first thing you see is a dark corner where no light can reach. It's fine during the day, but it's a bit annoying at night. A man will not get fat without midnight snacks, and a horse will not get fat without night grass. With such a huge reward just from killing a group of criminals, Suemo couldn't help but want to start a live broadcast to attract a wave of hatred and call more criminals to come and deliver supplies. You can only build the first level once, so you have to plan it carefully. Suemo looked at the plan on the panel. As soon as I thought about it, a box popped up on the interface. In the box, there is a 3D map of the shelter at this moment, with everything from the floor to the stone walls, as well as up, down, left and right, completely marked out. Suemo briefly browsed through all the functions, closed the interface, and opened the chat interface. After tonight's battle, Suemo has completely let go of his worries about other people in the outside world. Being in the wasteland, in this big melting pot, the more you want to stay out of it, the more you will fall into the cage. Completely isolating yourself and treating the shelter as an isolated island in the ocean is the most foolish thing to do. There is a sequence in learning, and everyone has their own specialization. The architectural style and overall construction method of the Huaxia shelter during the day are extremely ingenious. There must be a master behind the scenes. For this kind of professional design work, Sumo decided to contract it out to maximize the use of the space in the shelter. Sumo finally had a chance to reconstruct the shelter. He was very dissatisfied with the existing structure of the shelter, but he didn't know where to start. First of all, there is a long staircase at the entrance. This kind of stairs is fine normally, but once someone breaks through the gate and rushes in, both sides will have to engage in hand-to-hand combat. There is no safety at all, and a secondary buffer zone must be added, or even 3. Inside the house, there is a 30 square meter culture medium placed in the center of the base, which not only takes up space, but also has a special impact on subsequent development. In addition to transformation, Suemo had a second idea. After tonight's encounter, if someone living underground is pinned down from above, if you want to get out from below, you have to take the risk of a surprise attack. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but if it happens too many times, there will always be a possibility of failure. Therefore, it is very necessary to build a buffer zone on the ground. We cannot completely give up control of the ground in the early stages just because it is an underground shelter. After being prepared to pay attention, Sumo found the private message function, followed the contact information of the Huaxia refuge during the day, and started the first historic call. The person in charge of the connection, the little girl who spoke at the shelter during the day. Shinke. Suma. Hello, I am Sumo from China. I would like to do some business with your shelter. Can I do it? Not long after the message was sent, 3 very urgent texts were sent, but before Sumo could understand what they said, the other party made a direct video call. After thinking about it, Sumo didn't refuse. Anyway, he has already appeared in front of everyone in the world, so there is no need to hide his head and tail at this time. The call is connected. Shunke's face appeared on the screen. Hello, Sumo. I am the publicity manager of the disaster resistance point of the 79th Regiment of the 13th Army. We agree with your transaction needs. What kind of transaction do you want to do? Looking at Sumo's face in the camera, Shunke tried his best to suppress his inner shock and not show it. In her sight, the first thing that catches the eye is the eye-catching generator and the 2 large barrels of diesel next to it. Then there were luxurious cokes, bread, biscuits, and other daily necessities. In her peripheral vision, she also saw a corner of the culture medium. The wealth in the shelter was too much impact on Shunke's view of the end of the world. As for Sumo's handsome face, he looked even more mysterious against the backdrop of this pile of supplies. I would like to ask someone to help me design the structure of the underground shelter. It would be best if they could provide me with a picture. Hearing Sumo's words, Shunke nodded hurriedly. We have Dr. Shan, a famous former Chinese designer in our shelter, who is also my brother-in-law. Is there any problem if I ask him to design for you? No problem, no problem. I think you should know the structure of the underground shelter. Hearing that it was Dr. Shun, Sumo was slightly surprised, nodded calmly, and began to talk about his needs. On the other side, Shunke simply called his brother-in-law Shinitian and asked Sumo to communicate with him face-to-face. After a while, the two of them discussed the details. Okay, we understand your needs. I will hand over this design to you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Don't worry, I will strictly abide by the confidentiality agreement in accordance with wartime management. Shunitian was very straightforward. After talking about his needs, he picked up his straw umbrella from the table and walked away. He is a real person. Sumo had heard about this doctor before. Many super buildings in China, including the 840-meter high tower, were designed by him. Designing a shelter at this time is of course a small problem. After Shan Etienne left, Shunke returned to the center of the screen. Dr. Shun didn't give a quote. I wonder how much materials it would take to make such a design. Seeing that Shunke was embarrassed to speak, Sumo went straight to the point. Regarding the quotation, he believed that Shunke would never open his mouth. From the beginning, without asking him too many questions, Sumo knew that China Refuge came with full sincerity. However, the next moment, Shunke's words made Sumo extremely uneasy. Mr. Sumo, this design does not use any materials. It should be regarded as our first transaction in the sincerity of the Chinese Refuge. Here, we hope that Mr. Su can do his best to help the Chinese people in distress. Even if we come to the wasteland world, we must support each other and go on strong. Of course, against the gangsters tonight, Mr. Su, you can have 100% right to defend yourself, and we also support your approach. Chapter 34. We want to return to Earth alive. Seeing Shunke's firm eyes and concise and clear military style, Sumo nodded, acquiescing to Shunke's conditions. The next second, Shunke, who was still serious at first, suddenly couldn't control the seriousness on her face, and a bright smile bloomed on her pretty face. Sushin, the deal for the shelter is finished. Can I do a private deal with you? A wicked smile appeared on such a cute little face. No one would refuse to listen to her request. But I heard the details. Sumo also smiled lightly, his expression indescribably calm and free. I want to exchange 1 L of psionic water with you. The transaction items are wires and a mechanical controller used to write control programs. Well, I can also add some information. After hearing Shunke's words, Sumo turned around and realized that his video call had exposed the generator behind him. Sumo smiled and shook his head. No wonder Shinku would propose a deal. This is because he has met his own development needs. Don't worry, I will tell my uncle and ask him to help you plan the circuit and other things when he draws the design drawing. Seeing Sumo's expression, Shinku immediately continued nervously, fearing that Sumo would say rejection at the next moment. 1 liter of psionic water may be considered a very precious thing in the eyes of others, but they will never know that 7 liters of this precious thing can be produced in the shelter in a day. The asymmetry caused by information simply takes advantage of transactions. Sumo smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll change. This is not a problem. As for information, how much do you know about the ruins?" After thinking about it, I was really curious about Liangfang Town Somo. His ruins are different from everyone else's. There are many good things in them. As long as you gather weapons and open a room, you can get unimaginable rewards. Seeing that Sumo agreed, Shunka pushed back the hair hanging in front of his face, thought for a moment, and said calmly, "We have also organized manpower to explore this ruins, and we do know a lot of information so far. But this thing is not valuable, and everyone will know it sooner or later. According to the information that has been discovered so far, there are 3 types of ruins. The first type is the misty ruins that everyone has mentioned in the chat channel. The places players go to in these ruins are all kinds of strange. But according to the intelligence we compiled, most of these relics entered the prehistoric civilization of our Earth. There is insufficient specific exploration, and I can't be sure which super-ancient civilization it is. The second type of relic is, well, the treasure in the novel. You know, we Earthlings may not be the first species to be exiled here to participate in survival. There were other species that came before. So some people, if he fails to survive the natural disaster, his shelter will become a fixed relic if it remains. The third type. We suspect that there are other civilizations integrating with the wasteland world we are currently in. Which civilization it is and what its purpose is, there is no definite conclusion yet. There is insufficient evidence and insufficient information collected. We can only wait for the technology to recover and check slowly. Shinka spoke very carefully, explaining clearly the 3 types of ruins that have been discovered so far. Sumo silently recorded all the information again by sending a private message to the deceased, and then nodded to indicate that the transaction was completed. "Okay, then I'll get you the wires and controller later." Shinku stood up with surprise on his face. After the two said goodbye to each other, they hung up the video call. After a while, Shunku's transaction request was sent over. After confirming that it was correct, Sumo uploaded 1,100 milliliters of psionic water and left a message. "Thank you for your intelligence and your observation. This 100 milliliters is given to you as a private person. Live on. For everyone." There was a flash of light, and the deal was complete. In the huge Chinese refuge, in an inconspicuous hut, Shunku raised his arms and threw all the wires into the trading items. He. Now you are saying that I am a girl and can only do clerical work." With a silly smile, Shunku confirmed the deal and got the psionic water. But when she saw the quantity of the items being traded and Sumo's message, she suddenly felt a surge of sadness for some unknown reason. A few tears of emotion suddenly welled up in my eyes, wetting my face which had turned yellow and black due to lack of water. When she realized she was crying, the first thing the girl did was not to wipe her tears, but to greedily lick her tears with her dry lips which were already cracked with blood. Then, the bright girl stopped crying, grabbed an umbrella and rushed out of the house, shouting, "Don't worry if you catch a cold tonight. We have traded for psionic water. Everyone can get some before bed." Wow, psionic water. For minor illnesses, even medicines are not as effective as the legendary psionic water. In the camp, people who were still working hard late at night looked up, their eyes full of gratitude and relief. They didn't yell. They didn't cheer. Because from the first day they entered the shelter, the rules they received were: save your energy, don't shout, don't cry. We don't have enough food and water, but we return to Earth alive. Oh, it seems that I am indeed a little autistic. There is no one to talk to me, only a stupid dog. Humans are indeed social animals. Looking at the pile of wires on the ground used to set up circuits, Sumo just wanted to lie back on his bed like a salted fish. Silly dog Oreo also ran over at this time, jumped onto the bed, and then jumped back sideways. The black and white dog's face was full of provocation. "You are such a fool. I told you you are a fool, and you are not happy about it. Watch out." Jumping out of the bed, the man and the dog began chasing each other in the shelter. Sumo's hearty laughter echoed throughout the shelter. After chasing for a while, seeing Oreo still running in front with full energy, the breathless Suemo had no choice but to sit on the bench. Oreo was still playing amusing from a distance. When he saw that Suemo didn't chase him, he let out a ha-ha laugh. "Don't worry, for you. For me, for my parents and my sister, I will live," Suemo said with a firm look. However, when Suemo looked at Oreo, there was a rare hint of tenderness in his eyes. After resting for a while, he spread out the confiscated map on the table. Soma carefully identified the location of the ruins. According to what Shenku said, it seems that the place marked on this map should be the place where Huang Biao and the others discovered the ruins. The starting point of Huang Biao and his party should be 20 kilometers away from the ruins. If this three-passage comb is my base, then the ruins should be to the west of me, 3.5 kilometers away. The markings on the map adopt the most primitive pictographic method, thanks to them being able to find paper to record it, and recording it clearly, otherwise most people wouldn't be able to understand such an abstract map. The one above should be the base that was attacked. Hey, what a bunch of ruthless beasts. After counting, Sumo suddenly discovered that these 5 people were walking all the way, grabbing whatever they went. The red crosses on the map have formed a straight line, with as many as 16 of them. Maybe they don't know that when a person dies and destroys a safe house, the safe house core will drop, but it's useless even if they know, because only the safe house that is placed can absorb these cores. When I am fully equipped, I may head west to see if these cores are still there. After a day and a night of acid rain disaster, Suma had a lot of time to think. As an ordinary person without any academic knowledge advantage, in this Doomsday, everything depends on hard work. Not only should we actively inquire about information, but we should also take the initiative to strengthen ourselves. Looking at the treasure pattern on the map, Suemo raised the corner of his mouth, stood up, and looked towards the west. "In 2 days, let me see who you are." Chapter 35. The beginning of the end of the world. 1.0 Major update. Today is the 6th day since I came to the wasteland. January 6th on the Doomsday calendar. Current members of the shelter: Soma, Oreo. The disaster isn't over yet, so it's okay for me to lie in bed and take a nap, right? Hee. At least I don't have to rush to catch the 7 o'clock bus. Oreo is sleeping. Looking at the drool on his mouth, I wonder what delicious food he is dreaming about. What a silly dog. The shelter has been stocked with supplies, and the electricity will be connected soon. I will definitely be able to hold on. Suma, come on. After opening the private message and recording the 6th day of the Empty Nest Elderly Diary, Suemo closed the game panel. Even though he killed 5 people in a row last night, he still slept until almost 8 o'clock. Lying on the soft and warm bed, listening to the sparse but soothing sound of raindrops outside, Suemo quietly waited for the disaster to end. Outside the shelter, the horrific acid rain that had lasted for 36 hours was about to come to an end. As 8 o'clock arrived, the system's settlement reminder sounded on time. Last month, calendar January 6. An unknown disaster strikes, and you feel very safe in the safe shelter, survival points +5. You upgraded a set of simple disaster resistance equipment, survival points +2. While you were out on patrol, you discovered a group of bad guys with evil intentions. Your observation skills are sharp, survival points +5. You opened up a second entrance and exit to the shelter, survival points +20. You killed 5 bandits, protecting your own safety and the ownership of the shelter, survival points +35. You show up in front of more than 1 billion people for the first time, and make them remember the name Soma, survival points +200. You have seized a lot of supplies, which enriched your shelter, survival points +10. You hold on to your humanity as a human being, because you know that you are not a mad beast. You have people you care about, people you want to protect, and you want to survive and return to Earth, survival points +25. Scanning the host's living environment, evaluating survival points, 53 survival points were obtained today. Final settlement, survival points +365. Remaining survival points, 433. There are so many. I'm going to get rich overnight? Seeing the settled points, Suemo sat up suddenly, his heart beating wildly. Every day he made a few hundred points like squeezing toothpaste, and suddenly he made a windfall of 400 points, which made Suemo feel like he was in a dream. I'm live in front of 1 billion people, and I get 200 points for remembering my name. The system encourages me to act more pretentiously? Seeing the largest item in the income, Suemo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is this okay? This is good. Compared to the extremely dangerous life and death battle with others, Just a live broadcast can bring such high profits, which is really a good deal. Now that I have a survival point, I'll upgrade the generator today. Get dressed and stand up. After drawing today's portion of psionic water and putting it into the water tank and filling a wooden cup with water, Soma began to rinse his mouth. Galulyalu. Spit the water used for rinsing your mouth onto the edge of the vegetable culture medium, then scoop out 1.5 liters of psionic water to water the vegetable patch, and today's care work is complete. With a sacred mood, Suemo quickly walked to the inside where the generator was placed, looked at the damaged oil tank under the generator, and concentrated his mind. Diesel generator, damaged. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour, 82L/H when fully loaded. Upgrade, repair, 130. Expand capacity, 50. Increase conversion efficiency, 300. Change material, 420. Change energy supply method, biomass, 4450. I choose to repair. Love is a green light. As the words fell, a green light spread out from his body, containing Suma's deep love for the generator. Stroking the hood, Sumo's eyes were filled with affection. What man wouldn't like such a wild machine? Gradually, the generator oil tank, which originally had a gap, began to deform slightly under the touch of the green light. Small silvery white dots appeared out of thin air next to the fuel tank, and under the restraint of green light, they stuck to the damaged part of the fuel tank. The fist-sized gap quickly closed up, until 3 or 5 seconds later, the green light disappeared. The generator oil tank has been repaired and looks brand new. Diesel generator, normal. Efficiency, 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees per hour. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour, 82L/H when fully loaded. Suemo carefully lay on the generator, remembering every little tip and the simple way to turn it on. The fuel consumption of the generator when fully loaded is extremely terrifying. It will use up the current diesel reserves in less than 3 hours after being fully loaded. Originally, Suemo was worried that he would not be able to control the output power once it was turned on. After learning how to operate it, he discovered that the diesel generator not only had a clutch, but more outrageously, it also had a throttle. A complete control system is written into the generator program. As long as the power size is set manually, the output intensity can be controlled, which is extremely convenient. After some learning, Suemo opened the fuel tank and started pouring diesel into it. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the operating instrument above the fuel tank light up, indicating that it could output electricity stably, Suemo quickly turned off the machine and said with a little excitement, "Now if there are weapons or devices that need electricity, we can upgrade them boldly. Not only electric spears, but also electric automatic crossbows." After getting the design drawings and planning the interior of the shelter, as long as you have a set of batteries, you can distribute the wires to each room. Once the light bulb is found, the torch can be retired at night. Sitting back on the stool, Sumo's heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. For modern humans, electricity has long been an indispensable part of life. Even without electrical appliances, as long as there are generators, the future goal is very clear. Find electrical equipment. Build a super shelter based on electricity. With his heart pounding, Suemo suppressed his excitement, took out some biscuits, crushed an Oreo, and soaked it in water. As the aroma of the biscuit crumbs blended with the original flavor of the psionic water, Oreo, who was still howling at the door, was immediately attracted over and lay on the ground, licking the food bowl frantically. Seeing how delicious Oreo was, Suemo also had an appetite. He took out a biscuit, poured a glass of psionic water, and finished his breakfast. While the rain outside was still going on, Suemo decided to start daily exercise and teach Oreo how to train. Gradually, as the time got closer to 12 o'clock, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate quickly. A ray of golden sunlight appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating every dark corner. As the time came, the system panel suddenly started broadcasting messages across the entire map. Record: the first disaster has ended. The cumulative death toll by the end of this disaster is 145,547,893. Record: the novice disaster is over, and the panel announcement will be officially deactivated. Please observe the panel function prompts in time. Record: the novice period is over, and the first version update has been started by default. Record: update completed. Record: the first disaster points have been recorded and distributed according to the shelter's disaster resistance attribute ranking and disaster resistance performance. Record: trading system update. Every time a transaction is required, A certain amount of disaster resistance points must be paid as a handling fee based on the weight of the item. Record. Open Secret Realm transactions. The day before each disaster, the Secret Realm will be automatically opened, and channel members in the same area can enter the Secret Realm and bring resources for exchange. Trading in the Secret Realm is prohibited by force and is absolutely safe. Record. Inventory function mode updated. The first payment of 100 disaster relief points can be exchanged for 1 cubic meter of storage space, and the points required will double each time thereafter. Record. Update the private message function. 1 point is required to add a friend for the first time, and you can chat freely after adding successfully. Record. Update the manufacturing system and delete the following props: torches, wooden doors, wooden boxes, grass raincoats. The disaster points required to manufacture items will fluctuate with the difficulty of manufacturing the items. Record. If the death and injury rate exceeds the predicted line, the disaster warning time will be automatically adjusted to 15 days. Record. When the casualty rate is detected to exceed the predicted line, the population is deployed. 51:17. The deployment must be completed before the end of the secondary disaster at the latest. Record. The channels in each region will be reintegrated. After each disaster, channels with less than 1,000 people will be automatically merged. After all prompts sound 3 times in succession, the game panel is officially opened. Wow! In an instant, all the surviving humans rushed into the chat channel, instantly flooding the entire world channel and regional channels. Chapter 36. Major Rule Changes, Second Round of Natural Disasters. Really? I can understand you adding restrictions to all items, but why did you make changes to the manufacturing function? Now even making a wooden spear requires 1 disaster point, and I only get 13 points in total. The end of humanity has come. This dog game really has bad intentions. It's trying to find a way to make us die. Down with the rule of games. This world should be ruled by the people, Ola. You need points to trade now. 4 kilograms of stuff costs 3 points as a handling fee. Why don't you go grab it? A large reward is required. My mother has been placed in position XX. Is there any brother nearby? Please help me take care of her. He has no points, and we cannot send private messages. It's over. There's no storage space. My meat will rot in a few days. Looking for a kind person to gather together for warmth. My location is probably in XX. If you are nearby and interested, please send me a private message directly. Sitting in the shelter that was already filled with items that had exploded from the inventory, Suemo read the shelter's upgrade announcements one by one with a grim face. This change will undoubtedly bring the somewhat game-like survival world a big step closer to reality. The manufacturing system was cut down, and the torches that could burn for 12 hours with 1 piece of wood or 2 plant fibers disappeared. Other manufacturing options, such as providing materials to create bug items, have all disappeared, leaving only some necessary tools and weapons that can only be manufactured by providing points. Trading requires points, inventory requires points, manufacturing requires points, private messaging requires points, everything requires points. All update announcements mention disaster points every 3 sentences. Everyone thought that the days when a penny could make a hero fail were gone forever, but they didn't expect it to return in such a ridiculous way. Opening the system interface, Suemo saw his points in a very eye-catching place in the lower right corner. 632 points. Luckily, I upgraded the shelter first and got a rank. The first place is worth 400 points. It's a great deal. After taking a look at the expenses of all the items, Samodi felt relieved. Because he took the first step before everyone else, and he was the only one who enjoyed all the disaster points. In the eyes of others, he was extremely wealthy. Until there are further major changes, Soma's manufacturing system and trading system can still be used. As for the others, the end of the novice period has forced many people who are still living in the shelter to face the cruel reality. It's time to step out of the shelter and explore the wilderness. The most fatal change for Suemo is the huge reduction in storage space. There was no such thing as space cubes in the storage space in the past. No matter how big the item was, it was counted as 1 unit. Take the stone and iron resources he has now, for example. They can all be accumulated in 1 inventory, which is quite convenient. Now, after the changes, at least the storage of items can no longer be as capricious as before, where dozens of units of resources can be thrown in at once. After clicking the space icon in the inventory, Suemo had a thought: pay 100 disaster points to open the storage space. Just like buying an inventory expansion scroll in a dungeon game, Sumo's sight seemed to penetrate the space silently and came to a small space with a length, width, and height of 1 meter. Record. Your disaster points, -100. Your storage space current volume, 1 cubic meter. After opening the storage space, the specific usage method remains unchanged. As long as you focus your mind on an object for 1 second, you can absorb the ownerless object. The absorbed items can also reappear in Sumo's hands within 1 second or be placed where they need to be within 50 centimeters. Go to the trading channel and try it out. Sumo gave up the idea of continuing to sell water. The current trading system charges by weight. The starting price for the first 3 kilograms of items is 2 points, and each subsequent 1 kilogram requires 1 point. This means that the desire to hoard resources on a large scale through the trading system has become a pipe dream. The ultimate goal of the game panel is to encourage each regional channel to communicate with each other, and if there are resources to be traded, they can be brought into the trading secret realm. Sure enough, this is not a simple survival game. Luckily, my sister is 16 and my parents are 54, so we don't have to worry about the disaster for now. Otherwise, with the current exploration progress, we would have to risk our lives. After observing the chats on the World Channel and the Regional Channel for a while, Sumo's sense of urgency came over him again. After exiting to the upper right corner of the game panel, a number 15 and a snowflake-shaped icon appear again where the disaster is displayed. When Sumo focused his mind on the number of days, a line of prompts popped up. Countdown to the next disaster. 15 days. Disaster event. Snowstorm. -20 degrees. Lasting 72 hours. Fuck, it's -20 degrees. Is this game crazy? The black and white words on the panel obviously would not change in the slightest because of Sumo's anger. Right after the acid rain, there's a sudden snowstorm. How can ordinary people survive? Sumo suppressed the anger in his heart, and his face turned red. If the first acid rain disaster was a disaster that was difficult to survive in underground shelters, so this snowstorm is a super test for ground shelters. Once the temperature drops and the weather turns cold, go out and explore and get food. And the most important heating requirement will be a big problem for ground shelters. 72 hours. Sumo's teeth were chattering. Currently, the underground shelter is 140 square meters in size, and the corresponding temperature is definitely much lower than other underground shelters. If we can't find suitable heating facilities within half a month, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Sumo anxiously closed the game panel and began to think about how to respond to the disaster in 15 days. Disasters happen all too often in survival games. If a disaster occurs with a cycle of 1 month, it will not take a year for Sumo to have the confidence to completely return to the electrical age with his survival points. However, the second disaster, which is only 15 days away, has completely disrupted the development plan. I'll go out and pick up trash tomorrow. No, I'll go today. I have to find heating facilities as soon as possible. With disaster imminent, Sumo no longer had the thought of waiting for the rain to dry up before setting off again. After spending another 200 points to upgrade the storage space to 2 cubic meters, Sumo began to move the messy items on the ground. First, all the stones and iron blocks were moved to the innermost corner of the shelter. Then use 8 units of wood to make wooden boards, piece together an ugly storage cabinet, and put all the food resources in it. At this time, there were only some debris left on the ground. Hey, isn't this the complete shelter core? Picking up the glowing tortoise shell on the ground, Sumo touched his forehead. I am so busy with so many things to do every day that I didn't have time to fuse this core last night because my attention was attracted by the generator. Now it seems that it is just right. The current shelter is already big enough and cannot be filled with supplies. Once it continues to expand, the temperature in the shelter is bound to drop further. By then, you will be like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express your pain. After carefully putting the tortoise shell into the storage space and putting all the sundries into the corner, Sumo began to prepare the things he would take with him when he went out to explore the ruins today. With natural disasters imminent, it is urgent to explore the outside world. Chapter 37. First time, going far away. A huge wasteland world. Not only the unknown underground ruins, but also the nearby mountains and rivers, Sumo is still completely in the dark. Bring a bottle of mineral water, a bottle of psionic water, all 50 crossbow arrows, a jujube with spear, a mace, bring that too? Bring some materials with you, so you can use them in case of emergency. Sumo put things in it one by one. Going out to explore is no joke. You must be properly equipped to show the best respect for the end of the world. After putting everything away, Sumo opened the door of the shelter. It was exactly noon. A scorching sun descended from the sky like a god, releasing its magnificent power. However, the time was too short. The rainwater on the ground had not yet evaporated, and there were potholes and water everywhere. I wonder if the mutant beasts can survive in this environment. Sumo's expression changed. My mind began to recall the black dog I encountered in the ruins of Liangfang town. If the mutant creatures in the wasteland really become like that, it would probably be no less devastating for today's humans than the impending extreme cold disaster. Otherwise, the mutant animals will die just like humans if they come into contact with rain. Or, Suma also hoped it was the former. After looking at the surrounding environment and confirming that there was nothing unusual, Suemo returned to the shelter, took out plant fibers, and began to weave a raincoat for Oreo. There is a lot of stagnant water on the ground, which can be harmful if it comes into contact with the skin. When going out to explore, you must rely on Oreo's reconnaissance and early warning capabilities. It didn't take long. After putting it in the closet and using 10 survival points, a brand new dog raincoat came out. Oreo, who had been stuck in the shelter for 2 days without being able to go out, jumped for joy when he saw his new clothes. After putting on the raincoat, he ran out of the shelter and started sniffing around. Seeing this, Suemo closed the door of the shelter, and after confirming that he had brought all his belongings, he turned back to the second passage and climbed up along the passage. The current design of the shelter door is still very stupid. It can only be closed and opened from the inside, but cannot be closed from the outside. Fortunately, there is a second passage. Otherwise, I would be doomed if my house was robbed while I was away from home. After climbing out of the second passage of the shelter and opening the stone door covered with a layer of mud, Soma arrived behind a hill. Under the scorching sun, the acid rain lake sparkles with ripples. After taking a look and making sure there was nothing unusual at the place where the body was buried last night, Suemo closed the small door, covered it with soil, and turned around to walk towards the main entrance. The straight-line distance between the underground ruins and the shelter is 3.5 kilometers. Without taking detours, you can get there in half an hour. Explore quickly while it's still broad daylight. We must return before the sun sets. Suemo walked quickly forward. Although there were potholes on the ground, the terrain nearby was familiar and it was not difficult to walk. Oreo on the side always kept a distance of 200 m from Suemo, responsible for patrolling and detecting mutant creatures. Woof woof woof. After walking for more than 700 meters, Oreo, who had been calm all the time, suddenly shouted, which made Sumo's heart tighten. Are there monsters? Woof. After getting Oreo's affirmative answer, Suemo did not hesitate and directly started the monster encyclopedia scanning function for the first time today. A unicorn sandwolf is detected 331 meters away from the player, with a risk factor of 48. Please be cautious. Today's number February 3rd. Suemo was stunned. A single horned sandwolf, or 6 of them together? Opening the monster encyclopedia, Suemo quickly scanned it and immediately understood the characteristics of this animal. The most popular mutant animal food sold in the trading market before was this type of sandwolf. As an animal that appears in groups, its combat effectiveness is not high. Often a normal adult male with a weapon can easily defeat 2 sandwolves. And the return rate of sandwolves is extremely high. Not only does it provide meat, but it also provides sandwolf skins, sandwolf blood, and treasure chests that may explode. Suemo licked his lips, suppressed his thoughts, and took out the crossbow from his storage backpack. When the lively Oreo encountered the enemy, he immediately showed extremely professional combat qualities. He lowered his body, sniffed the scent, and moved his ears from time to listen. The man and the dog did not move fast. Not long after, Suemo, who was walking slowly, saw a unicorn lying under a big rock 100 meters away, hiding from the natural disaster. It turns out these animals also have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. With his good eyesight, Suemo saw 4 sandwolves lying on the ground resting. The remaining 2 sandwolves looked around vigilantly. Seeing Suemo in the distance, the sandwolf was stunned for a moment and began to scream in panic. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow pierced through the throat, taking the life of the roaring sandwolf. While quickly winding up the bow, Suemo carefully observed the remaining 5 sandwolves. After being attacked, all the sandwolves stood up and roared in the direction of Suemo. They try their best to act scary and use the fact that they are surrounded by many companions to bluff. Unfortunately, the sandwolves were clearly aware of the power of acid rain, and the water stains on the ground prevented them from actively launching an attack, so they could only stand there and rage helplessly. Good chance. After pulling the bowstring and taking just a slight aim, the crossbow arrow shot out again, taking the life of another sandwolf. The remaining 4 sandwolves immediately began to scream in panic, and one even prepared to run away. However, when it touched the undried ground with its feet, it was as if it had touched fire, and it quickly retracted its hooves. Looking at the performance of the sandwolf, Suemo raised his eyebrows. The first time I used the crossbow, I had full map perspective. The second time, the enemy couldn't even move. This was really good luck. I don't know whether to praise the sandwolf for being smart or stupid. They had no idea why the figure in the distance could shoot arrows one after another. Under Oreo's threat, all the sandwolves could only stay where they were and serve as targets. Die. With only 6 crossbow arrows, Suemo easily killed a nest of sandwolves. Far away, 6 sandwolves exploded 2 treasure chests, one made of wood and one made of iron. Even if we cannot enter the underground ruins on this trip, we have already gained something. When he got closer, he first retrieved all the crossbow arrows stuck in the sandwolves. Then, he put all the sandwolves into the storage space. Oreo shook his head and came to Sumo's feet, showing off his achievements. Suemo patted Oreo's head and laughed. Go back and process this meat. It's all yours. Don't worry, I won't steal it. Woof woof woof. Oreo suddenly became extremely excited and rubbed his dog head in Sumo's palm. Record, you opened the wooden treasure chest. Record, you received Fanta Soda 1. Record, you won Master Kong Laut and Pickled Cabbage Noodles 1. As the light of the wooden treasure chest faded, a bottle of soda and a bucket of instant noodles were left in its place. Hiss! Seeing the instant noodles on the ground, Suemo suddenly felt sour water flowing in his mouth, and his taste buds bloomed, as if they had absorbed the rich juice of the instant noodles. Reluctantly, he put the 2 items into the storage space and looked at the iron treasure chest with even greater anticipation. Record, you opened the iron treasure chest. Record, you have obtained the workbench design 1. Record, you have obtained a simple tool pliers 1. Record, you got the beaker 1. A series of resource acquisition reminders pop up. On the ground, a blue design, a forearm-length pair of tongs, and a beaker made of glass appeared on the ground. The workbench design is useless at this stage, but I'll learn it first. After picking up the design drawings and crumpling them up to study, Suemo grabbed 2 more items and threw them into the storage space. What a pity. I should have developed long-range weapons earlier. But I'm lucky today, otherwise these 6 sandwolves moving so fast would be quite a headache. Suemo sighed, straightened up and set off again. The entire battle between the man, the dog, and the 6 wolves, including the harvesting of the spoils, took only about 10 minutes. With the help of the right time, place, and people, Suemo was full of confidence about the road ahead. After embarking on the journey again, Suemo checked the map all the way. This time, he walked 2 kilometers but could not find any trace of the mutant beast. It's possible that Huang Biao and his men killed all the mutant beasts they could on the way here. This group of sand dogs were unlucky. They probably ran to this place to avoid the rain and were caught alive by me. Suemo, who had been tense all the way, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. From a distance, he could already see the terrain landmarks marked on the map. Chapter 38. Getting there first? First exploration of the ruins. Stopping, Suemo began to look around. Lying on the ground along the way he came, Suemo felt a distinct sense of ups and downs. If I'm not mistaken, I should be in a basin. Standing 3 kilometers away, looking back at the road we came from, the distant view has become blurry, with part of the scenery hidden by the horizon. Looking west, one can clearly feel the terrain slope rising. After looking around carefully, Suemo found the location of the ruins. Is this where the prehistoric ruins are located? This is a terrain that is almost the same as the shelter. A small hill also rose up where the underground ruins were located, and around the hill, due to the terrain, there were no complete drainage facilities, resulting in a large amount of accumulated water. Of course, if there were no map markings and no ruins, this place would be chosen as the foundation of a shelter, and after using pipes to dredge the accumulated water, it would also be an excellent place to build a shelter. Woof woof woof. Oreo pulled back from a distance and asked his master's opinion. Because of heavy rain for more than a day, the water near the ruins was very deep, and even if Oreo was wearing a raincoat, it would be difficult to wade through. Seeing Oreo's frightened expression, Suemo said without hesitation, "We must explore this shelter thoroughly. This is the only treasure spot we know of nearby. You wait here for me, and I'll wait for the next person to go over." Woof. Oreo wagged his tail and didn't want to be separated from his owner. Bending down and rubbing Oreo's head, Suemo comforted him. "Don't worry, keep watch for the master outside. The acid rain inside is very scary. If you touch it, hiss, your hair is gone." Oreo, who was still eager to try, was suddenly frightened by Sumo. His eyes revealed an emotion of fear, grievance, and reluctance. He could only squat there and shake his soft big tail. Standing up, Suemo took a deep breath, took out a raincoat from the storage space, and began to put it on. The fluid-type raincoat did not hinder normal activities at all. After checking that there were no damaged or leaking places, Suemo began to walk forward step by step, flowing through the water. At this time, it was about 200 meters away from the hill. The water level has already reached above the ankles. To be on the safe side, Suemo decided to go around the hill and try to explore from the direction where water was less likely to accumulate. The soil on the plain was not solid to begin with, and after being washed by the rain, it all turned into mud. With every step, Suma found it very difficult to walk. Sometimes even half of the leg would get stuck in there, and it would take a lot of effort to pull it out. We walked through the water for more than 20 minutes before we reached about 150 meters. As the terrain rises, the soil begins to harden and the accumulated water gradually disappears. However, the numerous footprints on the ground made Suemo feel nervous. These footprints look very fresh, and their shapes can still be clearly seen even after the heavy rain. There were footprints with forked toes, and there were also footprints of a whole cat. Occasionally, you can see a few strands of hair in the cracks in the soil. Squatting on the ground, Suemo carefully picked up the hair from the crack in the ground and examined it carefully. It does look like the fur of a cat. This level of flexibility definitely doesn't come from an ordinary animal. With an uneasy heart, Suemo opened the game panel and pressed the monster encyclopedia for the second time today. No mutant beasts were detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Today's times 1/3. Strange. Logically speaking, cats should have a strong sense of territory. Since they can come here, there is no reason to say that this is not their territory. Cats use claw marks and urine to mark the boundaries of their territory, and also to tell other animals when they pass by to avoid accidental encounters and conflicts. After looking around, Suemo shook his head and did not find any nearby marking points. Is this blood? When he touched the side of the hill, Suemo suddenly discovered a pool of blood red that had merged into the soil. I lowered my head and smelled the ground. In addition to the fishy stench of soil after the rain, I could smell a hint of blood. And near the bloodstains, there is still a lot of hair, as well as a place of bombardment. What is this? Holy shit, was it blown up by a grenade? The further up the side of the hill you go, the more signs of animals you see. After going around to the left, Suemo was surprised to find a burnt mark on the ground. The grass next to the trace was still green and lush, but there was no grass in the center of the trace. The bombarded area was extremely abnormal. According to the diffusion diameter of the central explosion point, it was only about 50 centimeters. Moreover, the ground could not be blown up, which was very unreasonable for the use of explosives for targeted blasting or handheld grenades. A bad feeling came from Sumo's heart. I walked quickly back to the middle of the hill and walked along the highest point until I was almost at the end, where I saw several traces of bombardment. And in the front, a huge black hole was blasted out. Oh? Has someone already got there first? Suemo took out a flashlight from the storage space, turned on the light, and looked into the cave. From the hole to the ground, it is about 4 meters high, which is similar to the height of the shelter. The buildings here give Suma a familiar feeling. Why does it feel so familiar? Are you sure this isn't a human refuge? If this were an RPG game, there would definitely be countless question marks floating above Sumo's head. Go down and take a look? After a bold idea emerged in Sumo's mind, it immediately began to grow wildly. Everything here is too strange. The inexplicable cat hair, several targeted small area bombardments, and the design structure similar to that of a human shelter all give this underground ruin a cloak of mystery. After opening the storage space and searching for a while, Suemo decided to use the most primitive method, weaving hemp rope. It's more than 4 meters high. It's easy to jump down but difficult to get up. Taking out 2 units of plant fiber, Suemo sat in the hole and began to weave the hemp rope seriously. By repeatedly twisting several strands of tough plant fibers together and weaving them downwards, it took Suemo less than 20 minutes to weave a straw rope about 3 meters long. Take out 2 iron blocks, put them on the ground, tie a section of hemp rope to the iron blocks, and a simple up and down device is completed. At this moment, Suemo was extremely glad that he joined the DIY craft club in college. Otherwise, this simple job would be quite difficult for ordinary people to do. After everything was cleaned up, Suemo tried to take out small stones and threw them around. After making sure there were no mechanisms, he began to explore the ruins for the first time. I have seen a lot of tomb robbing stories in novels, but it is difficult to actually do it. Holding the flashlight in his mouth in a panic, Suemo grabbed the rope and began to slide down. The rough touch brought by the plant fibers greatly enhanced the friction when sliding down. Every time he slid down, Suemo had to spend a lot of effort to hold on. When there was only 1 meter left, Suemo released the strength from his hands and fell naturally to the ground. After holding his breath for a long time while exerting force, Suemo immediately gasped for breath as soon as he relaxed. But when he raised his head and looked forward with the help of the flashlight, his heart skipped a beat. One person, times. A skeleton, square root. Even though he had just dealt with 5 gangsters last night, at this moment, he was looking at the skull that fell to the ground and was tilted to look at him. A gust of cool air suddenly hit me from behind. Chapter 39. I have a car. The skull on the ground did not make a puff sound like in the novel, with ghost fire flowing out of its eye sockets, nor did it shout, outrageous, and directly stand up from the ground and yell, "Do you dare to dismount and fight with me, fighting Sane in front?" He just lay there on the ground, looking at you with empty eyes. Ask yourself, after traveling through time, everyone already knows that this world is very different from what they knew before. But seeing a skeleton scattered on the ground with one's own eyes, it was hard not to feel waves of fear. After all, humans always have a natural fear of ghosts. Suemo looked at the scene in front of him, his heart churning rapidly, moved gently, and tried to avoid the skull's sight. Bang! Suemo carefully took a step to the left, but unexpectedly stepped on an object on the ground, making a crisp sound. When I lowered my head, my scalp suddenly felt tingling. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry to bother you." A piece of white bone arm had been broken into 2 pieces under Suemo's step, with a crack opening in the middle. With the help of the light, Suemo looked around and saw not only this bony arm, but also bone fragments scattered everywhere on the ground. I don't know who this old man is. It's too pitiful. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground with only the head still intact, Suemo smiled bitterly and moved away the broken bones on the right. The floor of the ruins seems to be made of concrete, and a lot of cat hair can be seen scattered on the ground. After thinking about it, Suemo took out the last and used torch from the inventory and chose to light it. It was really scary to light a flashlight in the dark ruins. It's just like tomb raiding. If you add a background music, it can become a horror movie. When bright firelight appeared in the ruins, Suemo finally had time to take a good look at the furnishings around him. The house in this ruin is not big. Standing near the gate, Suemo can vaguely see what is inside. Concentrating his attention, Suemo discovered with regret that for some unknown reason, the identification function of the game panel and the identification of the survival system were both sealed. Rather than calling it a relic, it would be more appropriate to call it an underground shelter. Record my shelter as shelter number 1, and the underground ruins here will be referred to as shelter number 2 for the time being. He opened the private messages from the dead people he usually used, found the dead friends he had added before, and began to record what he saw and heard. Memory can deceive, words cannot. After recording what you see and hear, you may be able to find the loophole by returning to the shelter and analyzing it carefully. When you reach the gate, the first exploration record begins to appear in the chat box. On January 6th of the Doomsday calendar, I entered shelter number 2 for the first time. Based on simple touch and sound, the door of shelter number 2 is preliminarily judged to be made of unknown iron or steel. It feels similar to the alloy doors of civilized times. Its sturdiness needs to be tested. There are no signs of water leakage. The wall is made of an unknown material. Based on observation, it is currently suspected to be a reinforced concrete product or an unknown architectural stone. It is extremely strong. Observation at the top hole shows that the wall thickness is about 25 centimeters. There are mysterious patterns on the floor. The number and shape of the patterns vary. There is no symmetrical pattern with reference significance, and no information can be detected. There is currently no specific reference value, emphasis, need to be investigated. There are dozens of unknown feline hairs, picked up, and a humanoid skeleton, currently cannot be determined to be human, pending investigation. There are scattered tables around, and there are broken utensils on the ground. There are no paper records. The game panel cannot be used to view the properties. The reason is unknown. Combined with previous signs, it is very likely that an unknown entity, emphasis, explosions hair, has explored this place before, and most of the valuable things have been moved away or destroyed. At the innermost part of the shelter, there is an abandoned deep well similar to the psionic well. When I first smelled it, it gave off a strange fragrance. It was a bit intoxicating, but after smelling it, I felt happier. Let me smell it again. It smells like blueberry jam. Smell it again and judge. It has a wonderful smell like being under the heather in spring. Soma, How can you be so greedy for enjoyment? Have you forgotten what you came here for? Smell it again and judge? Cross out the whole paragraph? Tried to manually raise and lower the abandoned well, found the method was wrong, and the device was stuck. The reason is currently unknown. Focus on investigation. In the corner of the shelter, there was a straight ladder going down. A small amount of cat hair had fallen on the ladder and was stuck on the edge of the ladder. Collected. Go down the ladder, 14 steps, and you'll find the second floor of the shelter. Emphasis added. And you'll find a vehicle that looks like a civilized society. Suemo, holding a torch, was stunned while recording and recalling the smell of the abandoned well. As Sumo's thoughts dissipated, the game panel began to slowly disappear before his eyes. However, all this failed to attract Sumo's attention at all, because on the second underground floor, Suemo saw the vehicle placed in the middle at a glance. Isn't this the Bong Bong in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? The vehicle frame is reinforced by a triangular roll cage, and at the back is an engine that is a little smaller than the generator but much more finely crafted. Whether it's a single-engine seat or an incredibly luxurious, four-sided ventilated convertible top, without the restriction of glass, the driver can fully feel the caress of nature while driving. In terms of overall appearance, apart from a few places on the frame that were bent due to external force and the tire being flat as a whole, the shape is obviously that of a bungee. Human civilization? Suemo didn't know. If this place had not been looted, perhaps he could know the owner's identity through the details inside. However, the current mess had already destroyed any possibility of the owner's identity being left behind, even the surroundings of the second floor. Huh? This word means car? Looking at the pictogram that looked like car on the left side of the wall, Sumo subconsciously looked at the only bing-bang on the second floor. Looking to the right, an arrow-shaped sign is facing the bouncing car in the center. The meaning is self-evident. Does the owner of the ruins want to send a message through this car? Sumo frowned and tried his best to think about whether he had missed anything after coming down just now. From Liangfang town in the misty ruins to the traces left by his own people in the underground ruins, others are playing violent push-and-pull games. But he is the only one who is playing a brain-solving puzzle game. Sumo's heart moved, and he began to connect and analyze all the details after discovering the ruins and entering the ruins. Time passed by minute. One guess after another was denied, and all the clues pointed to one place. Shaking his head, Suemo quickly walked to the gas tank. He decided to verify his guess based on these instructions. Unfortunately, after opening the fuel tank cap and taking a look, it turned out that the oil in the tank had evaporated without a drop left. The diesel in the shelter can be added to a diesel-gasoline dual-purpose truck like the Bong Bong. It can be used, but because the storage space is too small, I didn't take it with me when I came out. I don't know if there is diesel or gasoline in here. If the buggy is intact and can still be driven, there is no place in this world that you can't go. Holding a torch, Suemo was about to squat down and carefully look for a diesel barrel on the ground. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Woof 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 a woo. Woof. First, Oreo's iconic barking sound was heard, followed by two consecutive barking sounds with extremely strange tones, as if the dog was imitating a human. Oh no, it's Oreo's warning sound. Someone is outside. In an instant, Suemo quickly extinguished the torch, took out the crossbow with a strung string, and rushed to the first floor. Chapter 40. This world is crazy. Without the bright light from torches and the white light from flashlights, the entire shelter number 2 was pitch black, with only a little light shining through a large hole in the first layer. Oreo's barking outside continued, but the other two dogs' barking changed their tone. For some reason, Suemo could hear a human emotion from the two dogs barking. Laugh at? Or contempt? Taking steps one by one on the stairs and moving forward in the dark, Suemo walked steadily. The human fear in his eyes faded away rapidly and was replaced by a touch of animal calmness. Concentrate your mind, the game panel will appear, and click on the illustration scanning function. No mutant beasts were detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Today's times 0/3. The last chance was used up and he failed to scan the face of the creature outside. So Suemo became even more tense. Squatting at the corner of the first and second floors, Suemo placed the crossbow on the railing at the stairs and quietly aimed at the place where the big hole was. Ah! Woof! Hearing Oreo's panicked and aggrieved voice outside, as well as another extremely contemptuous bark, Suemo bit his lips tightly. Oreo, run! Let them in! Suemo roared silently in his heart, hoping that Oreo would be smarter and run away quickly. If there is only one enemy, Suemo still has the confidence to rush out and fight head-on. However, when facing unknown creatures, Once the number of people exceeds 1, humans can only rely on their own wisdom, which is different from that of beasts, to win. Suddenly, Oreo let out a loud cry, followed by 2 short cries, and then another loud cry. Hearing this voice, a hint of joy appeared on Sumo's calm face. This was the first letter that Suma taught Oreo during the 2 days when they were unable to go out of the shelter. In Morse code, it is the first letter of the word run, P. It means there is a strong enemy outside, which means a roundabout way. Sure enough, after Oreo made this note, 2 cheering barks were heard outside. Following the big hole, Sumo stared at the entrance. 2 footsteps landed on the ground, and the sound of them stepping on the ground was slightly transmitted into the cave entrance. After being reflected by the wall, Sumo heard it clearly. It's lighter than my footsteps and not very heavy. I initially suspect it's an animal that walks upright. It doesn't matter if you don't know the technique of identifying people by their voices. After a period of careful listening and based on his own comparison, Sumo felt relieved. The footsteps were very crisp, one after the other, which was totally inconsistent with the characteristics of canine mammals. Instead, they sounded more like humans. The sound was very light, which meant that the opponent was not a heavyweight animal and did not possess that kind of crushing power and speed. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the sound got closer and closer, the 2 unknown creatures finally approached the entrance of the cave. Whooshing, hissing, whining, dripping, irritating. Woof, 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 woof. 2 iron blocks and a rope obviously attracted the attention of the unknown creature, and a headache-inducing inexplicable sound came through the hole. I can't understand them. Soma could only concentrate and carefully analyze the emotional changes of the 2 creatures in the words. Fortunately, the tone of the second creature was very firm. Although the first one was a bit doubtful, I don't know what it said, so it covered it up. Sumo's heart was hanging in the air, fearing that the 2 monsters were waiting at the entrance of the cave, or calling more monsters to use the human sea tactic. 2 stupid dogs, oh no, 2 people, obviously don't have high IQs. Some of them who were brave enough even grabbed the ropes Sumo had made and were hanging down. In the bright light of the cave, a black leg covered with fluff appeared in Suma's sight. On the feet, there were boots made of unknown material. They are so thin, they look like 2 bamboo monsters. Their fighting power cannot be very strong. Holding the back handle of the crossbow with his finger on the trigger, Sumo stared at the sound and shadow that was about to fall. Another half leg fell down, and a figure dressed in a long animal skin skirt dressed like a primitive man appeared. Before Sumo could continue observing, the monster suddenly fell down and its entire body appeared in his sight. Fuck! Because of the light in the cave, Sumo could clearly see the whole appearance of the monster. The horror in his heart almost drove him to scream out loud. Is this a kobold? The skin on the upper body of the monster that slid down was scaly, and the color gradually changed from dark brown in the lower body to black in the upper body. If you don't look closely at the head, it is a slightly abstract dog's head with 2 light-colored horns, bright eyes, and a straight tail like a rat. Combined with the sounds of the previous monsters, Sumo almost instantly determined that these 2 monsters were the legendary monsters that everyone in the game was familiar with, Kobold, Wang Sisai. Forcibly suppressing the urge to attack, Sumo calmly looked at the ogre who had just slid down and shouted, calling for his companions. A spear was thrown down and taken by the first kobold who came down. Another wooden stick was thrown down and placed on the ground by the kobold. Then, the second kobold began to slide down the rope. Perhaps because of the different species, the second dog-headed man's legs were covered with bloody lines, extending from the ankle all the way up to the side of the face. In terms of the choice of animal skin skirt, the kobold behind also seems to be a little more refined, with a touch of aristocratic feeling. When both men landed, Knoll number 1 kicked the miserable old man's skull to the inside, making way for the noble Knoll. After everything was done, the noble kobold dusted himself off, picked up his stick, and began to look around. At the same time, Sumo also completely shifted his gaze away, lowered his head slightly, and let the skirt of the stairs block the dog-headed man's sight. It is not easy to see the dark areas in the light. But Sumo didn't dare to gamble. This world is so crazy. What kind of creature is a kobold? I'm afraid that at this moment the biologists here would be ecstatic and shout that they had discovered a new intelligent animal. But if they are asked to explain the habits of this new creature, without a lot of experiments, they can only guess at the bottom. Fortunately, the 2 kobolds didn't seem to care if there was anyone inside and started rummaging around in shelter number 2. Who should I kill first? Kobold number 1 or the noble kobold? After hesitating for a moment, Suemo decided to get rid of the ogre with the spear first. In this environment, the crossbow could only shoot one arrow, leaving him no chance to restring the bow a second time. Therefore, the first monster to be dealt with must be the one that poses the greatest threat. Of the two people, Suemo chose the dog-headed man number 1, who was the easiest to identify and who appeared to be holding a weapon. He raised his head and stared at dog-headed man number 1, who was rummaging through something under the table. Suma's finger was on the trigger. Gently moving the angle of the crossbow, Suemo did each movement as slowly and gently as possible to ensure that no sound of metal rubbing against metal was heard. The two cute dog-headed men didn't react at all. They were still communicating and searching in a silly way, trying to find some treasure valuable enough. Call out. In the dark shelter, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly occurred. Immediately afterwards, a streak of blood suddenly burst out from the neck of Knoll number 1. The crossbow arrow coated with acid rain was almost fatal. Without the protection of skin, it quickly corroded and broke the fragile blood vessels of Knoll number 1. The next second, the only sound heard in the entire shelter was the gurgling sound of vomiting blood. After looking around again and making sure that Knoll number 1 had no fighting ability, Suemo took 2 steps instead of 3 and stepped up the stairs to the first floor. He threw the crossbow in his hand at the noble kobold to disrupt his vision. He concentrated his mind, summoned the Elmwood spear, and rushed forward. You bastard. Look at me piercing you, Suemo released all his strength and rushed forward while shouting loudly. The thunderous shouts echoed back and forth throughout shelter number 1, like the rumbling of thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums. The ogre on the other side was also frightened by the voice and stopped working, almost falling down. However, Sumo's charge was still too slow. The darkness in the shelter and the obstacles under his feet made Suemo dare not sprint without hesitation. It also gave the noble kobolds a chance to catch their breath. A beam of fire began to gather in the dog-headed man's hand, and before Suemo rushed forward, it had already gathered into a small fireball. Fuck, what is this thing? Chapter 41. Getting Rich. The ruins changed hands. At this moment, even the noble dog-headed man suddenly pulled out a grenade from his arms and shouted, "Fire!" Even Suemo would never be as frightened as he is now. Hand-rubbed nuclear bomb? No. Hand-rubbed grenade? Fire style. Great fireball? Magic? The countless cultural influences from movies, TV dramas, novels, and animations on Earth have not allowed Suemo to treat the magical behavior of the monster in front of him with a normal mind. Seeing the noble dog-headed man pointing his staff, Suemo didn't care what was on the ground anymore and rolled over on the ground, trying to hide behind the table next to him. The fireball flies very fast. Suemo, who was rolling on the ground, only felt a burning sensation. He knew without looking that a big hole was burned in his raincoat, and the ceramic armor he was wearing was also damaged. Fortunately, with the protection of 2 pieces of protective gear, I managed to withstand the aftermath of the fireball and no direct damage was caused to my skin. The fireball hit the railing behind him directly, breaking it into 2 pieces. Calculated based on kinetic damage, although the damage of this backball is not a large area AoE, its single-point power is no less than that of a miniature explosive pack. Without much thought, Suemo immediately launched a second charge after the explosion ended. Do it all at once, second time tired, third time exhausted. Suemo didn't know whether the kobold could fire fireballs continuously, but he knew that if this skill had a CD, the kobold would definitely die, and if there was no CD, he would definitely die. With this choice, what are you hesitating about? It's up to you whether I do it or not. After rushing out, with the help of the light, Suemo saw the panicked look of the noble dog-headed man. I even saw the noble kobold trying to grab the wooden spear of kobold number 1. That's it? That's it? Suemo began his second wave of attack, which also functioned as a sprint. The echoing sounds not only hurt Sumo's eardrums, but also caused the dog-headed man opposite to have a look of pain on his face. The next second, the sharp tip of the Elmwood spear pierced into the noble kobold's chest, and the huge force almost penetrated the kobold's thin body. Using his waist strength, the blood vessels on Sumo's arms suddenly bulged, and a huge force was transmitted to the Luomu spear, lifting the dog-headed man up. A big roundabout. The noble dog-headed man was thrown in a perfect arc in the air, and then was smashed to the cold ground by Suma. It was obvious that he was dead. He pulled hard twice on the wooden spear and found it was stuck. I was afraid that the noble kobolds would stand up and shout, "It is our duty to restore the glory of our kobold race," and then self-destruct like in the novels. Suemo directly summoned Huang Biao's mace from the storage space, took 2 steps forward, and began to massage the noble kobold with all his strength. Big hammer 80. Little hammer 40. 80. 40. He couldn't count how many times he had hammered until the muscles and bones of the entire noble dog-headed man were completely relaxed. Then Suemo sat on the ground panting. There was a flash of silver light, and a silver-white treasure chest fell out from the place where the noble kobold died. Another silver treasure chest. This wave is not a loss. The crazy outburst brings about a short period of exhaustion. From his forearms to his upper arms, and then to his arms, waist, and thighs, Suemo felt that every part of his body was sore. However, compared with the fatigue he felt when he first encountered the black dog in the ruins, now only 3 or 5 minutes had passed, and Suemo felt that the pain began to decrease significantly. This wasteland world is getting more and more fantastical. There are even kobold warlocks who can cast fireballs. It's outrageous. Sitting on the ground, seeing the railings had been blown off, Suemo couldn't help feeling a sense of fear in his heart. With this kind of power, let alone protective gear, even if you put a thin steel plate in front of you, it may not be able to withstand the impact and explosive force. Suemo concentrated his mind and summoned the game panel. Before he could take out the psionic water from the storage space, 3 game prompts came flooding in. Record: you defeated the owner of the underground ruins, the dog-headed man Dolendel, Fumador Andis. Record: you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you have obtained all the rights to the underground ruins. So this underground shelter has an owner? How do they determine who comes first? Touching the back of his head, Suemo took out a mineral water bottle containing psionic water from the storage space and drank half of it in one breath. As the psionic water went down his stomach, the weakness in his body and the burning sensation in his back were finally reduced a lot. Struggling to support himself, Suemo concentrated his attention and looked around shelter number 2 again. This time, unlike before, new prompts popped up. Record: it has been detected that you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you can identify the properties of all items using the disaster points. A little bit of starlight emerged from all around the shelter, floating on each large object. Every time Suemo focused his attention on an object, a line of prompts popped up. Record: do you want to spend 1 point to identify this item? No, 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 no identification. Shaking his head, Suemo quickly closed the game panel and canceled the appraisal. Each appraisal requires a certain number of points. This is not how this unscrupulous businessman plays it. Besides, he has the survival system identification that he can use for free. Focusing his attention again, Suemo called upon his survival system in his heart and looked at the largest table at the entrance which would be damaged the most. An illusory message appeared in the air. Small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, extremely damaged. Description: a small thermal weapon manufacturing machine with a combination of cutting, casting, forging, welding, stamping, extrusion, laser forming, and other functions. It is computer-controlled, one-time forming, and quality guaranteed. It is currently lacking laser probes, central control computers, and a large number of circuit boards are damaged. Efficiency: ultramicro/micro E-mini 360S/720S/1440S/. Upgrade Direction 1. Repair the machine tool, upgrade the machine tool processing method, change the machine tool material, increase the machine tool efficiency, and require survival points, 6820. Upgrade Direction 2. Repair the machine tool, change the machine tool processing mode, upgrade to a medium-sized thermal weapon manufacturing machine tool, improve efficiency, improve quality, and require survival points, 35240. Comment: the machine tool is not precise enough, so you need the blessing of a great monk to make up for it. Young man, what you lack is a devout Buddhist heart. Can a hot weapon be produced by punching a die in one go? Or can it be mass-produced? Looking at the properties of the machine tool with surprise, Sumo's knowledge base was refreshed again. Choose to change the upgrade method. As he silently recited in his mind, the attributes on the panel also changed. Small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, extremely damaged. Efficiency: ultramicro/micro E-mini 360S/720S/1440S/. Upgrades: repair 3380, upgrade 960, efficiency 350, material 1210. So expensive? Looking at the terrifying number, Suemo smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Although he was mentally prepared that it would take a lot of effort to repair this thing, he still felt dizzy when he saw this number. When he turned his head and looked around other places, Suemo finally understood what the gap between the rich and the poor meant. Oil well, damaged. Level 3 alloy shelter door, fault. Simple induction cooker, completely damaged. Composite lithium battery, damaged. Tungsten filament bulb, broken. There are all kinds of things, big and small. Almost every little thing on the ground is useful, but they are all in broken state. At this moment, if someone could see Soma's eyes through the darkness, you will definitely notice that Sumo's eyes are full of brilliance at this moment. I'm rich, I'm rich. Suemo only felt a super happy feeling coming from his brain at this moment. The rapid secretion of dopamine even took away the pain. Oh, and there's also the go-kart. Chapter 42. Arrangement of the scene. Return to base. When Suemo thought that the go-kart downstairs could be driven out if it wasn't seriously damaged, he felt full of energy. Walking quickly to the place where the noble kobold dropped the treasure chest, Suemo first opened the second silver treasure chest he had seen since coming to this world. The mutated chameleon is troublesome for ordinary people, but compared with this kobold, it is obviously nothing. Fortunately, there was some gain at last. There was a flash of light, and 2 prompt sounds rang out. Record. You have obtained the resource atlas. Primary, 1. Record. You got a sharp watermelon knife 1. Huh? It's actually a picture book? This is a good thing. Just a monster encyclopedia alone brought a sufficient sense of security in the first pot of gold. Suemo was extremely surprised and immediately searched the storage space with his mind. In a corner, he found a hardcover book similar to the monster encyclopedia he had bought before. He used the resource atlas and turned on the newly appeared resource scanning function. In a moment, Suemo understood how to use the resource atlas. Like the monster atlas, the resource atlas also has 3 scanning opportunities per day. With the user at the center, the system automatically detects the resources within a 1-kilometer diameter and then provides feedback to the interface. The current primary resources include common resources such as ordinary stone, wood, iron ore, copper ore, etc., as well as some uncommon resources such as natural gas, sulfur, gold mine, silver mine, salt mine, saltpeter mine, and oil. In general, it is very helpful for the development of resources in the early stages of development. Nodding, Suemo closed the page and pulled out another machete to take a look. Unfortunately, apart from being a bit sharp, the machete has no special properties and can only be treated as an ordinary knife. The resource atlas alone is enough to cover the cost. After all, it can be used 3 times a day. It's really cost-effective. Holding the machete in his right hand, Suemo cut open the noble dog-headed man's chest with just 3 or 2 strokes and pulled out the stuck jujube wood spear tip. Although this dog-headed man is called a human, except for walking upright, its internal body structure is very different from that of humans. And in the process of mutation, it seems that the dog-headed man also lost his talents, such as super sense of smell and mobility. Instead, there are mysterious magic and combat power bonuses from upright tool use. No, I got the permission after killing these 2 dog-headed people. Doesn't that mean that before I came, they won the battle with some kind of cat and got the permission? Plus, when they first arrived, they were digging around on the ground looking for something. Could it be that they took the missing laser probe from the machine tool back to the camp? Countless clues connected together, including feline hair on the ground and bombardment marks on the hill outside the shelter. All of them are telling of a brutal fight that had broken out here before. It's terrible. They encountered this before. The kobolds got the authority. The other side must have failed and people died, but there are no bodies now. It must be their companions who have been here. If they find out that this damn noble kobold is missing, it will be troublesome if they come here to find him. For a moment, Suemo felt that his brain had never been so useful. But at the same time, a strong sense of uneasiness also emerged. Sense of security, 1000. We can't stay here for long. Even if I have oil, I can't drive this buggy away because there's water underneath. If I stay here to guard this so-called treasure, I'll just die. After figuring this out, Suemo immediately gave up the idea of exploring the properties of Bong Bong. The gnolls don't think that this go-kart is a treasure, and they won't use it. In their eyes, it's probably just a larger pile of garbage. He quickly took out 4 units of wood from the storage space, opened the manufacturing panel, and after painfully spending a few points, a wooden barrel was made. Walking to the side of the noble dog-headed man that had been smashed into pieces, Suemo used all his strength to throw the noble dog-headed man into the wooden barrel. He then turned around and picked up dog-headed man number 1 and put them into the barrel together. After storing the entire wooden barrel into the storage space, Suemo looked at the things around him. Although he was reluctant, he had to temporarily give up the idea of taking them for himself. After finding some small things he could take away, Suemo came to the bottom of the cave. When he was about to climb up, he saw bloodstains on the ground and came up with an idea. The kobold's scent tracking ability has degraded, and I have improved ceramic armor to cover up their body odor. Maybe I can use it to find their lair and snatch back the laser probe. This way, I can save hundreds of survival points. Suemo took out the cat hair he had collected earlier and spread it carefully on the ground, and also stained a few strands on the blood. Looking at the perfect crime scene he had set up, Suemo nodded, went back to the hole, and with a light jump he grabbed the straw rope in the air. After forcing out some strength from his weakened arms, Suemo struggled to climb up the hole outside shelter number 2 and return to the small hill where he came from. Awuro-woo. Oreo, who was wandering outside the puddle in the distance, saw Suemo crawling out and howled excitedly. After putting away the iron block and straw rope and hastily cleaning the ground, Suemo placed a few strands of hair at the footsteps of the dog-headed man. The only flaw now is my footprints, but there's nothing I can do about it. I can't make it perfect. If someone dares to chase me, I was just worried about the lack of courier delivery. Now I can get all the courier services at my home turf. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Suemo quickly returned along the same path he came from, as if he were familiar with it. In just over 10 minutes, I was back to the place where I put on my raincoat. Woo-woo. Poor Oreo walked up to Suemo and cried out in grievance. At first glance, Suemo was also happy. The originally black and white Oreo's tail had a large area of hair burned off, leaving only its pink little butt exposed. The originally furry tail is now bald, which makes people feel so sad. After barking twice, Oreo trotted back and forth and started digging at a burnt area, indicating that this was the thing that caused it to become like this. You stupid dog, you've been smart for once. Next time you encounter a monster like this, remember to run away quickly. However, your heroic master has already killed these two fools, which can be regarded as revenge for you. He squatted down, took out the remaining psionic water, and fed it all to Oreo. Seeing Oreo jumping around, Suemo felt relieved. In the end times, a man and a dog support each other. If Oreo hadn't given him a warning today, he might have been hit by a fireball. I must upgrade my weapons and equipment quickly. My combat power is too weak. It is too risky to face this kind of enemy face-to-face. I must ensure absolute safety. Under the scorching sun, shelter number 2 was like a giant beast crawling in the water. At the iron door on the first floor, Sumo's sight seemed to pass through the iron plate and see the go-kart inside. I won't be waiting long. I'll kick you out. By then, you'll be able to go anywhere in this world. After saying this, there was no more nostalgia or reluctance in Sumo's eyes. He turned around and resolutely embarked on the long road back to the base. This time, it's time for electric weapons to appear early. Chapter 43, finally done. Electric crossbow. After killing 2 magical creatures that seemed to have walked out of a fantasy world, on the way back to the shelter, the mutant creatures that had frightened Suemo in the past seemed to be much cuter now. Rolling fireballs? That's too outrageous. If all the creatures described in fantasy novels were to appear one by one, the survival of mankind would be in jeopardy. The fireball isn't very powerful. For this kind of monster, as long as humans have a Gatling gun and a shelter, even if dozens or hundreds of them come at once, it is difficult to break through the metal defense line. But apart from that, if there were other creatures like the mythical dragons, I hope not, otherwise humans will just be rats in holes forever. The more he thought about the future of mankind, the more bleak Soma felt the future was. I shook my head, forcing myself to forget all the worries in my mind. I saw the shelter appearing at the end of the horizon in front of me, and a long-lost sense of security came over me. There are many good places to stay, but your own doghouse is better. In just 6 days, Suemo had completely regarded this area as his own territory. Oreo, whose tail was drooping the whole way, became more and more energetic as he got closer to the shelter. After carefully looking around the shelter and finding no trace of strangers, Suemo came to the back of the hill, opened the back door of the shelter, and went in. Crouching through the long tunnel, as the view in front of them became clear, the man and the dog returned to the shelter again. The sunlight quietly shines through the vents, forming a dazzling beam of light. In the beam of light, one can see with the naked eye some tiny dust particles dancing in the air. Although the vegetable culture medium placed in the center of the base has not yet sprouted green shoots, the fragrance of soil emanating from it has brought vitality to the base. This is my sanctuary. If you want to destroy it, you must first step over my body. When Suemo thought about the shelter being broken into and destroyed by these dog-headed beasts, his fists hardened. Sitting at the table, with the help of sunlight, Suemo took out a crossbow from the space and placed it on the table. After a few days, we have gathered enough survival points and generators, and upgrading the electric automatic weapons is imminent. A crossbow that can only shoot one arrow is still somewhat useful when hunting, but it has too many limitations when facing the enemy head-on. Especially when encountering a monster with magical powers, it is not enough. Concentrating his mind and silently reciting the system in his mind, Suemo looked intently at the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow, normal. Description: a long-range combat tool with slow reload speed, high initial velocity, and considerable lethality. It is an essential tool for survival in the wilderness. Shooting speed, 140 meters per second. Range, 80 m. Maximum damage, 165 m. Effective damage, 330 m. Farthest damage. Upgrade direction 1. Upgrade the crossbow material, increase the crossbow poundage, and reduce the string pressure. Survival points, 180, are required. Upgrade direction 2. Upgrade the crossbow material, add an electric stringing device, change the shooting mode, add an automatic shooting burst mode, and require survival points, 400. The second upgrade requires 400 survival points. After upgrading the generator, I only have 303 points left. Let's see if I can find a way to get some items in to reduce the demand. After a moment of silence, Suemo concentrated his mind, and the upgrade requirement for Direction 1 popped up. Aside from some parts whose names he had never heard of, Suemo noticed two major items in the demand. 500W electric motor, lithium composite battery, or lead-acid battery. My goodness, this 500W electric motor weighs at least 5 or 6 kilograms. If you add a large battery, the weight of the crossbow will increase by at least 20 kilograms. And considering the serious increase in metal fatigue, if the firing rate is increased, it won't take long before it's damaged. After a quick calculation in his mind, Suemo discovered the advantages and disadvantages of the electric crossbow. The killing power brought by the 500W motor is definitely enough. Even if the loss in the middle is taken into account, it can at least have 200 joules of kinetic energy. But at the same time, such a crazy output power is bound to lead to a lack of accuracy. The battery and motor must be placed at the rear, so that the center of gravity of the entire weapon is all moved to the back, and it would be difficult to aim well. Forget it. There's no good solution to this problem. Let's solve the current problem first. Keeping all the approximate parameters in mind, Suemo opened the trading market and began to search for products. After the addition of handling fees, the current trading market is no longer as hot as it was a few days ago. Hundreds of thousands of pages of products have been reduced to 7 or 8 pages in one day. Not many people are rich enough to be like Suemo now, using their points to pay for express delivery and purchase items. After flipping through all the pages and not finding the item, Suemo had no choice but to go to the World Channel. Sumo, purchase a 500W electric motor, regardless of size and weight, and a composite lithium battery or lead-acid battery. Suma, I'm looking to buy. I'll cover the shipping costs. If you have items to sell, bring them up and trade now. After surviving the first disaster, everyone had 2 loudspeakers for daily calls. When Sumo's first speech appeared on the World Channel, it did not attract everyone's attention, but when the second one appeared, it immediately set off the World Channel. Fuck, the one in the front row is hugging me. Su Shan, the immortal is touching my head. I am blessed with eternal life. I won't say much. I will save this wave of luck to open the box. Congratulations on getting the claw knife. Battle damaged quality. Sorry, I wanted the wrong set. Electric motors, lithium batteries. Has Su Shin already reached the electrical age? I'm still lighting a torch? Oh, I don't even have a torch, so it's okay. I have a lithium battery installed in a mobile phone. Do you want it, Su Shin? This courier fee is not cheap. It's really inhumane. Our Chinese are so amazing. Foreign Samos are not good, but our Chinese Samos are good. As time passed, more and more people flocked to the World Channel just to watch Sumo's speech from the front row. Seeing the popularity, Sumo was also very happy and directly posted the acquisition information on the trading channel. After a while, after spending 800 milliliters of psionic water and 11 disaster points, he successfully received a motor with an ancient shape, which looked like it was removed from an electric car and weighed 12 kilograms. As for the lithium batteries, after some screening, Suemo spent 600 milliliters of psionic water and 40 disaster points to buy 2 sets of batteries, namely 20Ah, 12.8V ternary lithium battery, used to be installed on the electric crossbow. 400 ampere hour, 12.8 V standard lithium iron phosphate battery, used for daily power consumption in the early stage of the shelter. As a standard 12-volt battery, 400 ampere hours can store about 5 degrees of electricity under normal circumstances, which is fully sufficient for the initial use requirements of the shelter. After the crossbow, battery and motor were delivered, this time, when Suemo looked over, the survival point requirements had changed. Hunting compound crossbow, normal. Upgrade direction 1. Upgrade the crossbow material, increase the crossbow poundage, and reduce the string pressure. Survival points, 180, are required. Upgrade direction 2. Upgrade the crossbow material, add an electric stringing device, change the design mode, add an automatic shooting burst mode, and require survival points, 220. Huh? The two most important large items only reduced by 180 points? Could this kind of upgrade also change the material properties? Without hesitation, Suemo directly chose to upgrade. The light moved, and after 220 survival points were deducted, a green light scattered out. In less than a second, the three objects merged into a pool of water-like substance glowing blue. As the frequency of the green light scattered more frequently, the water-like substance began to condense and gradually took on a new shape. The 10-kilogram motor disappeared, and no one knew what had become of the huge lithium battery. A device similar to an airbag is formed under the original palm rest. The most important thing is that the newly launched electric crossbow actually comes with a luxurious scope, which is really exciting. Looking at the powerful weapon in front of him, Suemo, who was worried about the possible attack of the ogres, suddenly had a green number pop up above his head. Sense of security plus 10,000. Chapter 44 Milestone. Return to the electric age. My goodness, this thing optimized by the system is too abnormal. If we can reversely deduce how to optimize batteries and motors, it will be a great progress in the development of human science. Picking up the crossbow and placing it on the table, Suemo looked at the upgraded electric crossbow with curiosity in his eyes. The battery problem was not well solved until everyone traveled through the wasteland. Although major manufacturers are frantically adding batteries to batteries and trying to increase battery charging speeds. But in terms of battery capacity, it still follows that the bigger the size and the heavier the weight, the greater the corresponding capacity. There is absolutely no awareness and technology to create a larger capacity in a smaller volume. Of course, even if technology were restored to its heyday, it would probably take at least several decades to develop such horrific effects as the current system transformation. For the overall color scheme, the crossbow still chooses a low-key wood color and black. The weight has also been upgraded from the previous 4 kilograms to about 9 kilograms. It feels heavy and gives people a sense of security. Fortunately, the system comes with a charging cable, otherwise I would have to go to the trading channel to find a USB charging plug. Picking up the thread on the ground and looking around, Suemo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The included 120W fast charging head is more than enough for the 2W mAh battery. This wave of 220 survival points is a huge profit for now. After carefully examining the structure of the crossbow, Suemo had a preliminary understanding of how to use this electric crossbow. Before use, you must first press the switch on the electric device. After 3 seconds when the power supply is normal, the self-test function will automatically start. At this time, the winder will start working and automatically push the first crossbow arrow in the magazine up. At the same time, the trigger safety valve will fall automatically, and you can start shooting normally. The working principle of the electric winder is also very simple. It simulates the human winding method. The force is provided by the motor to lift the crossbow arrow in the magazine to achieve the purpose of winding. Sure enough, it's out of battery. It seems like the reason they gave me the charger is so I can charge it. After pressing the switch twice, although Suemo complained, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. Currently, the base has engines and diesel, and the thing it has the most is electricity. Once the design of the Chinese shelter is in place, we can try to install additional electrical wires and install the few broken light bulbs we picked up today to see the effect. Huff huff. After releasing the air and connecting the starter motor, the generator began to vibrate with a roar as the power on the dashboard increased. Ouch! Oreo, who was still lying on the ground, feeling sad about his big furry tail being burnt, was suddenly frightened. Lying on the ground and glaring at the generator. Don't worry, this is a good thing. If anyone comes into the base in the future, we must protect it well. After comforting Oreo with a few words, Suemo turned to the place where the sundries were kept and took out the power strip that he had obtained when he retrieved the TV. When the power strip is connected to the generator, the indicator light turns red. At this moment, Suemo was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. What a great progress in civilization. I never thought that I, Suemo, would be able to walk ahead of billions of people one day. I am grateful to the ancestors of the Su family for their blessings. The availability of electricity not only represents progress in food, clothing, housing, transportation, but also progress in entertainment. It is also a symbol of strength and a synonym for safety. He quickly took the two power supplies and put them away, first connecting the large 400 Ah lithium iron phosphate battery using the dedicated charging cable on the battery. After a while, after confirming that there was no problem with the output, Suemo connected the electric crossbow to the power. In the not-so-bright shelter, two red charging lights flashed, accompanied by the humming sound of the generator. In these days since the end of the world, there has not been a single moment of such peace. Listening to the familiar noise, Suemo closed his eyes and lay on the bed, feeling quietly, and gradually fell asleep. In the dream, images seemed to appear in front of my dark eyes. Hot summer. In the evening, there was a power outage. The old people were sitting at the chess stand at the door, playing fiercely. The children, who had not had to worry about their homework for a long time, ran around the alley with their toys, laughing and talking. The adults also stopped their busy work and sat at the door to enjoy the cool air. Occasionally, they would look at their children and shout, "Kid, run slower. Don't run too fast, or you will fall down." Roadside fast food restaurants took this opportunity to bring out their own generators and make plate after plate of delicious stir-fried dishes to attract roadside customers. A pile of cold dishes, with spinach noodles, a mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of garlic, a mouthful of glutinous and fragrant, crisp and refreshing, with some fat and some lean steamed pork, the scent of watermelon, the stink of sewers. Woof, woof, woof. And Oreo's barking. "You bastard. I just started fantasizing, and you interrupted me before I even started to get sentimental. You are amazing." Emoticon package. JPG? Suemo opened his eyes with a hint of helplessness, looked at Oreo who was acting as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and immediately put away the playful smile on his face. "Somebody is coming? Woof. Damn. They came so fast. What a bunch of dog noses." Seeing that Oreo had begun to tremble all over and his black and white eyes were a little bloodshot, Suemo leapt to the generator in one step. Normal generator power outage requires the step of parking. First, turn off the air switch, cut off the power supply, adjust the diesel engine from high speed to low speed, let the machine idle for 3 to 5 minutes, and then turn off the ignition switch. This is better for machine maintenance. But now, it seems that there is no time for Suemo to prepare. The enemy, already attacking. There is no operating time marked on the generator, so Sumo can only compare the previous oil reserves of the diesel generator with the current oil reserves, and then divide it by the power consumption. 1 hour and 44 minutes. This is a rough calculation. 2 hours of charging time may not be enough to charge a 20 ampere hour, 20,000 milliamp hours, electric crossbow, but it is definitely enough for a skirmish. He cut off the air switch and turned the ignition switch to the bottom, and the rumbling diesel generator stopped working. The shelter went from being noisy to being quiet, and even breathing could be heard clearly. Walking quickly to the stone gate, Suemo put his ear to it, trying to listen to the movement outside. Really, waves of low, emotional barking, very different from the sounds of ordinary canines, continued to be heard. Damn it, these dog-headed men are really smart. They can find this place. It looks like if we don't stop them today, there will be no peace. The enemies have all reached the gate, but unlike the previous bandits, this time there is no live broadcast to help them scout the terrain. But Sumo's eyes fell on a black square box placed inside the utility room. That is, a big-ass TV brought back from the ruins. Chapter 45. Remote Monitoring, Dimensionality Reduction Attack. This space-consuming TV has been placed in the storage bar since it was brought back from the ruins. After the storage bar was overwhelmed by the update, it was piled in the corner and gathered dust again. After traveling to many places, he is finally going to be useful. With lithium iron phosphate batteries, the base has enough electricity to supply the big butt TVs. He quickly walked to the place where the sundries were placed, put them into the storage space, and brought them to the generator. Then Suemo had an idea. The big butt TV was placed upright next to the battery. Looking closely, a line of illusory text appeared next to the big butt TV. 32-inch color TV. Excellent. Description. A technological product produced in an unknown era. It is mainly composed of 5 parts: power circuit, common channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system. The picture has 25 frames per second and 625 lines per frame. Special ability. After being placed in the shelter and powered on, it can monitor a kilometer around the shelter with the function of zooming in and out and switching the viewing angle. Upgrade Direction 1. Change the material of the TV. Increase the clarity of the TV, add speakers, and build an independent personal theater. Survival points, 1550, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Modify the material of the TV. Increase the clarity of the TV, enhance the range of special abilities, and have a chance to add a second entry, limited technology. Survival points, 6520, are required. Comment. In front of this TV, you, me, and her. There is no privacy, righteous words. Ignoring the sky-high survival points required to upgrade the TV, and after making sure that there was no damage, Suemo took a forced deep breath and suppressed the emotional fluctuations in his heart. Suemo quickly connected the power of the TV and the battery. His heart gradually cooled down, and a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. After traveling to the wasteland world, he just wanted to be a good person and try his best to live here. Raise chickens, play with dogs, grow vegetables, and do your best to run a thriving shelter. When your family comes, you can live a stable life in the wasteland. But the more he tried to stay out of it, the more blind people there were, always trying to ruin his life and kill him. I'm just an ordinary person, a 5-star good citizen who has received a complete education from my country. Even if I learn to kill and kill decisively like the protagonist in the novel, I will still panic if a strong enemy comes. But you don't want me to live. I can only ask you to die. Crash. The Big Butt TV turned on automatically after being connected to the power supply. It seemed that it was not shut down normally last time. Time after time, there is no signal access, and when it is turned on, the picture is a series of flashing black and white stripes. After clicking the buttons below for a while, Suemo found the AC1 channel that symbolizes special abilities. After clicking the switch button, a burst of illusory waves quickly erupted from the back chassis of the TV, even causing the air to vibrate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big but began to tremble wildly, and seeing that the TV was about to jump up, Suemo quickly held it down to prevent it from shaking even more. Feeling the vibration coming from the big butt, Sumo's heart was hanging in the air. I'm afraid this thing will break itself apart by accident. Fortunately, after about 10 seconds, the trembling finally began to slow down, and the frequency of the big but shaking also changed from a torrential rain of 7 or 8 times per second to a drizzle of 2 or 3 times per second. The originally messy picture of black and white lines began to change. A glimpse of sunset gradually appeared in the picture, and then more and more things were displayed. After the rain, there are still potholes left from the acid rain. A few patches of bushes that were cut down by Suemo and were in a state of disrepair. And the dog-headed men, searching in the bushes. Too bad, this thing doesn't have a remote control, and you can't change the viewing angle. It's too limited. Sumo tried to use the buttons below to control the screen rotation. After pressing it frantically, there was no response at all. Now go to the transaction and collect the remote control. Wipe it. This thing is too unreliable. Deal? Suddenly thinking of something, Sumo took 3 steps and turned into 2. He quickly ran to the utility room and took out a flat object. Behind the tablet, there are 3 red, yellow, and blue adapter cables connected. Surprisingly, it was the mechanical controller that Shinku sent to him when he was trading with Shunku. Shinku, you have done me a big favor. With surprise, he took the controller and plugged it into the socket of the Big Butt TV. As the picture shook, Suemo pressed the button on the controller, and the picture began to move. It's like playing a remote sensing game. As long as you are within 1 kilometer in diameter of the shelter, you cannot escape the surveillance of the Big Butt TV. Move to the group of kobolds near the bushes and zoom in. Suemo could even see the meat strands that had not been cleaned out of a warrior kobold's teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 kobold warriors holding spears. The ones holding the sticks should be kobold warlocks. There are only 2 of them. It seems that warlocks have a good status in the kobold race. 2 warlocks, each with 2 kobold warriors, were searching the ground carefully. Through their eyes, Suemo knew that his shelter had been exposed. But for some reason, these gnolls did not choose to attack by force, but instead ran to the bushes looking for something. After confirming again and again that these idiots were indeed looking for something, Suemo immediately began to put on armor. A big hole had been burned in the raincoat. After spending 10 survival points to repair it, 2 layers of armor were already put on. He picked up the electric crossbow on the ground, adjusted the switch, and fired 5 acid rain crossbow arrows. Then, Suemo walked towards passage number 2 with the crossbow. Oreo beside him quickly followed. Stupid dog-headed man. Even though he has evolved human behavior, his movement speed is not even as fast as that of an adult. He will die at this distance. After opening the back door of the shelter and letting Oreo out, Suemo began to formulate a tactical plan. The bush forest is located in a plain area with no cover, and it is not getting dark yet, so an ambush is unlikely. So, Oreo, cut in from the flank later. Yes, from the left side. Use your shouting to attract their attention. Run and don't give them the chance to hit you. Keep as much distance as possible and give me a chance to get close to them. If I'm in danger, don't come to rescue me. They run slowly, so we can attack them in a roundabout way. Do you understand me? Seeing Sumo's serious expression, Oreo also began to focus. Woof. Oreo was sensible. He barked softly and scratched the ground to indicate that he was ready. Okay, get ready to charge. You go there first and I'll walk over there. Remember to keep your distance and don't give them a chance to hit you. Be careful of those two with sticks. They will use the same fireballs that burned you today. After hearing this, Oreo did not hesitate and immediately jumped out from the ground. On the ochre-colored ground, black and white Oreos ran wildly. Before the countless small puddles could react, the person who stepped on him had already rushed several feet away. The husky is a medium-sized dog, small and strong with excellent endurance. Its outstanding abilities are best demonstrated when it is wearing a saddle and dragging a light load, starting the most primitive working tasks at a medium speed over a long distance. Its body proportions and form reflect this basic balance of power, speed, and endurance. Seeing Oreo running a full 100 meters without slowing down, Suemo nodded, put away the electric crossbow and placed it in the storage space, then bent down and started jogging on the hill. In this wave, all the idiots must stay. Chapter 46, Instant Kill. The power of the electric crossbow. The distance between the bush and the refuge heights is not far. According to Sumo's estimation based on his leg strength, the maximum distance he could run was the university track, about 400 meters. Of course, if it were an encounter, this distance would actually be deadly enough. In the era of cold weapons, the distance that the cavalry covered after completing the actions of lining up, walking fast, jogging, accelerating to the final sprint was only this far. If they are far away, they will be intercepted by the enemy with bows and crossbows, resulting in too many casualties. If they are close, they may reach the enemy before they have fully rushed forward and accumulated strength. The 4 warrior ogres were still lying on the ground looking for something, but the 2 warlock ogres had sharp senses and immediately spotted Oreo, who was running like a stream. Woo woof s woof coo. Coo coo. At the first moment, the warlock kobold ordered the warrior kobolds to line up quickly and look at the running Oreo vigilantly. Good. You did a great job. Just watch for a while and don't pay attention to me. Oreo completed his task perfectly, running and shouting. The husky's ample stamina makes it a perfect bait for this kind of mission. Bending his body, Suemo trotted quickly across the yellow earth. The distance is constantly getting closer. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. When he estimated that he was about 120 meters away from the last ogre, Suemo instantly fell to the ground, and at the same time switched out a brand new electric crossbow from the space that had never been used. Turn on the power switch. Wait 3 seconds for the self-test to complete. The moment the green light came on, Suemo lowered his eyes to the sight and used the sight to look at a few kobolds who were still admiring Oreo running. The first arrow, no doubt. Warlock kobold. Gently press the preheating button of the winder before the trigger, which is also the safety button in the electric crossbow. There was a crackling sound of electric current, and the 20Ah lithium battery began to release energy and transfer it to the motor. The motor works and the winder is pulled to full load all at once, a process that is completed in less than 1 second. Goodbye, Suemo said softly, and then pulled the trigger. There is no point in talking to a monster. Once you meet one, it's either you die or I live. There is not much difference in power between electric crossbows and mechanical ones. It's just that the motor and winder omit the winding step, thus achieving a continuous firing effect. But even so, a black shadow flashed by, and in the sight, the warlock kobold on the left was instantly shot in the head. The huge impact force hit the warlock kobold on the forehead, and the whole person flew back about half a meter and fell to the ground. Before the remaining ogres could panic, another black shadow flashed by. The crossbow arrow hit the chest of the kobold warrior standing beside him. The arrow was meant to hit another kobold warlock in the head, but was blocked because the warrior kobold turned around in panic. With this buffer, the other ogres quickly huddled together with strange cries, surrounding the noble warlock ogrel in the middle. Heh! Can you get away with it like this? Stealing a police car and running it as a taxi is courting death. Under the sight, Sumo's mouth curled up into a smile, and he continued to pull the trigger. The sound of the winder being pulled, accompanied by the whistling wind on the plain, was like the music played by the god of death. Each arrow can take the life of a monster. It was like a dimensionality reduction attack. All the ogres holding spears had no idea where they were being attacked, and their companions fell to the ground the next second. Less than half a minute. Oreo hadn't even made a second run to attract attention. The only one left in the group of kobolds in the bush was a last kobold warlock. Woof, 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 woof. Seeing the death of his companion, the originally tough ogre warlock suddenly fell to his knees and prostrated himself on the ground with his head pressed against it. Oh! Suemo raised his eyebrows and looked at the dog-headed man's performance with slight surprise. With such powerful magical power, the kobold warlock would actually surrender? Even at this moment, Suemo felt like he was about to fall down, and I hadn't even used any strength yet. It seems that magic is no match for my technological weapons. Touching the electric crossbow in his hand, Suemo smiled and continued to aim while lying on the ground. Among this group of kobolds, perhaps leaving this warlock kobold alive for the time being is a good option. But before that, pressing the cocking device and opening the magazine, Suemo loaded 5 more ordinary crossbow arrows without acid rain. Puff! A black shadow flashed by, and the dog-headed man who was still crawling on the ground was suddenly rushed backwards by the crossbow arrow. A pitch-black crossbow arrow was stuck in his skinny arm. The purple-red blood mixed with the screams of the warlock kobolds echoed across the wasteland. Besides the noisy wind that comforted him, there was also, puff, another crossbow arrow. 2 crossbow arrows nailed the kobold warlock firmly to the ground. After the arrowheads were inserted into the ground, the tails were still trembling. After putting away the crossbow and replacing it with a jujube spear, Suemo stood up and walked towards the kobold warlock. Oreo, who was still circling nearby, stopped when he realized the situation was settled. He stopped 30 meters away from the kobold warlock and started barking. Woof-ah, woof, woof. Woof. Seeing that the kobold warlock did not respond, Oreo, with excitement on his face, quietly moved forward 10 meters and called out again. Woof. This time, seeing that the kobold warlock was truly unable to resist, Oreo immediately started his 4-wheel drive engine and kicked the kobold warlock, who was stuck on the ground, in the head with unparalleled power. By the way, he also picked up the wooden stick used for casting spells on the ground with his mouth. Oreo was quite satisfied with the beating he did for the fallen dog. Suemo, who was walking from a distance, was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This little guy doesn't say anything, but he actually has such a lot of resentment in his heart. No wonder. His hair was burned off by others. With a smile on his face, Suemo walked easily. This comes from a correct understanding of his own strength, and also from the strong sense of security that the electric crossbow brings him. Compared with a weapon like this that can cause effective damage from 100 meters away, what is the kobold's fireball? At best, just treat it as a grenade that cannot be thrown over a long distance. The warlock kobold, who was pinned down by a crossbow arrow and hit on the head by Oreo, was now lying on the ground, somewhat unconscious. From a distance, when he saw Suemo coming with a spear, he closed his eyes in despair. Woof! A low hum came out of his mouth. At this moment, Sumo's image in his mind has been infinitely elevated. This man who looks like the god of death has the ability to destroy them in the shadows. How could the weak ogres be the opponent of such a demon? The warlock kobold even remembered what his deceased kobold father had said. If one day you meet a legendary human warrior, remember, don't rush up to him right away. They are terrifying. A trace of memories quickly flashed through the warlock kobold's mind. The massacre of human villages a few days ago must be paid back, right? He knows. This is the last memory before death. However, a stream of clear spring suddenly flowed into his dry and bleeding throat. With the infusion of clear spring water, the bleeding wound on his arm stopped, and the burning sensation in his chest gradually subsided. He opened his eyes curiously. It's a fist as big as a fireball. With this thought in mind, he fainted from happiness. Chapter 47. Fool Prisoner, Small Progress in Life. It seems that this warlock kobold has some problems with his brain. I have nailed him to the ground. What are you grinning for? After taking out the psionic water to save the dog-headed man's life, seeing that the guy was still laughing, Somo simply punched him directly to make him recognize the situation. Oreo, come and work. Keep an eye on this. Don't let him wake up. Oreo was very excited when he got the order. The black and white dog's face is filled with happiness. Maybe in his world, being able to guard this fellow who disfigured him is more comfortable than having a big meal. 5 kobolds, but they dropped 3 wooden boxes and 1 copper box. Killing these guys seems to be quite profitable. As time passed, the dog-headed man that was shot to death was completely dead in the game panel's judgment, and a treasure chest exploded. For some reason, the first kobold warlock that was shot dead did not drop a silver box, but only a copper box. With a little regret, Suemo gathered all the boxes together and began to unpack them. Record: you received 500 milliliters of Waha mineral water 2. Record: you received 30 milliliters of pepper spray 1. Record: you obtained 5L of vegetable oil 1. Record: you received a bag of pepper seeds. Record: you got a skateboard. I actually got vegetable oil, what a good thing. After putting the other 4 items into the storage space, Suemo took out the vegetable oil in the golden dragonfish packaging. With the help of sunlight, the vegetable oil was dyed with a pure golden glow. When my vegetables grow, maybe I can make some stir-fry dishes, and then I can make some noodles. No, I'll just make a bowl of beef oil noodles today. Who can resist that? Just thinking about the wonderful taste of oil-splashed noodles, Suemo felt as if he had eaten a plum in his mouth, with countless sour water gushing out. My stomach, which was not hungry at all, now began to growl. Suemo was in a very good mood. When he looked at the dog-headed men lying all over the ground, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The dog-headed man is truly my treasure. Suemo took out a shovel from the storage space, found a relatively remote place, and started digging a hole. Although this simple burial is not very useful, it can delay the kobold's line of sight and search. Suemo still decided to bury these dog-headed people who looked a bit like humans. With the experience of digging a hole and burying a person the first time, Sumo's movements were much more skillful this time. In just a few steps, they dug out a pit that was even bigger than the previous one. After carrying all the dead ogres into the pit one by one, Sumo opened the storage space again, put the wooden barrel containing the 2 ogres from the ruins into the big pit, and began to bury them. Soma is like a hard-working farmer, cultivating the barren land diligently. Drops of sweat slid down his forehead, fell into the deep pit, and mixed with the mud. In the end times, not only are human lives worthless, but these monsters must also follow the law of the jungle. After finishing everything, Suemo took out the straw rope he used to explore the ruins today, walked up to the warlock's dog-headed man, and started the tie-up play. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The 3-meter-long straw rope was wrapped 5 times, and the warlock kobold was almost wrapped like a dumpling from top to bottom. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. Oreo on the side also nodded with satisfaction. In the setting sun, the backs of the man and the dog are infinitely stretched, as if they have become the only protagonists in this small world. Shoo, I'm so thirsty. It hurts so much. Why can't I feel anything in my arm? A feeling of chaos came from Monty's mind. He struggled to lift his eyelids as if they were weighed down by a heavy burden and looked forward. Dark but clean. This was his first impression of the place he was in. Not only does this stone cave not have the stench of the kobold castle, it also has a natural fragrance mixed with soil and sunshine. Monty turned his head with difficulty and looked towards the only place where there was light. What is glowing here, and why is the light so soft? An object no bigger than a fist, in the dark night of the cave, emitted light, illuminating a corner, and incidentally, it illuminated the man who looked like the god of death. In Monty's sight, the man picked up a small white bag from a place with a distressed look and scooped out a bowl of white powdery substance with a bowl. Grabbing a handful of water, the man began to perform actions on a wooden board. Half a day later, the man contentedly picked up the long white objects one by one and put them into the pot of boiling water. A fresh and fragrant aroma suddenly came from the pot. Heh, is he trying to recruit me? I've heard that humans treat their captives with food and women to attract them. It seems like I, Mondi, will also enjoy this kind of treatment one day. He feels sorry for these things, and it seems like he can't bear to eat them. Is he trying to use this to win me over? Should I eat it right away? Or should I pretend to be loyal and wait for him to beg me before eating it? A smile appeared on Monty's face, as if he had seen the man tempting him to surrender. However, how could the poor dog-headed man understand human delicacies? As the man poured out a little more from a small bottle, there was a sizzling sound, and a spicy and fragrant feeling immediately lingered in the cave. What kind of divine delicacy is this? Although the dog's mouth was leaking a little for some reason, Monty still drooled at the corner of his mouth. A smell that stimulated the brain entered his mouth, then passed to his stomach, and finally reached the entire brain center. An inexplicable feeling of happiness, as if all the cells in the body are breathing. Monty assured that he had never seen such delicious food, even in the annual clan festival. The man finally finished all the work. He divided the delicious food in the pot into 2 bowls and poured one bowl into the bowl of a low-level dog that was still crawling on the ground. After another bowl was poured into a small basin, Monty's smile could hardly be controlled. He was very envious of this lowly dog being able to eat such delicious food, and at the same time, he was looking forward to it very much. Next, this god of death man would come to ask him to eat the food and personally recruit him as the vanguard general. However, it's a fist as big as a fireball. My goodness, this kobold must have some problem with his brain. I didn't expect that I captured a fool. This wave of losses is huge. The beef noodles had just been made, and in the corner of his eye, Suemo saw the awakened ogre warlock sitting on the ground and grinning foolishly. Even though he had been tied up several times, tightly, but the dog-headed man seemed to know nothing. He opened his dog mouth and laughed. This face. Suemo was very rude and punched him again, letting this guy have a good rest. It would be nice if there was some garlic and some chopped green onions. Seeing the dog-headed man fainting on the ground again, Suemo clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to his bowl of noodles. If you eat noodles without garlic, the flavor will be half gone. The bowl of noodles contains chili oil, beef jerky, dehydrated vegetables, but without the garlic from Laoshan, it still tastes a little less flavorful. With a little regret, Suemo quickly started to eat the noodles in the bowl. In his peripheral vision, Oreo had almost finished his portion. If Suemo hadn't finished by then, Oreo would start whining and begging for more. He wolfed down the noodles in no time, and then drank a large cup of psionic water to fill his stomach. Soma, satisfied. Oreo, also satisfied. A man and a dog lay there, enjoying the hard-earned wise time after the delicious meal. However, in the dark corner, on the dog's face that was slightly aggrieved and frightened, a tear quietly slipped across the corner of the dog-headed warlock's eye. Chapter 48. Torture. The secret of spellcasting. This diesel engine is good, but it's a bit noisy and a bit troublesome to start at night. Looking at the rumbling diesel engine charging the batteries, Suemo felt a slight headache. After spending 2 survival points to repair a light bulb picked up from shelter number 2, the base finally had stable lighting. The electric crossbow is also plugged into the power output of the diesel engine. Generally speaking, a generator consumes 210 to 240 grams of fuel, about 0.25 to 0.28 liters, to generate 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity. Taking transmission efficiency into consideration, the actual consumption is 0.3 liters. According to the base's oil storage capacity and the loss during conversion, 200 L of diesel can generate about 600 degrees of electricity. It's enough for now. Nodding, Suemo pulled the string holding the light bulb in front and behind the dog-headed man and called Oreo. I don't know why, but Oreo has been becoming less and less active recently. Every day after eating and playing for a while, he would lie next to the vegetable culture medium, staring at the small opening through which light could shine, in a daze. Small head, big doubts. Well, I'll wake him up later, and you can be the translator. Is that okay? Woof. Oreo turned his head and asked in a humane way. Just tell this dog-headed man what I said, and then wait for him to answer, and then tell me what he said? After a brief explanation, Oreo nodded his dog head and showed his signature evil and crazy smile, indicating that he was fully qualified for the position. Hey, if you had said interrogation earlier, wouldn't it have been over? Seeing that Oreo understood, Suemo helped the dog-headed man up and sat him on a stool. He then used a wooden stick to pass through the hemp ropes tied around his body and stood the dog-headed man up. Hey, wake up. Suemo stretched out his hand and patted the dog-headed man's face twice. The dog-headed man did not react at all, as if because he had hit him too hard before. Without making any movement, Suemo winked at Oreo, who understood immediately, leaped to the kobold's feet, opened his big mouth and bit him. Ah! Ah! It was as if the sound of a wolf howling erupted in the cave, and the ogre, who was pretending to be unconscious, was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. I say this bastard is really sick in the head. He hasn't even bitten yet, and he's already started? Watching the performance of the dog-headed men in front of him, Suemo became more curious about the dog-headed man race. How come there is such a weird and unrefined race? This kind of guy can even make a nuclear bomb with his hands. No, a grenade with his hands? Looking at the indignation on the dog-headed man's face, Suemo smiled slightly. Oreo, ask him if he is convinced. After receiving the order, Oreo started to communicate in his own dog language with a sly smile. Woof woof, woof woof, woof. The dog-headed man made a human expression, and Suemo and Oreo immediately understood the meaning of this expression. Disdain. The kobolds disdain to speak to their inferior reptilian cousins. Oreo, you old dog, you seem to be quite stubborn. Without further ado, I have a complete criminal law for you to choose from in China. Come on. You don't want to talk, right? Seeing that the dog-headed man raised his head, Suemo did not hesitate to step forward and punched the dog-headed man in the stomach. Boom buzz. For some reason, Suemo always felt that his power had increased. The ogre facing him burst into tears and cried out in 0.1 seconds after the fist hit him. Are you convinced? Seeing that the dog-headed man didn't react, Suemo punched him again. Woo 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 woo. After being hit twice in a row, the dog-headed man finally realized what it meant that the situation was stronger than the person. If he hadn't been tied up, he would have knelt down and kowtowed in the next second. Oreo, who was standing aside, also raised his chin at this time. Although he still had to look up at the kobold, a look of disdain came over him. Huh? You dare to glare. One punch. It turned out that the farmer's 3 punches were quite sweet. This time, the dog-headed man no longer dared to show any resistance. While whimpering, he nodded repeatedly to show that he accepted the defeat. However, Suemo punched him again without any hesitation. Sorry, I don't like Nongfu Spring. I like Yilabeo. Woof ha woof ha. After hearing Sumo's words, Oreo, who was lying on the side, looked at the stunned ogre and laughed until he was out of breath. Oreo, please translate for him what a surprise means. Looking at the dog-headed man's shrunken expression of pain, Suemo finally swallowed his anger. Although this dog-headed man looks honest, he actually looks down on Oreo from the bottom of his heart. There is even a hint of contempt in the look he gives him. If normal etiquette doesn't work, then we can only, first the ceremony, then the funeral. Fortunately, after 4 punches, the kobold became much more obedient. Are you asking him why he came here? Is he here specifically to look for me? Woof woof woof. Woof 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 hiss woof. Watching Oreo and the ogre trying hard to communicate, as if one was speaking a dialect and the other was speaking Mandarin, Suemo had no choice but to sit aside and wait with his hand on his forehead. It was just a simple sentence, but Oreo communicated for a full 4 or 5 minutes. Woof. You said he wasn't here to see me? Seeing Oreo's shaking head and the fake look on the dog-headed man's face, Suemo actually got a headache. Ask him what he's looking for in our bushes. Originally, Suemo thought that the dog-headed man was following the trail to find him, but now it seems that is not the case. It seems that I am too cautious. Perhaps the kobold sent out several teams to search for something, but I just happened to encounter this team? After thinking about it for a while, Suemo decided to wait for Oreo's communication results. This time, the conversation lasted longer, about 10 minutes, and Oreo's lips were dry from shouting before he finally got the news. Woof, woof. Seeing that Suemo couldn't understand what he meant, Oreo simply ran to the pile of junk and rummaged around, and finally picked up a wooden stick. It turned out to be the tool used by the kobolds to cast spells. Is there something wrong with this stick? But the system can't scan its properties at all? Picking up the wooden stick and placing it under the light bulb, Suemo began to examine it carefully. Back in shelter number 2, he had examined the magic wand in the kobold's hand that seemed to be used for casting spells. After all, who doesn't want to be a magician? Unfortunately, this magic wand not only has no attributes, but also lacks the ability to send out fireballs with a single wave. Now, with Oreo's reminder, Suemo looked carefully again and immediately found a clue. There is a small hole at the top of the wooden stick, as if it is sealed with wood. It doesn't look like something that can grow naturally. Placing the wooden stick not far from his nose and mouth, Suemo fanned it with his hand, using the wind to gather the smell emitted by the stick under his nose. This smell. A familiar memory swirled in my mind. Feeling the wooden stick, Suemo found something similar to a button again at the bottom center of the stick. Press gently, and the small closed opening at the top of the stick will open, and the smell inside will become stronger. Is this gunpowder? Chapter 49. The first week of Wasteland, Hope Sprouting. After opening the small hole that blocked the smell that could not be suppressed wafted out, allowing Suemo to determine the ingredient almost immediately. Gunpowder. Or to be more precise, black powder. Carefully pour the black particles in the wooden stick onto the table, and an extremely pungent smell of sulfur wafts out. Kobolds actually need black powder to cast the so-called fireball spell? Suemo felt a little bit unbelievable when he suddenly received this news. Earlier in Shelter Number 2, the Warlock Kobold first swung his stick before unleashing his fireball. At that time, Suemo thought that this was a spellcasting action, or a property of the wooden stick. I never thought that the kobolds would have to respect science when releasing a fireball. So, what the kobolds are looking for is black powder. Hearing Sumo's mumbling, Oreo on the side quickly nodded, indicating that Suemo understood it correctly. The dog-headed man tied up in front of the table seemed to have accepted his fate after seeing Soma pour out the black gunpowder and continued to chatter. Ignore the conversation between Oreo and the kobold. Suemo opened the game panel, selected Resource Scan, and checked the raw materials for preparing black powder in the resource options. Record. A small sulfur mine was detected 465 meters southeast of the player's current distance. Record. Today's number 2 of 3. Sure enough, what they are looking for today is this natural sulfur mine. There was no sadness or joy on Sumo's face, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. The modern sulfur extraction process has been innovated countless times. It can even separate the sulfides in the petroleum through steps such as atmospheric and vacuum decompression, catalytic cracking, hydrocracking, and delayed coking to make sulfide wastewater, and then recover the sulfur in the sulfur-containing wastewater to produce finished sulfur. In ancient times, when there was no such technology, people wanted to prepare sulfur. One is to find a way to mine natural sulfur mines like those near the shelter. The second is to extract the sulfur from smelting pyrite. The kobold's ability to determine and find sulfur mines proves that they have reached the edge of science. It is very likely that they already know these things. After mixing them in a certain proportion, they can be made into such amplified gunpowder. After being catalyzed by magic, the power of the fireball can be increased. Woof. While Suemo was thinking, Oreo on the other side also finished communicating with the dog-headed man and walked back. Oreo pointed at the black gunpowder that Soma poured out again, then pointed into the distance, and finally pointed at the dog-headed man. You mean he's willing to take us to where the kobolds are mining? Oreo nodded. I have sulfur mines here. If I want to make gunpowder, I need enough potassium nitrate, which is the main component of saltpeter. Maybe the dog-headed people have discovered a large-scale saltpeter mine. Whether to go or not. Suemo pondered in his heart, black powder is absolutely indispensable for making hot weapon ammunition. Even if the small thermal weapons machine tool can be repaired in the end, there will still be a big gap in the raw materials for ammunition. Looking at the dog-headed man who was still chattering, Suemo walked up to him decisively and threw a stunning punch at him. Of course I have to go. Apart from other things, the treasure chests dropped by the kobolds alone are also a great gain. Besides, we still have to explore their lair. Otherwise, standing nearby will always be a time bomb. After a brief pause, Suemo made a decision. It was getting dark outside. After checking the situation outside the shelter, Suemo walked over. He checked the rope on the dog-headed man again and again, dragged him to the corner of the cave, and told Oreo to keep an eye on him at night. Then Suemo returned to the small bed. In the end times, once it gets dark, you can basically only stay in the shelter. He pulled the light bulb in front of him and turned it off. Listening to the rumble of the generator, Suemo gradually fell asleep. Last month, calendar January 7, you repaired a generator, which improved the level of technological civilization, survival points +10. You discovered an underground ruin, +5. When you were exploring the underground ruins, you encountered an enemy and defeated him with great force, survival points +10. You made your first electric weapon, greatly improving your combat effectiveness, survival points +5. You killed 5 kobolds effortlessly and gained a lot, survival points +5. You have a prisoner for the first time, survival point +5. Scanning the host's living environment, survival points are being evaluated, and 62 survival points were obtained today. Final settlement, survival points +102. Survival points remaining, 175. The early morning not only brought good news about the system, but also Shunku's news flashed in the private message chat on the game panel. Sitting on the bedside, Sumo looked at the obedient kobold in the corner who was being disciplined by Oreo, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was the first time a stranger spent the night in the shelter, and this person was a kobold. He didn't sleep well all night, fearing that the kobold would be a desperate man who would burn down the shelter in a fire that night. Opening Shunku's message in the chat panel, Sumo looked at it intently. Shunku, Sumo, my brother-in-law has already drawn your design. This is the transaction link. Just take a photo of it after you wake up. If you don't understand something on the design, you can ask me anytime. Below the message is a trading item that only 2 people can see. After paying 2 disaster points, the light flashed and the design appeared in the storage space. Leaning on the bedside, Somo opened the dead person's private message used to record the diary and began to write it with his mind. Today is the 7th day of the first month of the last calendar month. It's the 7th day since we arrived in the wasteland. It's also a week. If the civilized world is still going on, it should be December 29th, 2 days before New Year's Day. Oh, it seems that my sister's birthday is on a minor day this time. It seems that she won't be able to celebrate it. I don't know if my parents will celebrate her birthday somewhere else. At present, the supplies in the base are sufficient, enough for Oreo and I to eat for half a month. But we consumed a lot of flour yesterday. It seems that the oil splash noodles can only be made for 2 meals. I'll save these 2 meals for when my family comes. I have nearly 20 liters of psionic water left. The shipping fee for this item is expensive. In order to open up a larger storage space, I will save the points and not trade them. The captured kobold was very honest. I plan to deal with the sulfur mine near the shelter today and try to mine some. If I can follow him to find saltpeter mines later, maybe I can make black gunpowder, which will ensure my safety. By the way, today's vegetable culture medium still contains... Wow, the garlic seeds seem to have sprouted, and so have the cabbages. I saw a little green emerging from the black soil. It's a memorable day. Subconsciously raising his head, Suemo saw a little green sprout emerging from the culture medium under the sunlight. This green surprise seemed like a gift from heaven, instantly driving away Sumo's sleepiness after waking up early. After putting on his clothes, Suemo quickly walked to the culture medium, squatted down and looked at it carefully. A pointed little green sprout has emerged from where the garlic seeds were pressed. In cities, basically few people use garlic seeds to grow garlic. Everyone buries garlic cloves in the soil. Not only do they grow fast, but they also require little care. Therefore, it was also the first time that Suma saw something like this growing from garlic seeds. The growth of the cabbage on the other side is even more pleasing. It has a small green stem with 2 leaves on it, about the size of a fingernail. It looks like a miniature cabbage, white and tender. This growth rate looks like we'll be able to grow a crop of cabbage in less than a month. It cuts the time almost in half. Chapter 50. Perfect Design. 8 Facilities. Green plants are like hope, in the medium, in the shelter, in the sunlight. Grow healthily. Carrying Soma's hope, they sprouted. This little bit of green was like a cleanser, taking away the haze in Sumo's heart. Hope. As long as people have hope, how can I not survive in this apocalypse? He scooped out a basin of phantom water and watered all the vegetable fields carefully and gently. Under the caress of the phantom water, Suemo didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the stalks of the cabbage were more sparkling like jade, and the garlic sprouts were more lush and green like emerald green. Coming to where the food was placed, Sumado thought for a while, then took out a small portion of biscuits. He first made 2 portions of cookie paste, and after he and Oreo finished 1 each, Somo took the remaining cookies and came to the dying ogre. The wounds on his arms that were pierced by 2 crossbow arrows now showed signs of festering. Although the psionic water I took yesterday stopped the bleeding, the dosage was too small and inflammation still started. The haggard and pitiful dog-headed man opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Soma, he closed his eyes again in despair and helplessness, looking as if he had accepted his fate. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up, drink some water, and eat something. You can't die today. He took Oreo's food bowl, crushed the biscuits, poured in a small portion of psionic water, and then brought it to the kobold. The dog-headed man, who had been resigned to his fate, smelled the crispy fragrance of the biscuits and the light sweetness of the psionic water. The desire to survive made him open his eyes. Woof 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 woo, it smells good. The smell of the psionic water awakened the kobold's desire to survive, but the food bowl on the ground was trampling on his dignity. Just like Oreo, he lies on the ground and licks the food bowl to eat. It is better to maintain one's semi-human dignity and rather die standing than live on one's knees. But before Soma could test him, the dog-headed man was so fast that he didn't even have a second to think before he lay down in front of the food bowl and wolfed down the food. Oreo, standing aside, had an anthropomorphic expression of disgust on his face, full of disdain. Woof. I don't know what Oreo said, but the kobold turned a deaf ear to him and licked the basin even faster. After drinking the psionic water, the inflamed and abscessed wounds on the dog-headed man's arms healed visibly, or at least stopped festering. It seems that the physique of the dog-headed man is not as good as imagined. I guess everyone should discover this half-human creature in a day or two. Nodding, Suemo gave up the idea of passing on the news about the dog-headed man. The situation is still unclear, and the exact location of the kobold's lair has not been determined. If it is only near the base, it would be easy for people to follow the clues and guess that the shelter is nearby. In the apocalypse, it would be too dangerous if someone knew the location of the base. I walked slowly to the rumbling generator. After working all night, the generator had become a little hot, and the cooling fan next to the metal cover was whirring. I took a look at the fuel reserve. Because I was running at the lowest power, I used about 2 or 3 liters of diesel in one night. The 400 ampere-hour lithium iron phosphate battery has been fully charged, and the indicator light on the electric crossbow has changed from red to green. After strictly cutting off the diesel generator as required, Suemo began to use the storage space to pile all the debris in the middle of the site. With a flash of light, the design drawing sent by Shun-ku appeared in his hand. Taking it to the table, he pulled the light bulb over and unfolded the entire design drawing in the base. Sumo looked at it carefully. Design drawings are not complicated, and they are not like dimensional drawings that can only be understood by those who have studied or worked in engineering. There are 2 pieces of paper in total. One is an aerial view of the shelter designed by Shin Etienne. The other one shows the densely packed directions of each room, as well as some small details proposed by Sumo. But, summoning his attention, Sumo looked at the design drawing intently. Sure enough, the attributes of the design drawing were clearly visible in front of the system. Underground shelter design drawing, exquisite. Description: an architectural drawing designed by quasi-senior architect Shin Tiantian. The design is exquisite and ingenious, making perfect use of all space. But it should have been at the perfect level, but because the designers pursued the ultimate in space, it fell down 1 level. Upgrade Direction 1. Reconstruct the design drawing, modify the space occupation in a formulaic manner, greatly improve the applicability, greatly improve the disaster resistance, and need survival points, 225. Upgrade Direction 2. Modify the design drawing, make up for the flaws in the design drawing, retain the design concept, and better adapt to the current needs of the shelter, which requires survival points, 45. Rating: following its design, you only need a small grenade placed at the right location, and your shelter will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Sure enough, even Shin Etienne can achieve 100% perfection. After all, there are many things to consider. As for the pursuit of the ultimate in space, this is what I call. But what does the system's evaluation mean? Sitting at the table, Suemo stared blankly at the system's evaluation, and for a long time he didn't react to what the system was prompting. The closer it is to the apocalypse, the more wasteland it is, the more people will think about it. An inexplicable feeling makes Suemo feel very uncomfortable. He shook his head, pushing the feeling away. This world, it seems that there are only a few people who can be trusted. Perhaps as time goes by and the disaster worsens, even these people will. His eyes wandered, and Suemo seemed to see a black hand above the shelter, looming down invisibly. The shelter, which seemed extremely solid, collapsed under a small grenade and turned into a pile of ruins. In the ruins, there were Suemo himself, his sister, his parents. We must speed up the development of the shelter. Fortunately, I am still ahead of everyone else. The more he thought about the tragedy that might happen in the future, the tighter Suemo clenched his fists. This human is so terrifying. His aura is even more frightening than that of our kobold king. The creaking sound of bones frightened the dog-headed man who was lying on the side eating biscuit paste so much that he stopped what he was doing and dared not make a sound. After carefully examining the basic structure on the design drawing and analyzing the problem as much as possible, Suemo laid the 2 drawings flat together. He shook his head and put all the messy thoughts behind him. I choose Upgrade Direction 2. Suemo said in a low voice. As he finished speaking, a green light scattered from his body and illuminated the drawing. The black handwriting on the white paper seemed to come alive and began to jump and dance on the page, like a lively ink elf. After dancing for 3 to 5 seconds, with the restraint of the green light, the handwriting became more honest, and he began to put together a design on the paper that seemed to be the same as before, but upon closer inspection, it was completely different. Even though Suemo didn't understand what had changed, the lines on the new design were much smoother than before. It seems that the power of the system is simply not comparable to that of a senior architect like Shun Tiantian. In a flash of light, new attributes of the design appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. Underground shelter design drawing. Perfect. Description: a perfect blueprint with 8 facilities. If built according to the blueprint, it can have medium earthquake resistance, medium protection, low warmth, and high expandability. Facilities: 1. 3-stage shelter entrance and exit passage. 2. Crop breeding room, back door. 3. Master bedroom, secondary bedroom, second bedroom. 4. Micro research center. 5. Warehouses, daily supplies warehouses, weapons and equipment warehouses, sundries warehouses. 6. Micro command and operations center. 7. Energy distribution room. 8. Living room. Comment: Cobalt. If I were an architect, I would make the shelter round. Why? From now on, this terrible devil will never be able to trap me in a corner again. Chapter 51: Reconstructing the Level 1 Shelter. The new design divides the shelter into 8 sections, and there is one more combat center than what Shinitian designed. It seems that the system understands me best. Sumo looked surprised and carefully looked at the several places planned out in the design. Although the current combat center only has a TV for monitoring, I will definitely add more powerful items later. When the time comes, the shelter will be upgraded and expanded according to this plan. After looking over it twice and confirming that there were no items to add, Sumo opened the game panel. Personal refuge. Level: LV1. Description: the shelter is made entirely of stone, which is extremely strong and safe. It is unique in isolating moisture and keeping warm. Space: 140, height 4.2 m. Completeness: 100%. Facilities: iron stove, bed, large vegetable culture medium, psychic well water extractor, dining table. Currently available permissions: reconstruct the shelter layout and automatically generate partition walls. One time, please adjust carefully. After clicking on the reconstruction of the shelter layout, the page flashed and returned to the interface that I had seen before. After finding the points function in the last lower corner, Sumo clicked on it. At this time, the paid function ranked first in reconstruction points is importing design drawings. The price is not expensive, only 15 points. But for those who survive in group shelters, it is no less than an astronomical price. After spending 300 points to upgrade the storage space and using 54 points here and there, Sumo found that he still had 278 points, which was enough to pay for the transformation of the base. After 15 points were deducted, the design drawing in his hand seemed to turn into a stream of light and shattered in the base. Then, on the game panel, the design drawings were loaded successfully, showing all the planning structures and specific details. After trying the preload function, Sumo discovered that he could move items directly to designated locations after planning, and then he began to operate. The first thing is to bury the wires into the stone slab. To complete this task, you can only rely on the game panel or system. After a while, after all the items were sorted and put away, Sumo pressed the transformation function. With a nervous mood, Sumo once again took a deep look at the base, which was now a large flat, without any trace of nostalgia in his heart. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. I felt slight tremors coming from underground, as if a pair of invisible hands were caressing the foundation. The kobold who was still lying on the ground looked around with horror, as if he didn't understand why such a solid base was shaking so loudly. Then, a scene occurred that further destroyed his worldview. The stone steps at the entrance of the shelter seemed to melt, turning into a pool of fiery red liquid and then disappearing into the shelter. The door of the shelter opened automatically, and bright sunlight shone in. The next moment, the entire shelter began to sink spontaneously, and a stone passage appeared at the connection between the gate and the shelter. The deep sunlight could no longer penetrate directly through the stone passage, but at the same time, the base became safer. Inside the base, the lighting channel that was originally in the center began to migrate and gradually move to the upper right corner of the base. The culture medium placed in the center seemed to be assisted by gods and demons, slowly floating up from the ground and moving towards the light in the upper right corner. A stone partition rises naturally from the ground, standing between the roof of the shelter and the ground, becoming stable over time. The debris began to float to their respective places according to categories, and walls were also being pulled up one after another. In a moment, the shelter, which was originally a large flat with daylight, became dark. But at the same time, as new walls rose, the structure of the shelter underwent earth-shaking changes. In the originally empty shelter, an area of about 25 square meters has now been planned to become the entrance and living room. The living room was furnished with the wooden tables and stools that had been built previously, as well as tea sets looted from the ruins. With the help of the light, he walked to the wall inside the living room in the dark. As Sumo pressed his fingers, The light bulb hanging on the ceiling of the living room scattered bright light, sweeping away all the darkness in one fell swoop. In the corner of the living room was where the kobold was, with Oreo lying nearby and watching. Oreo was extremely curious about the drastic changes that happened at this time. But without Sumo's order, he could only stay where he was, panting heavily. Taking out the flashlight from the storage space, Sumo walked towards other rooms. According to the plan, behind the partition of the living room is Suma's bedroom, which is also the master bedroom of the entire shelter. The current shelter looks large when it is built on a large flat, but it is actually very compact when planned. In the bedroom, Sumo only left space for a bed and a bedside table. The other two bedrooms were only big enough to accommodate beds for the time being, and they could be expanded as needed when the building was expanded in the future. The warehouse is located on the right side of the entrance. Walking in along the door frame without a door, you will find weapons and equipment. Going further in, you will find daily necessities. Finally, you will find sundries. The three-connected design not only saves space, but also makes it extremely convenient to take things without having to run around looking for them left and right. On the left side of the entrance is the Micro-Combat Center and the Energy Center. Spanning the space between the bedrooms and the crop breeding room is a micro-research center. After walking back and forth twice, Sumo finally became familiar with the structure of the current base. Compared with the previous large flat, this structure makes the visible area much smaller, but in a certain sense it makes the base much warmer. Within the limited space, the heating efficiency is definitely much higher than the previous large flat. Opening the innermost door of the shelter, Sumo was even more surprised this time. The gently sloping tunnel is similar to the back door, approximately 10 meters long. Within these 10 meters, in addition to the outermost stone gate, there is another gate in the middle. Together with the innermost door of the current shelter, it forms a three-section design. This design not only ensures that if an enemy is able to break through the outermost gate, there will be room for maneuver, but it also allows an ambush to be set between the two gates, with traps buried to wipe out the invading enemy in one fell swoop. They even set up shooting holes so that once the enemy enters, they will open fire at full force. If the previous base security was only 5, this time, it's directly reached 50. Sumo was amazed. The permissions that come with this type of shelter upgrade are extremely useful. The previous shelter was a stone shelter, and during this upgrade, all the partitions and accessories were made of stone, which saved a lot of trouble. Holding the flashlight, Sumo found the broken tungsten filament bulb he brought back from the ruins. I repaired one before, and now there are 3 left. Moreover, this type of light bulb has its own switch, which is extremely convenient. After spending 6 survival points and repairing 3 light bulbs one by one. The first is to install one in the bedroom for easy activities at night, and the second is to be installed above the warehouse for daily necessities to make it easier to find things. The last one, Soma, was installed in the Micro Research Center. This will be where the base technology tree will start in the future. Once we get through this disaster, we'll have to spend a lot of time figuring out how to climb the base's technology tree. Oh, by the way, I still have a workbench that I haven't built yet. Now, I finally have a place to put it. Chapter 52. Sorry, with a workbench you can really do whatever you want. Clicking on the manufacturing page and scrolling down, Sumo found the manufacturing icon of the workbench. Hey, why is this workbench sky blue? Is there any particular reason for the difference between these colors? With doubts, Sumo looked at the materials needed for production. Workbench, wood 0/12, beaker 0/1, simple pliers 0/1, simple work module 0/1, simple experiment module 0/1, simple welding machine 0/1, simple cutting machine 0/1, iron block 0/12, glass 0/2, circuit board 0/4, wire 0/2. The materials required for crafting are very complex. Apart from these simple modules, there are also a large number of materials that seem to be out of place on the workbench. Among the materials I need, I have both wood and iron in stock. Luckily, I had quite a bit of surplus before. Otherwise, this thing would be bulky and heavy, and the courier fee would be too outrageous. Stroking his chin, which already had blue stubble, Sumo began to recall the materials that the base still had. There is still some glass left in the shelter from both units. The last time he made the light channel, only a small piece of glass was used. After Sumo tried to put it in, he found that it fully met the production needs. As for the beaker and pliers, these 2 items exploded along with the workbench, so there is no need to look for them again. Sumo took the remaining circuit boards to the utility room, and after searching for a while, he found the damaged circuit boards that he had dug out from shelter number 2. The situation was urgent at the time, so I just picked up a few pieces that looked better in my field of vision, but it's as much as 5 pieces. At the cost of 8 survival points, Sumazuri chose to repair 4 slightly damaged circuit boards. After the shelter was built, there was a lot of electrical wires left over, which were originally intended for expansion, and now they came in handy. Then what we are lacking now should be working modules, experimental modules, welding machines, cutting machines. There were 4 big items. After thinking about it, Suemo decided to go to the World Channel to look for them. Instead of waiting to try your luck in the regional channel in the trading secret realm before the disaster, it is better to spend some points and express fees to collect them earlier to enrich your combat effectiveness. This is not the time to enjoy the benefits early and the discounts later. Once most people have found the design drawings of the workbench, the prices of these modular items will inevitably increase. Suma, excuse me, I need a simple work module, an experimental module, a welder, and a cutter. Please give me the price. As soon as the words fell, the world channel of peaceful communication suddenly exploded as if an atomic bomb was dropped. In order to suit personal use of the world channel, the game will functionally omit most of the information. This also makes it more difficult for everyone who wants to communicate and connect on the world channel. After all, hundreds of millions of fast-flowing pieces of information are simply not something that the human brain can read. Even so, in Sumo's sight, the chat box was still refreshing rapidly. I'm in the wasteland, just got off the plane, have a PhD, earn $1 million a month. I'm in the front row. Please ask if Sushan is recruiting lab members. I'm very capable. Shut upstairs, I'll tell you a number now, and you get in the car right away. In 5 seconds, develop a spacecraft and come to the 2 underground bases. Since I don't have the first cup of milk tea in autumn, could Sushin give me a cup of psionic water in autumn? I can do that. I have a simple working module. I will trade with you for just 10L of psionic water. Suma. The lion opens his mouth too wide. If you want to post other nonsense, get out of here as soon as possible. Don't force me to kill you. After spending a week in the wasteland, Sumo's character had improved significantly. The harsh words that people on Earth didn't dare to say before are now spoken freely. At the same time, Suemo also chose to be a shameless scapegoat. In market transactions, it is an absolute buyer's market, and there may be many people who have these items. However, the current situation is that only Suemo has the capital to collect them and can afford the high express delivery fee of the game. With all the support and manipulation, there were suddenly fewer random things in the private requests sent from the trading market. After screening, all items began to be arranged by price. Gue, there are people selling high-quality work modules here, and they only cost 300 milliliters of psionic water. Buy it. A simple welding device only costs 50 milliliters? If you don't buy this, you are definitely not a Chinese. A sophisticated experimental module plus a 2 kilograms baguette, and they only charge me 180 milliliters? Wow, so many people are coming forward. Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? Looking at the increasingly outrageous trading requests sent privately from the trading panel, Suemo was completely stunned. When did prices become so cheap? When no one can see the other party's quotation, these people are really fighting hard for a sip of psionic water and frantically lowering their own prices. After spending only 940 milliliters of psionic water and 24 disaster points as the delivery fee, Suemo received the following items. Excellent working module 1, excellent experimental module 1, simple welding machine 1, simple cutting machine 1, screws 3-5. The bedroom has a variable frequency soft light desk lamp, a 3 kilometers rechargeable walkie-talkie, an electric blanket, a roll of transparent tape, and a 5x zoom telescope. 2 kg baguette, 1 box of red apple drink, a bag of spicy chips, and a bag of drunkard peanuts. He scooped out less than a small basin of water and got back a lot of things in return. Even though Suemo had great concentration at this time, he still felt his heart pounding. It turns out that the feeling of being a black businessman is so wonderful. It's a pity that I didn't do business in my previous life. I wasted my talent. A very small number of people who come to trade in the world chat know that Suma has entered the Electric Society. So the additional items thrown out are currently very rare electrical items. For people who find it difficult to develop electricity or who have limited resources, these things are worse than scrap metal. But for Suemo, these things are simply awesome. It's 20 degrees below zero outside. I plug in the electric blanket and crawl into bed. Doesn't it smell good? As for food, they were all things that would make you thirsty, or things like baguettes that could be used as weapons. However, for Soma, none of these are problems. I put all the things away in different categories, and a wave of happiness came over me like a tide. With excitement in my heart, I gathered together all the things that needed to be made. I feel like my luck is surprisingly good. This is the first time I've seen the design drawings of a workbench. These people don't know the value, so I can get it so easily. With a sigh, Suemo started the production. Silently, a workbench, roughly the size of a large desk on Earth, appeared in the dark, empty space. With a thought, there was a loud bang, and the heavy workbench was placed against the wall of the research center. The workbench made of ordinary materials gave Sumo a great shock when it first appeared. There was only one beaker, but after being integrated into the workbench manufacturing materials, it directly evolved into a whole set of large glassware. Distillation, extraction, separation, refine, cut, weld. After fiddling with the glass device, a strange message came over instantly. Closing his eyes, Sumo took 3 to 5 seconds to absorb the information and immediately understood how to use the workbench. Squatting on the ground, with a little effort, Sumo easily pulled up a working arm about half a person's height from under the workbench. There was a complicated-looking circuit line interspersed on the working arm, and after trying to fiddle with it a few times, Sumo returned to the power room and cut off the power, then lowered his head and connected the workbench's line to the main road of the shelter. After turning on the power of the workbench, a teeth-grinding, buzzing sound was heard. The heavy workbench began to self-check. After the working arm below was powered on, it began to shake and was finally fixed on the side edge of the workbench. After moving the stool to the workbench, Sumo had a thought and called the system in his mind to check the specific properties of the workbench. Workbench, excellent. Description: when the player uses a workbench, efficiency increases by 10%, concentration increases by 10%, and success rate increases by 10%. Special ability: when using the manufacturing table to make items, the item grade will be automatically adjusted according to the player's manufacturing level and manufacturing method, as well as the manufacturing table grade. The maximum is not higher than the manufacturing table grade, and the minimum is not lower than the manufacturing table grade. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade the 3 basic bonus attributes of the workbench, supplement the tool integrity of the workbench, and reduce the power consumption during the use of the workbench. Survival points, 525, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade the workbench to level 1, improve the working method of the workbench, and improve the quality of the materials of the workbench. Survival points, 720, are required. Upgrade Direction 3. Upgrade the workbench grade by 1 level, upgrade the workbench special ability by 1 level, and have a chance to add a second special item to the workbench, technological side. Survival points, 6550, are required. Evaluation: workbench, times, handmade nuclear bomb, square root. In this river? In this Ganges? Chapter 53, First Creation, the magical workbench. They actually gave 3 ways to upgrade. It seems that the workbench in the entire base is the object with the most potential for upgrading. Carefully examining the pros and cons of the 3 upgrade methods, sparks of thought raced back and forth in Sumo's mind. Originally, the workbench should have been of ordinary grade, but after I added 2 fine item accessories, it directly reached the excellent grade. If the items made directly from the game panel are of no grade, then as long as they can be made on the workbench, they are at least of grade, which means excellent quality. I wonder if they will have special abilities. Even if I use the system to improve the properties of the workbench to perfection, maybe any shovel I make will at least be of perfect quality. After figuring this out, Suemo was overjoyed and quickly brought 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of iron. Of all the items, the iron axe seems to be the easiest to make. All you need to do is saw off a piece of iron, then find a way to hammer it into an iron sheet and stick it on a wooden stick to make a qualified iron axe. Walking into the energy room of the shelter, Suemo first connected the generator. After ensuring that the generator output was stable, he switched the shelter's power supply to the generator. The cutting and welding of the robotic arm will inevitably consume a lot of energy, which cannot be supported by a 400 ampere-hour lithium-ion battery. After opening the monster encyclopedia and scanning it, and turning on the TV to scout around the shelter for a kilometer to find no enemies, Sumo felt relieved, put on his raincoat, and went to the workbench. The workbench, made entirely of wood and iron blocks, looked extremely heavy. Walking around to the left, Sumo pressed the Start Self-Test button of the workbench. The red indicator light began to flash, and 3 seconds later, it turned into a pleasing green. The robotic arm fixed to the side of the workbench also began self-inspection. After shaking for a few seconds, the robotic arm gradually unfolded, and a position appeared for a person to put his arm in. Sitting in his seat, Suemo tried to put his right hand in. Snapped. The robotic arm made a crisp sound, as if it detected the pressure sensor working, and began to gradually close, perfectly wrapping Sumo's entire right arm inside. Trying to move the arm attached with steel, Sumo only felt smoothness and strength. The electric power greatly reduces the weight of the robotic arm, making it so that the arm does not feel the pressure from the robotic arm at all. Looking at the turbine and welding machine in his hand, as well as a device that looked like a burning device, Sumo raised his hand to the wall, shook his head and sighed. "Excuse me, I am Iron Man. Feel the lines of the steel and the various tools on it." The powerful force of this combination of man and machine gave Sumo a sense of heroism. The human body is too fragile. I hope I can hold on until the day I build a Gundam armor. The future direction of personal combat effectiveness will inevitably be to develop towards mecha. And this day, in the apocalyptic wasteland, will not be far away. Putting aside his fantasies, Sumo took advantage of the storage space and moved 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of wood to the table. I tried to press the button of the cutting machine on the left side of the workbench with my left hand, and a crackling sound was immediately heard. The saw wheel on the right hand starts to rotate at a low speed. After pressing the button again, the saw wheel speed increases until the third gear is pressed, and then it returns to the low speed gear. After trying it for a while, Sumo started to switch to low speed and extended the saw wheel towards the iron block. Sizzle, sizzle. A dazzling spark hit the mask of the raincoat with a pop, and the glaring light made Sumo's eyes hurt. It was the first time for Sumo to operate this kind of cutting machine. Without any experience, he felt sour tears flowing in his eyes, as if he was about to cry. It's difficult. I forgot that people have to wear masks when cutting. I have to wear sunglasses. After taking off the mechanical arm and wiping the acid in his eyes, Sumo went to the utility room and took out the Coke that he had been reluctant to drink. He took out a can of Coke, walked over to Oreo, who was still sticking to his post, and fed him a few sips. He drank the rest of the cola soma in one gulp. After carefully tearing off the label on the Coke bottle and putting it away, Sumo took out the machete he found in the ruins and started working on the Coke bottle. Under the sharp knife, the resistance of plastic can be basically ignored. With a little force, Sumo cut off the bottle mouth and cut the Coke bottle completely into 2 halves. Carefully use the tip of a knife to draw 2 eye-shaped shapes on the Coke bottle, pick it up and break it apart, and you will see that the sunglasses made of 2 Coke bottles are freshly baked. He took the tape and stuck the 2 sunglasses to the raincoat's eye area. Sumo focused his eyes and called the system, and the raincoat's attributes popped up. Strong raincoat. Description: a one-piece raincoat with strong waterproof function, weak protection, and heat insulation capabilities. Upgrade direction: material 20, windproof 30, ultraviolet and infrared protection 10 to 8, heat insulation 15. Introduction: boys must wear raincoats to protect themselves. Upgrade to protect against ultraviolet and infrared rays. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 survival points were deducted, and the pasted sunglasses lenses began to melt, gradually merging into one with the mask. After putting on his raincoat again, Sumo sat at the workbench and continued the unfinished work. The strong light and sparks emitted by the cutting machine lost their power under the improved mask. An excellent level workbench with extremely powerful bonus properties when manufacturing items. The seemingly solid block of iron was cut through by the low speed of the cutting machine with almost no resistance, just like a knife cutting a green onion. After carefully dividing a unit of iron into 5 small parts and placing the other 4 parts on the ground, Sumo began to try to heat the iron sheets. The arc welding in the right hand suddenly sprayed out high temperature, which fell on the iron block. The iron block began to change color visibly, turning a hot red. He quickly turned off the arc welding switch, and a hammer popped out. Sumo swung his arm and hit the red-hot iron block. With the help of the machine, Sumo pounded for a full minute before he stopped working. At this point, the iron block has begun to take the shape of the iron axe head. Although it is not as good as the systematic mold making, it is not easy for a first-time user to achieve this. Fortunately, these manufacturing tools on the tool bench are quite powerful for processing materials. Otherwise, the arc welding will have to wait until the iron block is heated. After pressing the jet button to quickly cool down the iron axe, Sumo moved the iron sheet aside, picked up the wood, and began to saw and grind it with a cutting machine. After a while, a smooth axe handle was born. After trying to make the bottom edge of the iron sheet the same size as the top of the wood, put the wooden handle into the slot on the tool bench and apply a little force to the robotic arm. A brand new iron axe is fresh out of the oven. Then, he turned the cutting machine sideways, and Sumo used the blade to complete the grinding work, successfully sharpening the iron axe. It's not that difficult to make an iron axe. I am worthy of you. Taking off the mechanical arm and releasing the card slot, Sumo picked up the iron axe that was still emitting the smell of wrought iron in the slot. The smooth axe handle, although not as refined as the one made of the game panel, is just the right size for Suma in terms of diameter and length. As the axe was forged for the first time, the thickness on both sides was different, and the left side was slightly higher. However, with the cold and sharp axe blade, no one would doubt its power. Concentrating his attention and calling the system, Suemo looked at the properties of the axe he had created and was stunned. Iron axe, excellent. Description: an iron axe made by a conscientious craftsman named Suma. It is made of solid materials, and although the workmanship is rough, it has been upgraded to excellent quality for some unknown reason. Special effects: 1. Sharpness +1. 2. When chopping down trees, there is a small chance of a critical hit, sharpness +3. Comment: This, could this be the legendary fallen cherry blossom axe? That's all. Chapter 54. Hand rubbing is invincible. Understand the applause. There are actually double entries? And I created these double entries myself. Staring blankly at the axe in his hand, Suemo couldn't help but take out the axe he had made in the game panel before from the storage space for comparison. The handmade axes look extremely rough and are no match for the assembly line axes produced in games. But when Soma brought the two axe blades closer together, he discovered something unusual. The axe blade created in the game production panel looked cold and sharp, but it did not have the slightest bit of magic. The handmade axe blade occasionally flashes with light, making it look as if it were divinely inspired. Taking out the scraps of wood that were used to make the axe handle, Suemo used the axe to chop the wooden boards one by one. The axe made in the game could clearly feel the resistance when it was chopped out, until Suemo increased his strength and finally chopped out a gap. However, the handmade axe was like chopping tofu. With a flash of cold light, it directly cut off a corner of the wood. Shit. With this thing, I can rub 50 fucking trees a day. Unable to bear the shock in his heart, Suemo cursed, still unable to understand why the handmade axe he made casually was so awesome. It seems that rubbing with hands is the romance of men, and the manufacture of game panels will eventually be eliminated. Besides, the most important thing about hand rubbing is, don't take points. After trying to make it on the workbench, the game panel that I had to pay 1 point to make before suddenly smelled terrible. Whoever can enter the electrical age first, whoever can have a better workbench, whoever has a higher level of hand rubbing skills, can get better equipment. Similarly, for some level 8 fitters, the workbench is an even better addition to their skills. Very fair setting. There is no messy design drawing to make an epic artifact in one go. If you want good equipment, you can just look at the design drawing, study it carefully, and then make it yourself. After walking to the bucket and scooping out a cup of psionic water and drinking it, Sumo's excited mood calmed down a little. Excellent quality equipment is just this powerful. If I could create excellent quality equipment, it would probably be even more terrifying. After figuring out the use of the workbench, Sumo quickly returned to the workbench and got into the state quickly. Next, he will create a series of simple tools to eliminate all the ordinary quality produced by previous game panels. Among all the objects, Suemo first chose the shovel, which was easier to make than other tools. Sizzle, sizzle. Wearing a raincoat, Sumo instantly became like a craftsman, sitting in front of the workbench and concentrating fully. Sparks from the cutting machine shot forward, accompanied by a harsh noise, and the iron block was rounded and flattened into irregular small cubes. Wait until the cutting is complete and pause. Suma took the irregular small cube to the center and began to forge and hammer it. Under the huge force of the robotic arm, the block gradually changed its previous shape, and the familiar shovel head began to take shape under the strong hammering of the working arm. Compared with last time, Suemo was more familiar with the technique this time and hammered the thickness of the shovel head more evenly. After making the shovel head, set it aside to cool. Taking out 2 units of wood, this time Suemo made 10 sticks to replace the sticks of different lengths as spares. Put a slightly longer wooden stick into the slot. Pick up the cooled shovel head and press it upwards, and the handmade version of the shovel will be freshly produced. He called up the system, adjusted the properties, and after a quick look, Suemo smiled happily. Iron shovel, excellent. Description: an iron shovel made by a conscientious craftsman named Suma. It is made of solid materials and has average workmanship, but for some unknown reason, it has been upgraded to excellent quality. Special effects: 1. Sharpness +1. 2. Save effort +1. 2. When digging soil, there is a small chance of a critical hit. Soil resistance is greatly reduced. 20s. Comment: your special talent in digging holes and burying people resulted in you being blessed with good luck when making the shovel. After I make an iron pickaxe, I'll go and try to dig the sulfur mine at the door. Then I can use my hands to grab an AK-47. TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Suppressing his excitement, after half an hour, Suemo rubbed out another iron pickaxe. Unfortunately, just like the system introduction, unless you have an explosion of luck. Otherwise, with an excellent workbench, most of the objects that can be produced are of excellent quality. This iron pickaxe is also of excellent quality and failed to trigger the critical hit of the workbench, reaching excellent quality. After finishing the 3 tools, Sumo turned off the power of the workbench and went to the energy room to check the consumption. Well, not bad. It only consumed about 7 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This energy consumption is acceptable at the moment. Maybe I can try to make some high-quality crossbow arrows when I have time. After turning off the engine and resting as required and turning on the battery power, Suemo returned to the living room of the shelter, drank a large glass of psionic water, and began to put on his equipment. Oreo, who was standing by, quickly ran over and signaled that he wanted to go out too. Suemo bent down, smiled, touched Oreo's dog head, and said gently, "Be good, watch this person. I'll go outside to dig some stones and bring them in. I won't go far and we'll be back soon." Upon hearing that Suemo was not going out to play, Oreo pouted his mouth, wagged his hairless little tail, and lay back down looking aggrieved. Looking at Oreo's appearance and then at the dog-headed man who seemed to be asleep in the corner, Suemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huskies are supposed to be very energetic dogs, but Oreo's behavior has been very abnormal recently. He often lies down to rest after eating, and no one knows what's going on. Shaking his head and putting these distracting thoughts behind him, Suemo came to the Command and Operations Center and turned on the TV to investigate the situation nearby. After more than a day of acid rain, all things came back to life. These horrible poisons that humans must avoid are extremely precious nectar to plants. The originally yellow grass has begun to turn green. In the bushes where the kobold squad was buried, Lada observed but did not find any footprints. After turning around, Suemo saw 2 chicken-like creatures drinking water leisurely next to the acid rain lake that had already formed. Huh? What is this? Acid rain doesn't corrode them? Zooming in, Suemo stared in amazement at the 2 wasteland chickens drinking the water from the acid rain lake with a slurp, looking so comfortable. The feathers were the same khaki color as the wasteland, with a tiny red tassel dotted on the top of the head, and 2 slightly larger wings revealing the tender flesh underneath. Small brown mouth and black eyes. Except for the claws, which are slightly larger than those of chickens on Earth, the rest of the body is basically the same as that of country hens. He summoned the game panel and clicked on the scan bar of the monster encyclopedia. With an idea in mind, he decided to use the first chance of the day. Detected 114 meters away from the player, there are 2 wild feathered chickens. The risk factor is 12. Please be cautious. Today's number, February 3rd. Wild feathered chicken? Opening the illustration, Suemo directly found the properties of this wasteland creature. Wild feathered chicken, a wasteland creature with very weak aggressiveness. It has a strong digestive ability and can resist food poisoning below the intermediate level. It has good mobility. After determining its own nest, unless attacked by extremely strong external forces or natural enemies, they will not change easily and will often settle near water sources. Weakness, extremely afraid of high notes. When encountering high notes, he will crawl on the ground and cannot move. Risk factor, 12. Hey man, aren't you here to bring me eggs? After confirming that the 2 wild feathered chickens had settled down near Acid Rain Lake, Suemo excitedly turned off the TV and walked directly to the back door to meet his new neighbors. How can my neighbor be so distant? My shelter is warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's not as comfortable as living in the wild. Chapter 55. Unexpected gain of new neighbors. Hunched over, Suemo walked quickly along the low corridor to the end, pushed open the small stone door, and went out. The 2 wild feathered chickens in the distance also discovered Suemo, the uninvited guest. I have to say, they were a bit brave and just clucked and didn't move. Hi, everyone. I'm your neighbor Suma. Suemo walked slowly towards the 2 wild feathered chickens. The speed was very slow, and the wild feathered chicken did not show any violent reaction. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Suemo does not want to use enthusiasm to invite the 2 new neighbors into the shelter to live a happy life. However, Suemo still underestimated his own charm. When the distance between them and the wild feathered chickens was only about 30 meters, with a swish sound, the 2 wild feathered chickens ran away quickly as if they had discovered a treasure. The goal is not far away. But, Soma. The huge paws enabled the wild feathered chicken to run at a speed no slower than that of a human youth. In just 3 to 5 seconds, it reached Sumo's feet. The two cute little chickens sat in a row, looking at Sumo with burning eyes. Ah, could it be that my handsomeness has transcended ethnicity? This is too immersive. Sumo touched his face and looked confused. However, when Sumo looked again, he found that the two wild-feathered chickens were not looking at his face, but at a small water stain on his clothes inside the raincoat. Was it the psionic water that attracted them? With a hint of doubt, Sumo took out a bottle of psionic water from the storage space. Unscrew the cap of the water bottle slightly. As the scent of the psionic water wafted out, the desire in the eyes of the two wild-feathered chickens became more obvious, and their anthropomorphic expressions of request made people feel very distressed. After thinking about it, Sumo took out a small piece of wood. He bent down and poured a little water from the bottle onto the wooden board. Two wild-feathered chickens came over quickly and drank with a squeak. The sweet-tasting phantom water brought a hint of happiness to the faces of the two wild-feathered chickens. Pour some, and they drink some. Pour some more, and the two wild-feathered chickens lowered their heads and pecked a few more times. After drinking about 100 milliliters, the two wild-feathered chickens raised their heads to indicate that they were full. I don't have a big appetite, but why are you looking at me in such a weird way? After screwing on the bottle cap and putting the psionic water bottle back into the storage space, Sumo looked at the wild-feathered chickens again and suddenly found a hint of fear in the eyes of the two chickens. Trust? Why trust? Sumo tried to take 2 steps, and the two wild-feathered chickens followed suit. Sumo tried to run a few more steps, and the two wild-feathered chickens followed him and ran a few steps. Just like having a pet in an RPG game, the two wild-feathered chickens were programmed to follow automatically after drinking the psionic water. Sumo walked around the sand dunes and returned to the front door. The two wild-feathered chickens came to the front door without hesitation. It was as if he had already identified Sumo and was not afraid at all that he might have the intention to harm him. You promised not to change your nest? Are you sure you're not a follower who forgets where he came from when he sees someone? Looking at the followers behind him, Sumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They returned to the back door of the shelter along the same route. As Sumo walked in, the two wild-feathered chickens followed him in. After Oreo inside smelled a strange scent, he immediately ran to the back door barking wildly. However, when it saw two new companions joining, uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on the humanized dog's face. No way, the wild-feathered chicken won't be ruined by Oreo. Oreo's eyes were extremely evil, which reminded Sumo of the famous scene in the GIF from his previous life where big and small dogs teased chickens. Lowering his head, Sumo pretended to tease Oreo, causing Oreo to act coquettishly and turn over on the ground. Stroking Oreo, Sumo pretended to help check if there were any fleas on its stomach. In fact, I quickly glanced around and looked at Oreo's bottom. Well, Oreo is a girl, so I feel relieved. Huh? Oreo is actually a girl? Two thoughts appeared in Sumo's mind one after another. No wonder Oreo looks so sad these days. I heard girls seem to have those few days a month. Yeah, that's right. After finding out the reason for Oreo's decadence, Sumo was in a good mood. He quickly drove Oreo to sit aside so as not to scare the new neighbor. You, the one with red hair, if it's this shape, I'll call you Big Spark. You, your hair is lighter, I'll call you Little Sparkle. After giving names to the two wild-feathered chickens, one tall and one short, one red and one light, Sumo took out an extra small basin, filled it with psionic water, and placed it in the crop breeding room, which currently covers an area of almost 50 square meters. The two wild-feathered chickens' eyes widened since they saw the psionic water basin. As Sumo placed it in the corner, the big and small sparks quickly ran to the nearby area and lay down, looking as if they were determined to defend their territory to the death. Hey, they have fixed their nests. They are so easy to deceive. Looking at Oreo's burning eyes, Sumo had no choice but to pick Oreo up by the waist and walk out of the breeding room. I'm warning you, Oreo. You can play with the big and small sparkles, but you are not allowed to bully them. They're new members of our base. Oreo was extremely shy when being held in his arms. Enjoying Sumo's embrace for the first time, he buried his head in Sumo's chest and rubbed it continuously. A humming sound came from his mouth. Then I'll take that as your acquiescence. Take care of the house. I still have to go out and dig coal to support you. Sumo carried Oreo back to the corner where the dog-headed man was lying and straightened his clothes. To survive in the wasteland, you need not only strong enough strength, but sometimes you also need a bit of luck. For example, the acid rain lake that was accidentally created by the drainage canal was originally thought to be a hindrance to the development of the base. But now, by some mistake, two wild feathered chickens were brought here. Originally, there was only one person and one dog in the shelter, but after two new companions joined, Suemo was prepared for the impending disaster. More confident. There are still 13 days left. Don't panic. As long as no monsters come to attack, I am 70% sure that I can survive this disaster. But this is not enough. I must get the first place in the global shelter ranking and get more disaster points, so that I can maintain my personal leading position. After thinking about it for a while, Sumo's face became more calm and determined. Push open the front door of the shelter. The first time, Suemo came to the reconstructed front door corridor. At present, the shelter has not evolved to the point where the corridor can be built into the prototype of a city wall, but shooting holes have been reserved in the design. With the afterglow of the upgraded stone shelter, even the exit corridor, the game panel was upgraded to stone by default. Touching the finger-sized shooting holes on the stone wall, Suemo felt a lot of emotions in his heart. If a person is alone in building such a structure, without the convenience of game upgrades, and with only a handful of strength, it would be absolutely impossible to build it. This is the crystallization of civilization produced by the combined human efforts of many people. As an auxiliary to single players, survival games bring enough convenience to lone wolf players. After pushing open the second door, and then the outermost door, a gust of fresh air was sucked in due to the tunnel effect. After observing the depth of the tunnel, Suemo determined the extent of the sinking of the renovation base. If my previous underground base was only built under the ground, then this time, it has penetrated 5 meters under the ground. Including the height of the floors, the floor of the shelter should be about 10 meters underground. After a quick estimate, Suemo closed the door and walked towards the bushes. The schedule is tight, and there is no time to waste. It's time to mine the nearby sulfur mines. Chapter 56 today is also a day of hard mining. According to historical records, this natural ore was called sulfur as early as biblical times after it was discovered. In ancient Egyptian and Greek records, sulfur was used as medicine and fumigation. Early mining involved miners in volcanic areas, such as Sicily, and until the 20th century, sulfur could also be found in salt domes. Generally, sulfur mines appear either in volcanic areas or in salt dome areas. This terrain doesn't look like a place that can produce sulfur, or are the resource points really randomly buried? Or was there volcanic activity here before the deployment? After carefully digging the soil on the ground, Suemo found bits of sulfur, or that looked like gravel. If you don't look at this kind of thing carefully, or if you know there are minerals here, you won't think it's sulfur at all, but just think of it as small colored stones. Following the terrain, Suemo measured the distribution range of the broken sulfur, or with his footsteps. There were traces of its existence within a range of nearly 100 meters. After walking around, he found a small slope without trees and slightly higher terrain. Suemo took out a high-quality shovel and started digging. My goodness, is this high-quality shovel so much better than the ordinary quality one? There was a flash of light on the shovel, and the first shovel movement triggered a critical hit. The resistance of the soil was greatly reduced within 20 seconds. With one shovelful, Suemo dug out a shovelful of soil effortlessly, almost like shoveling tofu. As the soil was brought out, Suemo dug it, and after confirming that there were sulfur or fragments inside, he began to dig with confidence. Digging a hole is also a technical job. If you simply dig downwards, it is very likely that the surrounding structure will become unstable and collapse, and people may be trapped and killed underneath. When Suemo was a child, he saw with his own eyes someone digging a cellar in his hometown in the countryside. However, before they dug more than 2 meters deep, the surrounding soil structure collapsed. By the time the neighbors found him, the man had been crushed by the mud, covering his mouth and nose, and suffocated to death in a small pit less than 2 meters deep. Therefore, Suemo chose the most reliable step-digging method, which sacrificed some efficiency but was safer. Under the bright sun, shovelfuls of soil were piled to one side as Suemo moved. Although it took half a day to make the shovel, Suemo felt it was worth it. The efficiency bonus of the shovel is extremely terrifying, especially the critical hit, which is unreasonable and can be stacked infinitely. This means that as long as you keep digging, you can keep triggering this effect. When there are no mechanical tools for digging, this shovel can act as half an excavator. There is no sulfide gas coming out from underground. How did the sulfur mine form? After digging about 1 meter deep, the shovel gradually encountered resistance, and a clinking sound was heard as the shovel head touched the ground. Squatting down, Suemo wiped the surface of the soil with his hand and immediately found yellowish sulfur ore. There are tiny pores on the surface of sulfur ore, which means that sulfur gas is escaping. After putting the shovel back into the storage space, Suemo took out an excellent quality iron pickaxe. Iron pickaxe, excellent. Description: an iron shovel made by a conscientious craftsman named Suma. It is made of solid materials and has rough workmanship, but for some unknown reason, it has been upgraded to excellent quality. Special effects: 1. Sharpness +1. 2. When mining ore, there is a small chance of a critical hit, or with strength below 5 will disintegrate. Comment: it's a pity that it is not the enviable golden pickaxe. After taking out a bottle of mineral water containing psionic water, and taking 2 big gulps to restore his strength, Suemo picked up the pickaxe and hit the yellow ore on the ground hard. A soothing sound was heard. The relatively hard yellow sulfur ore on the ground suddenly disintegrated into scattered small pieces of ore. Suemo lowered his head and silently chanted "absorb" into the storage space. All the ore slag on the ground was immediately collected into the storage space. Wow, this efficiency is really high. It looks like 1 hour of mining should be enough for me to use for a long time. After taking a look at the number of sulfur gravel blocks collected, Suemo had an idea in mind. The disintegration effect is triggered, and 1 critical hit can harvest about 20 kilograms of sulfur ore. In the absence of a large demand for hot weapon ammunition or gunpowder, digging about half a ton is basically enough. Ding bang ding bang. The sun rising in the east slowly began to set in the west over time. Every 5 minutes of digging, Suemo had to raise his head and climb out of the pit to look around for signs of mutant creatures. Gradually, the sun finally reached the horizon. A ray of setting sunlight shone down, landing on the vast land, giving the earth a touch of sulfur color. Okay, that's all I'll dig. When we run out of stuff, we'll dig more. There's nowhere to put the extra stuff. Looking up, Suemo looked at the sky and stopped what he was doing. At this time, the extra space in the 2 cubic meters of storage space is almost filled with sulfur ore. According to the purification efficiency, there will be no shortage of sulfur for a long time. Climbing out of the pit, brushing off the dirt on his raincoat, Suemo began to fill the hole with the soil he had dug out. Sulfur without roots will dissipate, and burying it in soil can also increase the preservation time of sulfur mines. The small hillside that was originally excavated became flatland after being covered up. After making a mark, Suma turned around and returned to the shelter. Compared to the heat outside, the shelter seemed more like a cool cellar after sinking. Once you enter the entrance tunnel, most of the heat is blocked out. Until you enter the shelter, the temperature starts to rise again. When will this period of not being able to take a bath end? Standing in the weapons and equipment room, Suemo took off his raincoat and looked at his vest that had turned yellow from being stuffy, with a sad look on his face. For the time being, he was too reluctant to do such a beastly thing as washing clothes with psionic water. The Chinese people have accumulated talents buried in their genes. Even though he has stockpiled about 20 L of psionic water, Suemo still only dares to wipe his face with a rag dipped in water when washing his face in the morning. This is a ghost. This world has deployed billions of Earthlings at once, but not a single one of them can be deployed near a water source. We can only stockpile regular water after the snowstorm arrives. He smacked his lips and drank the rest of the psionic water in the bottle. Only then did the burning sensation in his throat subside a lot. A strange world of survival. This is a fact that everyone has discovered these days. These mutated creatures seem to have fallen from the sky just like humans. Because there was no water source, a large number of creatures had begun to die of thirst in the wild. Except for a few animals that were able to survive by drinking acid rain, basically most of the mutated creatures could only kill each other and survive on blood. Nowhere was there any source of fresh water. It's like the world has deleted the setting of having water sources, or to be more blunt, there is no option to add water sources. If humans want water, apart from opening treasure chests, they can only rely on some scientific methods, such as put a plastic bag on a young branch with dense leaves, and condensation will occur due to transpiration from the leaves. Alternatively, dig a small hole in relatively humid ground, place a water collector in the center of the bottom of the hole, and hang a plastic film stretched into an arc on the surface of the pit. Light energy raises the temperature of the moist soil and air in the pit, evaporating to produce water vapor. The water vapor comes into contact with the plastic film and condenses into water droplets when it gets cold, sliding down into the container. Both methods can barely mix enough water to sustain life. The collection method was shared by most people and gradually became popular. Just because of the express delivery fee, some people cannot trade it even if they have extra water. For some reason, even if I made a second water well device, the system couldn't upgrade it. Just like a raincoat cannot be upgraded if it is not placed in the closet, the same goes for a well. Shaking his head and putting aside the strange thoughts, Suemo began to review the gains from this trip. Chapter 57. Detailed Operation, Purifying Sulfur. The warehouse where sundries are stored is already filled with half of the supplies. After Suemo had taken out all the sulfur ore, the warehouse was finally full. A faint stench emanates from the surface of the ore. After touching the powdery yellow substance on the ore, Sumo lowered his head, picked up a smaller piece, and walked to the workbench. If you want to purify sulfur ore, the process is extremely simple. You just need to place the sulfur monomer mineral that seems to have a decent purity in a distillation bottle and heat it. When it reaches about 200 degrees Celsius, use a filter to remove the impurities that have not melted yet to ensure the purity. After filtration is completed, continue to heat the remaining substance. During the heating process, stir it so that the remaining impurities continue to evaporate and filter. When the temperature reaches 400 degrees, the sulfur gas will begin to evaporate. By collecting the evaporated sulfur gas and cooling and solidifying it, relatively pure sulfur can be obtained. In ancient times, the reason why gunpowder, this powerful weapon, was not developed early was because it was difficult to extract pure sulfur. However, under the current workbench, extraction will not be a problem at all. Go back to the energy room, turn on the generator power, go to the workbench, and turn on the self-test button. After the red-green indicator light turned green after the self-test was completed, Suemo put on the robotic arm and began to control the purification. The workbench is already equipped with complete purification tools. The sulfur ore was crushed into powder by a robotic arm and pulled into a purification vessel. When it was 2/3 full, Suemo began to operate as required. Purifying this thing can be easily done with just the basic knowledge of chemistry experiment class in high school. The experimental module has high-quality electric heating nozzles with high heating efficiency. After a while, the temperature requirement for preliminary filtration was reached. After shaking and filtering through a filter, the soma began to heat up again. This time, the impurities filtered out were much less, and it was easy to filter again. When the temperature rises to 400 degrees, wisps of yellow gas begin to float away. Open the valve, and the yellow gas will begin to float along the tube into the condenser next to it. As time went on, more and more yellow crystalline powder began to form and slid through the condenser into the beaker for collection nearby. The workbench has experimental bonus instruments, which enhance the collection efficiency and heating speed. After completing the whole set of work, Sumo estimated based on the fuel consumption of the diesel generator that it should have taken less than 20 minutes. Sulfur, excellent. Description: high-purity sulfur crystals distilled by craftsman Soma, with a rigorous process and following scientific concepts. For unknown reasons, the grade has been upgraded to an excellent level. Special ability: burns more completely and becomes more powerful when added to certain items. Looking at the 300 g of sulfur in the beaker, Suemo clapped his hands in satisfaction. Sulfur is a bit delicate and flammable and must be stored in a cool place. He took out a small wooden cup, put all the purified sulfur into it, and then covered it with a lid. After looking around for storage places, Suemo finally chose to put it in the second bedroom, which was currently unoccupied. A day of hard work, but a lot of rewards. Nowadays, the huge shelter finally has some popularity, including Oreo, Cobalt, and 2 big and small spark wild feather chickens. Hey, speaking of these 2 little things, why haven't they come out yet? Curiously walking to the crop breeding room, Suemo found the figures of big and small sparks in the corner. The 2 little chicks looked very tired, leaning on each other and lying obediently on the soil of the culture medium. A few newly sprouted cabbages were crushed to the ground by 2 wild-feathered chickens and were struggling to survive. These 2 little guys are really good at choosing where to sleep. They ran to sleep under the sun and almost crushed my vegetables. After staring at it for a while, Suemo felt a little amused. Pick up the flames on the heads of the 2 little guys and put them on the ground. Hey, what is this? Under the place where the 2 wild-feathered chickens were lying, Suemo found a little bit of crystal-like strips. There are not many strips, about 7 or 8, evenly distributed in the culture medium. Suemo focused his attention, called the system, and looked at it. Wild-feathered chicken excrement. Description: the natural fertilizer discharged by the wasteland creature Huangyu chicken after sucking the active water source has the characteristics of being odorless and fragrant. Function: catalyze plants, ensure plant activity, and greatly improve plant survival rate. Evaluation: after using Jinkala, the wheat yield per moo is 1,800 yuan, and 1 bag is equivalent to 2 bags. What a good thing. I thought it was just 2 laying hens, but I didn't expect it to be a natural fertilizer. But the 2 little guys seem very tired of excreting. Looking at the big and small sparks being pulled to the ground, still lying there with a dying look on their faces, Sumo poked the small spark curiously. A weak gurgle was heard in return. Maybe they're hungry? These wasteland creatures are really weird. Even though Oreo looks like a husky, he eats everything. I wonder what these two wasteland chickens usually eat. Walking inside and looking at the remaining psionic water in the basin, Sumo nodded and walked to the place where daily necessities were stored. After working as a miner for half a day and picking the best, Sumo decided to make a good meal in the evening. The sandwolves left over from the previous hunt were now piled in a corner of the storage space. After they were taken out, the smell of blood hit them in the face. After finding a fatter sandwolf, cutting off a few larger pieces of meat and putting the rest back, Sumo came to the stove. Sandwolf meat has little fat and is very tough, so Sumo chose a less healthy way to cook it, frying. Clean the blood stains on the wolf meat. Cut all the meat into even slices, apply salt, sprinkle with crushed black pepper, and press to season. Pour a little flour paste on the sandwolf meat. Then take apart the spicy slices, spread the chili oil evenly on the flour, and finally cover it with a basin. While the food is absorbing the flavor, turn on the stove, clean it, and light the fire and add oil. When the oil is 70% hot, add the wolf meat. The moment the vegetable oil and sandwolf meat were combined, a crackling sound was heard, and at the same time a fragrant and greasy smell of oil hit us. After the sandwolf meat was fried until both sides were golden brown, Sumo quickly removed the firewood and took out all the fried meat patties. Without the heat, the vegetable oil in the pot began to cool. After waiting until the oil had completely cooled down, Sumo picked up the golden arowana oil barrel and poured most of the oil into it, leaving only the base oil. Take out about 1 pound of biscuits again, pour them into the base oil and stir fry. The already crispy and fragrant biscuits, stimulated by the vegetable oil, emit an even more unique aroma. In this apocalyptic wasteland, being able to eat such unhealthy, greasy food is truly a hard-earned happiness. After finishing the meal, Sumo turned around and was about to call the little guys to come for dinner, but he was shocked to find that the two wild-feathered chickens that were pretending to be dead were now sitting in a row in front of the stove. Well, you three little guys are so hungry. Under the soft light, sparks of all sizes stared intently at the fried oil dregs biscuits in Sumo's hand. As for Oreo, he had already drooled all over the floor. He held his food bowl in his mouth, and his eyes followed the bowl of fried meat patties in Sumo's hand. Ha, ha, woo, ah. Seeing that Sumo had no intention of giving him any food, Oreo got so anxious that he rolled around on the ground, feeling extremely aggrieved. Be good, everyone has a share. Signaling Oreo to put down the food bowl, Sumo poured in half a dozen cookies at a time, and then put in 2 meat patties. Then scoop out a small half of the cookies, crush them into pieces in a bowl, and place them in front of the large and small sparklers. A delicious dinner was prepared, and when Sumo gave the order, they happily started eating. The crispy aroma of oil residue and biscuits crashes into your mouth. The originally tough wolf meat becomes so tender after being fried that you almost want to swallow your tongue. After taking a big bite of meat patty and then a sip of psionic water, Sumo felt like his whole body was cleared up. Hey, I feel like I forgot something. Never mind, let's talk about it after we finish eating. Shaking his head, putting aside the strange thoughts, Sumo once again turned his attention back to the sumptuous dinner. I have to eat my fill tonight. Go do something big that you've been thinking about for 2 days. Chapter 58. Night in the Wasteland. Exploration. The nights in the wasteland are always filled with a unique beauty. In this wasteland world that is very different from the Earth's environment, there are not only the sun and the moon, but even stars. With such a night scene, it was totally unimaginable that a snowstorm would be coming in a dozen days. After eating and drinking, Sumo put on his equipment, which was rare, took Oreo, and came out of the shelter. The more information the Kobold Warlock revealed, the greater the sense of urgency that weighed on Sumo's heart. According to the Warlock Kobold, all kobolds were thrown into this world at the same time as humans. But it is different from the forced release of humans. The kobold race responded to the call and came here on their own initiative. And the most important thing is that all the ogres brought a large amount of supplies when they arrived, which was enough for them to open up the situation in the wasteland. The 2-man team encountered in the ruins before, and the 6-man team encountered later, were all resource scouts sent by the Knoll tribe. They are responsible for scouting out resources and reporting back to the tribe. Unfortunately, the 2 teams coming in this direction both encountered Sumo. Exploring the location of the kobold camp and finding the place where they dig saltpeter must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Especially according to the description of the Warlock Kobold, The distance between the two places is estimated to be at least more than 60 kilometers. The team walked for almost a whole day before reaching the vicinity of Soma's shelter. Such a distance, measured by human strength, is simply impossible to travel back and forth within a day. Therefore, all hopes can only be placed on the go-kart in shelter number 2. With this car, Suemo is confident that he can go and return on the same day, let alone 60 kilometers, even if it is 100 kilometers. After closing the door of the shelter, Suemo turned and left. The sky is full of bright stars, casting a touch of clear light. It's so beautiful. But how many humans can enjoy this kind of starry sky? Stroking the electric crossbow that was emitting a cold glow in his hand, Suemo looked up in the night and saw stars and a full moon hanging in the sky. Tonight, we'll go explore the ruins. If we can repair the buggy and drive it out, we'll go explore the saltpeter mine tomorrow. Tightening his raincoat and ceramic armor, closing the door, Suemo walked forward resolutely. Oreo also immediately entered combat status and began to march in accordance with the two-person coordinated marching method taught by Suemo, standing on guard at a distance of about 100 meters. The wasteland knight, which humans used to fear like a tiger, has greatly reduced the threat with Suma's current combat power. With electric crossbows and Oreo reconnaissance, unless the individual wasteland creatures are extremely powerful, otherwise ordinary creatures will be shot into sieves by Suma at a distance of 100 meters. Along the way, the stars shine. Suemo was highly focused. He walked for 15 minutes and then stopped to rest for 5 minutes to recover his strength. The husky's strong endurance ensures that Oreo can patrol around continuously, providing Sumo with a safe resting environment. 3.5 kilometers is not a long distance. After walking for about an hour, Suemo saw shelter number 2, lying on the ground from a distance. It seems that as time goes by, there will be fewer and fewer mutant beasts. By then, the disasters that humans may face will be even more terrifying. Along the way, I didn't encounter any mutant beasts. Not only did Suemo not feel relieved, but he was worried instead. Even the powerful wasteland creatures cannot withstand such frequent disasters, and those who can survive are undoubtedly the strongest among the monsters. By then, there will be fewer and fewer creatures in the wasteland, and humans will lose an important way of development, hunting to obtain treasure chests to replenish supplies. Farming? Suemo shook his head. In a dozen days, we will face extreme weather including a snowstorm with temperatures as low as minus 20 degrees Celsius. What kind of food crops can survive in such extreme environment? Woof. Oreo tentatively looked around ahead and sent out a signal that there were no enemies. After a day of exposure to the sun, the water near shelter number 2 has decreased a lot, and Oreo, wearing a raincoat, can wade through it. And at the garage door where the spring buggy is placed, due to the terrain, the ground has become dry and hard, fully suitable for driving. Signaling Oreo to walk on the flank, Suemo checked the electric crossbow in his hand again, making sure it was turned on and could be fired at any time, then walked forward cautiously. With the light of the full moon shining down, the road conditions are clearly visible even without a flashlight. Last time it took Suemo more than 20 minutes to walk on the muddy road, but this time it only took him less than 5 minutes to successfully stand in the gap blasted open by the ogre. Suemo took out a flashlight from the storage space, turned it on, and first looked at the crime scene that he had prepared when he left. At the dog-headed man's footprint, Suemo had deliberately glued on a few strands of cat hair, and 2 of them were still firmly stuck on it. The pattern created by the footprints did not show any signs of being stepped on a second time. Looking inside the ruins, there was no difference between the furnishings inside and what I remembered. Even near the black blood spurted by the dog-headed man on the ground, there were no signs of any living creature moving. Ha ha. After Oreo finished his patrol, he came to the pit and looked inside curiously. No trace of the enemy? Hearing Sumo's question, Oreo nodded, indicating that nothing was found around. Okay, continue patrolling nearby, and if anyone sees you, give us a warning immediately. Suemo touched Oreo's dog head through the raincoat, asked Oreo to stand guard aside, and took out the hemp rope he had woven in the shelter. The previous hemp rope was used to tie up the ogre warlock, and this one was specially prepared by Suemo before coming out. Moreover, this hemp rope is different from the last rope. It is a climbing rope that Sumo made on the workbench. Hook rope, excellent. Description: the climbing rope is woven by rope art beginners Soma, which consists of 2 parts, hook and rope. It has good stability and is the best tool for playing at home and exploring the wild. Function: the rope is 4.8 m long and has the characteristic of being tough. It will never break when bearing objects weighing no more than 300 kilograms. Comment: Seems to be a beginner's tool from a sea survival novel. He took out an iron nail and nailed the hook firmly to the ground. After pulling it a few times and confirming that there was no problem, Suemo turned around and went straight down. With the experience of the first time, this descent was extremely smooth. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Suma slid along the smooth rope and landed on the floor of shelter number 2. The moment he came down, Suemo immediately took out the electric crossbow and began to be on guard. I remember the angle of this bone should be about 35 degrees. It matches without any problem. I put this nail here specifically, and it has never been stepped on by anyone. The footprints on the ground have been covered with a layer of dust, and no signs of biological activity have been found for the time being. Holding the flashlight in his left hand, Suemo quickly scanned the traces left on the scene, while his right index finger was always on the trigger to ensure that he could fire at any time. Fortunately, it's only 60 kilometers. With the kobold's strength, it would take some effort to get here. After taking a look around and making sure it was safe, Suemo put the crossbow back into the storage space and felt relieved. The miserable old man's head was still lying quietly on the ground inside, silently watching Suemo walk in. Avoiding the dried blood on the ground, Soma came to the railing that was bombarded by the warlock kobold. The railing, which was about 10 centimeters in diameter, was broken into pieces and lay in a mess on the stairs leading to the basement on the first floor. This power is really fierce. Suemo carefully picked up the railing on the ground and took a look at it. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. The solid iron rod was blown into 2 pieces. If it hit a person, it would probably blow a big hole in a few seconds. He used his foot to push aside the broken iron rod on the ground and slowly walked down the stairs. The orange-yellow go-kart that he had been longing for appeared in Sumo's sight again. Chapter 59 Repair. Praise for machinery. Praise the machinery. Suemo walked quickly to the go-kart and stroked the roll cage with its gleaming metallic luster, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. It had been almost 2 days since he last saw the car, and it seemed like it was tickling his heart, its shadow appearing in his dreams. In the absence of roads in the wasteland, a small car like this with certain off-road capabilities is much easier to drive than a sedan. The fewer mechanical parts, the easier it is to maintain. The simpler the structure, the easier it is to repair. From the hood to the engine, Suemo liked it more and more the more he looked at it. He forced himself to calm down and focus his attention on the go-kart that he missed last time. A blue light curtain appeared next to the car body, which was obviously the attribute of the go-kart. Small rear-wheel drive off-road desert racing car. Excellent. Damaged. Description. This desert racing car made by the quasi-intermediate manufacturer Magu has good off-road capabilities and strong power. It has a beautiful overall shape and solid materials. It is one of the excellent vehicles for traveling in the wasteland. Damage. The car body has been hit by external force and has many dents. The battery is slightly damaged and a few parts of the engine are damaged. It has a very high repair value. Horsepower, 212. Torque, 400 Newton meters. Fuel consumption, 14 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers, may increase or decrease to varying degrees depending on the terrain. Upgrade Direction 1. Repair the car. Enhance the 2 basic attributes of the car. Increase the car's protection, increase the chassis height, and have stronger off-road capabilities. Survival points, 1750, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Reconstruct the car, change the car structure, increase the car's all-round attribute value, add weapon windows, add navigation system, have stronger combat capabilities, and require survival points, 4,800. Introduction. Please fix it and turn on its radio. You will make a great discovery. This is the first time that the system has made such a serious evaluation. Is there really some shocking secret in the car? Suemo looked intently, and with the help of the flashlight, he saw the small black box located under the steering wheel of the racing car. Next to the play button, there was a black painted area with a fingernail-sized portion abruptly removed. Normally, if there is no prompt, no one would think of it as a reminder. But now, with the system's evaluation in advance, after looking at it again, Sumo's heart couldn't help but pound. I definitely can't afford 1,750 points. Even if I survive this disaster, I don't think I can save that much. I can only look for another way. With a thought, this time a detailed upgrade direction popped up. Small rear-wheel drive off-road desert racing car. Excellent. Description. A desert racing car made by the semi-intermediate maker Magu. Upgrade direction. Repair, 410. Improve horsepower, 200. Improve torque, 200. Reduce fuel consumption, 150. Install protective glass, 270. Hiss. Even a detailed repair would require 410 points, but I only have 159 points now. This is difficult. You will regret not having enough survival points when you have them. After all, time was too tight. Otherwise, if I added the amount every day, I would be able to get the number back in 2 or 3 days. But now, we can only try to put in materials to reduce the demand. After checking the required materials, since it was a large-scale overall repair, the system did not give specific requirements, so Suemo had to take them out one by one and try. First, put in iron blocks. After putting down 3 units, the survival points required for repair are reduced by 18 points. After putting down another unit, it will no longer change. Taking out 1 unit of wood does not change anything. Took out 35 screws, 10 of which were glittering, reducing the requirement by 10 points. Take out a bottle of psionic water. A pack of spicy chips that I opened but couldn't bear to eat yet. A sandwolf still smelling blood. A pink bear mask. Wait for it. Why is this thing still in the storage space? Throw it away. Suemo took out and put back items one by one in the storage space. It wasn't until a broken circuit board was taken out that the repaired survival points dropped again by 44 points, and there was still a gap of 189 points. This is difficult to deal with. If it doesn't work, I can only go and check it out tomorrow. Frowning, Suemo took out one thing after another to try his luck. However, even after all the things were taken aside, the price still did not drop. Hey, what is this? Using his mind to control a small object in the corner of the storage space, Suemo took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. However, a ray of light flashed, and the required survival points dropped by 210 points. Is this the excellent quality rotor I received earlier? Suemo was surprised and happy to see the sudden drop in demand for survival points. He had almost forgotten when he received this little thing, but it did not affect its usefulness at the moment. It looks like there's damage in the engine that needs the rotor to repair. This is really luck. We sneaked into shelter number 2 late at night and found a gratifying harvest. Surprised, he put the rotor on the ground and called out the upgrade panel. Sumo's mind moved, all the materials were locked, and the survival point requirement was also reduced to 128 points. The current 159 points are completely enough. God will not let down those who work hard. I was able to repair this buggy thanks to my own hard work in collecting items, and now it's finally paying off. When Suemo thought about the rickshaw being reborn, he could no longer suppress his excitement and shouted, "System, fix it for me." As soon as the words fell, a delightful green light began to scatter towards the materials on the ground and the car body. The small silver-white rotor began to dance on the ground. The circuit board began to melt, and the iron block began to change color. The green light was like super radiation, forcing several completely unrelated objects to be subordinate to each other. Crash, crash. A sound like a tide surged in the basement of the garage of shelter number 2. The roll cage, which was originally bent, began to make a rattling sound, and the bins began to disappear visibly, becoming straight and flat. The engine, coated with waterproof paint, began to shake slowly, as if an invisible hand was fiddling with the bearings inside. The exhausted batteries also began to roar softly, and everything was back on track. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light disappeared. All the strange visions disappeared, and Suemo began to look at the repaired bong-bong in the light. This time, there is no flaw from the chassis to the engine, and with the systematic repair, even the small dents and scratches on the front cover disappeared. Even if you put it in a 4S shop, it can still be said to be brand new from the factory. After groping for a while, Suemo found the location of the engine fuel tank. After unscrewing the fuel tank cap and confirming with the help of a flashlight that there were no residual impurities inside, Sumo's mind moved, and the storage space opened automatically, and a barrel of diesel flew out. After half of the 100-kilogram diesel barrel was added to the generator, there was still about 50 kilograms left. He unscrewed the cap of the diesel barrel, exerted force with his upper arms, grabbed the handle of the barrel with both hands, took a deep breath for 2 seconds, lifted the barrel and placed it on the engine fuel tank. Gulu, gulu. The oil in the fuel tank gushed out and flowed into the interior of the tank. It seems that my training has taken effect. My strength has indeed increased a lot. Grabbing the 50 kilograms diesel barrel with both hands, Suemo only felt a little bit of effort, but not the feeling of not being able to lift it at all as before. The veins on the biceps bulged, and blood pumped vigorously, transmitting power to the hands. The fuel tank is bottomless. In a moment, after adding all the 50 L of diesel, it was only less than 2/3 full, and there was still a long way to go before it was full. This fuel storage capacity completely exceeds that of small cars and can even be compared with some mid-sized cars. After putting the empty oil drum back into the storage space, carefully closed the fuel tank cap, Suemo came to the front of the go-kart and sat in it with his body leaning forward. I don't know where Magu got the leather chair from, it's really comfortable to sit on. After pulling the mechanical handle to adjust the seat to a comfortable position, Suemo was amazed. The bucket seat looks like it's made of some kind of leather, but it wraps around the sides of the buttocks and provides excellent support. The roll cage around the body is firmly fixed, giving a very safe feeling. Press the ignition switch on the bike. Beep, beep, poof. After a dull sound, the engine ignited successfully and began to supply power to the battery. Without trying to control the go-kart, Suemo simply pressed the play button on the radio. He is now very curious about the secrets revealed by the system. The depleted battery converted electricity through the engine and transmitted it to the radio in front again. A series of intermittent sounds were heard and then stabilized. The next moment, a clear cough was heard. Ahem. That's a human voice? Although I have guessed Magu's identity, hearing the cough coming from the radio at this time, Suemo was still a little excited. This is the same kind. Chapter 60. Pioneer. Magu's diary. The coughing did not ease after 2 light coughs. Instead, it became more intense as time went by. Even later on, Suemo was worried that the brother who recorded the voice message would cough out his lungs. Fortunately, after more than 10 seconds, he seemed to cough out something, and the coughing sound gradually disappeared, turning into groaning. Can you hear me? Hello? This is Magu. Okay, start recording. Earthling? No. Chinese. Suemo was stunned after hearing the opening remarks, and a hint of shock appeared on his face, which was usually indifferent to fame or disgrace. Is this a fellow countryman I met in another world? Or fellow countryman from your own country? With these 2 questions, before Suemo could continue thinking, Magu's intermittent voice came from the radio again. The fact that you can start and repair this vehicle means that you must be from Earth or a higher civilization. I guess even higher civilizations would not look down on this piece of rubbish that Magu, made. I think you must have a lot of questions now, but I still want to introduce myself. Hello, my hometown is from the distant universe, located on the 3rd planet from the inner to the outer solar system, the Earth. My country is China. My name is Magu. I am very happy to know you and me in this way, and I am also glad that there are people who can inherit my legacy and carry on. Magu's voice was a little dull, as if there was a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat, and one could sense his poor condition through his voice. Hello, I'm Suemo. I'm also from Earth, Chinese. Nice to meet you. After calming himself down, Suemo silently said this sentence in his heart. This was not the second time he had met an old friend in a foreign land. As early as in Liangfang town, he saw structures and objects that were exactly the same as those on Earth. I didn't expect that the underground ruins near the base were, by coincidence, the legacy left by the Chinese people on Earth. Today is the 433rd day of the apocalyptic calendar, and it is also the 19th disaster I will face. Oh my God, this is really weird. Can you imagine that there is 55 degrees of high-temperature radiation outside the shelter? My water is almost finished, and I don't have enough disaster points to buy more water. It seems that I, Magu, will eventually stay in this world. Perhaps since the expeditionary force came to this world in 1999, we have been destined to experience death. It is only a matter of time. I won't give up. Magu's voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes calm and sometimes crazy. After listening for a while, Suemo was silent. If it is true as Magu said, when faced with such high temperatures outside and without sufficient material accumulation, people's mental state will definitely collapse. But Suma couldn't face death so calmly, and Magu couldn't do it even more. After a while, Magu's hysteria finally calmed down. Like the wheezing of a ventilator, it made people even more worried whether he would die on the spot in the next second. If you can come to my base, then I must be dead. Everything in this shelter belongs to you. You can even directly merge your core with this shelter and use it as your future base. The premise is, you don't mind that a useless person died here. I have forcibly closed the oil well. It will be difficult to open it later. It all depends on your level and attainments. Oh, look straight ahead. I left a diary under the 4th floor compartment from the front to the back. If you can return to Earth, if you can return to China, please help me bring him to my family. Please. Magu's voice became faster and faster, not even giving Suemo time to think carefully, as if something was chasing him from behind. Boom. Time after time, Discord's voice sounded once more, signaling that Magu's last words had been communicated. Suemo did not get up. He turned on the radio again and listened carefully. After recording all the information in the dead person's private message, he turned off the engine and left Bang Bang. With the light on, Suemo followed the markings on the floor tiles and indeed found something strange under the fourth floor tile. There is a slightly raised corner, and if a shovel or stone axe is stuck there, the floor tiles can be easily pried up. Sumo's mind moved, and he took out a high-quality shovel from the storage space, aimed it at the gap, and shoveled it in. With a little force from his upper arms, the floor tiles were pulled up by the roots, revealing an unlocked iron box underneath. After taking back the shovel, Suemo used his mind to call the system to scan, and after confirming that there was no problem, he bent down and picked up the iron box. The contents of the iron box were very simple, with only a yellow diary. On the cover of the diary, a line of neat handwriting was written. Magu, platoon leader of the 22nd Army of the Expeditionary Force in 1999. After blowing away the dust on the diary, Suemo returned to the go-kart and began to read Magu's diary by the light of a flashlight. The date on the first page was very old, and Suemo saw the words February 13th, 1999. Today is February 13th, 1999. The World United Security Department has detected a signal coming from deep space. That signal is different from the natural death of a star. It is a regular signal. Some idiot at NASA headquarters received the signal, but was so obsessed that he responded to it before reporting it, because his intuition and qualities as a scientific researcher told him that the owner of the signal was friendly. By the way, 6 hours after the signal was responded to, the Earth's low-orbit defense platform sent back an alarm, claiming that an unidentified object had arrived near the Earth through space folding. Everyone thought it was just a joke, because there is no way anything could bypass the forward base on Europa. Even the debris of the launcher in space would be destroyed when it approaches Europa at an altitude of 20,000 meters. And yet that's what happened. At this point, the handwriting became messy, and even an entire sheet of paper was torn off and disappeared. Today is February 18th, 1999, the 6th day of the Doomsday calendar. The first disaster has arrived. There's a weird game that's telling you what to do, but there's a place to pass messages. It's called World Chat. It's snowing so heavily. Luckily, I was wearing a thick cotton coat when I came here. At this time, I'm extremely grateful to my company commander. He is so wise. Today is March 6th, 1999, and it is also the 22nd day of the Doomsday calendar. The second disaster has come. This damn weather is so weird. There is still thick snow on the ground, but it's 30 degrees outside with the sun shining brightly. The snow is starting to melt. Many people are celebrating the warming weather and the revival of all things. But my reason tells me that a disaster may come at any time. What a crazy flood. Luckily, my shelter is located on high ground. Even if the flood comes, it will only flood the shelter. Fortunately, I moved all my supplies up in advance, so I should be able to hold on. Today is September 21st, 1999. The Earth calendar is so far away that many people only remember that today is the 199th day of the Doomsday calendar. Oh, right, I made a small thermal weapons machine. It's a good thing. I use the weapons I made to exchange for a lot of resources. I live a much better life than other people. I also got a bottle of what they call foreign cola. Wow, I drank it all in one gulp. I felt so happy. Today is January 1st, 2000, and it is also the 301st day of the Doomsday calendar. The millennium is here. I wish my beloved Man a happy holiday. This time on the New Year's Eve, your brother Ma can't go back to accompany you. You have to be happy alone. This world is so big. It's much bigger than our Earth. Of course, it's so big that we can't get together to celebrate the holidays. But on this festive occasion, I must wish that I can survive in this wasteland, and that the remaining 73 million people on Earth can return to their homeland. Today is May 10th, 2000. It is also the 432nd day of the Doomsday calendar. The 19th disaster has arrived. I'm sorry, Man. I may not be able to survive this disaster. The temperature outside is still rising. According to this damn game, the temperature will not end until it reaches 60 degrees for 24 hours. Damn this damn game. Why doesn't he come and try what 60 degrees feels like? My water is running out. I'm so thirsty, and I feel like I'm sick. My whole body is shaking. Who can come and save me? It is also the 433rd day of the last day of the calendar. I just recorded my last words, hee. Of the billions of people who came from Earth this time, there are still 2.2 million left so far. At least I, Magu, am among the top, and I don't count anyone from my Ma family as missing. I heard from them that the dead people will have their memories erased and return to our home planet Earth, forgetting everything here and continuing their lives. Ha ha ha, my stomach hurts from laughing, but I'm so thirsty that I can't cry. The person who made up this lie is so great, but he doesn't know it. I would rather use this opportunity to see you again. My mind has started to get confused. I know that I am really going to die, but I am becoming less and less afraid. I think I can accept the harsh word death. It's just that I suddenly have a question that I haven't figured out yet. When did I die? When I left you at the age of 20, I was already dead. Chapter 61. Friends, you don't have to be alone. After writing on the 433rd day of the Doomsday calendar, Magu's handwriting stopped abruptly. The shallow little journal seemed to be very important to him. After dozens of pages of records were used up, he covered them with various kinds of paper and taped them over. Judging from the quality of the paper, between the 200th and 340th days of the last calendar, Magu's living standard should have been at its peak. Starting from 344 days after the disaster, the development curve of Magu's shelter began to gradually deteriorate, showing a straight-line decline. Among the 19 clearly recorded disasters, Suma did not find neuroacid rain or blizzard. Some are simply disasters that can be quantified with numbers. Super snowfall 72 hours. The Great Flood 72 hours. Temperature 30 degrees, 72 hours. Monster riot 72 hours. Temperature minus 30 degrees, 72 hours. Meteorite impact 30. Plant disease 48 hours. Temperature 60 degrees, 24 hours. I don't know if it's a problem with Magu's records, or if the two games are not the same version. In the records, there are no novice protection disasters, nor are there any clearly described disasters. One can only see the lives behind these simple words. Magu speculated in his diary more than once about the reasons why humans came to be baptized by disasters. But every time he guessed, he would overturn his previous guess. From the initial alien war to the pranks of higher dimensional civilizations, from the brain in a vat to the fantasy of cultivating immortals, Magu's imagination has been brought to the extreme. However, the truth is cruel, and in the end, he couldn't hold on and become the one who knew the secret. Magu's decline began when he planted improved crops on a large scale, but had no good means to prevent plant diseases. This was his biggest mistake, and it also made his previous savings become a joke. He had no choice but to sell his previous foundation to exchange for survival supplies. I managed to get through the remains of the mass grave using my own tricks. After obtaining the blueprints for making a hot weapon workbench, I kept a low profile until I built the workbench, then I started to show off. He made his fortune by reselling small firearms. He was considered a big shot. Unfortunately, he failed to keep his fortune. What a pity. Suemo looked at the many unwilling words in Magu's diary with a little regret. As one of the people who managed to survive to the last 1%, Magu was also a man with a lot of luck. But all we can say is that his luck might not have been enough, and he didn't make it to the end. With an oil well and a high-end shelter with 2 floors, Magu, for a small figure, is quite legendary. But at the moment, Suemo did not sigh or feel discouraged about the future. It took Magu more than 400 days to build the shelter into its current state, but it only took Sumo a week to get it almost on the same starting line as him. Besides, I also have a system. By the time 400 days have passed, the strength of my shelter may be at least 100 times greater than his. Maybe I can even upgrade to a psionic shelter in the end. After putting Magu's notebook into the storage space, Sumo's heart was no longer filled with gloom, and he no longer had any fear about the future. Only the weak will be afraid when they see the road ahead, and will stop and seek death. And the strong will only move forward courageously. After groping for the gate in front of the cave, and pulling it twice to make sure it was damaged, Suemo woke up the system and checked the properties. Level 1 alloy shelter basement door, normal, fault. Description: the basement door is made of a mixture of various alloys. The hinges have been difficult to pull due to long-term lack of maintenance. Upgrade direction: repair, 20, demolition, 450, upgrade material, 1100, change electric, 750. It looks like the hinge got stuck because it wasn't maintained, but it only costs 20 points. I can totally afford it. With such a small cost, Suemo chose to repair it without hesitation. 20 survival points were deducted from the 31 points, and green light scattered out. Only 2 heavy clicking sounds were heard. This time, Suemo tried to pull the hinge next to the basement again, and sure enough, the first door of the basement began to rise slowly. With each mechanical rotation of the hinge plate, the basement door can rise about 10 centimeters. It kept turning until it was almost two-thirds raised. Then Suemo exerted force with his hands and pulled the hinge plate down, locking it in the middle of the buckle. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes and making sure that the alloy door would not fall down suddenly, Suemo returned to the go-kart with peace of mind. Finally, I'm going to drive this thing out. I'm afraid no one in the world would have thought that in just 1 week, I, Suemo, would have a weapon that would allow me to travel the world. Sitting in the go-kart, I looked at the open basement door in front. An urgent feeling of wanting to show off surged into Sumo's heart, and he simply couldn't help but express it. I got a car in such a short time, but I have no one to talk to. If one does not return to his hometown when he is rich and powerful, it is like wearing fine clothes at night. After opening the dead person's private message, Suemo sent dozens of "I have a car" messages to him before closing the panel and fastening his seatbelt contentedly. Press the ignition button again, and 2 streams of black smoke roar out of the exhaust pipe. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the engine cylinder working vigorously, without any sound insulation, was transmitted completely to Sumo's eardrum, causing a resonance. The gear lever of the desert racing car is located in the middle and has only 2 gears. Forward, backward. Step on the brake. Hold the chicken leg-shaped gear lever. Push it hard, and with a grunt sound, the gear is engaged successfully. Gradually, Suemo slowly withdrew the force from his left foot that was pressing the brake. The disappearance of the brakes caused the car to begin to tremble slowly until the brakes were no longer needed, and then it began to move forward. At this moment, Suemo could no longer bear this slow speed. He stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and a low roar came from the engine. Next moment, Benben was like an arrow shot from a bow, whooshing from his original position and rushing forward violently. In just a second, a khaki shadow flashed through the basement. The low roar of horsepower continued to echo between heaven and earth. 20, 40, 60. On the bad road in the wasteland, Suemo accelerated to a terrifying 60 miles per hour in one breath. Without the obstruction of a windshield, the rumbling wind scraped against the visor of the raincoat like a knife, making a whistling sound. Oreo, who was standing on the high ground, saw a yellow shadow flash by and couldn't contain his excitement, so he let out a whimpering sound like a wolf's howl. Under the moonlight, Suemo drove more and more vigorously. The violent push on your back brought by the powerful horsepower and the whistling sound of braking through the wind can't help but make your adrenaline surge wildly. However, reason still told Suemo, diesel fuel. It's running out. After 4 or 5 minutes, after a long ride, Suemo drove his go-kart back to the basement door. Oreo was pacing anxiously at the door of the basement, and when he saw Suemo coming back, he was so surprised that he pounced on the car and bit the roll cage of the car tightly. It seemed as if asking, "It was you, the bad guy, who took my master away." Suemo laughed and quickly got out of the car to touch Oreo's dog head. He didn't stop until the little guy calmed down. "There is no parking space in my shelter now. When the disaster comes, I will have to park in shelter number 2. But I can get the manufacturing platform in shelter number 2 back before the disaster. Walk back into the shelter, lower the winch of the basement, and close the basement door." Suemo returned to the first floor again. Taking out the wooden box that had already been made in the base, Suemo picked up Magu's skull with great care and put the large pieces of bones he could collect from the ground into it. "Brother Magu, thank you for your car. There is not much I can do. I can only collect your remains. If I can return to Earth alive, I will definitely bring your diary with me." After bowing 3 times to the wooden box as a gesture of gratitude, Suemo put it into the storage space and climbed up along the climbing rope. He found the highest point of the hill, took out a shovel, and quickly dug a big hole. Suemo placed the bone box containing Magu into the hole and began to bury it. Under the moonlight, as spoonfuls of soil gradually covered the ossuary, Suemo sighed and murmured, "My friend, you don't have to be lonely. Right at this highest point, look up at the starry sky. Look down at the earth. Sooner or later, humans will rule this wasteland. Sooner or later, the destiny of mankind will be back in its own hands." Chapter 62. This is my first small step in the wilderness, but, under the vast moonlight, Suemo raised his head. It seemed as if I could see the smiling face of Magu outlined by the gray clouds in the sky. This real man who did not become a deserter in the end. The dead are gone, and the living are like this. Holding Magu's notebook, Suemo felt that the responsibility on him had become even heavier. But now is not the time to feel compassion. Oreo was howling continuously below. Obviously, he was very curious about this go-go car. After slightly tidying up the traces on the ground, Suemo walked briskly to the foot of the hill. The seat of the Bang Bang is a single-engine cockpit, but behind the engine, Magu also installed a small cockpit, which is probably used to pull small amounts of cargo on a daily basis. At this moment, this position is just right for Oreo to sit. He picked up Oreo and put him in the back seat, then pulled out the seatbelt on the back seat and tied Oreo up. "Don't move, or you'll fall and become a disabled dog." After scaring Oreo for a bit, Suemo smiled and returned to the front as he watched Oreo sit down obediently like a big spark. He leaned into the cockpit, fastened his seatbelt, and pressed the ignition button with familiarity. The go-kart was started again and began to hum. Oreo in the back seat was obviously startled, but with Sumo's reminder, he did not react. After confirming that there was no problem, Suemo pushed the gear lever to the forward gear and released the brake. Bang Bang began to move slowly. Woof, woo, oh whoa. Oreo looked at his feet curiously, seemingly confused as to why he wasn't moving, and began to move forward. However, the next second, as Suemo stepped on the accelerator, a large breath of air suddenly blew into Oreo's open mouth, making a whistling sound. Woof, woof, woof. Oh no. Feeling the roaring wind again, Suemo shouted excitedly. The powerful pumping of the engine delivers a sound that is no less than that of a V8 luxury sports car on Earth. The birds passing by in the sky were frightened and fled in all directions. Excitedly, he turned his hand to the radio and started playing music. A sound comparable to a subwoofer began to resound across the wasteland. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. Driving on the dark desert road, the cool breeze blowing my hair. Warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. The strong smell of marijuana permeates the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. Looking up into the distance, I see lights flashing. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. My head is getting heavier and my vision is blurry. I had to stop for the night. I had to stop and look for a place to stay for the night. There she stood in the doorway. She stood at the door and greeted me. I heard the mission bell. I hear church bells in the distance. And I was thinking to myself, I said to myself, this could be heaven, or this could be hell. This could be heaven or hell. A classic song that Magu collected from somewhere, Hotel California, accompanied by the humming sound of Oreos, echoed melodiously on the earth. The car was driving at a speed of nearly 40 miles per hour, and by the time a song was finished, it had already returned to the shelter. At this speed, we can go to the saltpeter mine where the kobolds are tomorrow. He unloaded the Oreo, which looked both horrified and unsatisfied, suggesting that Suemo should have another round, and put it on the ground. Suemo began to prepare a garage for the go-go car. The location was exactly the gap that had been dug by Huang Biao and his team before. These people have helped me a lot. All we need to do is build a slope and put some wooden boards on top of it, and it will become a temporary garage. Sumo took out a shovel with a smile and started working on the previous project. With the support of excellent quality, the construction speed is very fast. In less than 10 minutes, Suemo dug out a simple slope, at the end of which was the surface of the stone wall. Although such a temporary garage is simple, it is enough to guard against mutant beasts. As for humans, in this kind of night, Suemo would not think that there was another person who had the courage like him to run rampant in the wasteland. Besides, even if there were, under Oreo's vigilance, and with the powerful military force today, they would be nothing more than couriers. After returning to the base, Suemo quickly rolled out a few long wooden boards, laid them on the slope, and completed the construction of the simple garage. After taking a look around and confirming that there was no problem, Suemo returned to the buggy. He restarted the car, and after a perfect reverse into the garage, he lowered the wooden board in front, which just covered Bang Bang like a wooden box. Very good. Dusting himself off and nodding his head, Suemo returned to the base contentedly. My progress is too fast. When my sister is released, I'm afraid she won't realize that her brother is so powerful. After taking a big gulp of psionic water and checking that the doors of the shelter were closed, Soma came to where the kobold was lying with satisfaction. It seems like it's dinner without him. Patting his head, Suemo suddenly remembered what he had forgotten during dinner. However, with the treatment of the psionic water biscuit paste in the morning, the wounds on the kobold warlock did not worsen. The reason he looked like he was about to die was only because he was hungry. After searching for a while, Suemo took out a small amount of biscuits, mixed them with some psionic water, and placed them in front of the dog-headed man. The kobold warlock cannot die until the address of the saltpeter mine and the location of the kobold camp are found. Looking at the dog-headed man wolfing down the food, Suemo nodded and returned to the center of the base. There is no concept of time in the wasteland nights. Everyone can only use the most primitive method to judge the time, which is to observe the position of the moon. It should be around 11 p.m. now. It's a pity that in this wasteland, who can still have a nightlife. After straightening his yellowing clothes and changing them with a bit of disgust, Suemo took out a small cup of water with his bare chest and came to the culture medium to rinse his mouth. The big and small sparks had already fallen asleep at this time. When they saw Suemo coming, they just raised their chicken heads symbolically and then collapsed to the ground again with peace of mind. Life is getting better and better. I have a desk lamp and an electric blanket. My Soma shelter is getting better. After rinsing his mouth, he returned to the supply warehouse and picked up the desk lamp and electric blanket that he had traded during the day. Coming to the master bedroom, Suemo spread out the electric blanket, connected the desk lamp to the power supply, and then lay down comfortably on the small bed. If I keep going at this pace, I'm afraid that within a few days, I will be able to make complete gunpowder, or even an upgraded version of the explosive pack. By the time, Suemo thought happily, as long as the explosive packs are well made, it would be effortless to blow the ogre camp upside down. At that time, the treasure chest that the kobolds exploded would definitely be a horrific harvest of materials that is unimaginable. I even thought about what would happen if a silver or gold-level treasure chest popped up and opened items like psionic energy. Suemo couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to shout out loud. This dog-headed man smells too good. No, I have to chat with him for a while to relieve my excitement. Otherwise, I will definitely be too excited to sleep tonight. The soft light of the variable frequency desk lamp makes the bedroom full of warmth. If you ignore the fact that it is a wasteland, this place is more like a homestay full of primitive characteristics. After changing to a comfortable lying position, Suemo focused a little. The Unreal game panel popped up. After concentrating my mind and selecting the world chat channel, messages began to slowly appear on the screen. At this time in the evening, most people have already used up their number of times to speak through their loudspeakers during the day, and the remaining ones are filtered by the system, and the refresh rate is not very fast. After taking a look and finding that someone was already mentioning the news about the semi-human creatures, Suemo nodded and switched to the regional channel. Half-human creatures came into this world together with humans. According to the progress, many people should encounter these strange creatures. However, in the world news, no one specifically described the characteristics of these creatures, but only said to be careful. After surviving the first disaster, the number of casualties in the regional channel was not much. In 2 days, it only dropped from 1,000 to 982. There were just 18 unlucky guys who died, probably because they encountered danger or for other reasons. Because there are no restrictions on speech, dozens of people in the regional channel are chatting casually like a QQ group chat. Feiji, I'm so hungry, brothers. Lying on the floor of the leaky wooden house, I feel cold from head to toe. When will this day end? Liangjian, brother upstairs, you're fine. I ate a pack of instant noodles today and had diarrhea at night. I almost died. Liangjian, is there anyone who knows, can we eat what we excreted when we have diarrhea? We don't have much food left. Nawanqing, Liangjian, didn't you say your refugee camp was pretty good? Why is it so desolate? Has it become so miserable? Liangjian, what a joke. I think this shelter will be destroyed in a few days. In the past, the mutant beasts chased people, but now people chase the mutant beasts. This is outrageous. Liangjian, I am just trying to hold on until the secret trading realm opens, and then I will go in with Su Shan to exchange some things. Kai Junfeng, what's up? Do you have something good? Liangjian, hehe, this is confidential. Anyway, everyone should hold on as long as they can. Fortunately, we still have Su Shan in our channel. I heard that almost half of the people in other garbage channels have died, and there is no awesome one to give people confidence. Du Fu, here's a tip for everyone. The bark of shrubs and trees is actually edible. I ate some today, and it tasted pretty good. If you're really hungry, just eat it. It's much better than eating dirt. Emaduin, Mr. Suemo should be able to eat enough now, right? Woohoo, I'm so envious. Lilaharan, I'll hold on for 2 more days until my food runs out. I'm also going to seek refuge in the shelter on the world chat. Sigh. Jidong, the idiot upstairs, don't get caught in a fishing enforcement. Lilyharan, huh? What is sting enforcement? Looking at the regional channel, where his name was constantly mentioned and the miscommunication caused by cultural differences between China and the West, Suemo smiled helplessly and closed the chat panel. If these people knew that he ate fried meat patties and fried biscuits and drank psionic water. At night, they sleep on a soft big bed with gentle variable frequency soft light at the head of the bed. Even the captured ogres eat psionic water biscuit paste. I'm afraid these people must be envious to the point of going crazy. No, go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow and check out the camp. When Suemo thought about the many things to do tomorrow, he gradually felt sleepy. He raised his hand to turn off the soft variable frequency desk lamp at the bedside, and the shelter fell into silence. Chapter 63. The 8th Day of Wasteland. Major equipment change. Last month, calendar January 8. The vegetables you planted sprouted unexpectedly, and the story behind it is heartwarming. Survival points plus 10. You have reconstructed the design of the shelter, and the shelter's disaster resistance has been qualitatively improved. Survival points plus 200. You have created the first high-potential productivity tool in the shelter, a workbench. Survival points plus 10. You have crafted an excellent level tool for the first time. Survival points plus 10. You crafted a fine-grade tool for the first time. Survival points plus 50. You have crafted excellent level materials for the first time. Survival points plus 10. Your shelter has more members. You feel very happy and full of hope for the future. Survival points plus 10. You own the first excellent vehicle in the Doomsday wasteland. Survival points plus 200. Scanning the host's living environment, evaluating survival points. 88 survival points were obtained today. Final settlement. Survival points plus 588. Remaining survival points, 599. Phew. So cool. Oh my god. I got almost 600 points in one go. It turns out that going out and causing trouble is the correct way to open the system. Suemo was extremely surprised when he saw the notification sent by the system at 8 o'clock in the morning. Last night before going to bed, he was still worried about the 11 survival points he only had left. Unexpectedly, the system sent so many messages in the morning, which greatly alleviated the pressure of survival. Opening the private message from the dead in the game panel, Sumo's mind jumped rapidly, and lines of characters appeared and began to record. Today is the 8th day since I came to the wasteland. I'm making rapid progress. Who would have thought that I've become one of the car owners in the apocalypse? Ha ha ha. No, Suemo, you need to be calm. Why are you so proud of such a small reward? Stay calm. Today's task is to explore the place where the kobolds camp mine saltpeter. If there is time, it would be best to find the location of their camp. Attention! This time we may have to fight a tough battle, so we must not take it lightly. All equipment must be upgraded as much as possible to ensure your own safety. Before 7 p.m., that is, just before the sun sets, you must return to the shelter. Remember not to spend the night in the wild. I'm ready. Contentedly closing the private message page, Suemo used his waist strength to somersault and stood steadily on the bed. After only being in the wasteland for a week, he felt that his physical fitness had improved by more than one level. The previous occupational diseases have completely disappeared, replaced by a strong and healthy body. All my discomforts have been cured with the unlimited supply of psionic water, and my strength is at least half as much as when I first arrived. Clenching his fists, looking at the blue veins bulging on his arms and the blood seeming to flow wildly, Suemo felt more powerful than ever before. The human body is a treasure. If a normal person's strength is 5, regular weightlifting exercise will bring it to 6. Perhaps the stage from strength 5 to 10 will be very painful and difficult, and will require a lot of effort to achieve. But to recover from 2 to 5, or even further to 6, the speed will be abnormally fast as long as there is adequate nutrition and exercise. Psionic water may be the best decision I have made so far. Suemo sighed slightly, stood up, poured all the psionic water collected yesterday into the water tank for storage, then scooped out a little, came to the culture medium, and began to brush his teeth. Sparks, big and small, had already woken up and were running around the base, cackling. Oreo did his job conscientiously, curled up in a ball, lying in the corner of the living room, staring at the kobold warlock with burning eyes. The early morning in the shelter was no longer lonely, and there was a feeling of farm life. The food in the base seems a bit monotonous right now. There is no vitamin supplement. Eating this stuff every day is not good enough. After rinsing his mouth, wiping his face and watering the vegetables, Suemo came to the warehouse and rummaged through the pile of survival supplies, thinking secretly. Fresh fruits and vegetables are luxuries in the wasteland, even for him. Without vitamin intake, humans will develop a series of problems that even psionic water cannot solve. It's okay for a week, but if you still don't take it after 2 or 3 weeks, in addition to body aches, You may also experience mental irritability and other symptoms. But the cookies are almost gone. I've only been eating them for a few days and I'm already sick of them. Bending down, taking out the remaining bag of biscuits, Suemo walked out of the supply room. It is not difficult to get fresh vegetables and fruits. You just need to open a lot of boxes, and there will always be boxes that will reveal these things. As mutant creatures become scarce, the only target is the dog-headed people tribe. It was still the familiar biscuit paste. 4 portions were made, and everyone in the base got one. After finishing breakfast, Sumo put the remaining biscuit paste into a mineral water bottle, tightened the bottle cap, and put it back into the storage space, then came to the workbench. Since we are going to explore the Knoll camp, our equipment must be thoroughly upgraded. The electric crossbow, a long-range weapon, is definitely sufficient for now and does not need to be upgraded for the time being. The melee weapon, the elmwood spear, the protective pottery plate armor, and the external insulating raincoat, all 3 need to be upgraded. With a thought, a familiar spear appeared on the workbench. Calling the system, Suemo looked at it carefully. Description: a brand new wooden spear, with a delicate texture and flowing lines, as hard as iron and considerable lethality. Upgrade Direction 1. Improve the material and evolve it into a fine iron spear. Enhance the material rigidity, enhance the material flexibility, and increase the sharpness of the weapon. Survival points, 55, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Improve the material and evolve it into a fine iron spear. Enhance the material rigidity, enhance the material flexibility, add an electric device, increase the speed of attack, and require survival points, 80. The electric spear was once a huge price for me, but now, it's just a piece of cake. Looking at the price indicated by the system, Suemo smiled and walked briskly to the supply room to get the iron block. After putting in 3 units of iron blocks, the second upgrade direction is reduced to 65 points and no longer changes. With a thought, 65 points were deducted directly. Green, give me green. I have no shortage of money today. With a wave of his hand, Sumo looked at the green light proudly as if it were a hard-working employee and began to hammer on the spear. A sound like the collision of metal came from the void. The elmwood spear, which originally had beautiful wood patterns, began to shake, and bits of sawdust naturally fell off the spear, revealing a layer of beautiful silver underneath. The wood chips that fell from the air did not disappear, but instead condensed together to form a long strip of device. The device is about 3 centimeters high and 12 centimeters long. With the restraint of the green light, it was buckled onto the bottom of the wooden spear and swirled up. The tip of the spear also changed from the original wooden groove to a matte silver-black color. Watching the green light retract, the new iron spear fell on the table. Suemo picked it up and held it in his hand. Fine iron electric spear. Excellent. Description: the entire body is made of special iron material with extremely high toughness and rigidity. The spear head has a blood groove, which has good lethality. The tail of the spear is equipped with an electric device. Special abilities: the electric device can slightly increase the speed of the attack and increase the lethality. Comment: oh my, oh my. The original wooden spear was very light, weighing only about 3 kilograms. For Suemo, whose strength has greatly increased, it has become less useful. Now, after the upgrade, the weight of the fine iron electric spear has directly reached about 10 kilograms, which is extremely handy. After trying to stab it twice, Suemo pressed the electric button at the back, and sure enough, no power. This system doesn't give me any advantage at all. I have to pay for the electricity. After plugging the fine iron electric spear into the charging cable and connecting it to the power strip, Suemo placed the raincoat, which was currently the most frequently used item, on the table. Although it is called a raincoat, it actually has many uses. These days, Sumo basically wears a raincoat whether he is working in the shelter or going out hunting. With good heat dissipation, you won't feel stuffy even under strong sunlight. Instead, it can block the damage caused by direct sunlight. It's not the same thing to always ignore your own personal fighting ability. It's time to update the overall capabilities to be more powerful. Chapter 64. All series updated. Combat power leaps forward. Strong raincoat. Description: a raincoat that has been upgraded many times, currently possessing 3 capabilities: strong rain protection, red ultraviolet protection, and low-level heat insulation. Upgrade Direction 1. Improve the material of the raincoat, add thermal insulation materials, improve wearing comfort, and improve wind resistance. Survival points, 85, are required. Upgrade Direction 2. Improve the material of the raincoat, add optical materials, improve the concealment of wearing, slightly improve the windproof and heat insulation capabilities, requires survival points, 120. Two directions. The first one is obviously to improve disaster resistance, and the second one is to evolve into a combat uniform. Dong dong. Suemo tapped the table with one hand, looking at the two options given by the system, and fell into deep thought. When upgrading the raincoat before, the system suggested evolving it in the electric direction. But this time it surprisingly canceled the electric upgrade direction and turned it into the stealth direction. According to current needs, upgrading in both directions is possible, and both can provide a lot of help in daily life. But if it comes to the subsequent upgrade direction, it will be difficult. When disaster strikes, the first and foremost factor must be preparation for survival, otherwise everything is in vain. After figuring this out, Suemo stopped hesitating and blurted out, "I choose the upgrade direction." 2. As soon as the words were spoken, 120 survival points were deducted. This time, the light emanating from the body was not the usual green light, but instead a red light that seemed to emit heat. The light hit the raincoat directly, and dazzling sequins began to appear on the raincoat. It is visible to the naked eye that the originally loose material of the raincoat begins to become more delicate, and its color begins to approach the color of the workbench. What a magical function! Just by placing it on the table, it can have a certain degree of optical invisibility effect. Optical combat suit. Excellent. Description: a high-performance combat uniform with excellent special effects of being waterproof, anti-ultraviolet and infrared, slightly windproof and heat insulating. Special ability: optical invisibility. At a certain angle, negative refractive index metamaterials and transformation optical structures designed based on these materials can bend light, thus achieving optical invisibility. Comment: if you can keep upgrading, if you might open the door to a new world. Picking up the upgraded optical combat suit, Suemo looked at it carefully and found a clue. If you are not looking directly from the front, as long as you move the optical combat suit to a 45-degree angle behind your line of sight, there will be a certain degree of optical invisibility effect. He had never seen this kind of effect on Earth, and this was the first time he saw it. Trying to wear it on his body, Suma moved his arms and legs and felt a completely different feeling from before. Although the previous raincoats were close-fitting, there was still a certain distance between them, which made it a little inconvenient when doing large-scale activities. Today, the upgraded optical combat suit is like a thin film, completely sticking to the skin. If you try not to feel it, you may even feel like you are fighting in a 0.01 raincoat, and you may feel like you are barely wearing any. The masks, originally made of plastic, have now been upgraded to more advanced flexible rubber, which has improved breathability and protection. In order to get familiar with the feeling of the combat uniform as quickly as possible, Suemo simply did not take it off. He directly took out the last ceramic armor to be upgraded and placed it on the table to study. Hunter's Terracotta Armor. Description: fine material, neat lines, considerable defense, unique hidden grass smell, can cover up the hunter's body odor. Upgrade Direction 1. Change the armor shape, change to half-body light armor, slightly improve the material, retain the body odor masking properties, improve the protection, requires survival points, 105. Upgrade Direction 2. Change the armor shape, change to lower body light armor, slightly improve the material, reduce the weight of the armor, and improve the protection. Survival points, 130, are required. Upgrade Direction 3. Change the armor shape, change to full body light armor, slightly improve the material, add an electric power assist device, improve protection, requires survival points, 180. Among the three options given, Suemo decided on Upgrade Direction 3 without much thought. Electricity is the primary productive force. No matter what kind of device is used to burn boilers and convert power in the future, the cheapest and most convenient resource will always be electricity. With the electric device, in the eyes of foreigners who don't know about technology, he will also be a human who uses magic. Without electric devices, even if the weapons are upgraded to be as powerful as mud and the armor is upgraded to be unusually strong, it can only be a slightly stronger melee fighter. In the apocalypse, the risks of rushing forward and relying on personal force to fight are huge, and Suemo naturally knows clearly what is more important. I tried investing the existing materials. After adding 2 units of iron blocks, the upgrade price dropped to 165 and no longer changed. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the urge to save up survival points, Suemo slowly chose Direction 3. The pottery armor that accompanied Soma through life and death completed its mission. The next second, under the terrifying power of the green light, it melted into a pool of gray-black liquid. The green light was like a pair of invisible giant hands, and began to knead the shape of the liquid out of thin air. What was originally a pool of liquid gradually began to solidify, and gradually began to adjust its details according to Soma's body shape. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light dissipated. Snapped. The unassisted armor fell onto the workbench with a dull thud. A full body armor set, not only the upper and lower body armor, but also a pair of shoes and a stupid-looking helmet. Forget about the helmet. Even if I wear this thing now, if someone shoots me in the head, I will die. After touching the complex patterns on the helmet and checking that the electric device was not on the helmet, Suemo put it back into the equipment warehouse. The huge helmet will stretch the optical combat suit, which is equivalent to blowing up a school and building an amusement park, committing a crime against the wind. The upper and lower body armors are not heavy, and wearing them will not affect your movements. The light armor weighing about 10 kilograms can not only provide a certain degree of protection, but also ensure that it will not affect the dodging speed during combat. After weighing the 2 pieces of light armor, Suemo nodded. So it seems that the electric device should be hidden in the shoes? Picking up the light armor shoes placed on the table, Suemo looked inside towards the light. The 2 long devices extend from the upper part of the shoe from front to back to the heel. It is also unknown where the batteries are located, and the location of the batteries cannot be seen from the outside of the shoe. After searching for a while, Suemo found the charging port at the heel of the shoe and the induction power button at the toe. The inability to automatically detect danger and activate it may be the biggest drawback of the electric device. But it doesn't matter. To activate it, you just need to tap the ground with your toes, which is quite convenient. After taking the shoes off the ground and connecting them to the power source with the charger, Suemo began to prepare the last thing. Special crossbow arrows. The crossbows made in the game are more than enough to deal with ordinary ogres, but when entering enemy territory, it is inevitable that we may encounter more powerful enemies. In order to ensure the lethality, Suemo plans to make a batch of special crossbow arrows that are completely different from ordinary crossbow arrows. Go back to the energy room, connect the generator to the power supply, go to the table and turn on the workbench switch. Taking out a piece of iron and placing it on the table, Suemo began to close his eyes and rest. About 10 minutes later, Suemo opened his eyes and looked at the materials in front of him with great concentration. The robotic arm in front of the workbench senses the approach of the arm and automatically begins attaching the package, then becoming one. His left hand switched to high-speed cutting mode, and facing the iron block in front of him, Suemo divided the iron block into 10 small pieces of 18 centimeters long, just like a butcher cutting up an ox. The crossbow arrows made from the game panel are of standard specifications of 25 centimeters, combining both lethality and arrow speed. While becoming uniform, it also loses its characteristics. This time, Suemo took a different approach. He started with the length of the crossbow and began to improve the sword and axe. Following the style of the system crossbow, Suemo focused all his attention on cutting and polishing, ensuring that the width near the arrowhead and the tail were as consistent as possible. After putting on the robotic arm, the stability of the arm allows Suemo to greatly relax the requirements on the arm's accuracy. A few sparks scattered out and hit the stone wall. Suemo made it very carefully, and his efficiency was extremely impressive. It only takes about 3 minutes to make a crossbow arrow, and then set it aside to cool. By the time all 10 were completed, Sumo's back was already wet with sweat. This kind of work requires high concentration. If you are not careful, a crossbow arrow will be completely scrapped and need to be remade. Fortunately, with the concentration bonus from the excellent level workbench, none of the 10 crossbow arrows failed. Chapter 65. Getting ready. Heading to the saltpeter mine. He looked at the 10 crossbow arrows that were stuck by the buckle and had their arrows pointed at the top. Even though there was a smell of burnt iron floating in the shelter at this time, Suemo was completely unaware of it. This is the first time I have created something so meticulously, and it brings me a great sense of accomplishment. Suemo concentrated his attention, and after seeing the attributes of the crossbow, his inner joy jumped from sufficient to overflowing. High-speed crossbow. Excellent 3, Excellent 7. Description. A special crossbow arrow made by a quasi-entry-level craftsman, Suma. The craftsmanship is average, but for some unknown reason, the quality has improved. Special abilities. Excellent. High-speed flight. Silent. Excellent. High-speed flight. Evaluation. From no entry to near entry, this is a qualitative leap. Great. I can actually be considered an entry-level manufacturer. It seems that the bonus brought by the excellent level workbench should not be underestimated. The powerful crossbow attributes are not at all worthy of its quality bonus. When crafting, the all-round bonus brought by the workbench, although it looks only 10%, is not very noticeable. But when it is actually used, it can greatly help a person's concentration. 10 crossbow arrows, 3 of excellent grade and 7 of excellent grade. Powerful attribute bonus. Although he has not tried it yet, Suemo has a feeling about it. The crossbows you make yourself are much better than those produced by the game manufacturing panel. He stood up and shook his stiff neck left and right. With a wave of his hand, Suemo collected all the crossbow arrows and put them neatly into the storage space. He turned his head and looked towards the charging area, seeing the crossbow, spear, and combat boots placed on the ground. A powerful feeling arose from Suma's heart. With these equipments, he dares to fight head-on even if there are 10 ogres. Even though the Knoll camp is a dangerous place, we have to go there. Time flies by as I wait patiently for my equipment to charge. In the blink of an eye, by noon, the batteries of all 3 equipment were charged and the green lights came on. Taking out the baguette he had exchanged earlier, Suemo put all 2 kilograms into the pot and boiled it into bread soup. Pour 1/5 of the amount into small and large sparkler food bowls as today's meal. Scoop out about half of it and pour it into the Oreo bowl. He picked up the remaining bread soup, waited for it to cool down a little, then Soma drank it all in one gulp. After eating and resting, my spirit has returned to its best condition. Coming into the weapons and equipment room, Suemo began to put on his equipment one by one. First is the innermost light armor. The style of the light armor is somewhat similar to the bright silver willow leaf armor worn by the Red Turban Army during the uprising. When putting on the entire light armor, start with the chest armor. After cutting open the hole in the middle, Suemo held the armor with both hands and put it over his head like a sweater. The chest and back armor is tailor-made from special steel to better fit the curve of human body movement. Because it is advanced technology, its weight is only equivalent to wearing a down jacket in winter. The armor on the lower body is a split skirt armor, which is hooked on the upper body armor and then surrounded by a waist guard to ensure that it will not fall off during exercise. After both upper and lower armor are put on, pick up the last piece of shawl, put it on your shoulders and upper arms, and secure it. The size and shape of the shoes are professionally designed according to Sumo's feet. After putting them on, they are even more comfortable than ordinary sports shoes. Armor gives courage. Suemo was a little thin due to long-term lack of exercise. After putting on this layer of armor, he only felt a strong feeling. I even wish a warrior ogre would come over at this moment so that I can have a good fight. He raised his feet and tapped his toes on the ground one by one. There was a crackling sound, and then Suemo tried to take a few steps. Hey, it seems like there's no bonus for walking? The electric shoes didn't seem to sense movement, so out of curiosity, Suemo tried running. The next second, a powerful force suddenly came from the heel. For a moment, Suemo even felt like someone pushed him from behind, and he almost fell down. So fast. Who can withstand such a speed? He tried running a few laps. The more he took steps, the more joy appeared on Sumo's face. Oreo, who was still licking the food bowl on the ground, was also startled. He stared in amazement at how fast Suemo was running around the base. The boost provided by electric shoes is more than just a normal running bonus. Even after his speed increased, Sumo's attempts to move around would bring him very good bonuses. Snapped. Tap your toes on the ground again, run 2 steps, and the acceleration effect disappears. Upgrade your muskets. If I had this equipment when I was in the ruins, there would be no time for the kobolds to launch fireballs. The light armor has already brought enough surprises to Suemo. Suemo was even more looking forward to the fine iron electric spear. But before that, Suemo put on the optical combat suit over the light armor. With the armor on, the optical combat suit, which originally fit him very well, was suddenly stretched a circle. However, the good material still maintained its strong plasticity. The combat uniform worn next to the body is once again tightly attached to the armor, playing its role. Pick up the charged fine iron electric spear and turn on the electric switch. After a buzzing sound, the electric spear returned to calm. I tried to stab forward, and as I stabbed, an inexplicable force appeared, making the stabbing speed faster. When swinging, another sheer force appears, making the electric spear move sideways faster. Turn off the power supply, and the additional force disappears. Suemo looked at this set of new equipment with joy, and suddenly felt very proud. He threw the fine iron electric spear and electric crossbow into the storage space, went to the corner, and grabbed the ogre. The dog-headed man who was still sleeping was suddenly awakened. He raised his head in panic and found that it was Soma, and then he became depressed again. For 2 consecutive days, Suemo had no intention of recruiting him. The ogre had completely abandoned his previous fantasies and began to face reality. Woof woof. Oreo, who was standing by, shouted excitedly when he saw the dog-headed man being caught by Suemo. Let's go now. Tell him to show us the way. If he shows us the wrong way, Today will be his death. Suemo picked up the skinny dog-headed man in his hand and walked to the main entrance of the shelter. Hearing that they were going out to play, Oreo shouted repeatedly to communicate with the dog-headed man. After getting the latter's confirmation, Oreo barked twice to indicate that the communication was over. Everything was ready. After opening the door of the shelter and taking a look at the facilities inside, Suemo closed the door and walked through the entrance corridor to the outside world. Without disasters, the wasteland's daytime is always filled with scorching sun and flying yellow sand. Occasionally, one or two vultures flew across the sky, making a series of croaking sounds. Throwing the ogre on the ground, Suemo returned to the door of the shelter, placed the pry at an inclined angle, turned back to the outside, and pulled the door shut with a sudden pull. A dull sound was heard, and when Suemo pushed the door again, the pry bar on the inner door had already fallen, firmly blocking the external force. After repeated attempts to open it from the outside failed, Suemo nodded and came to the garage door. After removing the outermost wooden board, Bing Bang stopped quietly in the simple garage, accepting Suemo's inspection. He stepped inside, sat in the seat, started the go-kart, and skillfully drove the car to the main entrance of the shelter. Woof! The dog-headed man lying on the ground showed an incredulous look when he saw the go-kart moving, as if he didn't understand why this iron box could move. Oreo, who was standing by, saw the country bumpkin look of the dog-headed man and his contempt was obvious on his face. Oreo, I'm sorry to have you in my arms today. After helping the dog-headed man onto the back seat and fastening him with the seatbelt, Suemo bent down, held Oreo in his arms, and turned back to the front seat of the go-kart. How could Oreo be unwilling to hear Sumo's words? He buried his dog head between Sumo's combat uniforms, lying there shyly, not moving a muscle. After confirming again and again that everything was ready, he shifted the gear to the forward gear and looked back at the shelter that looked like a giant beast with nostalgia. Let's go. Destination: Cobalt Saltpeter Mine. The next moment, Suemo shouted, cleared the nostalgia in his heart, and stepped on the accelerator. The go-kart rushed forward like an arrow. On the barren wasteland, a low roar accompanied by a strong lust storm rolled towards the west. Chapter 66, First Exploration. Spectacular Saltpeter Mine. Speed 45. Speed 62. Speed 23. The road to the Cobalt Saltpeter Mine is not easy to travel on. The bumpy stones on the road make it difficult to increase the speed. After walking for about 40 to 50 minutes, Suemo had only driven less than 30 kilometers. The ogre behind him had obviously never seen such a powerful weapon before. He was in a trance all the way, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Seeing that the car was slowing down, the dog-headed man immediately knew what was best for him and continued to point the way. The Cobalt Camp and the Saltpeter Mine seemed to be to the west. The car continued to move forward along the direction pointed by the dog-headed man. After traveling for more than 20 kilometers, it once again crossed a high slope that blocked the view. Seeing the dog-headed man's gesture, Suemo subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the dog-headed man's finger. The pupils suddenly contracted. In the distant land, there is a piece of ice crystals like silk, spread on the hills, stretching for miles. At this time, Suemo was still about 10 kilometers away from the saltpeter mine, but he could clearly see this large area of saltpeter veins that seemed to be formed by nature. Not to mention, when you get closer and stand under the mineral vein, the sight is even more terrifying and shocking. Such a huge saltpeter mine? How was it formed? Suemo was surprised and quickly got off the car. He took out a 5-fold telescope from the storage space and looked at the saltpeter mine. With the help of the telescope, the overall picture of the saltpeter mine became clear. If you have mines in your hands, you will not be worried. Gustav II, who was once known as the Nordic Lion, was able to lead the Protestant League to defeat the Catholic coalition several times because of his muskets and the saltpeter mines in his hometown of Sweden. But most European countries do not produce saltpeter, and the source of saltpeter has always been a big problem. It's okay in peacetime, but once war breaks out, it will be a big problem if trade routes are cut off. King Charles I of England was troubled by the problem of gunpowder as he waged war against opposing forces at home and abroad. To this end, the dignified King of England had to turn his eyes to the smelly and filthy place, the latrine. In order to ensure the production of gunpowder, the king specially appointed officials to dig up the topsoil, nitrate soil, from toilets and stables in his territory. Saltpeter was refined from earth saltpeter, and there was even an order that no stone or wooden slabs were allowed to be laid on the floors of toilets and stables throughout the country to avoid affecting the collection of earth saltpeter. As a big user of saltpeter, The leather workers lost their jobs. At that time, the distinguished priests in every church were given a glorious task, which was to call on the citizens who came to worship to urinate collectively. From then on, urinating was no longer an embarrassing or dirty thing, but a contribution to the country. Among them, church chairs are particularly valued, because people cannot leave their seats to relieve themselves during worship, but people have three urgent needs, so the chairs in the church are often damaged, and people can scrape high-quality saltpeter from the chairs. The British at the time believed that women's urine contained particularly high levels of nitrate. Some even shouted slogans such as, "Please contribute your strength to your husband who is fighting on the front line." But now, Suemo looked at the huge saltpeter mine in front of him and couldn't imagine what the reason was for the birth of such a huge vein. If you tell me that a giant monster went to the toilet here and formed such a large-scale saltpeter mine, I will believe it. However, the kobolds must value the saltpeter mine very much. There are at least 100 kobolds who have set up camps here. What is this? Humanity. With the help of the telescope, Soma clearly saw an upright creature that was completely different from the dog-headed man. The distance of 10 kilometers is still too far, and the image presented by the five-fold telescope cast a shadow on Sumo's heart. Suemo returned to the go-kart, picked up Oreo who was still sniffing the ground, and restarted the car. This time, he was going to venture further to a distance of 5 kilometers. The car was not going very fast, but after about 10 minutes, it successfully reached the position that Suemo had envisioned. This time, even without the help of a telescope, Suemo could clearly see a large area of houses in the distance that looked like they were made of wood. Even next to this house, Suemo saw a house built with the core of the safe house. I got out of the car again, took out the telescope, and saw the scene in the telescope. Suemo got hard. His fist got hard. On the long mine, dozens of people are working hard mining. However, these people are not kobolds, but human beings. There were scattered ogre warriors around the mineral vein. Suemo counted them roughly in his mind. At this moment, there were no less than 200 ogre warriors in sight alone. And the most terrifying thing is that there are as many as 50 kobold warlocks sitting in the middle of the camp having fun. That's all we can observe at present. I'm afraid that including the ones we haven't seen, there are more than 300 ogre saltpeter mine camps. 300 kobolds monitoring dozens of humans mining? Under the telescope, Suemo had a sense of sudden enlightenment. I thought that everyone near where I dropped the ball had been dealt with by Huang Biao. Now it seems that the remaining people were captured by the kobolds and brought here to mine. Luckily, my shelter is a good 60 kilometers away from here. Otherwise, I would have to face this kind of monster in the first 2 days. I was wondering why the Chinese shelter was so secretive about the foreign civilization. I'm afraid that in other places, countless humans have long been enslaved by these monsters. But are these people's chats restricted? Otherwise, why haven't we seen any such news on the World Channel? Suemo observed and guessed secretly in his mind. With so many ogres, let alone his current equipment, unless he is given a Gatling gun and an unlimited supply of bullets today, only then can we try to attack the base and save humanity. With the current equipment, at least before gunpowder is available, it is definitely not an easy task to capture this base. I didn't expect this saltpeter mine to be so difficult. I'm afraid there will be many more of these monsters in the kobold camp than here. There are over 1,000 kobolds. When I think about having such enthusiastic neighbors like me, once you meet him, he will invite you to his home to mine. Suddenly, a message floated over Sumo's head. Sense of security, 10,000. No, I have to go find out about the situation in the kobold camp. If there are more people than I expected, it will be bad. Turning back to the go-kart, Suemo looked serious, and Oreo beside him quickly jumped on. Oreo, let him show us the way to their camp. After he finished speaking, Oreo began to communicate with the kobold. A moment later, the buggy drove away and headed towards the north of the saltpeter mine. The terrain near the saltpeter mine is a stepped slope. Although the speed cannot be increased, measured by the speed of the vehicle, the distance between the saltpeter mine and the ogre camp is not far. I heard the dog-headed man signal that they were almost there. Suemo parked the car in the shade of a bush, pulled the dog-headed man off the seat, held him in his hand, and walked forward. After walking about 500 or 600 meters and climbing over a high slope again, Suemo finally saw the ogre camp. Can this be called a kobold camp? Perhaps it should be called a castle. Isn't it more appropriate? Standing on the high slope, Suemo looked at the huge monster in front of him, his eyes full of shock. If saltpeter mine is a miracle of nature, Then the Kobold Castle before us is an unparalleled architectural power. The castle in front of us, judging by visual observation, has a diameter of more than 500 meters. It has a round tower, narrow windows, semicircular arches, a low dome, and door frames that are raised layer by layer. It looks magnificent. In terms of style, a large number of columns and vaults of various shapes are used to achieve an aesthetic effect that is solid, heavy, balanced, stable, and powerful. The narrow windows form a sharp contrast with the vast space inside, making the interior of the castle dim and extremely deep, giving people a sense of mystery and darkness. There are 4 pointed towers on the 4 corners of the castle. With the help of a telescope, Suemo saw the dog-headed men patrolling in the towers. Looking down, in addition to the sorcerer and the warrior, Suemo spotted a dog-headed man wearing a white robe. This is the 3rd type of dog-headed man. I wonder what characteristics this type of dog-headed man has. The figure of this kobold was not very tall, but as he walked on the city wall, 4 or 5 warlock kobolds followed him very respectfully and obediently. The distance of the city wall is not very long. The white-robed kobold kept talking. Gradually, a group of people disappeared at the end of the city wall. But before Suemo could continue observing, the small door under the Knoll Castle suddenly opened, and a group of gnolls walked out, heading towards Suemo. Oh no, did they find me? Chapter 67. Traitor. The beginning of the collapse of credibility. There is only one gate on the front of the castle. Because it is a double-door city gate, it looks extremely heavy, and there is also a simple small door for entry and exit next to the gate. The small door was pushed open, and a small group of kobolds walked out. Different from the exploration team, this team consists of 12 kobolds, including 6 warriors in the front, 3 warlocks in the middle, and 3 warriors at the back. Through the telescope, Suemo saw the purpose in the eyes of the ogre squad. They are coming in this direction. However, the Knoll squad was not marching very fast, and it did not seem like they were chasing something. Instead, it seemed like they were going somewhere to do some business. Is this group of people going to the saltpeter mine? After a rough guess, it seems that the 2 sides are still about 1,000 meters apart. Turning around, Suemo summoned a fine iron electric spear from the storage space, and without saying a word, he stabbed the captured ogre beside him with the spear. Although this spear did not have the bonus of electric power, with Sumo's terrifying power, it still effectively pierced the head of the ogre prisoner. Seeing that the red and white bodies were about to be left on the ground as the spear tip was pulled out, Suemo had an idea and put the bodies into the burial barrel prepared in the storage space. When you are in the world, you have to be ruthless when necessary. Since the mission of capturing the kobold captive has been completed, there is no need to waste time talking. Sending him back to the arms of the kobold god is the greatest kindness to him. We can't kill this group of people yet. Follow them and see what they are doing. A 12-man kobold team might still be a tricky problem if they were hiding in a kobold saltpeter mine camp or guarding a kobold castle. But when he arrived in the wild, Sumo was 100% sure that he could wipe out all the dog-headed people in one fell swoop. After observing a few more times, I saw that the Knoll squad was about 500 meters away and still hadn't changed direction. Putting his thoughts aside, Suemo hunched over and quickly retreated along the flank. Oreo beside him immediately understood Sumo's meaning and followed Suemo running across the wilderness. The man and the dog had no worries, coming and going without a trace. Lying on the grass not far away with Oreo, Suemo coldly watched the group of ogres passing by, without noticing that he was lying there at all. The formation of the kobold squad was extremely loose during the march. There were even 2 kobold warlocks walking in the middle of the team, whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Sometimes they were laughing, sometimes they were howling to the sky, looking very happy. Oreo, go around to the front and see if there are any dog-headed men waiting to pick us up. If there are any, come back and tell me, and I'll follow them. Suemo stretched out his hands, touched Oreo's round dog head through his combat uniform, and gave orders in a low voice. Oreo, who could understand human language, nodded, let out a low roar, and suddenly rushed forward. Compared to the slowly marching kobolds, Oreo, who was on all fours, was incredibly fast. In just 5 or 6 breaths, he had caught up with the Knoll group and moved around the flank to the front of them. Good. Standing up, Suemo quickly walked to the high slope, and after confirming again and again that there was no second team in the ogre castle, he trotted up. From the saltpeter mine camp to the kobold castle, the distance between the 2 places is not far when measured by a go-kart. But relying on human strength, it took more than an hour of walking before Suemo followed the ogre team back to the saltpeter mine camp. Far away, less than 500 meters away, was the temporary defensive camp built by the ogres. Several huge wooden spikes were sharpened and placed horizontally in front of the camp gate. There are also wooden barbs on the fences surrounding the camp that would make people with trypophobia feel dizzy at the sight of them. There are 2 reconnaissance towers about 10 meters high, erected on both sides of the camp, responsible for reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain. Such an arrangement not only did not make Suemo feel confused, but instead gave him a sense of familiarity. If I hadn't seen these dog-headed men, I would have thought this was a refuge camp built by humans. With a self-deprecating smile, Suemo took out a telescope and looked at the saltpeter mine. From the first time I observed these miners to the whole trip, about 2 hours passed. But the people in the mines are still being exploited, mining hard under the scorching sun. This time the distance was closer, and Suemo could more clearly see the pain and numbness on the miners' faces through the telescope. Standing on the hillside, you can see the whole picture of the mine. At that time, there were more than 50 miners that could be seen. At this time, lying around the camp, you can only see one side of the mine. The ones I can clearly see right now are 12 yellow people, 17 black people, and 6 white people. Huh? Why don't these 2 people use mining? Under the telescope, Sumo's face showed a hint of surprise. In the field of vision, other people were working hard at mining. Sweat dripped down their faces, diluting the black soil and forming clearly visible marks. But around these miners, there were 2 people walking back and forth with wooden spears, and they didn't look like miners at all. He took off the telescope and rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore from long-term, focused observation. After a while of relief, Suemo looked again. This time, he could see the skin color of the 2 people clearly. One yellow, one white. Is this the overseer? Where there are people, there are classes. Even if they become slaves of the kobolds, it is normal for 2 so-called overseers to appear. However, the next second, after moving the telescope, Sumo's anger suddenly rose up. In the big house in the center of the camp, one can clearly see a man who looks a bit like an islander, sitting in front of the dog-headed man and chatting and laughing. The 3 warlock kobolds who had come from the castle earlier were now sitting in front of the man, gesticulating and saying something. Damn it! This guy eats better than me and lives more comfortably than me. I don't know how much blood and sweat he has squeezed out of him. Others are mining and sweating. The man in the house was sitting in front of a grill, turning it over at will, and occasionally sprinkling something that should be seasoning on it. Even if you can't smell the aroma of the seasoning sprinkled on the meat, Suma could also fill in some gaps from the Earth's memory. Time passes by every second. Suemo kept watching the man grill the meat. Then he cut it into pieces with a knife and put them into the bowls of the ogres. After everyone had finished eating together, they walked out of the cabin and talked in the center of the camp. During this process, even Oreo was a little anxious, but Sumo's heart was calm. Damn, I was wondering why this person looked so familiar. Through the telescope, one can see the ugly face of the man in the center of the camp who betrayed humanity and became a traitor. At the same time, it also evoked a small fragment of Sumo's memory. If I remember correctly, this bastard's name should be Maeda Kinto. After the first version update, I seem to have seen this person's comments in the world chat panel. Bit by bit, memories began to emerge as Sumo worked hard to dig them out. It seemed like this person was looking for people with good character to gather together for warmth, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a standard sting operation. In the already dangerous wasteland world, at this time, the profession of rapist suddenly emerged. Suddenly, Suemo only felt that the game chat panel was exposing all kinds of malicious intent under the manipulation of people with ulterior motives. Perhaps in the early stages, the chat panel will be a powerful tool for everyone to communicate. But the further you go, the more difficult it becomes to figure out the character of everyone speaking on the chat panel and whether there is any malicious intent in their words. By that time, personal credibility will collapse and no one will trust unfamiliar people. In addition to the official shelters, privately built shelters will be full of intrigue. The remaining lone wolf will be alone in the Doomsday. I'm afraid that Magu went through 19 disasters alone and was unwilling to find a companion. This is also a true reflection of the collapse of trust between people. The more he thought about it, the more he looked at Maeda Kinto, who hadn't even wiped the oil off the corners of his mouth, and the more murderous intent Suemo felt in his heart. This child must not be kept. Chapter 68. Choice? I want them all. The talks between the 2 parties in the center of the camp were still going on poorly. Because there is no professional translator like Oreo, neither Kinto Maeda nor the dog-headed man can accurately understand what the other party means. They can only communicate using the most primitive gestures. After looking at it, Suamo slowly understood the meaning of communication. Kinto Maeda should be giving advice to the dog-headed man. His gestures were like helicopter propellers, and he just needed to put them on top of his head and make them fly. The stupid dog-headed man found it difficult to understand the meaning and could only bark anxiously after not understanding a lot of gestures. After about half an hour, when even Suamo was tired of watching, the two sides finally finished their communication. Maeda Kinto waved his hand and shouted at a few lackeys, and a small cart was pushed out from a warehouse a little distance away. Is this the saltpeter that has been collected? The saltpeter was white with a slightly earthy color. Even through the telescope, Soma could feel its high purity. Compared with saltpeter from feces and urine, this saltpeter mine is an indispensable resource point that arms dealers must fight for when they start their business. The kobolds treated Kinto Maeda fairly equally. The two lackeys were not so lucky. From a distance, you can see a few dog-headed men yelling at the lackeys with a smug look on their faces, but the lackeys can only endure it and dare not get angry. When a person is in such a mess, he has completely lost his dignity. He just wants to survive one day at a time. After calming down the murderous intent in his heart, Suamo slowly stood up and retreated. He already had an idea of the next plot in mind. The group of ogres that just came over were most likely responsible for transporting the mined saltpeter back to the castle. It seems that the leader of the kobolds is not a fool. He knows that the camp outside cannot have such a large-scale gunpowder killer. Otherwise, the kobolds in the camp will be self-reliant and lose their sense of order. What a pity, what a pity. These dog-headed men are probably delivering saltpeter, or to me, Soma? With a sneer, as the distance between them was far enough, Suamo stood up swiftly and ran back the way the ogre came without looking back. Only children make choices. I want them all. This time, the saltpeter mine and the life of the ogre must belong to me. Hurry up, everyone. Otherwise, if Lord Doug blames you, I won't be able to save your lives. Watching the ogre team driving away with a truckload of mined saltpeter, Maeda Kinto wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke to the lackey beside him in a domineering manner. With the game's built-in racial translation, as long as you are a human, you can understand what the other person is saying without any pressure. Yes, Lord Maeda. The two lackeys quickly straightened their legs and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Kinto Maeda. Hee. Seeing the expressions of the two people beside him, Kinto Maeda showed a look of satisfaction on his face and continued. Well, Ingxiong, how are you doing with the recruitment I asked you to do on the game panel? Have you made any progress recently? Hearing this, Ingxiong, who was standing on the left, trembled instantly and said with a steely face, Master Maeda, the fish nearby have been almost all caught recently. In addition, those two bastards deliberately leaked the news the day before yesterday, and many people have been alert. Baka. Upon hearing Ingxiong's words, a trace of brutality suddenly flashed across Maeda Kinto's face, and he kicked Ingxiong in the chest with all his strength. How many times have I told you that here? You can't call a dog a thing, you have to call him Lord Dog. Are you a pig? Don't you understand what I say? If you do it again, I will send you to hell to meet those two people from the day before yesterday. After being kicked to the ground, Ingxiong nodded repeatedly with a look of pain on his face. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, but he pursed his lips tightly and dared not make a sound of pain. Looking at Ingxiong's appearance, Maeda Kinto nodded and said to another person, Marshal, come in with me? After saying that, Kinto Maeda turned around and walked directly towards a room at the back. The man called Marshal followed him with a trace of numbness on his face. In the dark house, only a small window as big as a human head let in a ray of light. Standing in the darkness, Marshal couldn't see the expression on Kinto Maeda's face as he sat at the table. After a while, I asked you to keep it privately. Well, how's it going? I've done it. I didn't dare hide too much. I took advantage of the mage's sleep and stole a small amount each time. I have saved up almost 1 kilogram. Good. From the dark house came Maeda Kinto's almost uncontrollable ecstasy. How's the task I asked you to do to find the location of the Suma base going? Hearing what Maeda Kinto said, Marshal almost started to cry. Master Maeda, last time I deliberately sent away most of the kobolds heading to the Soma refuge, leaving only 2 exploration teams. It's been more than a day, and there's no news. I'm afraid. Brothers, we really don't dare to go. That Suamo is ruthless and kills people like cutting grass. The shelter is so safe, there is nothing we can do if we go there. Hearing Marshal's words, Kinto Maeda first showed an expression of headache, and then he smiled sinisterly, as if everything was under control. The laughter was so creepy that even though it was bright and hot outside, Marshall felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Bullshit. Are you going to look at the things I asked you to hide? I've already gotten the news. As long as you can put it in the right place, hee, it won't take any effort to open the shell that he thinks is solid. By then, don't even think it's made of stone. Even if it's made of reinforced concrete, if you can do as I say, the so-called world's first shelter will be nothing more than a more impressive tomb. When the time comes, go in and get the core of his shelter. Hee. I got this secret, and a mere dog-headed man is worthy of standing there and talking to me loudly? When he heard Maeda Kinto forbid others to call him dog-headed man, he didn't care and just went ahead with it. Marshall subconsciously showed a hint of contempt at such a casual insult, but the next second, his expression froze. By the way, Marshall, how's the investigation going on in the Kobold Castle that I asked you to do? Kinto Maeda stood up from the table with an unbridled laugh, sat on the small bed inside in the light, and looked out the window. Kobolds do not understand human language. Kinto Maeda has enough capital and confidence, so even if he discusses things here freely, no ogre will hear him and tell on him. We went to the Kobold Castle 3 times, but each time we could only go up to the 3rd floor. We couldn't get into the 4th or 5th floor. I suspect that this is where they store their gunpowder, or there is some unspeakable secret here. After saying that, Marshall respectfully took out a rolled-up piece of yellow paper from his arms and handed it over respectfully. 4th floor, 5th floor. It seems that there is also a big secret in this Kobold Castle. Looking at the complete distribution map of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the kobolds on the map, as well as the points where supplies were stored in the Kobold Castle, Maeda Kinto nodded with a creepy smile. Marshall, you are very good. Next time when you go to serve the kobolds, remember to be smart and find a chance to see what the 4th and 5th floors are. But remember, before we get the secret of Soma, we must be careful and not let the news leak out. That's right. We must not let these stupid dogs know any news about Soma. I will find a way to deal with the 2 missing exploration teams. When we take down the Kobold Castle, you will be my trusted general. In this new world, you and I will establish a new order. When the time comes, beauty, wealth, and security, within easy reach. After Maeda Kinto finished speaking, he laughed unscrupulously through the light and put the map in his arms, as if he had begun to fantasize about the good days in the future. In the darkness, Marshall's expression changed rapidly, from indignation to impulse, from impulsive to calm. After his expression changed from calm to a faint sneer, he clenched his already stiff fists. Marshall added a hint of obedience to his voice. Yes, Master Maeda, I will definitely live up to your trust. The new world will definitely be ours. Chapter 69. Fight and destroy all alien races. It's undeniable. In the civilized era, China's college entrance examination is extremely painful. But if you know the answer and then take the college entrance examination, the feeling of being in control will be enough to make you faint with joy. Come yet? Woof. Lying on a slightly higher gentle slope, he touched Oreo, who was running towards him and still gasping for breath. Seeing Oreo nodding obediently, Sumo couldn't help but suppress his rapidly beating heart. About 60 meters in front of Sumo's sight, there was a piece of scorched yellow land covered with scattered weeds, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. But as the ogre in the distance was getting closer and closer and had not changed his route, a smile appeared on Sumo's lips. Dogs are creatures. Even if they have evolved into humans, they still follow some of their past habits. The way the kobolds came, and the way they go back. If you observe the footprints carefully, you can clearly see that these messy footprints are actually following a fixed line. Even after walking this route many times, the weeds have been slowly trampled down and are about to turn into a road. After rushing here from the saltpeter camp and seeing that these beasts had not changed their route for so many times, Sumo suddenly had an idea. A trap was quickly dug right in the middle of the ambush road. This trap is definitely not something that can be collapsed by the gnoll's pitifully light weight. But if a cart carrying saltpeter passes by, it will 100% fall down instantly. At this time, the kobolds could only find a way to pull the car up. Of course, as I was thinking about it, I started thinking about the underworld. Don't change it. Don't change it. Yes, just walk up like this. You're so good. Boom. As Sumo muttered in a low voice, 4 dog-headed men pulled the car from the front, and 2 dog-headed men pushed the car from the back. As soon as they passed the trap, the car fell down with a loud bang, and a dog-headed man standing at the back, pushing the cart, pushed too hard and fell in, letting out a painful bark. Woof deedee woof hiss. Woof woof woof. As the warlock kobold shouted, all the warrior kobolds immediately formed a circle, protecting the three honorable warlocks in the middle. All the kobolds looked around very vigilantly. The warlock kobold had even raised his staff, ready to cast a spell at any time. However, 1 minute passed. 3 minutes have passed. 5 minutes have passed. A gust of wind blew by, blowing a leaf onto the face of the outermost dog-headed man. Even the wind seemed to be mocking their battle of wits with the air. After a while, as if realizing that they had scared themselves, the kobold squad immediately disbanded their formation and began laughing and barking. Woof, woof, woof. The warrior kobold began to figure out how to pull the saltpeter cart up, while the warlock kobold sat under a bush nearby to enjoy the cool air. All the ogres took turns to attack the big pit, working hard. A gust of cool wind blew by, and a warlock kobold couldn't bear it anymore, so he stood over and commanded everyone. The remaining two warlock kobolds sat under the bushes. In such a harmonious and safe environment, all the kobolds relaxed their vigilance. The warlock kobold sitting on the left side of the bush put down his staff and talked casually with another kobold warlock next to him. Unfortunately, after 4 or 5 seconds, the dog-headed man on the left turned his head curiously after realizing that the person next to him had not responded to him for a long time. In his sight, the person who was fine a minute ago now had a black arrow stuck in his neck. At this moment, the dog-headed man on the left suddenly looked frightened and tried to stand up and shout. However, the next second, a similar black arrow pierced the center of his neck, and trickles of black blood flowed out from the big hole caused by the arrow. It's worthy of being a sophisticated silent crossbow. I'm afraid even a sniper rifle can't achieve this feeling. The unclear deaths of the two kobold warlocks did not affect the subsequent killings. He ejected the remaining crossbow arrows, replaced them with ordinary crossbow arrows, aimed at the last kobold warlock, and pulled the trigger slightly. A streak of blood suddenly shot out onto the narrow path. The last danger. Dead. After the 3 warlock kobolds were eliminated, the kobold squad not only lost its backbone of command, but also lost its long-range combat capability. All the poor warrior ogres could only gather in a circle, roaring constantly, and were shot down by Soma's arrows one by one. A team of 12. After shooting all 5 crossbow arrows in the crossbow magazine, in an instant, only 4 ogre-headed men were left. At this time, the Knoll squad was on the verge of collapse. Without making a sound, Suemo waved his hand towards the empty air again, and 5 crossbow arrows appeared in his hand. The next moment, the crossbows were thrown into the magazine. 3, 2, 1. When it came to the last person, the warrior kobold suddenly imitated the warlock kobold who had surrendered before, and suddenly fell to the ground and knelt in surrender. Surrender again? It seems that as long as there are too many casualties, the kobold's fighting spirit will disappear. Lying on the ground, after confirming again and again that there was only one ogre left, Suemo had an idea and turned off the power of the electric crossbow and put it back into the storage space. The next moment, a fine iron electric spear appeared out of thin air and was held in Sumo's hand. Oreo, help me hold the line. With a low growl, Suemo stood up from the ground. At this moment, the dog-headed man lying on the ground instantly discovered Suemo. At the same time, the fear in the dog-headed man's eyes faded a lot, even in Sumo's sight. The warrior kobold stood up again, holding the spear in his hand, staring at him intently. What's the matter? You still want to fight me? Come on, come and try with me. He was wearing light armor, holding an electric spear, and a combat uniform. In comparison, the Knoll warrior is like a primitive man, and his equipment is far inferior to his. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, like the pace of a devil. Suemo kept moving forward, and as the distance got closer, he could clearly see. The ogre warrior's hand holding the spear was already a little twisted. There was also a look of being ready to die in his eyes. Okay, come here and show me how to fight. Seeing that there was less than 20 meters between the two of them, Suemo roared and rushed forward with the electric spear in his hand. Seeing this, the ogre warrior also rushed forward. The dog-headed man, who looked extremely thin, turned his stabbing attack into a smashing attack at the moment when the two were about to engage in close combat. Boom. The next moment, a dull sound echoed in the air, causing a resonance. Block the arms and grab the legs. Suemo held the electric spear horizontally and used his great strength to block the attack. With a flying kick, he kicked the confused ogre more than 3 meters away. It feels good, it feels good. Your strength is far from enough to hit me. There was a glimmer of eagerness in Sumo's eyes, and he kicked the spear of the kobold man under his feet away, signaling the kobold man to fight again. Seeing Sumo's provocation, the ogre warrior felt a shock in his heart. He crawled up again, howling, and stabbed with his spear. There was a crackling sound of metal colliding. With the idea of practicing close combat, Sumo only defended and did not attack. Get on the shelf and cut. Horse stance side attack. Sideways kick and whip. It seemed that the ogre warrior had the upper hand and kept attacking, but Sumo kept defending him back and forth without any leakage. The battle lasted 3 to 5 minutes. As the kobold warrior's next stab was dodged by Soma, who turned sideways, he turned the spear into a whip and knocked the kobold man to stagger. After the weapon fell to the ground, the kobold warrior simply lay on the ground. Do not fight. That's it? That's it? He felt his arms still pumping out strength and looked at the ogre lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Sumo looked at the Oreo next to him in surprise. Oreo, who was nervous at first and almost fell asleep in the back, also looked at Sumo in surprise. Am I already that strong? Seeing the ogre warrior looking desperate, Sumo smiled. I also sat next to him. Oreo, translate for him and tell him, I'll wait for him to rest before fighting. There's no rush. We still have plenty of time today. Hearing Sumo's words, Oreo, who was lying on the side, walked over lazily. He started communicating in his fluent dialect. The dog-headed man obviously didn't expect that Sumo had no martial ethics and even brought an interpreter with him when he went out to fight. The dog was stunned when he suddenly heard Soma's friendly request. When looking at Soma, there was a hint of visible fear in his eyes. The next second, the dog-headed man who was still lying on the ground used both hands and feet to quickly try to leave the battlefield. However, boom boom, there was a buzzing sound of electricity mixed in between the two muffled sounds. Behind the dog-headed man, a dark shadow flashed by. The buzzing electric spear turned into lightning, and by the time it was seen clearly, it had already pierced through the chest of the kobold. I said I'd wait for you to fight. Since you want to run, I can only send you down? He pulled out the electric spear, turned off the power at the back, and wiped the blood off the spear head on the kobold. Sumo sighed and walked towards the big pit to check the rich spoils of this battle. On the grass, black blood gushed out from the dog-headed man's chest. In his last moments, he seemed to have transcended the racial barrier and understood the words that were still lingering in the air. Military boxing? It's so terrifying. Chapter 70. Small Gain. Storage Space Expansion Coupon. In terms of individual strength, a kobold warrior might not even be able to defeat a normal adult with a weapon. Humanization not only makes the warlock kobold more powerful. For these soldiers, it actually weakened their lethality. Without the flexibility of being able to stand on all fours and the deadly bite of his teeth, the skinny dog-headed man had neither strength nor speed, so he could only take a beating. Walking to the big pit, the ogre, who was still waiting for rescue in the pit, looked at Sumo in confusion, as if asking, Where are my teammates? Are you selling me out? Unfortunately, Sumo did not give the dog-headed man, who had broken his bones, time to think. He simply took out his crossbow and shot an arrow at the dog-headed man's forehead. A small team of 12 people, all wiped out. The two sides started fighting for only 10 minutes. Not counting the close combat with the warrior ogre, Sumo easily eliminated this lone team using only 11 crossbow arrows. The gap caused by equipment and combat ideology cannot be simply bridged by numbers. He put away the crossbow, made sure there were no other people nearby, took out the hook rope and nailed it to the ground, then pulled the rope and jumped into the big hole. The ogres might not be able to get up a cartload of saltpeter but it would be extremely easy for Sumo. First, take out the corpse barrel in the storage space to free up some space. Then he placed his hand on the saltpeter or cart, and with a thought, the saltpeter on the cart began to slowly disappear and was all stored in the storage space. In just 5 or 6 seconds, all the saltpeter on the cart disappeared. In return, the storage space is already filled to the brim. Using his arms to pull the rope, Sumo easily climbed out of the pit and began to clean up the battlefield. First of all, the crossbow arrows must be recovered. 2 high-quality crossbow arrows are rare artifacts. The terrifying attribute of silence alone can achieve a surprising victory in this kind of ambush. He carefully took out a machete and cut the throat of the ogre warlock, then pulled out 2 short and powerful crossbow arrows from the blood. Looking at the blood on the crossbow arrow, Sumo frowned and put it aside to let it drain slowly. The remaining crossbow arrows on the dog-headed man are easy to deal with. Just kick the dog-headed man's body with your feet and pull hard to pull them out. After picking out a slightly deformed crossbow arrow and throwing it into the pit, the remaining 8 can all be used. Not bad. I paid for 1 crossbow arrow and got, let me count, 3 copper boxes, 1 iron box, 1 wooden box. It seems that as my strength continues to improve, or because of the passage of time, it has become difficult for the kobold warlock to drop silver quality boxes. Suemo shook his head, thinking about the reason while putting all the boxes together. If it's the former, then it's acceptable. If it is the latter, it will be painful. As time goes by, the box that was originally made of silver will become made of wood. Who can withstand this? Isn't this just a roundabout way of forcing people to kill monsters quickly? Mahwadeng is me, Paratrooper number 1 Lubin. I'm willing to trade 10 years of a kobold's life for my chance at luck. After whispering a few unboxing slogans, Sumo's hand first reached for the worst wooden box of all quality. Good things need a foundation. Those who understand will understand. With a clang, the wooden box opened as Suemo touched it and turned into a beam of white light. Then the prompt sound from the game panel came over. Record: you opened the wooden treasure chest. Record: you have obtained the bull power strip 5M1. Extension board? Not bad, quite useful. After watching the wooden treasure chest disappear and the power strip fall to the ground, Suemo touched the back of his head with a hint of satisfaction on his face. As long as you don't get any plastic stuff out of the wooden treasure chest, you'll make money. Put the socket aside, take the iron box and continue unpacking. There was a flash of light and the game prompt sounded. Record: congratulations on opening the iron treasure chest. Record: you received Mengshui brand canned assorted fruits in syrup 388G1. Record: you have obtained Mengshui brand canned yellow peach fruit in syrup 408G1. Wow. He opened 2 large bottles of canned fruit for me at once. I'm rich. Seeing the cans that fell to the ground because the storage space was full, Suemo quickly picked them up with heartache. These 2 cans are quite heavy, and it's really lucky to get them out of the iron treasure chest. Well-sealed cans are a rare luxury in the apocalypse. Regardless of its taste, the fact that it can supplement the human body with a large amount of vitamins is the best food reward at present. Looking at the storage space filled with miscellaneous items, Suemo could only take out a unit of iron block with a little pain and put the can in it. 2 cubic meters of space is still too little. I can't do without the iron block. It's a really difficult trade-off. Sitting on the iron block, Suemo continued to open the boxes. This time, there were 3 copper treasure chests, and Suemo chose to open them all at once. Record: congratulations on opening the copper treasure chest 3. Record: congratulations on winning Wuchang Dao Huaxiang rice, 15 kilograms, 1. Record: congratulations on winning Fulling pickles, 250G, 3. Record: congratulations on obtaining the resource copy voucher, with level 3. Record: congratulations on obtaining the storage space expansion voucher, 0.2 cubic meters, bound, 1. Resource copy voucher. Storage space expansion coupon. After seeing the copper treasure chest disappear, Suemo was surprised by the prompts on the game panel and the 4 large glittering papers like banknotes floating in the air in the storage space. I said that 100 disaster points will be added once, and it will increase in the future. When it reaches 10 square meters, it will require 102,400 survival points. I can get the first disaster points every time, but after more than 10 disasters, it is probably difficult to get enough, let alone others. Now it seems, even ordinary people can get this kind of expansion coupon when opening a treasure chest. After a long sigh of relief, Suemo directly crushed the expansion coupon. As the expansion coupon starlight flickered, the dark storage space silently expanded by 0.2 cubic meters to 2.2 cubic meters. As for this resource copy voucher, picking up a ticket, Suma looked at the detailed description on it. Like treasure chest levels, resource copy coupons are currently divided into 5 levels: wood, iron, copper, silver, and gold. The 3 resource copy coupons currently opened from the copper treasure chest can all be used to copy resources on an equal basis. For example, if Suemo gets 15 kilograms of rice from the treasure chest, he can spend a copy ticket and another copy will appear next to it. However, if it is not a resource item opened from a treasure chest or has been unpacked, for example, if you unpack 15 kilograms of rice and add your own 15 kilograms of rice, the copy ticket cannot be used for it. After figuring out the rule, Suemo thought for a moment and put away the 3 copy tickets. Copying food is too wasteful. Besides, I have better replica items in my shelter. Thinking of the many items in the shelter, Suemo grinned and sucked all the items that fell on the ground into the storage space. He stood up and looked at the dead ogres lying around him. Summoning a shovel, Sumo began to pick up all the ogres with the shovel and push them into the trap pit in the middle. Although this simple burial cannot prevent subsequent kobolds from tracking and discovering it, it is completely enough for now. It took about half an hour to bury all the ogres and clean up the scene. Suemo quickened his pace and walked towards the place where he could observe the kobold castle. A group of people died. I want to see if this dog-headed man will come out one by one to save my grandfather. Chapter 71. Speaking of that Suemo, he disturbed the dog's nest. The law of the wasteland. Be ruthless to yourself, be ruthless to monsters, and as for your own people, I will naturally repay those who are good to me, and those who are bad to me and want to harm me must be retaliated tenfold or 100-fold. Lying on the weed-covered hillside, Suemo leisurely recorded the 2.0 version of the Doomsday survival rules in the private messages of the dead. There are currently 3 main types of private messages from the dead. One is used to keep a diary, one is used to record survival rules, and the remaining one is used to record the acquisition of supplies. My strength has been tested, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to fight 3 kobold warriors. Besides, I have armor, so I have enough margin for error. In some matters that require a little more radicalization, perhaps we should be bolder and more courageous. Muttering to himself, Suemo wrote down 2 more items. People always change. Even the most conscientious and kind person, after seeing the cruelty and ruthlessness in the end times, will gradually lose their humanity and become an animal that only wants to survive. Suemo didn't want to become that kind of person. Well, literally. At least after seeing that Magu could hold on for more than 400 days and still maintain his original intention. The inner desire to win prompted Suemo to have more principles for the future. Oreo at the side also enjoyed a long-awaited sunbath, which he hadn't enjoyed for days. But, my little Oreo, what's wrong with you? You feel sleepy right after coming out. You look so listless. After taking a look at the still closed door of the Knoll Castle, Suemo simply turned over, lay down, and started to touch Oreo's belly. Feeling Soma's touch, Oreo barked weakly, closed his eyes, and continued to enjoy his happy moment in the sun. If Oreo hadn't been fine a few hours ago and hadn't eaten anything strange during this period, Suemo would have thought it was dying. Okay, you go to sleep. There's nothing to do today. Just stay here and wait. If he comes out, just treat him as a courier. If he doesn't come out, there's no loss. Seeing that Oreo didn't want to pay attention to him, Suemo had no choice but to turn his head, put his hands under his head, looked at the blue sky of the wasteland, and lay quietly. It seems like I haven't had such a quiet and leisurely life for a long time. Actually, if it weren't for the constant disasters, living here would be quite interesting, at least. I've become stronger. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on Sumo's lips. A person's confidence and charm all come from vision and strength. In the previous life, I worked in a small office in Shanghai, and there was no such bloody thing as being ordered around by my boss or being beaten or framed by my colleagues. But at least in life, we cannot achieve economic freedom and freedom of thought. Every day, returning to the small room of only 120 square meters in the Magic City, looking at the light yellow ceiling, Suemo thought, if there were a doomsday someday, I wouldn't have to think so much. Unfortunately, when several asteroids really fly towards the Earth, not only Suemo was panicking, but even those people standing on the top of the Earth were also panicking. In just 3 months, large shelters were built one after another on the Earth. The state machinery entered a wartime state and became extremely terrifying. Everyone became a regulated screw. Therefore, until he fled, Suemo did not get a ticket to go home. Especially when he heard his parents worrying on the phone, Suemo would pretend to be confident and comfort them. Mom and Dad, don't be afraid. It's an asteroid coming, not aliens. The Earth is so big. How can it be smashed through? At this time, Father Su would always put on the tone of an old engineer who knows everything and scold. You are so young. What do you know? When your father and I were working in the detonation team, we took a class taught by a great academician. The academician talked about the relationship between kinetic energy and power. Don't try to make your father happy. I take good care of your mother and your sister. Just take care of yourself, and your mother and I will be relieved. As expected, Sue's mother would interject at this time. Remember to bring more clothes. The shelter said that they will distribute food and water, not your personal belongings. Sometimes my sister would even say mischievously, Brother, don't worry about us. It's us who are worried about you. You're an old otaku. In this environment, We should be prepared not to see each other for more than 10 years. You can bring back a sister-in-law, but please don't bring back a nephew. I'm not ready to be an aunt yet. I thought of the two old people's repeated instructions. Looking at the sky, Suemo seemed to see a hint of a naughty smile in his father's seriousness, and his mother's eyes, which were always happy but also revealing worry. Dad, Mom, it's going to be fine. Whether it's me, us, or the people on Earth, as long as we want to survive, there will always be a way. Licking his dry lips, Suemo waved at the air, took out the biscuit paste he had made in the morning, and ate it together with Oreo. Apart from food, we now have a fixed income of more than 7L of psionic water every day. Although they were unable to achieve freedom in terms of food, at least the supply of psionic water was open. He took out the psionic water and drank about 300 milliliters of it. Then he turned around, pried open Oreo's dog mouth, poured the remaining water into it, and used Sumo's void move to take back the water bottle. Turning around and looking at the Knoll Castle again where there was still no movement, Suemo stood up and moved forward. This hillside is about 500 m away from the castle. If we calculate based on common sense, the distance that the kobold on the watchtower can observe and confirm should be 200 to 300 meters. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the sentry kobolds may have evolved some talent such as extraordinary vision. Therefore, Suemo decided to use the time before the sun sets to measure the surveillance range of the ogre watchtower. Signaling Oreo to continue lying down, Suemo squatted and jogged forward. Judging from the position of the sun in the sky, it should be 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The night in the wasteland comes late, and the sunset will not set until around 7:30. The sunlight was not very strong at this time, so it was not until he was about 400 meters away from the watchtower that Suemo changed from jogging to lying down and began to move slowly forward on the ground. The weight of the armor and combat uniform was not noticeable when running, but it did feel a bit heavy when lying on the ground. After climbing another 100 meters, when he reached about 300 meters, Suemo looked up. At this time, the kobold on the nearest sentry tower in the southeast corner. Although it seemed that his eyes were fixed on this angle, in fact, no one knew where his gaze was focused. Keep climbing. These kobolds can't run as fast as me, so they can't do anything to me. Under the armor, Suemo smiled and continued to move forward at a snail's pace. 280 m, 250 m, 230 m, 150 m. The resolution of the naked eye is about 0.0003 radians, and the resolution can be expanded to about 4 centimeters at about 150 meters. At such a close distance, with Sumo's increasingly better eyesight, even without the help of a telescope, he could vaguely see the expression of the dog-headed man in the sentry tower. Did he take a nap and fall asleep? Is he trying to fool me in the air? He summoned a telescope from the storage space and placed it in front of his eyes. This time, not to mention the expression on the dog-headed man's face, even whether his pupils were big or small, and whether the black spots on his lips were on the left or right, Soma could see it clearly. At this moment, the pupils of the sentry tower dog-headed man radiated greatly, and his ciliary muscles were soft and trembling. At first glance, he was using an action that many high school students envied. Secret technique. Sleep with your eyes open. Good old dog, you really have something. After observing for another 5 or 6 minutes, he carefully looked around the castle to see if there were any other loopholes, as well as the specifications of the gate and other details. Sumo's mind moved, and the telescope was retracted, replaced by a cold electric crossbow. Press the switch button and wait for the crossbow to complete the self-check. Suemo slowly changed from a prone position to kneeling on one leg, and as his posture changed, the crossbow was naturally raised. Looking at the sentry dog-headed man in the scope who still had no reaction, Suemo smiled and said, "Good dog, continue to sleep. Pull the trigger." A black arrow shot through the air and pierced through the kobold's fragile head in an instant. A foot high of blood splattered out and began to spray towards the blue sky in front. At the same time, in the kobold castle, an alarm sounded, and suddenly there was a loud sound of barking. The noise in the huge castle was terrifying. At first glance, it sounded like there were at least thousands of kobolds. There are so many kobolds that even with an automatic rifle, we may not be able to defeat them. Run! After putting away the crossbow, Suemo no longer put on any disguise and ran back. Chapter 72. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The death of the sentry tower kobold was like a drop of water dropped into a boiling oil pan, which immediately exploded in the kobold castle. Woo-woo! The death triggered the monitoring mechanism, and alarm bells rang again and again, echoing across the wilderness. Hundreds of dogs howled. The shouts shook the earth. 1,000 dogs wailed. The complaints broke through the sky. Running in the overgrown wilderness, Suemo looked back and was extremely surprised. At this time, the middle gate under the knoll castle had been completely opened, and hundreds of gnolls could be seen pouring out of the small gate. See Soma running in the distance. All the ogres suddenly changed their target and started running with powerful steps. Fuck. Is this stirring up a hornet's nest? Suemo cursed and quickened his pace. At this moment, Suemo was extremely grateful that he had upgraded his shoes. Powerful force extends from the toe to the heel, increasing the potential energy of each step and making the next step easier and faster. Every time you step on the ground with power, you can clearly see small pits one after another. Suemo never thought he could run so fast. The kobold didn't expect Suemo to run so fast. Oreo, who was still sleeping on the hillside, was awakened by the roar and looked forward with sleepy eyes. The next moment, Oreo's black and white face showed a hint of human-like dog shock and stupidity. Ouch! Standing on the hillside, Oreo stretched out the ending of his shout. It was as if he was saying, "Fuck, this old guy Suemo is too powerful." From Oreo's perspective, the two sides were like running a race, and the kobold running in the front was currently about 400 m away from Soma. But this is far less exaggerated than the scene before our eyes. Behind the dog-headed man in the front, there was a long chasing team of more than 50 meters. In addition, countless dog-headed men continued to run out of the small door, spotted Sumo's position, and chased after him with their heads covered. Oreo, stupid dog, run? Seeing Oreo still standing on the hillside with a heroic and confident look, Suemo was running out of breath and shouting from a distance. Next moment, the targets that the countless kobold armies were chasing became two. One person and one dog. 500 kobolds. Sometimes he moved forward through potholes, and sometimes he used both hands and feet on the high slopes. Unlike the ogres in the exploration team, the ogres in the castle obviously have much better physical strength. The distance between the two sides is constantly narrowing. 380 m, 350 m, 300 m. Woof-ha woof-ha. The few gnolls running in the front now had a cruel smile on their faces. It seemed that in a minute or two, they would be able to catch up with the hateful invader in front of them, carry him back to the castle on a stone spear, and torture him. However, woof, woof, woof. In their sight, the intruder suddenly sat on a metal shell. Next second, a puff of black smoke burst out from the iron shell, and the distance between the two sides was rapidly widened at a terrifying speed. At this speed, even the kobolds in their prime could only sigh in despair, not to mention the group of ogres who were chasing and fleeing for about a kilometer. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting bigger and bigger, the kobold squad stopped. There was a hint of human confusion on their faces. You look at me, I look at you. He looks at him. It seemed that he didn't understand why the thing under the invader's crotch could run so far so fast without being driven by a beast. On the high slope, more and more dog-headed men stood up and looked at the iron shell that was like a yellow earth storm getting farther and farther away in the wilderness. Silence. The silence of all the kobolds standing on the hillside. Roar. It's the roar of Sumo Oreo galloping in the wild. Oh wow. Ha ha ha. Woof. You idiots want to chase me? Look at how fast the red-hair BMW that your grandpa Suemo rides on is. Suemo stepped on the accelerator, feeling the strong wind blowing on his face, and cheered heartily. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes. Humans can use the power of machinery to display their unique magic in front of these so-called fantasy creatures. Diesel is the blood, the engine is the heart, and the wheels are the legs. The power is wind technique. As they went downhill, Suemo had increased the speed of the car to 65 miles per hour. The rolling yellow earth, before he realized who had lifted him up, a swift shadow had already rushed out. Facing the setting sun that was already hanging in the sky, Suemo rushed to a safe place and stopped the car. Oreo was still standing in the back seat, his flowing hair naturally spread backwards under the impulse of the wind, looking indescribably elegant and free. Turning his head, he looked at the densely packed kobolds standing on the hill. A sense of heroism rose in Sumo's heart. Raising his middle finger, Soma shouted loudly to all the kobolds looking in that direction. You bastards, one day, I, your grandpa, will chase you. When that happens, I will let you know what it means to be a human being with backbone. The high-pitched voice was transmitted far away through the vibration of the air. I don't know if it was because Soma stopped, or because they heard Soma's words, but the dog-headed men on the mountain started barking. It has the momentum of shouting. Come here. After looking twice, Suemo bent down and got back into the car, continuing to move forward without looking back. Only when the mountain where the dog-headed men were located had become as small as ants in his sight did Suemo turn the car around and head eastward. On this trip, we had obtained enough information and the storage space was filled to the brim. I have completely achieved what I wanted to achieve before leaving the house. Suemo drove all the way, controlling the speed at about 40 miles per hour, and successfully returned to shelter number 2 before the sun set. Once here, there are only 3 to 5 minutes left before returning to your own shelter. Oreo also knew that he had returned to his territory and began to hum quietly. Especially when he got closer to his nest, Oreo became more and more excited, and his voice changed several tones. It's great to have such a solid shelter in the apocalyptic wasteland. Parking the car in front of the gate of the shelter and looking at the extremely solid stone wall, Suemo couldn't help but feel a little moved. What about the castle? We are nothing but ants in the face of natural disasters. On the contrary, the underground shelter becomes much safer than the castle as we go deeper and deeper. But I'd better wear a helmet next time I go out. The crackling gravel will give me a headache. Suemo smiled and touched the back of his head, then looked at the gray and white areas on Oreo's body that were also hit by the pebbles and shook his head. Although you can avoid most obstacles on the road in the wasteland, but it is inevitable that a bang-bang, a car that is almost lying on the ground and has no glass, is still a little uncomfortable. After putting down the Oreo and parking the car back in the basement, Suemo came to the back door of the base. I'll figure out how to make a big lock tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll have to go through the back door every time I go in and out, and there's no lock on the back door, which is a bit dangerous. He lifted the heavy stone slab, put Oreo in it, looked around again, squatted down and entered, and closed the stone slab. Goo goo, goo. When sparks of all sizes heard the noise, they quickly rushed out and sat in a row at the back door. After seeing Suemo appear, she puffed out her little chest and circled around Suemo. Okay, I'm back. Are you hungry? Seeing several small crystals appearing on the culture medium, Suemo understood the meaning of the large and small sparks. Wow, are you here to take credit? After patting little Spark's head and holding the 2 little chicks in his arms, Suemo came to the living room and turned on the lights. The dim shelter suddenly became bright. It was like going out to work for a day on Earth and returning to your room. At this moment, an incomparable feeling of security came over me. There's sulfur and saltpeter. And 12 days. You kobold beasts, wait for me. Chapter 73. After a good meal and a good drink, refining saltpeter. Little guys, don't be anxious. Let me take stock of today's harvest first. After playing with the sticky sparks for a while, he put the 2 chicks on the ground and called Oreo over to play. Suemo walked to the supply room and started taking things out. The first was the large chunks of saltpeter that had filled up the storage space. The purity of these saltpeters is extremely high. Basically, they do not need secondary processing and can be directly crushed and used. Any warmongering person who sees them will say that destiny is in his hands. Looking at the storage room that was already filled with sulfur, Suemo could only place the saltpeter in the secondary bedroom first. The smell of saltpeter is not as strong as that of sulfur, especially this natural saltpeter mine. Except for a slight bitter taste, the other smells are difficult to distinguish. These saltpeters add up to at least 300 to 500 kilograms. I don't even need to grab it a second time in a short time. After stacking all the saltpeter ores and putting them together, Somo nodded with satisfaction. This squirrel-like joy of hoarding supplies in large quantities is simply unimaginable. Just add a little bit of charcoal and mix it according to the proportion to create the perfect propellant, black powder. As for food, this 15 kilograms bag of rice solves the urgent need. There are still these 2 bottles of canned food. Eat them leisurely. There won't be any problems for a month. After taking out the harvested survival supplies, Sumo picked up the rice bag and walked to the stove. These days, it's either bread soup or biscuit batter. These 2 things are fine at first, but eating too much can really make people vomit. When Suemo saw the rice, his stomach immediately began to move, making gurgling sounds, and sour water began to flow out of his mouth. An average person's meal intake is about 2 taels of rice, which is a little over 1 tael of rice. 1 pound of rice can last for about 3 days. Of course, for Suemo, who is now starving and whose strength is growing rapidly, a meal of at least 3 taels, or even 4 taels, is enough to fill him up. Strange. Is my luck so good? A copper treasure chest can reveal enough rice for 1 person to eat for more than a month. Logically speaking, everyone should not be short of food in the early stage. Suemo poured out some psionic water and washed the rice while his mind wandered and he was thinking about something. According to this drop rate, if you are luckier, you can get 2 bags of rice. If you eat them frugally, it will not be a problem to last you 2 or 3 months. But apparently, there are still too many people who lack food, and some have even been reduced to eating tree bark and soil. There are too few real samples to judge. Maybe I'm just lucky and always get good stuff. Putting this currently unsolvable problem behind him, Suemo put the washed rice into the already lit pot and sat in front of the stove waiting quietly. It doesn't matter if you don't have an electric rice cooker. Use the most primitive earthen pot and the most primitive steaming method. The steamed rice will have the smell of firewood and will be more fragrant. First, cook the rice in the pot until the hard core inside is almost soft. Then place a wooden lid above the waterline in the pot, spread the rice flat on the wooden lid, and cover the pot with the lid. About 10 minutes later, Suemo could no longer hold back his smile as he smelled the increasingly fragrant aroma of cooked rice coming from the pot. In the era of civilized Earth, what is a bowl of rice? When you go to a buffet, even if you want 10 or 20 bowls, they will let you eat as much as you want. But when he arrived in the precarious apocalyptic wasteland and smelled such a smell, even Suemo, who remained calm in the face of hundreds of kobolds, felt like tears were about to come out. The sticky, tense, and fragrant smell that made your scalp tingle became stronger and stronger as the steam came out. When Oreo, who was still playing with the big and small sparkles, smelled it, the whole dog was stunned. Oreo, who originally had a handsome face, suddenly became dazed and stared at the white steam rising from the earthen pot. The 2 chickens had a poor sense of smell, and after a brief reaction, they also smelled the aroma of the rice. Poor wasteland creature. How could it have ever smelled such a delicacy? In the food map engraved in the genes of Oreos and Sparkles, the word rice cannot be found at all. In front of the earthen pot, even Oreo sat in a row like the big and small Sparks, with burning eyes, waiting for Soma to feed them. However, this is not yet the limit of Sanxiao's taste tolerance. As Suemo moved the earthen pot where rice was steaming to the side to dissipate heat, he brushed another earthen pot with oil and started to heat it up, and a smell of grease also came in. I opened a bag of fulling pickled mustard tuber and poured the 250g bag into the earthen pot. The moment I poured it, a strong sour, sweet, and spicy taste mixed with the rice rushed out, sweeping away the taste of the rice. After 3 or 5 seconds, Suemo picked up the wooden lid next to him, poured all the rice into it, and started stir-frying. Wow! Wow! Suemo moved upwards, and Sanxiao's eyes immediately followed suit and glanced upwards. As Suemo moved downwards, the 3 little ones immediately lowered their heads and even lay prone on the ground. From beginning to end, the earthen pot affected 4 people, big and small, in the shelter. Finally, all the rice was stained with the pickled mustard juice. A fragrant smell wafted out from the apocalypse that was enough to make other people faint. Okay, let's get ready to eat. The moment he said okay, Oreo's 2 little hind legs quickly rubbed and slipped on the ground, and the 4-wheel drive started. He ran over at lightning speed and brought his food bowl to Suemo. Sparks, big and small, also learned the lesson and nodded repeatedly, signaling Suemo to put them directly on the ground and make sure they were all eaten by you. Seeing the 3 little ones looking so greedy, Suemo didn't keep them in suspense. First, scoop out 3 spoonfuls for Oreos, then scoop out a small spoonful for the big and small Sparkles, and pour the rest into your own bowl. The next moment, the only sound in the shelter was the sound of people eating voraciously. From time to time, there would be a cough caused by eating too fast. Suemo ate nearly a pound of rice by himself and drank 300 or 400 milliliters of psionic water. How can this be called surviving in the wasteland? On days like this, all that's missing is 3 capital food articles stuck on Sumo's head. After pouring all the remaining rice crusts in the pot into Oreo's bowl, Suemo stood up and went back to the supply room. This time, what was taken out was canned yellow peaches. Easily unscrew the can, pick out a piece of fruit pulp with chopsticks and put it in your mouth, and an unusually graceful fruity aroma rushes into your mouth. When you bite off the yellow peach flesh, a few drops of peach acid will quickly secrete from the peach flesh that breaks open in the middle, filling your entire mouth with fragrance. He swallowed a petal with enjoyment, looked at the expectant eyes of the 3 little ones, then took out another petal and gave it to Oreo, bit off half of it and gave it to the big and small Sparks, and swallowed the remaining half again. Looking at the remaining yellow peaches with regret, Suemo simply turned around, tightened the can lid, and put it back into the supply room. At this stage, can food is a strategic material. Eating it is not a pleasure, it can be considered a luxury. Eating 1 clove of fruit pulp every day can maintain an adequate supply of vitamins. I estimate that these 2 cans will last at least a month without any problems. At this moment, Suemo finally understood the meaning of having food in hand and not having to panic. Then today's mission is to try to purify some saltpeter, which will be considered an overachievement. After having a good meal and a good drink, it was time to work. Sumo did not rest and directly moved a small piece of saltpeter or to the workbench. Although the purity is good, if it can be refined, I would still try to refine it. Perhaps when it reaches excellent quality, the ingredients that are blended will be more powerful. After returning to the energy room, connecting the generator to the power supply, turning on the workbench, and waiting for the self-inspection to be completed, Sumo put on the iron arm. The refining of saltpeter ore is very simple. You just need to crush it, put it in water, and heat it, wait for it to boil, and then start fine filtering. After putting the cyanic water in with great heartache, Soma began to prepare the solution. He took out a spare wooden basin and smashed the white saltpeter ore into pieces with the hammer in his right hand, then slowly ground it into fine powder. Pull the experimental table over, slowly slide the saltpeter powder along the tube arm into the cyanic water, until 2/3 of it is added. Close the wall and start heating. As the flame of the resistance blowtorch emerges, the temperature inside the distillation tube begins to rise rapidly. Control the temperature and keep it at 80 degrees, then stop heating and let the soma start filtering out the infusible impurities inside. Shaking the remaining filtrate and placing it in the middle of the workbench, Sumo patiently waited for the filtrate to cool down. Wait until the temperature returns to 20 degrees, filter the precipitated substance again, and little bits of pure white powder crystals begin to condense in the beaker. The next moment, Suemo couldn't wait to call the system to look at the saltpeter powder. I was stunned. Chapter 74. Magical saltpeter in exchange for information. Saltpeter. Excellent. Description. High-purity saltpeter purified by entry-level craftsmen, Soma, has a wide range of uses, including making matches, pyrotechnics, black powder, glass, and food preservatives. For unknown reasons, its grade has been upgraded to excellent. Special ability. Make nitric acid. Concentration, 95%. Made into gunpowder, energy plus 50%. Made into explosives, energy plus 50%. Evaluation. It has many uses, a wide range, and works quickly. Is it just hanging? Righteous words. The property page that popped up by the system was filled with the special abilities of saltpeter for the first time. There are more than 30 uses in various aspects, all of which have been strengthened to a certain extent. But this was not what surprised Suemo the most. So when psionic water is mixed with these things, there will be so many changes? Suemo fiddled with the saltpeter in the beaker in amazement, still couldn't figure out how this thing had so many properties. But if it's really as powerful as the system says, I'm afraid my technology tree will grow rapidly. Staring at the saltpeter powder with burning eyes, Sumo's thoughts had drifted to the oil well in shelter number 2. Originally, after purifying saltpeter and sulfur and mixing them with charcoal, they could produce the famous black powder, directly ushering in the era of firearms. But now, an abrupt term popped up in Sumo's mind: bitter and sour. The famous TNT, TNP, is also known as picric acid dynamite. Its ingredient is trinitrophenol, which is often confused with Nobel's safe explosive, TNT. In 1771, the Englishman Pitt Wolff synthesized a dye. He mixed concentrated sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and phenol, probably crude phenol refined from coal tar or indigo. People at that time did not know phenol, and obtained a crystalline powder with a strong bitter taste and bright yellow appearance, so it was given the name picric acid. At that time, people only used bitter acid to dye clothes and make paint. In the dye industry at the time, trinitrophenol was often called yellow. People had been using bitter acid to dye fabrics for a full 100 years, but had never thought of how to make it explode. In 1871, a clerk in a dye shop in Paris, France encountered a problem. An overstocked yellow dye can seem to be rusted. They couldn't unscrew it no matter what they did. So the desperate guys decided to use the simplest and most brutal method to open the can: smashing it. The hammersmith they hired also had a big iron hammer that cost 80 yuan. This time, the hammersmith gathered all his strength and hammered down. Unexpectedly, the can exploded with a loud bang, and the entire dyeing factory was instantly destroyed, leaving only a group of survivors covered in colorful clothes groaning in the ruins. After much investigation, people ruled out the possibility of unidentified explosives hidden in the jars and locked the problem on the picric acid jars. People suddenly realized that the yellow paint exploded from the hammering. This incident caused a sensation in society, and people became concerned about the yellow color. But the French military at the time was amazed. This was clearly the best military weapon sent by God. The yellow color had proved its safety in long-term use, and it could also be easily prepared on a large scale. Later, the Frenchman Eugene Turpin took the lead in developing the picric acid injection method for artillery shells and also gave it the name melanite. Many people are unfamiliar with this term, but everyone is familiar with the 1897-style 75mm field gun, which is Li Yunlong's Italian gun. Now we have saltpeter to make nitric acid, sulfur and saltpeter to react to make sulfuric acid, and some petroleum to extract the toluene. If it is really possible, I am afraid that my bomb technology tree will directly skip black powder and nitrocellulose and directly enter the era of yellow explosives. Thinking about the ways of configuring explosives that his father had been talking about before he came here, Suemo instantly became excited. Black powder, after all, is just propellant. When made into a gunpowder bag, it can only complete the two processes of explosion and combustion. Unlike picric acid, once the shock wave with chemical reaction is detonated, an explosion reaction first occurs at the ignition point to generate a large amount of high temperature, high pressure, and high-speed airflow, which stimulates a shock wave in the explosive. The shock wave strongly compresses the adjacent thin layer of explosives, causing the explosives to react, generating a large amount of gas and heat, completing the explosion bomb wave process. Even if you can accumulate enough picric acid, you can make it into a bomb and throw it into the Kobold Castle. Under the blast wave, just one round trip will be enough to let the ogres know what justice from heaven means. We'll try to repair the oil well tomorrow. In front of the workbench, Sumo stood up and sat down repeatedly. His heart was so agitated that he could not calm down. After pouring 500 g of purified saltpeter powder into a wooden container and placing it in the second bedroom, Sumo returned to the workbench again. I know the formula for purifying yellow explosives, and I also learned how to prepare nitric acid and sulfuric acid in high school. These are not a problem. The key lies in the process of extracting toluene from petroleum and the mixed reaction to produce picric acid. When Nobel made explosives, he killed his brother. Although picric acid is not as difficult as nitroglycerin, it may explode when it encounters high temperature, friction, and impact. Moreover, it can react with iron to produce picric acid metal salts, just like mercuric fulminate produces mercuric salts, which may cause accidental explosion danger. Perhaps I can get the method of preparing picric acid through trading intelligence, and then get a better and safer method through system upgrades. After thinking about this, Sumo no longer hesitated and directly called out the game panel to find a contact person. After scanning all the friend lists, Sumo finally focused on the line labeled Shinku. Focus and open the chat panel. Suma, hello Shinku, do you have time to chat? I want to make a deal. After the message was passed, Sumo continued to sit at the workbench and waited quietly. Sure enough, less than 5 seconds later, the video of Shunku on the opposite side came up. When the video was connected, the screen buzzed, and Shunku's pretty, slightly tired face appeared on the screen. Wow, Mr. Somo, your shelter is developing so fast. It doesn't look like a wasteland at all, but it looks a bit like the brick house in my hometown. Bright lights, clean and tidy partitions. In the distance of the camera, sparks of different sizes and Oreos were playing on the ground. Look at yourself. The dilapidated wooden house was still lit with homemade torches that made thick smoke, and outside the window it was pitch black. From time to time, a headwind blew black smoke into the room, causing people to cough. No, I just got lucky and achieved some results, but they are nothing compared to you. Waving his hand, Suemo quickly ended the polite talk and got straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. You know yellow explosive, which is picric acid. I think someone among you should know the formula and preparation method, right? I know, this is not a problem. If it weren't for the lack of raw materials, we would have made it. Do you have the raw materials nearby? Shinku said it without thinking too much. After all, this thing is not difficult. Compared with TNT, RDX, or cloud explosive bombs, yellow explosives are basically not difficult as long as they have the raw materials. But what this thing lacks is raw materials. The reason why ancient China failed to develop explosives was that oil was difficult to extract. Oil is not available everywhere. As a top-level strategic material, it is obviously not explored near Shenke's refuge. Ahem, I got this raw material from the treasure chest. I just have some storage now and want to make some explosives for self-defense. Sumo's expression remained unchanged, and he kept telling lies with his eyes open. But there is no need to explain too much. Everyone is just trading. Stop there. Shinku on the opposite side nodded. What about the item of this transaction? Is it still psionic water? No, This time I will give you information in exchange for information about alien creatures. Sumo smiled confidently and waved his hand. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions. Shinka looked embarrassed. After getting Sumo's consent, he hung up the phone. After a while, when the call was connected again, two middle-aged men with dignified faces were sitting opposite. Behind the men were four recorders, looking at the camera nervously. Hello, Sumo. We have approved your deal. You just need to tell us the information about the alien creatures. Whether we know it or not, we will give you the complete formula and preparation method afterwards. Nodding, Sumo was not afraid that the other side would run away, and he slowly and directly told the information about the warrior kobolds, the warlock kobolds, and the white-robe kobolds that he had not yet figured out. During this process, Soma concealed some details of the battle and only talked about the spellcasting methods of the warlock kobolds, the combat effectiveness of the warrior kobolds, and the information that the kobolds brought supplies when they arrived. The four recorders were writing furiously. Sumo could observe from the video the shock on their faces as more and more information came out. Even the serious middle-aged man sitting on the left repeatedly asked about several details during the process. Okay, Sumo, thank you for your contribution to mankind. Your intelligence is very useful. The Chinese shelter will gradually spread this information. Do you have any objection to this? No. After saying that, several people stood up in a hurry, and Shunku sat back down again. While the other party was preparing bitter and sour dishes, the two of them also started chatting. By the way, Shunku, who was the person sitting on the right just now? It feels a bit weird. After changing the topic a few times, Sumo changed the topic and asked about the doubts he had just had. The man on the left is moving vigorously and resolutely, and his posture is upright. The man on the right looks a little cool at first, but within a few minutes he is sitting loosely. The biggest suspicion is that when I told you about the kobold information just now, although he looked shocked, his micro-expression actually seemed to indicate that he already knew. Oh, are you talking about President Ing? Ing Tianlong is the president of the Civilian Self-Rescue Association. Their family is relatively large. When we came here, more than 20 people were put together. They are the current members of our tundra shelter, the main force. Shinka smiled innocently and said without any concealment, Tundra? Well, this is the name of our shelter. Of course, if we can get the first place in disaster resistance next time, we will still use the name Huaxia. This title can only be used by the first shelter. At other times, we will use the name Tundra to call. That's it. After getting the news he wanted, Sumo immediately changed the topic and talked about some aspects of life. After a while, Shunku's transaction request came over. Looking at the complete flowchart of yellow explosives among the transaction items, Sumo smiled under the light. With a flash of light, two pieces of paper filled with words appeared on the work desk. Chapter 75. The light belonging to Soma. There's something. Fortunately, I didn't rashly prepare it according to the method taught in high school chemistry class. Otherwise, I would have been blown to death without knowing what happened. Suemo looked at the picric acid preparation flowchart with fair handwriting and fluent text with lingering fear. God 404 is really awesome. This thing has so many twists and turns. Gaining attention and calling the system, an illusory attribute diagram appeared next to the bitter acid flowchart. Yellow dynamite production process. Description. This is a diagram for making explosives with clear procedures, rigorous processes, and a strong scientific theory. If you strictly follow the flowchart, you can get powerful yellow explosives. Comment. Foolproof production method. All you need is hands. There's no problem this time. It seems like the system was just playing tricks on me last time. Touching his head, Suemo laughed. In the process of making explosives, any negligence will lead to the direct consequence of house collapse and death. We will repair the oil well tomorrow and in 2 days. Hey. Thinking of the large number of gnolls chasing out of the gnoll castle and being blown into the sky by explosive packs, Suemo suddenly became excited. He stood up and carefully placed the flowchart into the storage space. It seems that the psionic water can no longer be traded casually. Even if we trade it, I have to make sure that no one can collect it, otherwise it will become an enemy. Coming to the water tank where the phantom water was stored, Suemo gritted his teeth and scooped out half a basin of phantom water. He took off his underwear with great pain, put it in the basin, and began to scrub it. It was visible to the naked eye that the clear psionic water quickly became turbid, and even after 3 to 5 minutes, it completely turned into earthy color. On my planet, it's not that ridiculous to not wash clothes for a week. The wind and sand on this plane are too strong. After wringing out the water from the clothes and looking at Sanshao, who was staring in this direction, Suemo pretended nothing had happened and poured the washing water along the edge of the culture medium. Destroy the body and remove all traces. Times. Pour culture medium. Square root. People cannot drink the turbid psionic water, but there is no problem with the culture medium, which is all absorbed. After thinking about it, Suemo decided to use tomorrow's share to wash the clothes outside, which would also be a good use for watering the vegetables. After scooping out some more water, brushing his teeth and wiping his face, Suemo lay comfortably on the small bed. From the Earth before the disaster to this wasteland, and then to surviving for 8 days. Humans have strong adaptability and have completely accustomed themselves to the rules and routines of the wasteland. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset. For the tundra shelter, there is currently no stable source of fire or electricity, so ordinary people can only lie in bed after the sun sets and wait for the next day to come. Unlike the smokeless torches made by the system before, artificial torches contain animal fats, and the thick black smoke is definitely not a good lighting tool at night. As for more advanced lighting, at this stage, it is still a waste of resources to use it. 8 days, maybe I'm too fast, which makes others seem so slow. From nothing to something, other shelters have developed quite fast. I hope not too many people will die in this disaster. Thinking of this, Suemo seemed to realize something, and his eyes wandered to the stone ceiling. Unfortunately, the stone patterns that revealed grandeur in their simplicity could not tell Suemo the answer. Under the warm light at the head of the bed, the shelter was unusually quiet except for the occasional gurgling sounds of sparks of varying sizes. After a while, Suemo silently opened the world chat and typed a message in the chat box. Suma. All the surviving humans, please be careful of privately set up shelters, be careful of sting operations, and be careful of alien slaves. At the moment of sending, when his mind was about to touch the send button, Suemo deleted the message, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. People in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou don't believe in tears, and they will believe in them even less in the end times. Ever since I saw many humans quietly mining in the kobold saltpeter camp and couldn't see such news on the World Channel at that moment, Suemo was actually unwilling to admit this fact. In the cruel wasteland, there must be countless alien resource points similar to the kobold saltpeter camp. Among them, there must have been several times, dozens, or even hundreds of times more enslaved humans than we see today. Apart from a small number of people who still yearn to return to the official shelters, most humans are actually unwilling to go back. Although they are enslaved by monsters, at least they have enough food and drink every day, and as long as they have enough strength, they can survive in the apocalypse. Compared to those who starve to death in the wilderness, isn't this a kind of luck? Should I speak up? Suemo didn't know, at least not now, and no one would tell him. The moon sets and the sun rises. Before 8 o'clock, Suemo woke up naturally and couldn't fall asleep again. Suemo slept very uneasy that night. A reproach from his conscience caused him to have the same nightmare over and over again all night. In the dream, Suemo stood beside the cliff, watching one human after another jump down the cliff with a smile on their face. Seeing countless children imitating these humans, they gradually forget that they are not rootless duckweed. Sitting at the head of the bed, soft sunlight was already pouring into the shelter. Make a fist. Suemo opened the world chat channel again and resolutely clicked send on the sentence that he had not sent last night. It was as if a bomb was thrown into the peaceful world chat, and the players who were originally discussing how to better deal with the mutant beasts were talking about it. It exploded instantly. Fuck, the front row is hugging me, Su Shun. This wave is the early bird has a divine hug. Su Shun, look at me. We are on the same channel, let's get acquainted. I will exchange good things with you when the secret realm opens. Entrapment? Someone contacted me yesterday and asked me to go to his shelter. Damn it, luckily Su Shun reminded me. Everyone should try to find out if there is an official shelter nearby. Private ones are not reliable. I had a brother who went to a private shelter. He tricked me into going there at first, but he died the next day. Mind your own business. It's their business if they want to go. What does it have to do with you, Soma? That's right, your own shelter is great. Why don't you let everyone move in instead of spreading rumors? Don't believe me, my shelter is at XX location. As long as you have enough strength, I will accept anyone who comes. I'm afraid Suemo is just a person who seeks fame and reputation. He just got lucky last time and won the first place. So you are so proud now? I wonder if the next snowstorm will freeze you to death, you son of a bitch. I am just stinging for law enforcement. I am right here, come and hit me, hee hee. Let's see how long your arms are and whether you can control us here. The screen refreshing speed. which was originally achievable, is getting faster and faster. At the beginning, there were many people thanking for the reminder, but after 3 or 5 minutes, the screen was filled with insults. Especially after seeing that Sumo did not respond, these people became even more arrogant and hurled vulgar remarks at him, one after another. There is a tendency to make Sumo a villain and encourage everyone to criticize and condemn him. Sumo looked at the disgusting words on the screen with a cold face and used the last loudspeaker to speak today. Suma, from today on, if I see a private shelter with human rapists, enslaving and betraying humans, regardless of whether they are good or evil, I, Soma, will kill them. Sumo, if you have the guts, come to my shelter. Well said, Sushun. Next time you come to my place, I'll treat you to tea. You bastard Sumo, who are you? So awesome. Lord Sushin doesn't bear grudges. I'm just talking nonsense, it doesn't count. You can even make comments in a distorted way? I think you are, It turns out that Sushun is doing this for everyone's good, then it's fine. Whoever is cursing is against me, Bao. Looking at the chat channel that was bustling with insults just a second ago, it suddenly seemed as if someone had strangled it by the throat and everything stopped. Some of the most vocal fence-sitters have shut their mouths. With 2 cold laughs, Sumo closed the world chat. What people seek in life is to have clear thoughts. I, Soma, can accept any darkness that I cannot see, but as long as I can see it, you must die. In the apocalypse, there are no rules. Fists are the rules. My thoughts are not clear, and you will pay the price. After silently writing down these 3 items on the private messages to the dead in the apocalypse code, Sumo put on his clothes, stood up, brushed his teeth, and wiped his face. As a good person, in a certain sense, Sumo can always put aside the things he cannot see. But for the darkness that you see, make sure you are 100% safe. The light belonging to Soma will eventually break through the darkness of the end of the world and illuminate the hearts of all those who have been stained by ink. Chapter 76. Get rich overnight. The express delivery is here. Ever since the 3 of them became familiar with each other, they always lie together at night. Seeing Sumo getting up so early, Oreo, who was lying in the living room, raised his head, nodded, and continued to sleep soundly. Next to Oreo, sparks of all sizes coiled together, placed their chicken heads on Oreo's soft belly, and lay there enjoying themselves. He moved around for a while, wiped his face and rinsed his mouth, took off his coat and pants, washed them in the water, and hung them in the ventilation window to dry in the sunlight. Turning around, Sumo poured the turbid phantom energy water into the culture medium, then sat down on the stone bench with his bare chest. The wasteland was still a little chilly in the morning. However, sitting in the shelter 5 meters underground, Sumo felt cool. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Sumo turned his attention and looked at the system prompt of January 9th. Last month, calendar January 9. You have the first weapon with a combat power of more than 5 points, survival points plus 10. You have the first armor with a combat power of more than 10 points, survival points plus 25. You killed a team of kobolds without any effort, survival points plus 10. Your melee combat ability and melee combat awareness have been greatly enhanced, survival points plus 50. You successfully attracted the hatred of 1862 kobolds for the first time, survival points plus 350. You have crafted a superior material for the first time, survival points plus 50. Congratulations, Soma. In the human trial of darkness and light, you chose to stand between light and darkness, found the path that suits you best, and successfully broke through the human trial. Because you are standing in the darkness, you yearn for the light even more, survival points plus 1,500. Scanning the host's living environment, evaluating survival points, 90 survival points were obtained today. Final settlement, survival points plus 2085. Remaining survival points, 2334. It has been detected that the survival points have exceeded 1,000 points, and the Doomsday survival system has officially entered the update. Update 1%, 5.0%, 20.0%, 100%. The Doomsday survival system has been updated to enable the second function, automatically obtaining the extraction function once. I wish the host to live longer and become stronger in the apocalypse. Line after line of text passed through Sumo's sight, looking at the bonuses one after another. It was not until he saw the 1,500 survival point bonus that Sumo clenched his fists and his expression became even more determined. 2,300 points, enough to completely double my strength. It won't take many days, Maeda Kinto, the kobold. Putting all distracting thoughts behind him, Suemo concentrated his attention and called out the illusory Doomsday survival system panel. Suemo has never opened this panel since it appeared when the system was first turned on. Previously, there was only one passive upgrade on the panel. Now that the system has been updated, a new function has been added after the upgrade, creation. Creation? It sounds like a very familiar function. I just don't know what the relationship is between this system and Fengling Yuing. Thinking of the most powerful sect in every game on Earth, Fengling Yuing sect, Suemo smiled and clicked in to start checking the functions. After a while, and some attempts, Suemo finally understood the new capabilities of the system. Creation. As the name suggests, as long as you have enough survival points, you can create anything you have ever seen in your memory. Of course, even if it is something you have never seen before or has imagined out of thin air, you can realize your fantasy directly after entering the requirements and investing enough survival points. System, give me a Type 99 main battle tank. Suemo spoke out loud as he recalled the 99 styles he had seen before. At this stage, as long as a tank comes, not to mention the saltpeter camp, even the kobold castle can be easily destroyed. Insufficient survival points. Type 99 main battle tank requires survival points. 121,000. Fuck, is it so expensive? Touching the back of his head, Suemo lowered his request and tried to say, 1 Type 09 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle? Insufficient survival points. Type 09 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle requires survival points. 990,000. Dongfeng 41. Insufficient survival points. DF 41 requires survival points. 120 million. Hey man, don't give me these nonsense. You might as well give me 2 beef buns and a mutton soup bun. Enough survival points. Meat buns plus mutton soup steamed buns. Survival points required 145. Whether to create. No, don't make it for me. Seeing the prompt that popped up from the system, Suemo denied it repeatedly and quickly canceled the request for creation. It seems that I can only try to use this creation function when I can obtain tens of thousands of survival points every day in the later stages. Although this function of creation is powerful, a breakfast costs 145 points. I definitely cannot use it and cannot afford it at the moment, but it is good for emergency use at critical moments. Standing up, Suemo was about to shut down the system, but when he glanced, he saw a number 1 in the lower right corner. Oh, yeah, it seems like the system upgrade gave me a free creation, but I don't know what good stuff I can get from it. Because the prices were too high the previous times, Suemo didn't hold out hope of winning an expensive item in the lottery. According to the nature of the system, it will definitely not extract anything invincible for him at the current stage. The screen flashed, and as the draw was touched, cards suddenly popped out. Aircraft carrier, Star Destroyer, Water drops, 2-dimensional foil, Force lightsaber, Lightning storm, Controlled nuclear fusion power station, room temperature superconductor materials. Countless cards are filled with super weapons that Suemo dared not even imagine, as well as material resources that break the technological limit, engraved on each card, vividly. Suemo flipped the Star Destroyer card with his mind, and on the back of the card, he saw the chance of drawing this time. 0. You damn system. If you could give me a 1 after the decimal point and countless zeros to comfort me, that would be fine. Is it that real? After flipping through the pages a few more times and seeing that all the high-tech weapons were 0, even the ordinary nuclear power plants were 0, Suemo simply stopped flipping through the pages and directly determined the extraction with his mind. Countless illusory cards flashed quickly in Suemo's mind. Unlike the previous game draws, this time Suemo casually selected a card from among the countless cards. With such a small chance, you will win whatever you draw, even if it is a mutton soup with steamed buns, or a bowl of cold noodles, or bingfeng spicy soup. It will be delicious. After adjusting her mindset, she watched the virtual card slowly reveal her graceful body. Suemo was neither hurried nor slow. His thoughts turned into an illusory hand, and he slowly turned over the lower left corner of the card and looked up. Concrete pavement? Suemo was very familiar with the small spot of the picture that leaked out in the lower left corner. It was the concrete road surface on Earth. Following his temper, he lifted the lid a little higher, and a black tire appeared in front of Suemo. There really is something, damn it, God. You are kidding me. Looking at the huge tire on the card parked on the concrete road, Suemo stood up excitedly and directly uncovered the entire card. On the black and gray card, there was a camouflage truck parked obediently on a concrete road with a yellow line drawn on a pitch-black background. The big truck was not surprising and its tonnage was not large. Although it had 5 tires on one side, it did not surprise Suemo. However, in Soma's vision, on the big truck, there is a letter plus number combination that is very familiar to Chinese people. DF 17? Fuck, they actually got me a Dongfeng Express truck? Aren't you afraid of 404, brother? Standing in the shelter, looking at the pattern on the card, Suemo was shocked, completely shocked. Especially when looking at the details of the express truck, Suemo felt that both legs were shaking, as if they had lost their bones and were about to fall to the ground. Waves of dizziness kept coming over me. What is a courier truck? What is Courier 17? The DF-17 has a supersonic speed and can maneuver and glide at the top of the atmosphere. It does not follow a parabola, but flies in a straight line and drifts in the water. It reaches the top of the target and falls vertically down. This superweapon is in no way inferior to the flying swords in fantasy novels that can take people's heads from thousands of miles away. As a non-enthusiastic military fan, I was still envious of the US B-2 bomber more than a decade ago. Suemo never dreamed that it would happen so quickly. The United States didn't even have hypersonic missiles, but he managed to get them. Chapter 77. Super Trump Card. Upgrade the door. The colorful camouflage and the huge missile head made Suemo feel dizzy just by seeing the pattern. With this powerful weapon, no matter what kind of ogre it is, even if a whole dragon comes out today, it can be knocked down in minutes. I've drawn so many prizes on Earth, but they were all bad. I didn't expect my luck to get better and better in the wasteland. Suemo was so excited that he wished some powerful creature would come and take out the Dongfeng missile to attack it. As the cards were completely turned over, the other cards gradually disappeared from the creation system. The lottery page disappeared and returned to the function interface. However, this time, there was an extra card stored in the creation function, and its attributes were revealed as Suemo looked at it. Experience use. DF-17 Ballistic Missile Vehicle. Rare. Description. The missile vehicle carries a tactical hypersonic Wave Rider near-space ballistic missile equipped with a hypersonic warhead. It is an all-weather, independent, strong penetration hypersonic weapon that can carry out precision strikes on medium and short-range targets. Special ability. Baby, please turn around. After turning it on, you will gain the ability to open the map for 10 seconds. All places the host has set foot on can be loaded into the map and manually guided and aimed at. Bomb speed. Unpowered high-speed flight. 12,359 kilometers per hour, 10 Mach. Takeoff in the atmosphere. 24,758 kilometers per hour, 20 Mach. Combat range. 2,800 kilometers. Accuracy. 1.86 m. Evaluation. One of the favorite weapons of the river crab beast. Please use with caution. I looked at the experience level above the card, and after I touched it with my mind, a message came over. It turns out it's just a one-time right to use it. I thought you could leave the missile vehicle to me after launching it. Suemo smacked his lips and said unwillingly. Not to mention the powerful weapon mentioned above, the missile vehicle alone is invincible in the current environment. The powerful power brought by 10 tires can be turned into a walking bug-making machine with just a little modification. But people can't be too greedy. With this weapon, if there is anything that dares to provoke me within 2,500 kilometers, I will let you know what baptism is. The colorful camouflage trump card brings strong confidence. What kind of monsters and ghosts? What kind of fantasy dragons? Just take my DF and try it. With this killing weapon, Suemo suddenly felt extremely heroic in the end times. Suemo forcibly closed the system interface and tried hard not to think about the creation column, and his mentality gradually calmed down. He walked to the supply room, took out the remaining black bread, cut off enough for a few people and put it in the pot. Add a few spoonfuls of psionic water, and wait while the firewood burns under the pot and the water temperature gradually rises. Opening the private message in the diary, Suemo sat on the stone bench and began to output his thoughts. Today is the 9th day in the wasteland. Okay, I admit that I am a little bit drifting, but I'm making very fast progress. I'll have yellow explosives soon. By the way, I also got a very powerful killer weapon. Hehe, let's keep it secret for now. It's time to start the oil well in shelter number 2. I'm looking forward to whether the high-quality oil well will have some strange functions, but this is not a problem. I have obtained the complete extraction process. It just takes some effort. Every time I go out, I always worry that the back door of the shelter is not locked and someone sneaks in. Fortunately, I have some harvest today, and it's time to upgrade the door. Oh right, we should also move the good stuff from shelter number 2 back. Otherwise it will always feel unsafe leaving it there. Gurgle gurgle. Seeing that the water in the earthen pot had begun to boil, Suemo closed his diary and sent private messages, and prepared today's meals. Very simple, but also very rich. Nuts, raisins, and crushed peanuts float on the bread soup. The soup base is rich and has a sweet taste. Take the Oreo and sparkling food bowls, pour about the same amount in, and pour the rest into your own bowl. A simple breakfast is ready. After breakfast, Suemo came to the weapons room and began to put on his equipment. The clothes I was wearing outside were not dry yet, so I could only put the raincoat on underneath and put on the armor as well. Opening the inner door of the shelter, Suemo walked along the corridor to the outermost door, and an idea came to his mind. Shelter stone gate. Description: the door is made of solid stone. After the pry is lowered, it is indestructible and extremely safe. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade the material of the stone door, change the shape of the stone door, add a new lock, enhance safety and practicality, and require survival points, 220. Upgrade Direction 2. Change the size of the stone door, enhance the material of the stone door, add an openable shooting hole, enhance ductility, practical type, requires survival points, 240. The price is not expensive, but the material of the shelter's gate is sufficient, so there is no need to spend money on this. Shaking his head, Suemo concentrated his attention and called for another way of transformation. Shelter stone gate. Description: the door is made of solid stone. After the pry is lowered, it is indestructible and extremely safe. Upgrade: material, 180. Shape, 60. Size, 35 to 600. Independent function, 20 to 600. Iron roulette combination lock, 70. Great. This is the kind of mechanical combination lock I want. It's very practical and not prone to problems. Suemo clapped his hands and sighed, his face full of satisfaction. Relative to the end of the world, especially for this kind of gate, the older the mechanical structure, the more practical it is. On the contrary, the fancy features, such as the fingerprint password lock, key lock, etc. provided by the system are not very reliable. This kind of roulette-style mechanical combination lock is much more reliable. Back in the supply room, Suma began to take the iron blocks. Thanks to the previous acquisition, there are still dozens of iron blocks piled together like an iron wall. Go back to the gate and put down 4 units of iron blocks in a row. The price of the roulette combination lock will drop to 35 and will no longer change. Silently recite the upgrade. A green light shot out, and the iron block on the ground immediately floated into the air, turning into a pool of fiery red molten iron. Under the green light, the molten iron adhered to the surface of the stone without any trace of human intervention, as if it were a handle naturally grown on the stone. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light is recovered. The new shelter door lock design is ready. The initial password is 7 zeros. Let's change it to 735-5600. It will take a long time to decipher such a complex password. This kind of roulette-style lock would be difficult to crack in a short period of time, even for a professional locksmith. After setting the password, pushing back the lock, and opening the door of the shelter, Suemo came out of the shelter. The wasteland sun had not yet fully heated the morning air. Waves of cold air came with the wind, blowing up sand all over the plain. After looking around and finding nothing unusual nearby, Suemo closed the door with confidence and began to try the switch operation. First, closure. Once you have adjusted the password to the correct one, you can hold the wheel and turn it. Until the lock tongue gets stuck and the wheel can no longer turn, it means it has been closed successfully. The combination lock is disrupted and the roulette wheel cannot turn. Until all the passwords are correct, you can turn the wheel back to open the lock. Good. This makes me feel much more at ease. At least I don't have to go in and out of the back door anymore. Looking at his masterpiece, Suemo tried again and again to make sure there was no problem, then walked along the hill to the back door. Suemo has his own ideas about this back door. Calling out the system, aiming at the back door, as Sumo's voice fell, 5 survival points were deducted. The back door that could have been opened was directly closed and completely merged with the ground, leaving no trace of a gap. This back door will only be used when a crisis strikes. At that time, even if it costs 5 more points to open it, it will be worth it. I will keep it sealed on weekdays and use it as a trump card. Nodding, Suemo opened the front door and returned to the shelter, then began to pack the things he was going to take with him. It's time to reap the wealth in shelter number 2. Chapter 78. Oil Resource Point, Repair. Go to shelter number 2. With a go-kart, the distance can be basically ignored. After some research, Suemo put down most of the things in the storage space and took some repair materials that might be used. Oreo, I'm going to shelter number 2. Do you want to come with me? As Suemo finished speaking, Oreo, who was still playing with the big and small sparkles, ran over, sat down obediently, his eyes rolling around. "Don't worry, I'll drive." Woof, woof, woof. When Oreo heard the word drive, his eyes instantly turned into stars. He barked loudly and couldn't wait to go out and sit on the bike for a ride. Suemo laughed, and after confirming that everything was packed up, he picked up Oreo, opened the door, and walked out. The two sparks, big and small, behind him saw Suemo go out, looked at him resentfully, and had to coo and return to their own territory, quietly waiting for the two to come home. "It's so windy and dusty today. It looks like a snowstorm is really coming. Once the wind on the plains starts blowing, it will never stop. There was a light breeze when I was repairing the door just now, but I didn't expect that in less than half an hour, it turned into a howling north wind. Waves of sand were rolled up and hit the armor, making a rustling sound." After putting Oreo down and driving the car out of the makeshift garage, Oreo jumped into the car skillfully and fastened himself with the seatbelt using his mouth. "Good, very safety conscious." Looking at Oreo's appearance, Suemo smiled and got into the car sideways. With a move in the air, he tied on the helmet that came with the armor, started the car, and drove away. In 3 to 5 minutes, shelter number 2 was already in sight. After parking the car behind the hill, Suemo turned around and got out of the car, put Oreo down, took out his weapon, and began to be on guard. After Oreo patrolled around and indicated that there was no problem nearby, Suemo put away his weapon with confidence, took out the hook rope, and went to the cave. Shaking the hook, Suemo followed the same method as an experienced hunter and nailed the hook to the ground. After pulling the rope and making sure there was no problem, Suemo slid into the shelter along the rope. Just like the mess last time, shelter number 2 is still littered with broken glass and wood. Passing by the damaged small thermal weapons manufacturing table and touching it, Suemo walked to the innermost oil well and began to look around. Compared with traditional oil exploration and production equipment, this well is obviously much more advanced. You can tell at a glance from the shape that it doesn't seem to be made by normal means. Instead, it looks more like a well built directly from game blueprints. After pulling the steel cable in the well, Suemo had a preliminary assessment of the fault. When Magu stopped the well, he probably damaged the transmission device below by force, causing problems with the gears and making it unable to operate. This shouldn't be a difficult repair. I silently checked and called out the system, and the properties of the well popped up. Micro oil well, excellent broken. Description: a scientific machine well device, with multiple functional modules such as oil production, refining, purification, separation, etc. Due to insufficient modules during construction, it currently only has an oil production module. In addition, due to illegal parking due to external forces, the machine well's own diesel engine was damaged, a small part of the well's internal parts were damaged, and the well's air pressure was abnormal. Efficiency: 30L/24H. Upgrade Direction 1. Repair the oil well, restore normal operation, add a purification module, a storage module, and require survival points, 920. Upgrade Direction 2. Repair the oil well, restore normal operation, add refining module, purification and separation module, pollution purification module, storage module, survival points, 1580. Comment: I offer oil to my country. It turns out that the oil well that Magu got was not equipped with all the modules. If there was only one oil extraction module, it should have been sold as a resource in the trading secret realm. Putting his hands on the edge of the well, Suemo looked into the well, which was bottomless. Just like the psionic water well in the base, the operation mode of this oil well is obviously not what is conventionally understood. As for the various strange modules, they are easy to understand. I guess they are the kind on the workbench that cannot be judged by common sense. Which one should I choose? The moment he saw the description of the well, Suemo gave up the idea of repairing it alone. Simply having oil is of no use. It requires a lot of time and energy, and even a complete supporting factory, to extract what you need. In industry, petroleum gas, gasoline, kerosene, and diesel can be extracted through atmospheric distillation. Lubricating oil, paraffin, pentane, and alkane with a large relative molecular mass, and aromatic hydrocarbons such as benzene and toluene can be extracted through vacuum distillation. Light oil and gaseous olefins such as ethylene, propylene, butene, butadiene, etc. can be refined through catalysis and cracking. All of these require the corresponding technology tree to be carried out, but now, you only need to assemble a simple module to complete this series of troublesome tasks. It is extremely convenient. After pondering for a while, Suemo cut out a single module to prepare the required survival points. After a rough calculation, he returned directly to the original interface. After placing all the raw materials that could be taken out on the ground, Suemo said softly, I choose the upgrade direction. 2. After using some strange materials to offset the loss, only 1,440 survival points were consumed, and a strange sky blue light floated out and covered the entire well. Suemo lowered his head and was shocked to find out. The space under my feet seemed to disappear, and I felt like I was standing in the darkness of nothingness. It's as if I've entered a three-dimensional 3D perspective, and everything becomes different. In the complete darkness, there was only the oil wells constructed along the sky blue light, leading all the way to the depths of the earth. The blue grid extended too fast, and from Soma's perspective it was difficult to see the bottom at a glance. 300 m? Or 500 m? Under Sumo's gaze, the transparent blue grid began to evolve into square modules one after another. On the flat ground, 5 water tank devices of the same size appeared. Blue cyclones hovered in the water tanks and finally attached themselves to the water tanks with a snap. The hole, which was originally only about 50 centimeters in diameter, began to slowly expand to 1.5 meters in length under the illumination of blue light. Blue light bands like pythons naturally extended out from the cave, and the head bit the tail of the water tank to form a connection. In an instant, the endless blue grid began to rise rapidly. After 3 or 5 breaths, when Suemo looked again, shelter number 2 had returned to its original appearance, as if everything just now was an illusion. What on earth is the origin of this system? This is 2. It's science fiction, right? Suemo wiped the sweat from his head. He just stared into the abyss for less than 10 seconds, but it was as if he was riding a 100-meter roller coaster, making his mood fluctuate. The oil well that was originally damaged and faulty has now been completely restored to its original state. The well edges that were originally made of stone have now been replaced with gray-black iron edges with a metallic luster. The well, which previously had only one oil barrel going up and down, was now blocked by 5 thick rubber pipes. Looking out along the more than 1 meter long rubber tube, there are 5 water tanks of only 505050 placed on the ground, with rubber tubes connected at the end. How much can be stored in such a small box? Suemo bent down and was about to open the water tank to see its exact size. However, as his sight focused, a black space like a storage space suddenly appeared in front of him. The water tank is just a materialization, but there is actually storage space inside? Suemo was stunned when he saw the size of 10 cubic meters marked in the upper right corner. Such a small box can actually be 10 cubic meters in size, which is even larger than the storage space you carry with you. After trying to move the boxes twice and finding that they were fixed, Suemo had no choice but to give up carrying one for personal storage. It seems that these modules are indeed extraordinary. After standing up and calling out the oil well data again, Suemo had a satisfied smile on his face. Micro oil well, excellent. Description: a scientific well device with multiple functional modules such as oil production, refining, purification, separation, etc. All functions are currently working normally. Efficiency: crude oil, 100L/24H, diesel, 45L/24H, gasoline, 22L/24H, toluene, 1.5 kg/24H. Only 2 items can be selected for production every 24 hours. Sure enough, after adding the module to the oil well, toluene and diesel can be directly refined. Chapter 79. Fusion Upgrade. The second shelter. Bending down, Suemo tried to use force to turn the starting wheel next to the oil well. After it was twisted to the end, the well handle began to vibrate. After a series of tremors, the well gradually returned to calm. 5 huge water pipes began to work, making gurgling sounds. The hum of the diesel engine was so deafening that it gave people a headache. A display screen about the size of a palm popped up automatically next to the well, and the information on it was very simple: what each well can produce, and the efficiency of production. Just tick the box and press the confirm button, and the oil wells will be able to produce continuously within the next 24 hours. Trying it out, Suemo chose diesel and toluene, 2 things that were urgently needed. Bang! After the selection is made, the monitor returns to its steel enclosure. The sound of clanging began to rumble wildly in the well pit, and the sound of the diesel engine also came out from the wellhead. Oh no, this thing is too loud. If this place was completely sealed, it would be fine. But now there's a hole. The sound will definitely spread out and attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Sitting on the storage box of the well, Suemo tried several methods, including covering the top of the well, but the sound was not affected at all. After reaching the door, the sound weakened, but still came through clearly. After thinking about it for a while, an idea came to my mind. It seems that we have no choice but to. I've incorporated this shelter number 2 into my territory. With a thought, a glowing tortoise shell appeared in Sumo's hand. It was the complete safe house core that dropped when he killed the man with eyes. The damaged safe house core can be directly integrated into the shelter to increase the area of the shelter. The complete core can directly build a new shelter, instantly generated underground or above ground. I originally wanted to keep this thing as a trump card, but now it seems like it's time to use it. Slowly rub the head of the tortoise shell with your hands, and an illusory prompt appears. Record. It is detected that the current ownership of this shelter belongs to the player, Suma. Record. Detection authority passed. Record. Whether to use the complete safe house core, recast the ownership of the current shelter, and bind the game panel. 3 prompts came one after another. After confirming that there was no problem, Sumo said yes softly, and the tortoise shell in his hand began to change color and melt. The water transformed from the tortoise shell fell to the ground, and waves of sound began to gradually echo in the shelter. It caresses the beach like flowing water and crashes against the beach like the tide. It was like the howling of a storm, and like the raging waves in the deep sea. Closing his eyes, Sumo seemed to feel that he was on a lonely boat in the ocean. There are sharks lurking around in reefs beneath the sea. In the ocean of consciousness, there seems to be an invisible light calling the traveler. Waves of elegant singing echoed above the sea, soothing the traveler's deep fear of the sea. Open your eyes and all illusions disappear. What a magical sound. I seem to have heard a similar sound last time. Sumo touched his head and sat on the water tank and continued to wait. This kind of sound was heard in the shelter when we were upgrading Bong Bong before. At this time, when placing the core fusion authority of the shelter, the voice came out again, and it was even clearer and louder than before. And such an incredible effect was born. Taking advantage of the fusion, Sumo continued to close his eyes and return to the ocean, enjoying the caress of the singing. Compared to directly putting it down and instantly generating a shelter, this fusion speed is much slower. After the sound had been going on for about half an hour, the prompt on the game panel sounded again. Record. Detected that player Suma has bound 2 shelters. Please set the primary and secondary shelter order. Record. Please set the order carefully. Once set successfully, it cannot be changed later and the functions will be different from before. The main and secondary shelters? The pop-up prompt sound was not the attribute of the current shelter. Instead, it became a main and secondary setting prompt on the game panel. Sumo tried to skip this prompt, but the game panel was very tricky and there was no panel to turn off the option. The prompt locked the game panel, and it seemed that the next step could not be performed without going through this option. After trying 4 or 5 times, Sumo gave up the idea of fixing the bug and could only make choices according to the instructions on the game panel. Should I set my shelter as the main shelter, or should I set this shelter as the main shelter? What functional differences will there be? Could it be that the secondary shelter cannot be upgraded further? That doesn't make sense. Looking at the alloy gate that was still malfunctioning, Sumo sat on the water tank and fell into deep thought. If we really want to divide one into a primary and a secondary shelter, we still need to consider the development of the 2 shelters comprehensively. Shelter number 1 is definitely safer than shelter number 2. As a standard underground shelter, number 1 has penetrated 5 meters underground, with only 1 door exposed outside. But number 2 is different. Although it is also an underground shelter, its trend is completely different. It is just surrounded by a small hill. After going out of the second floor door, you still have to walk a short downhill distance to reach the ground. Strictly speaking, number 2 is more like an above-ground shelter, which can be developed and expanded horizontally. I can take back the thermal weapons manufacturing table in shelter number 2, and I can take these small things with me. The only valuable thing is probably the oil well. I definitely can't move this thing away, and I will rely on this energy output for a long time to come. Only 1 oil well? Standing up, Sumo suddenly realized. While looking at the machine well behind him, he urged his mind and chose to set shelter number 1 as the main shelter without hesitation. There is only 1 oil well and no other advantages, so why choose number 2? With the survival system, it won't take long before shelter number 1 becomes stronger and safer than shelter number 2. There is absolutely no need to lose sight of the main goal. After Sumo confirmed his choice, the light on the game panel faded and the dialog box disappeared. A new interface pops up. Record. Congratulations to player Suma for successfully merging and absorbing the second shelter. Record. Congratulations to the player Suma for obtaining this second level 5 shelter, achievement and automatically receiving a chance to draw a lottery. Record. It is detected that the subsidiary shelter has the supernatural attribute, and the main shelter automatically derives it. Record. It was detected that the level difference between the main and secondary shelters was too large, and the secondary shelter was granted one sacrifice adjustment permission. Record. The secondary shelter will be permanently locked in level, and it will no longer be possible to upgrade it through core fusion. The extraordinary attributes will be permanently locked in level, and it will no longer be possible to obtain extraordinary blessings to upgrade it. Record. It is detected that the player, Soma, has more than one shelters, and the game panel will automatically open a prompt. Record. When other players damage or attack the primary and secondary shelters, the player, Suma, will automatically receive a durability prompt. Once it reaches 0, the shelter attributes on the game panel will be automatically erased. 7 prompts appeared as the interface expanded, flooding in like a tide. Starting from following the first prompt and finishing with the last prompt, Sumo's face was already filled with an uncontrollable smile. This move was the right one. The chance to win the lottery is reserved, and all prompts have been read. As soon as the words fell, all the prompt banners disappeared, and a brand new interface appeared in Sumo's field of vision. Different from the main shelter's green color that symbolizes hope, the secondary shelter's interface is a sky blue that is full of depth and potential. This blue is not a dazzling fluorescent blue, but it is like seawater flowing on the attribute interface. The water ripples responded by slowly shaking as Sumo's thoughts touched them. A small box popped up, prompting Sumo to name it. It doesn't sound good to keep calling it number 1 or number 2. I might as well change the name of my shelter to imitate the tundra shelter. Number 1. From now on, we'll call it the underground shelter. It's simple, easy to remember, and has its own characteristics. Number 2. Sumo carefully looked at the environment of shelter number 2, and then stared at the background that had not yet displayed its attributes. He came up with a little inspiration. Shelter number 2 is called Deep Sea Shelter. For some reason, after Sumo confirmed the name, the game attribute panel shook, as if it was happy to have this name. The next second, a complete attribute box popped up. Sumo looked at it and was immediately shocked. Deep Sea Shelter, sub, level, LV5, locked, cannot be upgraded. Description: the underground shelter is made entirely of cement concrete and has excellent building rigidity. The shelter door is made of alloy and is extremely strong. It has an upper and lower layer structure and is highly functional. Space 2202 height 4.2 m. Completeness, 89%. Small area of damage was detected. Facilities: small thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, level 3 alloy shelter door, oil well. Extraordinary ability. Extraordinary attribute, water avoidance, LV1. Extraordinary source. This shelter has received the blessing of the mermaids from the fantasy deep sea world for unknown reasons and has a weak ability to avoid water. Before encountering water damage that is not fully covered, it automatically has a water immunity film to automatically isolate external water sources from entering the shelter. Chapter 80. Repair, Deep Sea Shelter. Extraordinary ability. Avoid water. Sacrifice. The 3 major items seemed to be shining with golden light and instantly attracted Sumo's attention. No wonder when I first came to this shelter, even though there was a big hole on top, there was not a drop of water in the shelter. Thinking of the scene when he first came to the deep sea shelter, Sumo suddenly realized. Only this very unscientific ability could achieve the scene we saw at that time. The blessing of the deep sea mermaid. It seems that I still know too little about this world. Perhaps more fantastic creatures will appear in the future. Stroking the damaged thermal weapon machine tool in front of him, a light flashed in Sumo's eyes. Although the extraordinary properties of the deep sea shelter have now been locked, they have been transferred and derived to the underground shelter. In other words, the underground shelter's extraordinary waterproofing ability can still be upgraded. It seems that if I can continue to integrate these shelters with magical properties, maybe one day, the underground shelters will have dozens of extraordinary abilities. Even if I master this blessing method, by then, shaking his head, Sumo smiled and stopped fantasizing. Let's turn to the last attribute, sacrifice. Simply fusing the damaged shelter core can only increase the area of one floor. I don't know what method Magu used to have a second floor. You need 22 damaged shelter cores, and then you can directly sacrifice the first underground floor to the underground shelter to form the second floor. This function is quite practical, but it's a pity that I have to collect 22 of them. I don't know when I can get them. It would be great if there were a few more couriers coming to deliver the packages. Alas, the kobolds have scared away all the fools around here. so we can only make plans after we capture the saltpeter camp. Smacking his lips, Suemo missed Huang Biao and his group a little. Previously, when we followed the map given by Huang Biao and walked along the way to the places where they were killed, the shelter marked on the map had already turned into a ruin. I don't know who got there first. Since we already have this shelter, we might as well repair this gap in the gate. Walk to the door of the second floor of the shelter. As Soma focused his mind, the attributes of the gate naturally emerged. Level 3 alloy shelter gate. Excellent. Faulty. Description. The alloy door is cast from a mixture of 3 complex alloys. It can withstand huge impacts and has extremely stable physical properties. Currently, the opening and closing hinges are broken and have a certain repair value. Upgrade direction. Repair, 45. Upgrade material, 1820. Change shape, 450. Add mechanical wheel lock, 80. Comments. Mommy. Coax. Open sesame. Just a broken hinge? Then how did the door open? With doubts, Suemo grabbed the rope at the entrance of the big hole and climbed up, and along the slope he came to the front of the second floor of the deep-sea shelter for the first time. The door looks metallic from the inside and is inconspicuous from the outside. After trying to scratch the coating on the door with his fingernails and finding no signs of falling off, Suemo nodded with satisfaction. The ochre-colored gate is hidden among the hillsides, and at first glance, it looks as if it doesn't exist. If you hadn't come here specifically to take a look at the terrain, it would look like an ordinary hill from the outside. On both sides of the gate, Suma tried to grope. As expected, I found a place on the right vertical beam that I could press down. With a firm push, the lid popped up, revealing a small combination lock inside. It seems that Magu and I are of the same mind. We both chose to use a combination lock instead of a key lock. Bending down, Suemo saw the digital design of the combination lock. There are 8 digits in total, and a roulette-style input design is also chosen. 8 digits, then the password is obvious. Suemo smiled and began to dial numbers on the cipher pad. 19902113. The 8 digits were entered one by one, and after pressing the mechanical push button next to it, the outer shell of the combination lock popped out with a thud. The hinge plate at the rear that can be pulled out automatically is exposed. He tried to pull the rope, and Suemo was misled by his own force and almost fell to the ground. The hinge plate was also pulled out and lay intact on the ground. So this is how the lock is unlocked. Unfortunately, I don't know why the hinge broke, causing the hinge plate to lose its force and become damaged. After understanding how it worked, Sumo no longer hesitated. After trying to take out the iron block and finding that there was no reduction, he directly chose to pay 45 points. The hinge plate on the ground turned into a disembodied green light and returned to the gap. There were bursts of buzzing sounds coming from inside the alloy door, and after a violent shaking, it returned to calm. This time, Suemo tried to pull out the hinge again and started to turn it, and the alloy door also began to move upwards synchronously. This gate, which has experienced countless glories in the past, has once again played its role. In Sumo's hands, the second floor of the deep-sea shelter saw the light of day again. Pull the door all the way to the first locking point, about half the height, and as Suemo exerted force, the hinge plate got stuck. This thing really requires a lot of strength. I guess Magu must have had some kind of adventure that increased his strength. Otherwise, it would be a big problem to pull the hinge plates on the first and second floors. Facing the midday sunlight, Suemo stepped into the deep-sea shelter. The dust in the shelter seemed to have never expected to see the sunlight again, and they all danced and cheered in the light. He raised his hand towards the void, and a shovel for digging a hole appeared in Sumo's hand. The second floor was not only filled with dust, but also contained many objects that had been destroyed by the kobolds and whose attributes were completely unrecognizable. Especially the wood chips, there were piles of them on the ground. First, he went to the stairs, picked up all the broken iron bars and stacked them in the corner. Then Suemo began to clean up the garbage on the ground carefully, arrange all the useful things and put them in the corner, shovel the useless things to the door with a shovel, then take them out and dig a hole to bury them all. After a round of patrol, Oreo walked back lazily and lay on the hillside, looking back at Sumo, who was working hard from time to time, quiet and peaceful. As time gets closer to the arrival of the snowstorm, the temperature on the plains begins to gradually drop. Oreo, who was originally in low spirits due to the high temperature, began to like staying outdoors and basking in the sun more and more. It is estimated that Sumo worked until about noon before he managed to clean up all the garbage on the first and second floors. After randomly finding a spot on the hillside, he skillfully dug a few shovels into the hole, creating a hole big enough to hold the garbage. After dumping all the garbage in and covering it up, Suemo also imitated Oreo and sat on the small hill in front of the second floor of the deep-sea shelter. Speaking of which, Magu chose this kind of terrain. Isn't it because he likes to sit here and look into the distance? He took out the psionic water and gulped down 2 gulps, then poured the rest of the water to Oreo. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance, Suemo sighed. Endless vast plains. The weeds and shrubs that had turned green due to the acid rain began to turn yellow again under the scorching sun for days. The scene before him was tragic and desolate, with a sense of science fiction. Suemo simply had an idea and directly opened the game panel, and chose to use the lottery opportunity he had obtained before. A colorful roulette wheel appeared. Under the scorching sun, the peak brightness of the roulette wheel was so high that it seemed to have become a solid entity. Well, I remember there were 5 last time, but it's 6 this time? Looking closely, the turntable is divided into 6 areas. Pets, drawings, tools, props, resources, and extraordinary blessings. It seems that because I obtained the extraordinary sanctuary, the bonus was triggered. The extraordinary blessing appeared directly. Stretching out his hands, Suemo casually swiped the turntable, not caring at all what would come out. No thanks for your patronage, we are so relieved. The pointer of the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, and as time passed, it slowly stopped. Watching the pointer pass through the column of extraordinary blessings, Suemo thought that if he got it, he would be lucky, and if he lost it, he would die, and he was not disappointed at all. The pointer finally landed on the resource column, and a prompt slowly popped up. Chapter 81. War Preparation. The relics reappear. Seed packet? It looks like a high-tech version. Not bad. In the dark storage space, there suddenly appeared a fertilizer bag containing about 25 kilograms of seeds, a considerable amount. After taking out the seed, the game panel's properties popped up naturally. Highly disaster-resistant wheat seeds. Description: cultivated by senior growers who carry natural energy, it has a certain ability to resist cold, heat, insect pests, and other disasters. Yield: 1050 caddies per moo. Oh, that's great. It has such strong disaster resistance and can produce over 1,000 kilograms per moo, which is very good. Seeing such powerful properties, Suemo quickly put the wheat seeds back to avoid unnecessary damage. 25 kilograms of seeds, based on the number of seeds needed per acre, can plant about 1.5 acres of land. By then, we will be able to produce 1,400 kilograms. The flour ground into flour by stone mill can weigh at least 800 to 900 kilograms, which is enough for one person to eat for about a year. After lying in the sun for a while, Suemo got up and returned to the skylight of the shelter. Then the only remaining task is to patch up this big hole in the ceiling. There were still steel bars standing outside the place where the gnolls had blasted open the area with fireballs. He took out 1 unit of stone and another unit of iron. Seeing that the survival points had dropped to 25 points, Suemo simply invested directly in the survival points and repaired everything. The stones and iron on the ground turned into flowing water and attached to the big hole. Slowly, the steel bars began to stretch. Cement concrete appeared out of thin air, and the large hole began to heal, gradually becoming intact. Unfortunately, Magoo doesn't have much material, and the stone slabs are not thick enough. They are far inferior to my stone shelter, but it's not realistic to build such heavy and thick stones with human power. With a chuckle, Sumo came to the oil well and began to check the harvest from almost half a day's work. At this time, the diesel has accumulated to about 6.5 L, and it seems to have turned into a solid in the square storage space, motionless. There was about 500 G of toluene collected in another box at this time, as a colorless clear liquid. After thinking about it, Suemo simply took out the mineral water bottle that He Kwang had taken before and put the toluene into the mineral water bottle. This amount of toluene is enough to make some picric acid. As for the subsequent mass production of explosive packs, we still have to collect them slowly. As for the diesel, Suemo planned to take out the empty oil barrel and pump all of it into the oil barrel. The diesel fuel already isn't enough, so this is just enough to add in the extra fuel. Walking out of the shelter door, Oreo was still lying on the ground sleeping. Shaking his head, Suemo was about to go around to cheer for Bong Bong when he turned his head inadvertently and his expression quickly became serious. Oreo, get up and work. Oreo, who was still lying on the ground, was startled and quickly jumped up. After seeing what was happening in the distance, he couldn't help but barking a few times. In Sumo's vision, in the distance where the sun was shining brightly, a black fog suddenly appeared that seemed to reach the sky. Black fog enveloped an area of land, as if there were evil spirits lurking there, or as if there was a destructive disaster. Compared to the last fog, this time the fog seemed to be mixed with malice. The color was darker, and it looked even more terrifying. If calculated based on the distance, it is exactly less than 1 kilometer north of the underground shelter. Suemo was no stranger to fog. The first time I entered the ruins, I entered them through the fog. The ruins suddenly appeared at this time, and there is currently no pattern to their appearance. While Suemo was thinking in his mind, he walked to the door of the shelter and pulled the hinge to close the door. After pushing the hinged plate back inside, Suemo pressed all the lids shut one by one and walked quickly towards Bong Bong. There are good things in the ruins, and it is a finished product, the kind that can be converted into productivity or combat power once it is taken out. Compared to the underground ruins of Magu, there are obviously more good things in the mist ruins. But at the same time, the foggy ruins are full of dangers. After entering, all functions of the game panel and the system will be temporarily blocked and become ineffective. It seems that there is an independent law operating in the misty ruins. Even advanced things like the system will treat things in the foggy ruins as ordinary items. Only after taking it out to the outside world can you see the special functions of the item. As for the question of whether to go or not, Suemo didn't even think about it. There are both dangers and rewards in the ruins, but compared to the rewards, these dangers are nothing. Not to mention, looking at the bottle of toluene in the storage space, Suemo became more confident. Oreo had already sat in his seat and fastened his seat belt with his mouth. As Suemo put on his helmet and fastened his seatbelt, he burst out with great power with a loud bang and sped away. From the bird's eye view of the wilderness, Suemo was like a fearless warrior, driving his vehicle and charging forward into the black fog. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. When the distance to the ruins was only 400 meters, Suemo stopped the car and tried his best to look at the scene in the fog. Unfortunately, just like last time, the fog was so dark and thick that it was impossible to see what was happening inside from outside. After driving around the ruins for a while and realizing that there was no end in sight, Suemo decisively returned to base. He parked the car in the garage, walked to the front door, and quickly turned the wheel lock. With a click, the lock tongue retracted. After letting Oreo in and closing the door, Suemo quickly went to the energy room and switched the energy supply from batteries to diesel engines. Go to the workbench and turn on the self-test switch. While doing the self-examination, Suma fetched all the raw materials for preparing picric acid. Phenol disulfonic acid is essential to produce picric acid. Therefore, the key is to use toluene to make phenol. With Sumo's high school experimental level, he quickly completed a series of actions and obtained a small amount of sulfuric acid and phenol. Putting the prepared phenol aside, Soma continued to produce large amounts of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. After some sulfuric acid is prepared and phenol is passed into it, phenol disulfonic acid is easily obtained. After the nitric acid is treated with phenol disulfonic acid, trinitrocresol, also known as picric acid, is produced. Looking at the bright yellow powder in front of him, Suemo shook his slightly sore shoulders. The preparation of this set was extremely simple, and with the added efficiency and concentration of the workbench, it was estimated that Sumo completed the production in less than 2 hours. The bitter acid that looks ordinary at the moment is actually incredibly powerful. The power of black powder is only 1/10 of that of nitrate explosives, and the power of nitrate explosives is only 1/10 of that of picric acid. That is to say, 1 pound of picric acid is equivalent to 10 pounds of ammonium nitrate and also equivalent to 100 pounds of black powder. Picric acid is even more powerful than TNT. Among modern explosives, the strength of civilian TNT is between 8 to 13, while that of picric acid is around 116. Although this is just a comparison of intensity, the power of high explosives is definitely not comparable to that of black powder. Even if it is not 100 times more powerful, it is still 80 to 90 times more powerful. In fact, the C4 explosives used by special forces in the 21st century are not much more powerful than picric acid. After carefully putting all the bitter acid into a small wooden cup and placing it somewhere out of reach, Suma took out the iron block and began the last step. Crossbow bolts filled with picric acid. If you want to go into the ruins and fight those monsters that can still move even with broken spines, simply using a crossbow is useless. Even if you pierce their heads, these beasts will continue to attack fearlessly. But if picric acid is filled into the arrow, only a few dozen grams are needed, and after being rubbed, vibrated, or impacted, it will explode with terrifying power. Not to mention monsters, even iron sheets can be blasted open and smashed to pieces. He took out a large cup of psionic water and gulped it down, then put on his mechanical arm and began to quickly make crossbow arrows. For close-range combat, the crossbow arrows do not need to be carefully polished. As long as they can maintain stable firing within 20 m, they are excellent products. Another half an hour was spent for Suimo to complete the preparation of 10 crossbow arrows. Take the picric acid and carefully fill it into the groove of the arrow. Then stick it together with tape and the small pieces cut from the plastic bottle. The explosive crossbow is done. Chapter 82. Re-enter. The ruins of Liangfang Town. Explosive crossbow. Excellent. Description. The crossbow arrow made by the entry-level craftsman, Suma, has the ability to explode in a small range after adding picric acid explosives to the groove of the arrow. Due to the material of the arrow shaft and the arrowhead, it cannot be recycled after use. For unknown reasons, the quality of the crossbow arrow has been upgraded to an excellent level. Explosion range, 10 m. Explosion speed, 7.35 kilometers. Explosive power, 105% TNT equivalent. Strength 103% TNT equivalent. Comment. Shocking. A craftsman has developed a close combat crossbow. After calculation, he was actually within the explosion range. 10 m. I didn't expect that I would have such an exaggerated explosion range just by filling it a little bit. Only after carefully storing all the explosive crossbow arrows into the storage space did Suimo breathe a sigh of relief. Picric acid reacts with metals to form picrates. It will only enter a static state when placed in a storage space. Otherwise, if this thing is kept for too long, it will explode the moment it is taken out and shot. Coming to the stove and boiling water, Suimo prepared to make a noodle dumpling soup to replenish his energy. Noodle dumpling soup is easy to make and very filling. Although the taste may not be that good, I can't care about that now. After hastily finishing lunch with Oreo, I opened the door of the shelter and confirmed again and again that the foggy ruins showed no signs of dissipating. Plug in all battery devices to charge and watch the charging indicator light come on. Suimo returned to the small bed, drank a sip of the dark energy water, and began to close his eyes to rest. Almost 3 hours of continuous high-intensity experimental operations is a big test for both physical and mental strength. Although he had the psionic water to replenish his energy, Suimo still felt a little mentally exhausted. After not seeing you for a few days, you are no longer the same Ming from Wu. Even if the monsters in the ruins have no body odor and Oreo cannot detect it, Suimo is confident that he can easily kill the monsters from last time. Suimo slept for about 40 to 50 minutes before he slowly woke up. Since I came to the wasteland, my sleep quality has been getting better day by day. After working for 3 hours continuously at high intensity, I only need such a short rest time to fully recover. Holding the edge of the bed, Suimo slowly sat up. The fatigue and sleepiness in his eyes disappeared as he rested. Picking up the psionic water cup on the bedside table and drinking all the remaining water, Soma came to the water tank where the psionic water was stored. The last time I entered the ruins, I didn't bring any psionic water and suffered a loss. I must bring everything this time. After filling 3 large bottles of psionic water, Suimo came to the culture medium, took down the hanging clothes, and began to put them on. Oreo on the side also ran over and indicated that he was ready. Okay, today we must go find out what's inside. It's going to be a tough battle. Are you ready? Woof. Oreo pushed the ground with his front legs and stood up, indicating that he was ready. Back in the weapons and equipment room, Suimo first helped Oreo put on the raincoat he had made earlier, and then began to put on the armor. This time, they have to face the enemy head-on, so Suimo decides to wear the optical combat suit inside to protect his skin from direct contact with harmful substances. Use armor to block outside and fight against mutated monsters. After putting on the equipment, pick up the charged fine iron electric spear, try to turn the power on and off, and after confirming that there is no problem, put it aside. He took out 5 high-quality explosive crossbow arrows, carefully pressed them into the magazine of the electric crossbow, turned on the self-check button, and after confirming that there were no problems, Suimo put them into the storage space. It takes less than a second to activate an electric spear, but an electric crossbow takes a full 3 seconds. This amount of time is a taboo in close combat. Open it in advance and put it in the storage space, so you can take it out and fire it immediately when you need it. A complete set of equipment is put on. Suimo clenched his fists, feeling his bulging biceps and strong forearms again and again. Then he resolutely opened the door and walked into the corridor. Enter password. Open the door. The ruins in the distance were still shrouded in black fog and looked eerie. The distance was very close, so Suimo gave up the idea of driving the go-kart over there. He carried the electric spear and Oreo and headed towards the ruins step by step. On the wasteland, sand and wind are blowing everywhere. There were one or two small storms carrying sand and dust that rushed into the black fog and disappeared. On this lonely land, a man and a dog move forward firmly. If it is paired with the background music of Interstellar, it will have a different kind of poignant beauty. The closer the distance, the more oppressive the black fog brings. After walking for about 20 meters, the mist quickly dispersed, like an invisible mouth that couldn't wait to swallow Soma. Is this the wall I dug down? Sumo remained silent and slowly moved about 10 meters away. This time, the scene inside was vaguely visible. The gap in the earth wall that was dug down last time seemed to be right in front of me. Looking to the side, it was the place I entered last time. Liangfang Town is here again. In the World Chat channel, no one has ever entered the same ruins twice in a row. Now that he saw Liangfang Town appear, Sumo didn't know whether to be happy or sad. How about just taking out a Dongfeng missile and firing it at it? The moment the strange thought came to his mind, Sumo quickly shook his head and put this dangerous idea behind him. Express delivery is fun, but search and rescue is painful. After being hit by a rare quality express delivery, Liangfang Town will probably be razed to the ground. Even if you can pick up garbage, it is not as cost-effective as exploration. Don't think about it, just charge ahead. I'm not afraid of two of the same monsters as last time. Sumo lowered his head to touch Oreo, then stood up decisively and walked into the huge mouth of black fog with Oreo. The next moment, the overwhelming black fog and sea of clouds suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth, as if nothing had ever happened. The lonely yellow sand has no target and can only continue to rush forward. Record: you have entered the ruins. Record: the game panel function is sealed. Please exit the ruins before using it. The game prompt sounded in time as Sumo walked in. At the same time, the fog around him began to dissipate, revealing a slightly larger distance than last time. This time, it was a full 6 or 7 meters, and as Sumo walked in, it was still dissipating rapidly. It's still this familiar smell, like the smell of charcoal or rotten meat. No wonder Oreo's sense of smell has been greatly weakened. After sniffing the nearby scents twice, Sumo walked forward with a frown. The small courtyard wall that had been split before had not been repaired, and there were no signs of it having been moved. A few larger pieces of earth were still lying on the ground. Is this the footprint of another creature? As his eyesight improved, Soma was able to observe more and more details. On the inside of the broken soil block, you can clearly see a 3-clawed footprint. This footprint is actually bigger than my palm. What kind of creature is this? After trying to gesture twice, Sumo muttered to himself. This strange footprint is as big as 2 palms, and it looks like it must be from a person of considerable size. But here's where the problem arises. The fragile soil, despite being trampled by such a heavy creature, showed no signs of breaking. Such a big footprint? And such a lightweight? 2 completely different attributes appeared on the same creature, and Sumo immediately became alert. After crossing the gap and walking into the yard, the fog cleared away and the view in front of me became clear, as if I had returned to my own territory. The 3 doors that were broken open by Sumo with violence were open, and the split iron chains lay crookedly on the ground. Walking to the door of the inner room, Sumo squatted down, took out a flashlight, shone the light on the ground, and observed the scattered traces of dust. Fortunately, it should be this broken wall that attracted other creatures. There are no traces of them in the house. They probably didn't come for money. I just don't know if there are still humans in the ruins. Walking out of the courtyard, Sumo's mind moved, and he summoned the iron axe to clear the way. The courtyards in the countryside are basically not separated too far from each other. There is another courtyard less than 10 meters outside the broken wall. In 2 or 3 strokes, Sumo wielded the iron axe and cut a gap more skillfully than last time. After calling back the iron axe and summoning the fine iron electric spear in his hand, Sumo stood cautiously at the gap and looked inside. This family seems to be a bit richer than the previous one. They have 4 houses, and it seems that there is also a small house specifically for breeding. All the doors are locked, but I can do without them. It looks like there are no signs of monsters. After completing the analysis, Sumo carefully and slowly stepped over the gap, walked in, and followed the edge of the earth wall. There was still no response until he reached the middle of the courtyard. Just as Sumo breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden muffled sound suddenly erupted. Boom. It was visible to the naked eye that there was a bulge as big as a human head on the iron door of the hut that seemed to be responsible for breeding. Oh no, there's something in here.